Chapter 1. Sign-in at the Palace of Zeno. In the realm of Dragon Ball Super, within the Palace of Zeno, a fierce battle raged on. Boom, boom, boom. Two figures clashed incessantly, with each impact causing the very foundation of the palace to tremble. A terrifying gust of wind swept across the battlefield as the speed of the combatants escalated, rendering them mere shadows in the air, colliding repeatedly and sending ripples of white energy cascading outward. Bang! Another resounding collision echoed through the hall. Boom! One figure was violently propelled from the center of the clash, crashing heavily onto the ground of the grand hall. Instantly, the ground was cratered, and a figure lay within the newly formed pit. Wang Teng, are you all right? The high priest descended gracefully from the air, a smile gracing his face as he inquired about Wang Teng's well-being. Wang Teng, the young warrior who had just battled the high priest and was now embedded in the floor, replied, "I'm fine. I can still fight. Let's continue." Struggling to rise, he brushed off the dust from his attire and spoke earnestly. Seeing that his opponent was unharmed, the high priest chuckled, "Your strength has improved significantly. Let's call it a day for now. Moreover, your rapid progress means you are now capable of challenging some of the weaker gods of destruction." The high priest regarded Wang Teng, whose Super Saiyan 4th stage form resembled that of a red monkey, with a sense of satisfaction. The young man before him was named Wang Teng, a Saiyan who had attained the ability to transform into the Super Saiyan 4th stage. What the high priest was unaware of, however, was that this young man, who had suddenly appeared in the Palace of Zeno, was a time traveler. 2 years prior, he inexplicably found himself transported into the world of Dragon Ball Super, directly arriving at the Palace of Zeno. Faced with the inquiries of Zeno and other deities, Wang Teng maintained his composure, and being a seasoned fan of Dragon Ball, he was well acquainted with Zeno's personality. Furthermore, at that time, he possessed no power and no cunning, answering questions with pure honesty, which ultimately secured Zeno's permission for him to reside there. Subsequently, his daily task consisted of entertaining Zeno. Thankfully, prior to his journey, he had learned numerous tricks, allowing him to keep the Grand Zeno in high spirits. Due to his favored status beside Zeno, the palace guards and the high priest treated him with a degree of courtesy. Thus, at Wang Teng's request, the high priest would occasionally take the time to teach him a few techniques. Understanding the perils of this world, Wang Teng dedicated himself to relentless training day and night. Over the course of 2 years, his strength had reached the level of a god of destruction. Of course, there was another reason behind this remarkable growth and unknown secret to all. On the very next day, after arriving at the Palace of Zeno, he awakened the sign-in system. By signing in at the Palace of Zeno, Wang Teng was granted a foundational combat power of 10 million, and he attained the transformation of Super Saiyan at its 4th level. Moreover, he acquired the profound technique of Ultra Instinct. Achieving the level of a god of destruction within a mere 2 years is no small feat, largely attributable to the system, as well as the ample divine energy within the Palace of Zeno, where even an ordinary individual without training would experience rapid growth in strength. Thus, under such favorable circumstances, Wang Teng's primary objective is to enhance his foundational combat power. Only by elevating his base strength can he fully harness the potential of the Super Saiyan 4th transformation. Although he has yet to grasp the essence of Ultra Instinct, he is confident that understanding it is merely a matter of time. "Your Excellency, the Grand Priest, has praised me. I am well aware that, with my current strength, I am still far from the other gods of destruction," Wang Teng remarked with a smile. As a transmigrator, he comprehends the immense power of the gods of destruction, particularly Beerus, the god of destruction of the 7th universe. Even the weakest among them is beyond his current capabilities. Mr. Wang Teng, achieving this level in just 2 years is indeed remarkable. One might even call you a genius. The Grand Priest exclaimed, "Some gods of destruction have been divine for tens of millions of years, with countless eons required to reach such heights. In contrast, Mr. Wang Teng's potential and talent are unparalleled in my lifetime." Upon hearing this, Wang Teng immediately expressed his gratitude to the Grand Priest. After all, there was no obligation for him to offer such commendations. It seems that cultivating a good relationship with Zeno naturally fosters goodwill in other connections. Regardless, Wang Teng felt elated by the Grand Priest's words and sincerely appreciated his kindness. In a couple of days, he must prepare a delicious meal to reward the Grand Priest, for before his transmigration, Wang Teng was a master chef, and the Grand Priest had fondly remembered the culinary delights he had once tasted. Although he had dedicated the last 2 years to rigorous training, spending virtually all his time outside of attending to Zeno in pursuit of self-improvement each encounter with. The Grand Priest in battle has proven to be immensely beneficial. It can be said that without the Grand Priest's patience in battling and guiding him, his progress would not have been so rapid. At this moment, his foundational combat power has undergone a qualitative leap, for it is the essence of strength for Saiyans. All transformations are built upon the enhancement of this base power. Mr. Wang Teng, you are too kind. It was merely that exquisite fish tofu soup that left a lasting impression. The Grand Priest chuckled. Indeed, the deities within the Dragon Ball universe are true gourmets if one attends to their appetites. All matters become manageable. Fear not, Grand Priest. I have recently developed a new soup recipe. I shall invite you to taste it soon. Upon hearing this, the Grand Priest's face brightened instantly. In that case, Mr. Wang Teng, continue your training. I must attend to other matters, but do remember the new soup. With that, the Grand Priest took his leave. At that moment, the cold voice of the system echoed once more. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing 600 sign-ins at the Omniversal Palace. Sign-in reward, Super Saiyan 5 form. Upon hearing this, Wang Teng exclaimed in astonishment. What? Super Saiyan 5 form? At the sound of the system's frigid announcement, Wang Teng's body trembled violently with excitement and unparalleled exhilaration. He never anticipated that the reward bestowed by the system would be the Super Saiyan 5 form. The Super Saiyan 5 is an immensely powerful transformation in the Dragon Ball fanworks, providing an incomparable enhancement to the Saiyan race. Wonderful! My strength will soar to unprecedented heights. In our next battle, I shall surely surprise the Grand Minister. Wang Teng was overwhelmed with joy at this moment. He felt the most exhilarated he had been since arriving in the Dragon Ball universe 2 years ago. His combat prowess could now be considered among the elite in the entire Dragon Ball world. With the steadily increasing foundational combat power he had cultivated over the past 2 years, combined with the Super Saiyan 5 form, he believed he could even triumph over the mightiest among the 12 gods of destruction, Beerus. Yet his heart raced with anticipation, longing to challenge the Grand Minister immediately, for the warrior spirit of the Saiyans surged within him. Just then, a guard by the side of the Omni King suddenly emerged from the ground. Mr. Wang Teng, the Omni King requests your presence. After delivering the message, the guard vanished from sight. Wang Teng hesitated no longer and promptly disappeared from his location, swiftly making his way to the Omni King's palace. Chapter 2. The decisive battle with Kampa. In a brief moment, Wang Teng traversed the lengthy corridor and arrived at the Grand Hall. Within the expansive chamber, the Omni King sat upon his throne, flanked by 2 formidable guards exuding a potent aura. Your Majesty, I have arrived. Wang Teng addressed the Omni King with great enthusiasm. Ah. The Omni King responded with a voice reminiscent of a child, softly acknowledging his presence. Upon seeing Wang Teng, the Omni King's already small eyes sparkled with delight, and a smile graced his lips. Little Ting Ting, you have come. Do you recognize these 2 beside me? Only then did Wang Teng notice the 2 individuals standing nearby. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were none other than the angel Vados and the god of destruction Kampa from Universe 6. True to the storyline of Dragon Ball Super, Vados donned a predominantly dark green angelic uniform, wielding an angelic staff, her silvery white ponytail elegantly coiled high, radiating an aura of grace and tranquility. Her figure was nothing short of perfection, with curves in all the right places. Having previously admired her beauty in Dragon Ball, Wang Teng was astounded to find her even more breathtaking in person. This was his first encounter with any angel apart from the Grand Minister, and he was fortunate to meet Vados. Vados embodied excellence in both demeanor and physique, while Kampa, standing nearby, was drenched in sweat, hunched over in evident distress. Your Majesty, this is my first time meeting both of them, Wang Teng informed the Omni King. The Omni King soared into the air, hovering before Wang Teng. Witnessing this, Kampa became even more flustered, lowering himself further and daring not to lift his gaze. Meanwhile, Vados maintained her composed and icy demeanor, seemingly unfazed. Little Ting Ting, I have observed your diligent training recently, and I am eager to witness your combat prowess. Therefore, I have summoned the god of destruction from Universe 6 for you to spar with. If you emerge victorious, I shall reward you with a splendid gift. The Omni King's eyes glimmered with anticipation. Meeting the Omni King's gaze, Wang Teng smiled. Since your Majesty wishes to see, I shall gladly engage in a match with Kampa. At his words, the Omni King leaped with joy. Then let us begin. It shall surely be a spectacular affair. Vados, observing the Omni King's enthusiasm towards a mere human, could not help but regard him with newfound respect. The Omni King returned to his throne, allowing Kampa to breathe a sigh of relief. Although he still dared not raise his head. Kampa, you shall engage in a match with little Tung Tung. Upon hearing this, Kampa was instantly drenched in sweat, his body trembling with trepidation. Yes, he replied hastily. In the next moment, Vados gently tapped her angelic staff against the ground, and a platform materialized in the grand hall. Ready for the impending duel, Wang Teng leaped onto the stage, followed closely by Xiang Pa, who raised his head, initially displaying a panicked expression on his chubby face. He transformed it into one of fierce determination upon realizing his opponent was a mere human. Boy, though I am unsure why Lord Zeno regards you with such favor, I must defeat you today, Xiang Pa coldly declared, fixing his gaze on Wang Teng. In response, Wang Teng's expression turned serious as he spoke in a calm voice. No need for courtesy. Unleash your power. I am eager to witness the strength of a god of destruction from the sixth universe. With that, Zeno watched the arena with an eager smile. Let the battle commence. I am so looking forward to it. Upon hearing Zeno's command, Xiang Pa let out a fierce shout, releasing a surge of purple energy that caused the entire arena to tremble. He refrained from using his full strength, believing his opponent to be merely human. Yet Zeno's attitude towards him was markedly different. He feared that if he were to accidentally kill Wang Teng, Lord Zeno would certainly retaliate against him. Ah! A deep roar erupted from Wang Teng's throat as golden flames enveloped his body. An overwhelming aura surged forth, causing the entire Zeno palace to shake. Little Tung has transformed. How splendid! Zeno exclaimed excitedly. The terrifying golden flames crackled as they clashed with the air. Wang Teng's appearance underwent a significant transformation, with black hair tinged with red and a red tail swaying freely. Around him, a ripple of energy radiated outward, while silver lightning entwined itself within the golden aura. Wang Teng had directly transformed into a Super Saiyan of the 4th level. Little Tung seems to have a new visage. How incredible! Zeno's enthusiasm was palpable. Although Beerus maintained a stoic expression, he was internally astonished. He had not realized that Saions could achieve such a form. While it was known that the 6th universe contained Saions, aside from their transformation into great apes, he had not heard of any other evolutions. A tremendous power seemed to fill the entire Zeno temple in an instant. What a joke! How can a human possess such formidable power? Xiang Pa muttered in disbelief. In his mind, it was impossible for a human to be this powerful. They were mere ants, easily crushed under his finger. The spectacle before him was utterly shocking. Such strength is truly remarkable. Lord Xiang Pa, please do not lose. Angel Vados remarked with a gentle smile. Upon hearing Vados' voice, Xiang Pa snorted dismissively. In the next moment, Wang Teng sprang into action, moving swiftly across the stage. The red figure continuously darted across the arena. Humph, so self-assured. Kampa let out a cold snort and charged forward, delivering a punch aimed directly at Wang Teng. As Wang Teng faced the rapidly approaching fist, he immediately met it head-on. Boom! Their fists collided, and in that instant, a terrifying shockwave erupted. The two fists clashed, a dreadful energy intertwining in the air. Their roars growing louder and the atmosphere intensifying, causing the entire King Palace to tremble violently. What a spectacular display! Exclaimed the Grand Minister. Suddenly, Wang Teng transformed his fist into an open palm, seizing Kampa's fist with a fierce pull, driving his knee hard into Kampa's abdomen. Witnessing this, Vados shook her head. Lord Kampa, this is the consequence of neglecting your fitness. Kampa, clearly incensed by Wang Teng's maneuver, unleashed a terrifying surge of purple energy, charging at him with great speed. The two began to move at extraordinary velocities, shadows flitting across the arena, and in an instant, they had exchanged dozens of blows. Seizing the opportunity while Wang Teng was momentarily distracted, Kampa grasped his arm and forcefully hurled him away, with a purple energy blast following closely behind. Wang Teng swiftly regained his balance on the arena, and as the purple blast closed in, he swung his arm decisively, sending the blast flying away. Just as the purple energy orb was about to explode within the palace, Vados gently tapped her staff on the ground, causing the orb to vanish into thin air. Gazing at Kampa, who was enveloped in purple energy, Wang Teng spoke solemnly. You have not disappointed me. Indeed, you are the god of destruction of the 6th universe. It appears I must unleash my full strength. After a series of exchanges, Wang Teng recognized the formidable power of the god of destruction and resolved to harness his entire potential, transforming into Super Saiyan level 5 for the battle. Wang Teng was acutely aware that the amplification provided by Super Saiyan 5 far surpassed that of Super Saiyan 4. Although Super Saiyan 4 offered considerable strength, it remained insufficient to overcome a god of destruction. Only by transforming into Super Saiyan 5 could he truly contend with such a being. For the past 2 years, Wang Teng had diligently enhanced his foundational combat abilities, and now his base power had reached the divine level. By transforming into Super Saiyan 5, he felt confident in his ability to challenge the god of destruction. If Goku and Vegeta were to transform into Super Saiyan 5, they would still find themselves significantly outmatched. Little Ting Ting actually has an even more powerful transformation. How exciting. The Grand Minister's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. I am about to transform into Super Saiyan 5, Kampa. You had better be cautious. With this declaration, Kampa scoffed. You ignorant little human, no matter how many times you transform, your power will remain leagues apart from that of a god of destruction. As soon as Xiang Pa's voice fell, the energy surrounding Wang Teng began to surge. Simultaneously, a deep roar emanated from Wang Teng's throat. In the next moment, the entire palace of all kings trembled. Golden energy continuously rose around him, resembling the onset of a great quake, as several cracks swiftly appeared on the arena. The roar persisted. Small stones were constantly lifted from the arena, the sound of crackling echoing through the air. The golden currents flowed around Wang Teng, with fierce lightning swirling within, radiating a dazzling brilliance. What a terrifying force! How could this individual possess such immense power? Shock was etched across Xiang Pa's face. Wang Teng instantly transformed, his white hair cascading down to his waist, a white tail swaying in the air. The power of Super Saiyan 5 had qualitatively escalated compared to before. Transformed, changed appearance, how impressive. The king of all seemed to have completely become an adoring fan. At this moment, an overwhelming and fearsome energy surged through Wang Teng. No wonder Lord Zeno regarded this human with such esteem. It appears that this individual is a cultivation genius. Angel Vados chuckled softly, covering her red lips. After completing his transformation, Wang Teng confidently gazed at Xiang Pa and said, "Let us commence the second round." At this moment, Xiang Pa no longer wore a dismissive expression. He sensed danger emanating from the human opposite him. In the next second, Wang Teng moved, vanishing from his original position in an instant. Xiang Pa gritted his silver teeth, purple energy immediately rising around him, and he too disappeared from sight. Bang, bang, bang. As the battle commenced, the two engaged in a rapid collision. Energy waves from their clash resonating through the air, the frequency of the waves increasing, indicating the intensifying conflict. The king of all watched intently, his eyes sparkling with excitement. What a spectacle! Boom! Suddenly, a figure plummeted at incredible speed. It was Xiang Pa. Whoosh! Wang Teng dashed forward, unleashing a fearsome punch. A flicker of anger crossed Xiang Pa's face. He was the god of destruction from Universe 6, a top-tier being in the cosmos. When had he ever been pressured in such a manner? With a fierce shout, a terrifying aura erupted from Xiang Pa, purple energy waves soaring. Wang Teng's fist halted mid-air, having lost its target, as Xiang Pa had vanished. Over here, Wang Teng pivoted, delivering a sweeping punch, but Xiang Pa swiftly grasped his arm, and with a powerful shout, Wang Teng was flung away. He soared and hovered in mid-air, desperately searching for Xiang Pa's figure. Just moments ago, Xiang Pa had once again disappeared from the arena. Subsequently, a chilling smile graced Wang Teng's lips as he sensed a fierce gust of wind from an approaching punch. With a slight tilt of his head, Xiang Pa's fist struck nothing but air. Swiftly, Wang Teng seized Xiang Pa's arm and, with a thunderous shout, began to whirl like a tempest, sending Xiang Pa hurtling through the air in the next moment. Boom! Xiang Pa's body crashed violently onto the arena, creating a substantial crater. Receive this! Wang Teng instantly unleashed a sphere of energy from his hand, followed by a barrage of countless energy orbs. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of thunderous explosions echoed continuously. Dense clouds of dust rapidly enveloped the entire royal palace. As the dust settled, Xiang Pa's furious visage emerged upon the stage. His divine attire now marred with dirt, appearing quite disheveled. Here's one for you. Xiang Pa conjured a purple energy orb in his hand and hurled it towards Wang Teng. Reacting swiftly, Wang Teng retaliated with an energy orb of his own. Boom. The two orbs collided, erupting in a brilliant explosion. Swoosh. The purple and golden lights danced through the dust clouds. The two adversaries faced each other, palms locked in a fierce struggle, as terrifying waves of energy surged forth, sending countless fragments soaring into the air. The atmosphere crackled with the sound of violent clashes. Their powers escalated, causing the entire grand hall to tremble violently. Impressive. The king of all stood up, captivated by the spectacle. Just then, a voice rang out. Lord Xiang Pa, Lord Wang Teng, cease at once. If this continues, the royal palace will surely collapse. At this, the king of all managed to temper his excitement. Little Tung Tung, please stop. Xiang Pa, you too. Upon hearing the king's command, Xiang Pa hastily withdrew his power and respectfully stood aside. Wang Teng's voice of complaint echoed, Your Majesty. I was about to determine the victor against Xiang Pa. Why must we halt? No sooner had he spoken than the king of all grinned at Wang Teng. Little Tung, since you relish battles so much, shall we organize a tournament next time? The prospect of combat ignited a thrill within Wang Teng. In that moment, he realized he was increasingly embodying the essence of a Saiyan, with a warrior's spirit deeply ingrained in his very blood. Then, the king of all spoke slowly. I mentioned before that should you win, a small reward awaits you. Although you two are evenly matched, I sense that little Tung is remarkably formidable. I hereby appoint you as an inspector. Wang Teng was momentarily taken aback by this proclamation. To decline an official position would be foolish, after all. The king of all was the mightiest deity in the universe, and any title he bestowed would surely hold great significance. He quickly responded, "Thank you, your majesty." Upon hearing the king casually appoint Wang Teng as inspector, Xiang Pa felt a jolt of astonishment but dared not betray his emotions. The inspector serves as the divine official who wields the oversight authority on behalf of the Supreme King. Standing shoulder to shoulder with the great high priest, one might say he is but one individual, yet he towers over countless others, surpassing even the god of destruction. Although both the Supreme King and Lord Wang Teng are commendable figures, the appointment of the inspector is not to be taken lightly. Angel Vados remarked, "I firmly believe that little Tung can fulfill this role with utmost competence. I have complete confidence in his capabilities." Upon hearing the Supreme King's response, Angel Vados understood that the decision was final and refrained from further comment. Henceforth, Wang Teng is to assume the mantle of the inspector of the divine realm, exercising the powers of oversight and instilling awe across the cosmos. Should the great high priest become aware of this development, he would undoubtedly be astounded. Chapter 4. Arrival on Earth. In the next moment, the Supreme King ascended into the air, gazing at Wang Teng as he spoke slowly. "Now that you have become an inspector, it is imperative that you fulfill the responsibilities that accompany your new position." Taken aback, Wang Teng pondered, responsibilities? This was his first encounter with the role of inspector, and he was not entirely clear on the specifics of its duties. Vados, with a playful smile, explained, "My dear inspector, your duty is to oversee every divine official in the lower realms, ensuring they remain diligent in their responsibilities, and to report back to the Supreme King annually." Wang Teng's heart swelled with joy upon hearing Vados' elucidation. He had been contemplating how to confront the protagonist of Dragon Ball, Son Goku from Universe 7, and now, with his new title as inspector, the opportunity had presented itself. Moreover, with his current prowess, he was more than capable of dominating all 12 universes. Wang Teng promptly assured the Supreme King of his commitment to his duties. The Supreme King, with a smile, remarked, "Since you are now an inspector, it seems we can no longer refer to you as Little Tung." The moment of truth had arrived for the inspector. "In a year's time, I eagerly await your report. When you return, it will coincide with the grand tournament of the 12 universes, which I greatly anticipate." A broad smile adorned the Supreme King's face. "Very well," Wang Teng replied resolutely. After taking his leave, he made his way out of the grand hall. Upon returning to his training grounds, he resumed his rigorous practice. Fully aware that he must not slacken his training simply because he had attained the position of inspector, he still faced formidable beings such as the angels, the great high priest, and the Supreme King himself. To live with a sense of security in the world of Dragon Ball, one must rise to the pinnacle of existence and seize their own destiny. Thus, he must vanquish all who are stronger than he, while continuously honing his foundational combat skills. He seized every moment of free time to comprehend the Ultra Instinct technique. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Yet, Wang Teng had yet to master the Ultra Instinct. However, he had made significant progress and realized that comprehension was merely a matter of time. It was essential to maintain a tranquil mindset, for if he rushed, he might never grasp the essence of Ultra Instinct in his lifetime. Standing up, he exhaled softly. It is time to depart. He understood that it was time to patrol the various universes, with the first destination being Earth in Universe 7. Having traversed through time, a once mediocre warrior now possesses strength rivaling that of a god of destruction. Yet, he has never departed from the palace of Zeno. At long last, the moment has arrived for him to leave. Wang Teng eagerly anticipates his encounter with the Dragon Ball warriors. Given his current prowess, it will take him 20 minutes to journey from the realm of the gods of destruction to the Earth of Universe 7. After making the necessary preparations, he transforms into a beam of golden light and vanishes from the palace. Wang Teng, the inspector, has finally departed from the palace of Zeno. At this moment, the Grand Minister stands beneath Zeno, slowly articulating, "Lord Zeno, the inspector has left the divine palace." Upon hearing this, Zeno responds, "Oh, little Tung has already left? I truly look forward to his return. When he does, There are matters we must discuss with him. The Grand Minister's gaze becomes unusually serious at Zeno's words. Are those beings indeed set to reappear in this world? Zeno's seemingly innocent eyes flicker with a hint of gravity. 20 minutes later, Wang Teng materializes above Earth, murmuring, "Is this truly Earth?" It certainly evokes a sense of familiarity. As the primary planet of the Dragon Ball universe, Earth boasts not only breathtaking scenery but also an environment exceptionally conducive to human habitation. Moreover, the Earth Wang Teng knew before his journey bears a striking resemblance to the one in the Dragon Ball world, instilling within him a profound sense of homecoming. Regaining his focus, Wang Teng immediately begins to dive downward. Upon reaching Earth, he swiftly senses a formidable energy rapidly approaching. This energy must belong to Gohan, he muses. For prior to his departure, he had consulted the system regarding the current timeline on Earth. At this moment, it exists within the realm of Dragon Ball Super. After Beerus's visit, while Goku and Vegeta are training under Whis on the planet of the gods of destruction. Consequently, Gohan stands as the most powerful warrior on Earth, allowing Wang Teng to deduce the source of this energy. As he contemplates, the system's voice resonates within Wang Teng's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully signed in on Earth of Universe 7. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Kamehameha. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained instant transmission. Meanwhile, Gohan, who was preparing to accompany his mother to West City for shopping, suddenly senses an overwhelming and unfamiliar energy. What is this? Such a terrifying and strange aura. Could it be a new enemy? Gohan halts mid-air, his expression grave as he gazes towards the source of the energy. This presence instills fear within him, seemingly stronger than any adversary he has previously faced. With determination, Gohan clenches his teeth and propels himself toward Wang Teng's location, instantly transforming into a luminous point in the sky, vanishing beyond the horizon. As Sun Wukong approached, he was swiftly noticed by Wang Teng, who had just completed his system sign-in. Thus, he decided to wait atop a mountain peak for Sun Wukong's arrival. 5 minutes later, accompanied by a sound of slicing air and the emergence of a light dot, Sun Wukong appeared before Wang Teng. Upon halting in front of him, Sun Wukong's expression grew grave, for the man before him was unfamiliar, and his attire was peculiar, resembling that of the Kaioshin. At that moment, Wang Teng donned the garb of a divine realm inspector. Who are you? Why have you come to Earth? Are you a deity akin to Lord Kaioshin? Sun Wukong inquired. Wang Teng merely smiled softly in response. When Sun Wukong caught sight of the tale that Wang Teng deliberately revealed, astonishment washed over his face. A Saiyan. Sun Wukong was momentarily rendered speechless. Despite his reluctance to believe it, the tale confirmed that the man before him was indeed a Saiyan. Furthermore, Wang Teng's black hair only solidified Sun Wukong's conviction. However, Sun Wukong's heart was still laden with concern. Are you a Saiyan? He attempted to ask once more. Although he already had his answer, he yearned to hear it from the man's lips. Saiyans were a warrior race, often characterized by their fierce nature. Vegeta had experienced the warmth of family and was influenced by Sun Wukong, while Sun Wukong himself had suffered a head injury in his youth. If the individual before him were a pure-blooded Saiyan, the situation could take a dire turn. Wang Teng was well aware of Sun Wukong's thoughts. With a smile, he affirmed, "Indeed, I am a Saiyan." Upon hearing Wang Teng's straightforward admission, Sun Wukong felt a surge of tension within him. What brings you to Earth? Do you intend to conquer it? Wang Teng couldn't help but chuckle at Sun Wukong's words, surprised that not only had Sun Wukong's strength diminished, but his courage had waned as well. Thus, Wang Teng decided to provoke Sun Wukong's warrior spirit. You are a Saiyan too, aren't you? Show me your strength, he challenged. Taken aback, Sun Wukong replied, You wish to fight me? Wang Teng nodded affirmatively. Sun Wukong fell into contemplation, and just then, Wang Teng's voice echoed again. I am not negotiating with you. If your strength is lacking, I could easily destroy this planet. Hearing Wang Teng's threat to annihilate Earth, Sun Wukong clenched his teeth, his fists tightening. In that case, I shall not hold back. His expression serious, he swiftly removed his glasses and assumed a fighting stance. He gazed intently at Wang Teng and then launched a rapid punch toward him. Faced with the swiftly approaching fist, Wang Teng merely extended a single finger, effortlessly blocking Gohan's rapid strike. In an instant, Gohan felt a flash before his eyes and was struck on the forehead by that solitary finger. The next moment, he felt the world spin, his body uncontrollably hurtling backward. Boom! Gohan's figure crashed heavily into a small mountain, obliterating it into dust, and he was immediately buried beneath the rubble. Wang Teng descended slowly, remarking, Is this all you can do? He was taken aback by Gohan's apparent decline in strength due to a lack of training. Surely Chi-Chi's strictness had taken its toll. As the dust began to settle, Gohan erupted from the debris, his gaze fixed intently on Wang Teng. You might as well transform into a Super Saiyan, Wang Teng said coldly. Gohan's expression fluctuated between determination and uncertainty. He had not anticipated that his opponent was aware of the Super Saiyan transformation. Nevertheless, sensing the overwhelming power of Wang Teng, Gohan resolved not to hesitate any longer. With a fierce roar, he unleashed his energy, golden aura surging from beneath his feet, and his hair transformed into a brilliant gold. Now enveloped in a terrifying aura, Gohan exuded newfound confidence, declaring, "Be careful." Wang Teng observed Gohan, astonished that the once mighty Gohan, who had vanquished Majin Buu, had seen his combat prowess diminish to such an extent. Truly, knowledge alters destiny. Gohan, now a Super Saiyan, failed to notice that Wang Teng remained unfazed, appearing as inscrutable as ever. At that moment, Wang Teng beckoned to Gohan with a casual wave. Incensed by the seemingly provocative gesture, Gohan exclaimed, "How dare you look down on me?" Without further ado, he vanished from sight, moving swiftly through the sky as a Super Saiyan. Gohan launched a fierce punch at Wang Teng. In response to the rapid assault, Wang Teng again extended a finger, effortlessly blocking Gohan's attack. Gohan was momentarily stunned, gritting his teeth in frustration, and ascended rapidly into the sky, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts from his hands. Tap, 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 tap. The prince's technique whistled through the air, and countless energy blasts detonated upon Wang Teng. Boom, boom, boom. Another formidable energy blast shot forth. Boom. Instantly, flames erupted skyward, and clouds of dust billowed. Gohan gasped for breath in the air, laughing. "Ha! Now you know my might." As the thick smoke began to clear, Gohan's eyes widened in shock, for Wang Teng stood before him, utterly unscathed. A calm voice emerged from Wang Teng. "I am truly disappointed. I did not expect your power to amount to so little." Gohan gazed at Wang Teng in awe and disbelief. Subsequently, a fierce surge of energy erupted from Wang Teng, as a golden aura instantaneously rose from the soles of his feet, sending shockwaves of power rippling outward, causing the very earth to tremble. His hair transformed into a resplendent gold, and at that moment, he radiated an unimaginable strength. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The golden waves of energy continued to soar. Sun Wukong swallowed hard and exclaimed, Super Saiyan. Let me teach you how to harness your energy." With a thunderous roar, Wang Teng vanished into the sky, only to reappear, delivering a devastating punch to Wukong's abdomen. Instantly, Wukong felt a searing pain coursing through his body, and in an instant, he reverted from Super Saiyan to an ordinary human, darkness enveloping him as he collapsed. When Sun Wukong regained consciousness, he found Wang Teng seated beside him. Startled, he swiftly rose, putting distance between them. "What do you intend to do? Are you here to destroy the earth?" Upon hearing Wukong's words, Wang Teng chuckled. "Destroy the earth? I have no interest in such things. I am not a destroyer." At the mention of a destroyer, Wukong furrowed his brow. "What? Do you know Lord Beerus?" he inquired tentatively. At that moment, the voice of the North Kai resonated in Wukong's mind. "Wukong, before you stands the esteemed inspector of the divine realm. Do not be disrespectful." After conversing with the North Kai, Wukong breathed a sigh of relief. Since the individual was a divine inspector, it was certain he would not seek to destroy the earth. Wukong's tone softened, yet he felt an unprecedented sense of dread emanating from Wang Teng's immense power. Moreover, Wang Teng's attire bore a striking resemblance to that of Lord Beerus and the Supreme Kai. "My lord, what brings you to Earth this time?" Wukong asked nervously. "Fear not, Wukong. I have come merely to explore and enjoy myself. I have no intention of destroying the Earth." Wang Teng replied calmly, observing Wukong's evident anxiety. In truth, Wang Teng had greatly admired Sun Wukong during his previous life while watching Dragon Ball Super. Wukong was kind-hearted and resilient, having been drawn into the conflict with Frieza at such a young age, yet he bravely shouldered the burden. Furthermore, during the Cell Games, he transcended to Super Saiyan 2, successfully reaching the divine state of Mystic Gohan through the awakening of his potential by the Elder Kai. However, due to Chi-Chi's desire for him to become a scholar, his naturally gentle disposition led him to heed her wishes, resulting in a decline in his battle prowess. "Really? If you wish to explore, I would be delighted to show you around Earth," Wukong exclaimed excitedly, his previously anxious heart now at ease. Moreover, he could discern from Wang Teng's gaze that he was a remarkably peaceful deity. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder why Wang Teng knew his name. Despite this being their first meeting, he certainly never mentioned his name. "Son Gohan, I have heard that Earth boasts an abundance of culinary delights. Might you accompany me to savor some?" Wang Teng inquired, fully aware that the most renowned Epicurean destination on Earth was none other than Bulma's residence. He was confident that mentioning gastronomy would prompt Son Gohan to lead him to Bulma's home, for he was quite eager to make her acquaintance, especially the Bulma from Dragon Ball Super. Son Gohan appeared momentarily taken aback, then promptly replied, "Ah, so you have a fondness for gourmet food. I understand. Please follow me." True to Wang Teng's expectations, Son Gohan guided him swiftly to the Capsule Corporation. At that moment, in the realm of Dragon Ball Super, it was uncertain where Goku and Vegeta were training under Beerus, having reached a significant milestone in their abilities. Upon entering the Capsule Corporation, they soon encountered Bulma emerging from within. "Gohan, have you brought a friend to visit?" Bulma greeted him enthusiastically, instantly assuming Wang Teng to be one of Son Gohan's companions. Despite Wang Teng's peculiar attire, Bulma, having many friends across the universe, was unfazed by his appearance. Then, Bulma noticed Wang Teng's tail, exclaiming in surprise, "A tail? A Saiyan?" Chapter 6. The onslaught of Frieza. Bulma was astonished to discover that Wang Teng was indeed a Saiyan with a tail. "Aunt Bulma, allow me to introduce this esteemed individual. He is the prosecutor." Son Gohan immediately clarified Wang Teng's identity, concerned that Bulma's fearless demeanor might inadvertently offend this dignitary. "Prosecutor? Gohan, are you certain? He certainly appears to be a Saiyan. How could he possibly be a prosecutor?" Bulma queried, her brow furrowed in confusion. In response to Bulma's skepticism, Son Gohan discreetly reassured her, "Aunt Bulma, this was conveyed to me by Lord Kai. There must be no mistake." Just as Bulma was processing this revelation, Wang Teng interjected with a smile, "Greetings, I am Wang Teng." Bulma promptly extended her hand in greeting, replying, "Hello, I am Bulma. Welcome to our home." At that moment, Wang Teng took a closer look at Bulma. The Bulma of Dragon Ball Super indeed exuded an extraordinary aura, showing no signs of age. In Wang Teng's eyes, Bulma and Android 18 were equally captivating. "Aunt Bulma, the prosecutor has come to Earth to indulge in its culinary offerings." Upon hearing this, Bulma instantly comprehended the implication. Nodding in understanding, "Gohan, why don't you keep Wang Teng company while I prepare some food?" she suggested, heading towards the kitchen. At that moment, her keen intellect led her to realize that this individual was likely a formidable deity, comparable to the god of destruction, Beerus. "Gohan, do you wish to reclaim the immense power you once possessed?" Wang Teng suddenly inquired, gazing at Son Gohan, who was still showing him respect. Because Wang Teng did not wish for Sun Wukong, a warrior of the Saiyan race, to ultimately meet a fate akin to that of Yao Bai Fan. He expressed his desire to grow stronger, aspiring to attain power comparable to that of his father, in order to protect their beloved Earth. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Wang Teng nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, a formidable energy surged towards Earth, immediately sensed by the conversing Sun Wukong and Wang Teng. This energy felt strangely familiar. "Frieza?" Sun Wukong murmured. Meanwhile, above the Earth, a colossal spaceship rapidly descended. Inside the vessel, a group of extraterrestrial beings clad in battle attire knelt before the imposing figure seated above them, none other than the cosmic tyrant, Frieza. At this moment, Frieza had been resurrected by his minions using the Dragon Balls. Next to a multitude of soldiers in combat gear stood a diminutive figure, Sobel, the one responsible for Frieza's revival. "Lord Frieza, we have arrived on Earth," Sobel proclaimed with utmost respect. "Ah, splendid. This time, I shall settle the score with those Saiyans." Frieza's expression contorted into one of vexation. He vividly recalled the humiliation inflicted upon him by the Saiyans. The once supreme ruler of the universe was ruthlessly defeated by the Super Saiyan Goku. When he returned to Earth seeking vengeance, he was slain by future Trunks, an experience that left him steeped in disgrace. However, upon his resurrection, Frieza had undergone rigorous training and emerged significantly more powerful. "Issue the command for a swift landing," he ordered. Hearing this, Sobel promptly responded, "As you wish, Lord Frieza." At that moment, Earth's warriors sensed the terrifying presence of Frieza. Yet Goku and Vegeta were absent from the planet. The North Kai observed Earth with a grave expression. "Goku, please return quickly. Calamity is imminent." Nevertheless, it seemed that the Overseer was still on Earth. What fate awaited the planet? During his training, Piccolo immediately sensed Frieza's menacing energy. Concurrently, Sun Wukong and Wang Teng hurried towards that direction. "I never anticipated you would accompany me. I am truly grateful." Sun Wukong expressed his gratitude to Wang Teng. "I too wish to witness the might of the Cosmic Emperor, Frieza. I hope he does not disappoint," Wang Teng replied, eliciting only a nervous smile from Sun Wukong. Meanwhile, at the West City Capsule Corporation, Bulma emerged with a delicious bowl of ramen, only to find the hall eerily empty. Where have Wukong and that esteemed gentleman gone?" Suddenly, Wukong and Wang Teng descended rapidly, landing beside the already arrived Piccolo. "Uncle Piccolo, is that Frieza's energy?" Piccolo's face appeared even greener than before, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow as he nodded gravely. "Indeed, it is Frieza's energy." Wang Teng promptly found a stone and seated himself there. quietly awaiting the arrival of Frieza. It was then that Piccolo noticed the youth who had accompanied Gohan and inquired, "Gohan, who is this young man? I sense an extraordinarily peculiar energy emanating from him." Wang Teng cast a fleeting glance at Piccolo before diverting his gaze. That single glance instilled in Piccolo an unprecedented sense of oppression, causing him to break into a cold sweat and gasp for breath. Gohan immediately sensed Piccolo's unease and asked, "Uncle Piccolo, what is wrong?" Piccolo steadied his emotions and slowly inquired, "Gohan, who exactly is this individual?" Gohan glanced at Wang Teng and replied, "Uncle Piccolo, this is the inspector." Inspector. Piccolo's heart surged with tumultuous emotions, and with a grave expression, he stole another glance at Wang Teng before hastily averting his eyes. Before long, the Dragon Ball warriors of Earth arrived in succession. Meanwhile, on a small island in the North City, a colossal spaceship descended from the skies. As the hatch of the spaceship opened, a throng of soldiers poured out. In the next moment, Frieza rose slowly from his throne. "Ahaha! Earth, I, Frieza, have returned," he proclaimed with his distinctive grin. "You there, make way." He suddenly commanded the soldiers in front of him. They immediately parted to create a path. "Let me present my greeting to the Earthlings." With a delicate gesture of his finger, a crimson energy coalesced at his fingertip. Whoosh! In the next instant, the red beam shot forth from Frieza's fingertip, penetrating deep into the city. Boom! The crimson light erupted with terrifying destructive power, reducing the entire North City to ashes. Frieza gazed upon the devastation he had wrought and chuckled. "This is merely a trivial greeting." Whoosh! 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 Three figures swiftly approached, landing upon a massive rock opposite Frieza, none other than Wang Teng, Gohan, and Piccolo. Staring at the ruins of North City, Gohan and Piccolo were left in stunned silence, while Wang Teng's eyes continuously scanned Frieza. "So this is the cosmic overlord Frieza. He exudes far more grace in reality than in the anime. This scoundrel dares to act with such audacity." Gohan glared furiously, his fists clenched, and his energy began to rise gradually. "You must be the son of Mr. Son Goku," Frieza remarked elegantly. Just then, a figure descended rapidly. It was Tien Shinhan. "Uncle Tien." Gohan greeted him with a smile. Tien nodded in acknowledgement, then turned his gaze toward Frieza and said, "I didn't bring any dumplings or tea, as it seemed far too perilous." In the next moment, Krillin arrived at the battlefield, accompanied by Master Roshi. As Krillin arrived, he once again shaved his head, evoking a sense of nostalgia among his companions for the days of yore. Master Roshi turned to Gohan and inquired, "Gohan, are you still diligently practicing martial arts?" Gohan, with a hint of melancholy, replied, "I'm sorry. However, transforming into a Super Saiyan remains within my capabilities." Chapter 7. Wang Teng and Frieza floated gracefully upon his throne and queried, "Has Goku not yet arrived?" Krillin, in a state of agitation, responded, "He will be here shortly. I kindly ask for your patience." Just then, a jet descended from the skies, and Bulma leaped out. In her search for Gohan and Wang Teng, she had seen the news of North City's devastation and hurriedly piloted her aircraft to this location. Upon her descent, she spotted the long-missing Gohan and Wang Teng. "So you did come here. I searched for you both at home for ages, and you left without a word. How inconsiderate." Gohan chuckled awkwardly at Bulma's reproach, while Wang Teng remarked, "Miss Bulma, I sincerely apologize. Circumstances compelled our departure, and I hope you can forgive us." Bulma, taken aback by Wang Teng's politeness, felt a twinge of guilt about her earlier frustration. Turning around, she caught sight of Frieza across the way. Could it be that the round figure seated there is Frieza? Krillin approached, saying, "Miss Bulma, what brings you here? And do you know this young man?" Bulma smiled and replied, "With such significant events unfolding and Vegeta absent, I thought it best to come. This is the esteemed inspector, who is a friend of Gohan." Everyone gazed at Gohan in astonishment, while he could only muster a wry smile. Wang Teng introduced himself, "I am Wang Teng. It is a pleasure to meet you all." With Wang Teng's courteous demeanor, the group greeted him warmly in return. Bulma continued, "At this critical juncture, both Goku and Vegeta are completely unreachable. I attempted to contact Whis, but received no response." Subsequently, Bulma turned her attention back to Frieza. "Weren't you supposed to be dead? What brings you back for revenge? How did you come back to life?" Krillin, flustered, interjected, "Miss Bulma, please be mindful of your wording." A smirk crept onto Frieza's lips. "It appears you are familiar with my history. So you have visited Namek as well." Seated upon his throne, Frieza inquired, "Where is your friend, Goku?" Bulma, her fist clenched, retorted, "Why now? Why wait until this moment to seek vengeance?" Frieza chuckled, "Much has transpired. Indeed, I have arrived late." Bulma, appearing unfazed, remarked, "Goku would easily triumph over you now. You should return before he arrives." Krillin quickly cautioned, "Miss Bulma, do not provoke him." Frieza smiled sinisterly. When he arrives and sees that his friends have already been slain, it shall surely bring him great sorrow. Bulma turned to Gohan and said, Gohan, you can surely defeat him with ease, can't you? Gohan cast a glance at the composed Wang Teng, feeling a profound lack of confidence. The fate of Earth now rested squarely on his shoulders. Gohan, with a serious expression, addressed Bulma. Miss Bulma, you may not have noticed, but Frieza is no easy adversary. This fellow is utterly transformed from the past. His power has surged significantly. Bulma's face fell in concern. How can this be? She turned to Wang Teng, imploring. Lord Wang Teng, you are a magnificent deity, are you not? Surely, you can vanquish Frieza, can't you? Upon hearing this, Wang Teng slowly opened his eyes. Fear not. Miss Bulma, leave it to me, but do remember that you owe me a feast. At Wang Teng's willingness to assist, Bulma immediately responded, absolutely. As long as you defeat Frieza, I shall treat you to 100 meals. Frieza, at that moment, had grown impatient. Since Son Goku is absent, let the game commence. He declared coldly. Upon receiving Frieza's command, Sobel waved his hand vehemently. Eliminate them. Leave not a single one alive. In an instant, over 1,000 soldiers surged forth like a swarm of locusts, while those surrounding prepared for battle. Wang Teng stepped forward, raising his right hand with a gentle motion. A luminous shadow materialized in the air, and immediately, the soldiers began to plummet to the ground as if dumplings were being dropped into boiling water. Astonishment. Unparalleled shock. The Dragon Ball warriors stared wide-eyed. Indeed, Lord Wang Teng was formidable, Bulma exclaimed with excitement. On the opposing side, Frieza gazed in astonishment at the suddenly appeared youth. Who are you? Wang Teng replied with a slight smile, Greetings, Frieza. It is a pleasure to meet you. Your name is renowned throughout the cosmos. Hearing that Wang Teng was familiar with him, Frieza chuckled. Ah, my reputation has spread across the universe. Lord Wang Teng, swiftly defeat Frieza, Bulma urged. Energetically shaking her little fists, Frieza ascended into the air, an aura of terror emanating from him in an instant. Wang Teng quickly followed suit, hovering opposite Frieza. Frieza, transform. And let me witness your true strength. Frieza was taken aback. You seem to know quite a bit. Very well, I shall oblige. Wang Teng gazed calmly at Frieza as they locked eyes. Then, with a sinister smile, Frieza bellowed and began his transformation. A terrifying wave of energy surged around him, causing the very earth to tremble. Frieza's form began to shift gradually, his power escalating rapidly alongside his transformation. Wang Teng observed Frieza's metamorphosis, recognizing that the Frost Demon clan was indeed a race of exceptional talent. After a minute, Frieza finally assumed his ultimate form. Ah, my apologies for the wait. This is the transformation you have been anticipating. Before Wang Teng could react, Frieza made his move. He swiftly vanished from his original position, and when he reappeared, Wang Teng seized the opportunity, delivering a fierce kick to Frieza's face. Frieza, rubbing his injured visage, remarked, I never anticipated that Earth harbored such a formidable opponent. But you have chosen the wrong adversary. At that moment, red energy began to coalesce at the tips of Frieza's fingers. With a low growl, he unleashed a crimson beam. Wang Teng, with a decisive motion of his palm, deflected the red ray, sending it hurtling away, witnessing his ultimate technique being effortlessly repelled. Frieza's countenance twisted into a mask of fury. Have you grown overly confident? He barked, charging at Wang Teng. Yet, his swift punch met only empty air, leaving behind only Wang Teng's afterimage. From below, Wang Teng's voice echoed. Frieza, I am right here. Where are you aiming? How dare you mock me? Frieza seethed, and without hesitation, he descended upon Wang Teng, launching a flurry of strikes. Frieza's fists moved with lightning speed, yet predictably, each blow found nothing but air. Gazing at the fleeting shadows above, Frieza clenched his teeth in anger, shouting, Is dodging all you can do? Master Wang Teng is truly remarkable. Frieza cannot even touch him. Bulma murmured, her eyes wide with astonishment. Gohan nodded in agreement, acknowledging Wang Teng's unfathomable strength, astounded that Frieza was at such a disadvantage. In response to Frieza's furious outcry, Wang Teng chuckled lightly. It seems you still do not comprehend. Give it another try. Frieza, completely incensed by Wang Teng's taunt, bellowed in rage. You dare underestimate me? Vile creature. Wang Teng, with a casual wave of his hand, provoked the already furious Frieza further. Enraged, Frieza charged at him, his fist poised to strike. Wang Teng extended a single finger, and Frieza, perceiving this as a sign of dismissal, became even more resolute in his intent to eliminate Wang Teng. He unleashed a barrage of punches, all of which were effortlessly blocked by Wang Teng's finger. In a moment of sheer astonishment for Frieza, Wang Teng vanished and reappeared directly above him, grinning as he declared, This is how you should use your fists. His ghostly punch descended upon Frieza's head, and Frieza immediately felt an overwhelming force reverberate through his entire being, his body uncontrollably plummeting downward. Boom. Frieza crashed heavily into the mountainside, a cloud of dust enveloping the area. Chapter 8. Golden Frieza. Wang Teng descended slowly, casting his gaze upon the Frieza buried beneath the rubble. In the next instant, a tremendous explosion erupted as Frieza shot forth from the debris, sending countless stones flying in all directions. He glared at Wang Teng, demanding, "Who are you? And how do you possess such immense power?" Wang Teng chuckled, proclaiming, "I'm a Saiyan." Upon hearing this, Frieza's expression suddenly shifted. "You claim to be a Saiyan? Impossible. The Saiyans should be extinct. Aside from a few remaining on Earth, there should be no more Saiyans." In response, Wang Teng smiled. "There is nothing impossible." He then revealed the unmistakable sign of a Saiyan: his tail. The moment Frieza saw the tail, he gritted his teeth in fury. "A tail? You truly are a Saiyan? You wild monkeys, I shall annihilate every last one of you today." Wang Teng shook his head, declaring, "You are no match for me now." Hearing Wang Teng's words, Frieza laughed. "You are quite confident in your strength. Are you certain you can defeat me?" Without further ado, Wang Teng let out a fierce shout, and a terrifying aura erupted from within him, causing the very earth to tremble in an instant. Soon, a golden energy enveloped his body, unleashing an unparalleled power. Super Saiyan. Frieza staggered back in shock, his silver teeth clenched tight. The onlooking Dragon Ball warriors were equally stunned. Gohan, is he really a Saiyan? Can he truly transform into a Super Saiyan? Piccolo asked, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. In response, Gohan nodded affirmatively. Unlike the others, Bulma's face was radiant with excitement, exclaiming, "Wonderful! Lord Wang Teng will surely defeat Frieza. It seems we won't need Goku to intervene." "Curse you!" Frieza roared in rage and charged forward. Boom! Their fists collided, and in that instant, a gust of wind surged outward. Frieza was immediately knocked back. "You should transform into Golden Frieza." Upon hearing Wang Teng mention his Golden Frieza transformation, Frieza appeared utterly horrified. "Who are you? How do you know this?" In the face of Frieza's panic, Wang Teng replied with a smile, "Who am I? If I must define myself, I am the one who will kill you." Arrogant. Frieza was consumed by fury. "Next, you shall experience the terror of the Cosmic Emperor. You are the first to witness my transformation into Golden Frieza. You should feel honored." He then began to unleash his energy, purple aura rising around him, and Frieza's expression contorted in agony. "Oh!" His roars echoed as his power surged, causing the earth to tremble and the skies to darken. At that moment, Frieza's fury was extraordinary. What is Frieza planning? Piccolo watched the battlefield, his face paling with fear. How infuriating. What kind of training has Frieza undergone to amplify his energy to such an extent? Gohan clenched his fist and murmured. Wang Teng regarded Frieza's transformation with a smile, realizing that his opponent's power had surged significantly. He too felt a thrill of excitement, eager to gauge the strength of the Golden Frieza that could rival Super Saiyan Blue Goku. Boom. The overwhelming aura gradually stabilized. "Oh ho ho ho. This is the ultimate transformation of this king." Wang Teng observed as Frieza's entire form shimmered into a brilliant golden hue. "Is it merely a change of skin? I anticipated something truly extraordinary, only to be left disappointed." Wang Teng taunted deliberately. Upon hearing the contempt for his transformation, Frieza's expression darkened. "Uncultured Saiyan brat. I shall soon render you speechless." Golden Frieza unleashed a ferocious punch, his speed reaching an unfathomable peak. Wang Teng smiled and met the challenge head-on, their fists colliding with a resounding impact, unleashing a terrifying gale. Boom boom boom. Their velocities had escalated beyond belief, the sky adorned with ripples of white energy, rendering their figures invisible. As the white ripples multiplied, the intensity of the battle escalated. With a thunderous crash, both were sent reeling apart. At that moment, Frieza appeared above Wang Teng, his swift fist descending with ferocity. Facing Frieza's terrifying blow, Wang Teng crossed his arms before his chest and braced for impact. Boom. Wang Teng felt an overwhelming force surge through him, propelling him downward. Crash. He landed heavily on the ground, gazing at the triumphant Frieza above, gaining a clearer understanding of the Golden Frieza's formidable prowess. Indeed, Golden Frieza was capable of contending with Super Saiyan Blue. Although Wang Teng possessed an exceptionally robust foundational combat power, surpassing Goku by considerable margins, battling Golden Frieza as a mere Super Saiyan proved to be exceedingly arduous. "Oh ho ho ho. How does it feel? Are you sensing the fear? No need to panic. I shall soon grant you release," Frieza declared with pride. Wang Teng, looking up with a smile, responded, "What of it? You're not the only one capable of transformation. Allow me to demonstrate what a true transformation entails." Frieza paused, astonished, and remarked, "Transformation? Surely, you jest. However, I shall grant you this opportunity. Come forth, unleash your power." Then Wang Teng called out to Gohan below. Gohan, observe closely. The mighty Saiyan knows no limits. Prepare to truly feel the essence of a Saiyan's transformation and strength. Gohan's innate talent had always been remarkable, having been the first to attain Super Saiyan 2, clearly affirming his exceptional abilities. Moreover, the Elder Kaioshin tapped into his latent potential, enabling him to surpass the Super Saiyan 3 transformation and become a divine being. However, a life of tranquility rendered him negligent in his training, compounded by Chi-Chi's desire for him to become a scholar, further neglecting the cultivation of his power. Today, Wang Teng resolved to rekindle that fervent spirit within Gohan. In the next instant, Wang Teng began to unleash his energy. A deep roar erupted from his throat. In an instant, the golden aura intensified, surging forth with such ferocity that it enveloped the battlefield in his formidable presence. The ground trembled violently beneath them. Waves of golden energy ascended, while white lightning flickered like serpents amidst the tempestuous aura. Beneath Wang Teng's feet, a terrifying gale swept through like a raging storm. In the blink of an eye, Wang Teng transformed into the Super Saiyan 3 form. His golden hair cascaded to his waist, his expression hardened, and his energy surged to immeasurable heights. Given that Son Gohan could already transform into Super Saiyan 2, there was no need for further demonstration. This was Super Saiyan 3, a form you might have witnessed your father assume, due to the immense energy consumption required by this transformation. Wang Teng did not intend to engage in battle while in this form. The onlookers below gaped in astonishment, their faces reflecting sheer disbelief, for apart from Goku, they had never seen another capable of achieving such a form. Now, the main event was about to unfold. Pay close attention. Wang Teng's voice resonated calmly. Chapter 9, Weakness. Chapter 10, Annihilation of Frieza. I, Frieza, am the strongest. I cannot be defeated. Silence yourself. Frieza roared, his face flushed with rage. He immediately unleashed his energy and charged at Wang Teng. His strikes were as swift as lightning, raining down upon Wang Teng with relentless ferocity. Yet, as Frieza's assault approached, all that could be seen were Wang Teng's fleeting afterimages. After a flurry of attacks, his rapid strikes landed nowhere. What? Frieza's countenance darkened significantly. Frieza, your speed has diminished considerably. This form surely consumes a great deal of energy, does it not? Wang Teng smiled. Silence. I am invincible. Frieza bellowed, unleashing countless energy blasts from his hands, filling the air with the sounds of catastrophic explosions. The sky was engulfed in flames. Frieza laughed maniacally. Ha, perish. Meet your end without a grave. This is the fate of those who underestimate me. Boom, boom, boom. Gohan and the others anxiously watched the terrifying explosions in the sky. Uncle Piccolo, do you think Lord Wang Teng will be all right? Piccolo, drenched in cold sweat, replied in a low voice, that esteemed one should be fine. He has maintained the upper hand thus far. Frieza incessantly unleashed energy blasts, accompanied by his maniacal laughter reverberating through the air. In that moment, Wang Teng's figure appeared behind Frieza like a specter, delivering a powerful punch directly to his back. Frieza plummeted rapidly toward the ground, yet Wang Teng's speed surpassed his own, allowing him to reappear above Frieza in the blink of an eye. With both hands clenched into fists, he struck down with tremendous force. Boom. Frieza crashed into the earth like a projectile, sending debris flying and clouds of dust billowing into the atmosphere. Wang Teng, undeterred, fired another energy blast that struck the deep crater in the ground. Thunderous roars erupted as flames soared into the sky, causing the ground to tremble violently. Victory! Lord Wang Teng has triumphed. Gohan exclaimed with excitement. Just then, a voice pierced through the chaos. I will not be defeated. I am the Cosmic Emperor, Frieza. With a mighty explosion, Frieza burst forth from the rubble, propelled by a surge of energy, ascending rapidly into the heavens. Wang Teng, with an expression of calm indifference, slowly materialized opposite Frieza, gazing at him with an unyielding demeanor. Frieza's face contorted in rage, panting heavily, his power diminished significantly. Now only about 30% of his peak strength. Frieza, even maintaining this golden Frieza form is a struggle for you now. You have already lost. Wang Teng stated coolly. Lost. How could I, the Cosmic Emperor, possibly lose? You wretched Saiyan, I will have you perish. Frieza bellowed in fury, and in the next instant, countless energy points began to manifest around him, a terrifying aura expanding outward. Wang Teng instantly sensed the impending danger. No, he intends to self-destruct. I will not let you succeed. He activated the instant transmission ability acquired on Earth, appearing directly behind Frieza. A monstrous energy blast was unleashed, this time drawing upon all of Wang Teng's might. Frieza was sent hurtling into the sky, the white-blue shockwave propelling him beyond the confines of Earth. In that moment, Frieza was horrified to discover that the energy blast beneath him was overwhelmingly powerful, rendering his body utterly immobile. No, I cannot lose. I am Frisia. Boom. A deafening explosion resonated in the vastness of space. The cosmic Emperor Frisia was reduced to cosmic dust. Below, the Dragon Ball warriors gazed up in disbelief, unable to comprehend that the cosmic Emperor Frisia had perished, and that Goku and Vegeta had yet to make their appearance. Wang Teng gradually descended. Miss Bulma, what of the delectable feast you promised? Upon hearing this, Bulma's enchanting smile illuminated her face as she replied, Lord Wang Teng, rest assured, upon our return to West City, I shall prepare a sumptuous banquet for you. Upon hearing Bulma's promise, Wang Teng nodded in satisfaction, but his expression suddenly shifted. It seemed he had forgotten someone. The crowd was taken aback by Wang Teng's abrupt change in demeanor, uncertain of whom he was referring to. Indeed, a crimson beam had already locked onto Wang Teng. Yet he reacted with swiftness, unleashing a powerful energy blast. Boom! With a blood-curdling scream, the hidden Salb, concealed behind the spaceship, met his demise. Wang Teng fired another energy blast, obliterating Frisia's spacecraft completely. With everything in order, he exhaled deeply and remarked with a smile, now it's all over. I almost forgot about that insignificant lackey. While Wang Teng did not believe the ambush could harm him, his cautious nature deterred him from taking unnecessary risks, especially since even Super Saiyan Blue Goku had fallen victim in the original storyline. Lord Wang Teng, what was that just now? Bulma inquired, perplexed. It's nothing. Merely dealing with a few stragglers. Now we're in the clear. Wang Teng replied with a grin. The crowd nodded, somewhat bewildered. At that moment, a voice echoed in Bulma's mind. Miss Bulma, did you contact me regarding new culinary delights? Bulma was taken aback and shouted. Why did it take you so long to reach out? Everything here is settled, and there are no delicacies. Bulma's personality remained fearless, showing no regard for the identity of the one she spoke to. Is that so? What a pity. Lord Beerus and I were looking forward to it. After Whis spoke, Wang Teng's voice resonated in Bulma's mind, conversing directly with Whis. Hello, Whis. This is Wang Teng. I shall be visiting the God of Destruction's realm in a couple of days. Whis was momentarily stunned but quickly regained his composure. Ah, it is the esteemed inspector. I see you are on Earth. Lord Beerus and I welcome you at any time for your supervisory duties. After ending the communication, Bulma wore a look of astonishment. Lord Wang Teng, you truly are a magnificent deity. Even Whis treats you with such courtesy. Wang Teng smiled mysteriously, choosing not to respond, further enhancing his enigmatic aura in the eyes of the crowd. Subsequently, Wang Teng and the others soared towards West City, their destination being the Capsule Corporation. Meanwhile, Goku and Vegeta were clad in heavy training gear, diligently honing their skills. At that moment, Beerus lay in his chamber, lost in dreams filled with sumptuous food, even blowing a small bubble from the corner of his mouth. Lord Beerus. At Whis's gentle call, Beerus showed no signs of awakening. Whis couldn't help but shake his head. Lord Beerus was far too irresponsible. Should the inspector arrive early, it could spell trouble for him. Thus, Whis lightly tapped his angelic staff at the corner of Beerus's bed, and immediately the bed began to tremble, causing Beerus's entire body to sway along with it. Meanwhile, everything else remained still, leaving one to admire Whis's remarkable control. Bam! The bubble at the corner of Beerus's mouth instantly burst, and he slowly opened his eyes, inquiring, what happened? Was that an earthquake? Then, suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, realizing that this was Whis's doing. It was impossible for the God of Destruction realm to experience an earthquake. He glared furiously and declared, Whis, you better have a good explanation for this. You have disturbed my delightful dream of indulging in strawberry sundae. Chapter 11. The arrival of the inspector at the same time. Beerus flipped over and stood directly in front of Whis, his expression decidedly unfriendly. In the face of the fearsome Beerus, Whis remained calm, smiling as he said, Lord Beerus, you were sleeping so soundly that I had no choice but to wake you in this manner. As soon as he finished speaking, Beerus's massive bed crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. What is it? You better clarify, or else. Whis, as Beerus's accompanying angel and mentor, understood the gravity of the situation. However, should Beerus perish, Whis would also fall into slumber, awaiting the arrival of the next God of Destruction. Although Beerus was the mightiest of the gods of destruction and had comprehended half of the Ultra Instinct technique, in a real fight, he was not Whis's match. At this moment, Beerus was merely indignant, seeking an explanation from Whis. After all, he was a god of destruction. It was unacceptable for someone to disturb his peaceful dreams without consequence. Lord Beerus, there is indeed a reason for this. Please calm your anger, as it is of utmost importance. Whis stated matter-of-factly. Humph. Speak then. What is it? Beerus huffed somewhat petulantly. At this moment, Beerus's anger had subsided. for he recognized that his strength was inferior to Whis'. If a confrontation were to ensue, he would undoubtedly be the one to suffer. Observing Beerus's lingering irritation, a slight smile appeared on Whis' face as he continued, "Lord Beerus, I have just received word that the inspector is coming to oversee your work." Upon hearing this, Beerus momentarily froze, then muttered to himself, "Inspector? Why does that sound so familiar?" His expression then shifted to one of alarm as he anxiously queried, "Are you referring to the inspector appointed by Lord Zeno to oversee the affairs of the universe?" "Indeed, Lord Beerus," Whis replied with a beaming smile. "According to the information from Lord Zeno's palace, the new inspector, Lord Wang Teng, has already departed from the Zeno palace to commence his inspections across the various universes." Gulp. Beerus swallowed hard. "You mean to say that the inspector is coming to the 7th universe?" Sensing Beerus's growing agitation, Whis looked at him with a smile. "Based on the latest news, Lord Wang Teng is currently on Earth in the 7th universe and will soon arrive in the realm of the god of destruction." Beerus's eyes widened, resembling brass bells, and he exclaimed, "What did you say? The prosecutor has arrived on Earth? Is he also coming to disrupt the god realm?" Whis nodded with a smile. The position of prosecutor had been vacant for over 1,000,000 years, leading the deities of various universes to develop some unfortunate habits, such as Beerus sleeping for millennia at a time. The previous prosecutor did not allow such behavior. They exercised their oversight authority, and those who slumbered for eons, like Beerus, had likely been replaced countless times. Thus, the deities harbored a certain apprehension and fear towards this unique and powerful figure, for a single word from him could determine their fate. At that moment, countless thoughts raced through Beerus's mind. If he were to offend the prosecutor, it could mark the end of his tenure as the god of destruction. He became increasingly anxious, pacing back and forth, visibly disturbed. Finally, he spoke, "Whis, should we not go to Earth to welcome the prosecutor? After all, he has arrived in our 7th universe." However, Whis maintained his ever slightly mischievous smile, offering no response. "It is entirely up to you, Lord Beerus." Feeling somewhat irked by Whis' playful demeanor, Beerus fell silent, while Whis continued to regard him with a cheerful expression. Beerus's tendency to sleep for thousands of years had often left Whis feeling exasperated. The arrival of the prosecutor was a perfect opportunity for Beerus to amend his poor habits. As an angel, Whis had always been Beerus's mentor, servant, and overseer. Yet, after Beerus's powers surged under Whis' tutelage, he had grown somewhat indolent, spending his days indulging in culinary delights and slumber, which greatly troubled Whis. As the guardian angel of the 7th universe, Whis had always been diligent, and Beerus had been trained exceptionally well, ranking among the strongest of the gods of destruction. However, in recent millennia, Beerus had succumbed to a severe case of laziness, leaving Whis utterly at a loss. It would be disingenuous for Whis to claim he bore no resentment towards Beerus. He was determined to ensure that this visit from the prosecutor would prompt Beerus to rectify his troublesome behaviors. As Whis contemplated these matters, Beerus suddenly declared, "No, I must go meet the prosecutor." Although he had heard much about the newly appointed prosecutor, he had never encountered him in person. Just then, Whis shook his head and replied with a smile, "Lord Beerus, the prosecutor has clearly stated that he will come as soon as he finishes his affairs. If you were to go uninvited, it might displease him, and I cannot be held responsible." Upon hearing this, Beerus's expression shifted dramatically. He sighed and said, "Then let us swiftly prepare the god realm and await the arrival of the prosecutor." Earth. At this moment, Wang Teng and Sun Wukong sat quietly at Bulma's residence, eagerly anticipating the delectable feast to be served. After Bulma revealed Wang Teng's identity, an air of discomfort enveloped the gathering, prompting everyone to excuse themselves under the pretense of having matters to attend to. "Rest assured, Master Wang Teng, the culinary delights prepared by Aunt Bulma are sure to be exquisite." Sun Wukong chimed in. "Wukong, you need not call me master, simply refer to me as Wang Teng," he replied candidly, unfazed by the formality. Having traversed from 2022, Wang Teng held little regard for titles, as his era championed the notion of equality among all individuals. "Very well, Mr. Wang Teng." With Wang Teng's amiable demeanor, a smile blossomed on Sun Wukong's face. "From the outset, I inquired whether you aspired to grow stronger than you are now. Your response greatly pleases me. How would you feel about training under my guidance?" Wang Teng was reluctant to see a talent as remarkable as a science go to waste. He firmly believed that with proper training, Sun Wukong could evolve into a formidable warrior, rivaling even Son Goku himself. In light of the upcoming tournament of power that the Grand Zeno was set to host, Wang Teng wished to bolster Universe 7's strength to confront Jiren. As a former inhabitant of Earth, he harbored an unbreakable bond with the planet and wished to safeguard its beauty from being erased by the Grand Zeno. "Mr. Wang Teng, I yearn to grow stronger. I wish to follow you," Sun Wukong responded, though he was aware of the challenges posed by his mother. having faced numerous threats to Earth. He longed to protect it through his own strength rather than relying solely on his father. Since you are willing, the matter with your mother is yours to resolve. I am not particularly adept in such affairs, Wang Teng replied nonchalantly, much to Sun Wukong's dismay. At that moment, Bulma entered, presenting an abundant spread of culinary delights. Master Wang Teng, please enjoy, she said with a smile. Unbeknownst to them, Bulma had overheard their conversation. Unlike Chi-Chi, she felt a swell of happiness for Wukong, recognizing this as a significant opportunity. Chapter 12. Arrival at the God of Destruction Realm. Thank you. Wang Teng expressed his gratitude. The meals served within the Grand Zeno's palace were, to put it mildly, lackluster. He had only resorted to cooking for himself when absolutely necessary. Finally, he could indulge in a hearty meal. The appetite of a Saiyan remains an enigma. Within minutes, Wang Teng devoured every morsel of Bulma's culinary creations. Bulma, accustomed to such spectacles, understood the extraordinary appetite of Saiyans, having experienced it firsthand with her husband, Vegeta. She promptly prepared more food for Wang Teng. After half an hour, he finally felt satisfied. I sincerely appreciate your hospitality, Wang Teng expressed with heartfelt gratitude. No worries, Lord Wang Teng has vanquished Frisia. This is of little consequence. As long as you wish to dine, feel free to come over, Bulma said with a smile. Indeed, for Bulma, the owner of the Universal Capsule Corporation, dining was hardly an issue. After satisfying his hunger, Wang Teng rose to his feet. Gohan, let us depart. I shall take you to a special place. With that, Wang Teng grasped Gohan's hand, and they vanished from sight. Bulma stared blankly at the spot where the two had disappeared, lost in thought. Destruction Realm. Wang Teng and Gohan materialized here instantly. Observing the unfamiliar surroundings, Wang Teng remarked, instant transmission is indeed convenient. After my conversation with Whis, I pinpointed the location. And here we are in the Destruction Realm. As soon as Wang Teng and Gohan arrived, Whis and Beerus immediately noticed their presence. Beerus stood upright, seemingly prepared to welcome a superior. Wang Teng approached casually. Beerus promptly bowed, saying, "Welcome, esteemed inspector. How have you been lately?" Whis replied with a gentle smile. "No need for formalities, Beerus. I appreciate your concern. The Grand Priest mentioned you during our last encounter." Meanwhile, Goku and Vegeta stood behind Beerus and Whis. "Is that the esteemed inspector? He must be incredibly powerful," Goku exclaimed excitedly. "Oh, isn't that Gohan following him?" Goku waved at Gohan. Upon seeing Goku, Gohan hurriedly approached, first respectfully greeting Whis and Beerus, then reaching Goku, saying, "Dad, I never expected Lord Wang Teng would bring me here. It's such a delightful surprise. I hope you are well." Before Goku could respond, Vegeta's cold snort interrupted. "Humph, Gohan, why are you here instead of training properly on Earth? Your power level seems to have diminished." Gohan sheepishly scratched his head and replied, "I came with Lord Wang Teng, Uncle Vegeta. I promise to train diligently from now on." Upon hearing Gohan mention Wang Teng's name, Vegeta paused in surprise. Who exactly is this Wang Teng? He commands such a grand reception from Lord Beerus and Whis, and prior warnings advised us to treat him with utmost respect. As Vegeta pondered, Goku quietly inquired, "Gohan, is Lord Wang Teng truly formidable?" Gohan nodded emphatically. "Dad, you may not realize this, but Lord Wang Teng's strength is unfathomable. He was the one who defeated Frisia during the latter's quest for revenge." Upon hearing this, Goku gasped in astonishment. "What did you say? Frisia? That villain is still unrepentant. If that esteemed individual could eliminate Frisia, then his power must be extraordinary indeed." Wukong's exclamation immediately provoked Beerus's displeasure, who reprimanded him. "Wukong, keep your voice down. Do not disturb the esteemed inspector." Beerus's admonition swiftly reached Wang Teng, who was conversing with Whis. He approached slowly and inquired, "Beerus, who are these two?" Faced with Wang Teng's question, Beerus broke into a cold sweat, rendered speechless by anxiety. At that moment, Sun Wukong stepped forward, extended his hand, and said, "Greetings, Lord Wang Teng. I am Sun Wukong, a Saiyan. I have heard from Gohan that you helped eliminate Frisia from Earth, and I am immensely grateful." Upon hearing this, Wang Teng smiled and replied, "There is no need for thanks. I hold a great affection for Earth as well." Seizing the opportunity, Wukong boldly suggested, "I have heard that your prowess is unfathomable. May I challenge you to a duel, my lord?" Wukong's reckless proposal startled Beerus, who panically interjected, "Wukong, what are you saying? The esteemed inspector could never engage in combat with you." Meanwhile, Vegeta clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "How despicable, Kakarot. It should be I, the Prince of Saiyans, who battles Lord Wang Teng." Wang Teng's gaze swept over the two, remaining silent. This left Beerus perplexed about Wang Teng's thoughts, prompting him to nervously assert, "Esteemed inspector, these are merely two subordinates. Please disregard their words." Just then, Wang Teng chuckled. Interesting, let us have a match then. Whis. You shall be the referee. Whis smiled lightly. Very well, Inspector. At that moment, Beerus was in a state of panic, fearing any misstep during the battle might lead to mishaps for Wang Teng, and he quickly objected. No, the esteemed Inspector cannot possibly engage with you. Wukong Vegeta. Cease this nonsense and step back. In response to Beerus's objections, Wukong touched his face and murmured, Lord Wang Teng has already agreed. Why does Lord Beerus not allow it? It is merely a spar. Beerus erupted. I said no, and that is final. Wukong immediately waved his hands, refraining from further protest. However, at that moment, Wang Teng's gaze sharpened, his eyes fixated intently on Beerus. Beerus, do you have an objection to my decision? Under the intensity of Wang Teng's piercing gaze, Beerus began to sweat profusely. And no, I do not, he stammered. Since the esteemed Inspector has such interest, let Wukong and Vegeta spar with you. Upon hearing Beerus relent, a smile spread across Wang Teng's face. Wukong and Vegeta exchanged eager expressions, while Gohan's demeanor grew grave as he cautioned, Father, Uncle Vegeta, you must be careful. Lord Wang Teng's strength is no trifling matter. Wukong's expression instantly turned serious, and he nodded emphatically. Gohan, rest assured, your father will not easily be defeated. Vegeta immediately crossed his arms and declared, Kakarot, who will take the first turn between us? Son Wukong chuckled. Of course, it shall be me, as I initiated this contest. Humph, that Kakarot truly is infuriating. Very well, you may go first, but the one who must vanquish him is I. Wukong acknowledged and swiftly stepped forward, while Whis and Beerus quickly moved aside. Beerus remarked quietly, Hey, Whis, why aren't you stopping this match? What if the Grand Minister is defeated and his wrath falls upon Universe 7? In response, Whis maintained his serene smile. Lord Beerus, you are overthinking it. It will not be so simple for Wukong and Vegeta to triumph over the Grand Minister, for I sense the essence of Ultra Instinct emanating from the Grand Minister. Albeit faintly, it is sufficient to indicate his formidable prowess. Meanwhile, Gohan's face was still etched with concern. Chapter 13. Wukong vs. Wang Teng. Wukong slowly approached Wang Teng, assuming a battle stance. Wang Teng furrowed his brow, taken aback that Son Wukong entered the arena alone and did not transform into a Super Saiyan. Thus, he resolved to teach Wukong a lesson, imparting the importance of exerting one's utmost effort against any adversary. Wukong initiated the offense, channeling power into his legs and launching a fierce kick towards Wang Teng. In response to Wukong's ferocious assault, Wang Teng's figure became ethereal, vanishing from sight. Ah, indeed. Lord Wang Teng's strength is not to be underestimated. Wukong may find himself in a predicament, Whis remarked with a knowing smile. As expected, Wukong's attack missed its target. And just as he detected Wang Teng's presence, the latter's counterstrike came hurtling toward him. A powerful punch landed squarely on Wukong's chest, seemingly simple yet forcing him to stagger back several steps, almost toppling over. Wukong gritted his teeth and smiled, impressive. I couldn't even discern his movements. In that case, I shall unleash all my power. Ah! With a mighty roar, Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan, followed by a further surge of energy as he ascended to Super Saiyan 2. At this moment, his strength had become overwhelmingly potent, a terrifying aura radiating outward as golden flames erupted around him. Watch out, Lord Wang Teng! Wukong charged forward, delivering a punch aimed at Wang Teng. Observing the rapidly approaching fist, Wang Teng swiftly retaliated with a punch of his own, and their fists collided with tremendous force. A gust of wind emanated from the point of impact, spreading rapidly in all directions. With a resounding bang, the two swiftly leaped apart, only to charge at each other once more, engaging in a flurry of clashes in midair. A series of white energy ripples continuously emanated outward. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, a figure plummeted swiftly from the sky. Father! Gohan exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, descending from the heavens was Goku, transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Once Goku stabilized his stance, he fixed a grave gaze upon the mysterious figure above. The bystanders may have sensed something amiss, yet only Goku, who had just engaged in battle, truly comprehended the gravity of the situation. Though their clash had lasted only a few exchanges, Goku felt as if each of his punches landed upon cotton, exerting no force whatsoever, leaving him utterly frustrated. Kakarot, unleash your full power, your opponent is formidable, Vegeta shouted vehemently. Goku glanced at Vegeta and replied, Vegeta. A smirk crept across his lips. That is precisely my intention. Ah. Goku suddenly erupted with energy, a blue divine aura rising swiftly from beneath him. Terrifying power surged forth. Wang Teng observed Goku, now transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, with a serious expression. This is Super Saiyan Blue. Indeed, extraordinary. Realizing this, he too resolved to showcase his strength and engage in a proper duel, hoping not to be disappointed. A deep roar emerged from Wang Teng's throat. And in the next moment, a golden aura surged upward from his feet. Boom. Whoosh. 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 In an instant, the entire God of Destruction realm trembled. Waves of golden flames radiating with dazzling brilliance. Beneath Wang Teng, gusts of wind spread outward like ripples. He's a Saiyan? Vegeta exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Goku's expression mirrored Vegeta's, his face etched with shock. So, the inspector is a Saiyan, Beerus murmured. Upon witnessing Whis' confident smile, he realized that Whis had known all along. With a sharp tone, he asked, Whis, did you already know the inspector was a Saiyan? Which is why you permitted this battle. Whis feigned innocence. Lord Beerus, you accuse me unjustly. I only just discovered this myself. At this, Beerus scoffed, falling silent. In the next moment, Wang Teng transformed into Super Saiyan 4. At this juncture, Goku had already assumed his Super Saiyan Blue form. While Wang Teng's base power far surpassed Goku's, testing the limits of their transformations was essential. This battle would determine whether Super Saiyan 4 or Super Saiyan Blue was the more formidable. Now, Wang Teng had fully transformed into Super Saiyan 4. His red tail swaying adeptly behind him. The power of crimson radiates through the hair and body, as the entire form is adorned with a vibrant mane of red fur, exuding an overwhelming sense of strength. This is the Super Saiyan 4, and we are ready to commence. Upon hearing this, Vegeta remains unable to detach himself from his astonishment. Murmuring to himself, Saiyan? How can this be? Aside from myself and Kakarot's family, there should be no other Saiyans left. Moreover, what is the Super Saiyan for? What on earth is happening? Goku gazes at the newly transformed Wang Teng, his expression growing increasingly serious. He immediately adopts a combat stance. Boom. In the next instant, Goku is struck as if by a heavy blow, collapsing to the ground, clutching his abdomen. It hurts. Damn it. How did he attack? I couldn't even catch a glimpse of his figure. In the following moment, Wang Teng appears beside Goku, speaking in a calm tone, you better take this seriously. Otherwise it will lose its charm. Upon hearing this, Goku swiftly leaps backward, creating distance between himself and Wang Teng. How fast? The strength of the esteemed inspector is already nearing that of a god of destruction, truly astonishing. Whis remarks with a faint smile. Beerus clenches his fists tightly. His teeth gritted, leaving no one to fathom his thoughts. Kakarot, shall I take over? Vegeta shouts at the stage. Goku straightens himself slowly, declaring, stop joking. To battle such a formidable opponent, I couldn't be more thrilled. How could I possibly let you take my place? Vegeta, trust me. Just as the words leave his lips, a red shadow strikes once more, delivering a heavy kick to Goku's abdomen. He is sent flying like a cannonball. Boom. He crashes heavily onto the distant ground. Wang Teng maintains his kicking posture. Is that all? Vegeta's expression darkens. You want me to trust you, but given the current situation, how can I possibly do that? A moment later, a thunderous roar erupts. Damn it. Goku charges forward, unleashing a terrifying punch. Wang Teng immediately meets him head-on. Boom. Their fists collide with tremendous force, unleashing a staggering wave of energy. Boom, boom, boom. In just an instant, the two engage in a flurry of exchanges. Yet without exception, Goku finds himself at a disadvantage with each collision. Gritting his teeth, Goku charges again, his fists raining down like a torrential downpour. Wang Teng extends his palm, continuously blocking Goku's strikes. Goku's onslaught grows increasingly rapid. Then, utilizing the recoil from their hand-to-hand contact, he swiftly retreats and conjures a sphere of energy, launching it forth. Faced with the rapidly approaching energy sphere, Wang Teng presses his large hand against it. As an immense force relentlessly impacts his palm, gradually dissipating the sphere into scintillating energy particles around them. Has he managed to withstand it? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Wukong's forehead. Chapter 14. Vegeta enters the fray, God of Destruction's realm. At this moment, Wang Teng stood face to face with Sun Wukong. You should join forces with Vegeta. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, his face contorted with fury. Lord Wang Teng, I have yet to unleash my full potential. No sooner had he spoken than Wukong began to radiate an immense power. Hiya! With his roar, a terrifying aura erupted from his being, and amidst the surrounding blue flames, a hint of red light gradually emerged. Kakarot, you actually possess such a hidden move. Vegeta clenched his fists, astonished that he, who had trained alongside Wukong, was unaware of his rival's concealed technique. How infuriating. He truly is an exasperating individual. Beerus glanced at Whis. What is Wukong planning? I have never witnessed him employing this technique before. Lord Beerus, please watch quietly, Whis replied with a smile. As the red glow surrounding Sun Wukong intensified, an overwhelming force surged forth, causing the entire realm of destruction to tremble violently. What is this? Could it be? Vegeta's expression changed dramatically as he finally recalled what this was. It was the very technique Kakarot had used during his initial assault on Earth. So this is Kakarot's trump card. Aya! Wukong continued to roar, his energy escalating to an unfathomable level. Tenfold KO Ken. With his shout, his power reached its zenith. Lord Beerus, this move was originally intended for you. What? Beerus's expression shifted drastically upon hearing this. To be used against me? Wukong has been hiding this well. Ho ho ho. Lord Beerus, are you perhaps feeling apprehensive? Whis chuckled. Beerus's face darkened momentarily before settling into calmness. Fear? Though he is indeed formidable, it will be 100 years too soon for him to contend with me. As Wukong pushed his power to its limits, the realm of destruction was enveloped in his terrifying energy. Son Wukong, you truly are impressive. You have not disappointed me. Show me your strength. Wang Teng gestured invitingly to Sun Wukong, his expression unchanged. Yet, Wukong's face was now alight with exhilaration. Lord Wang Teng, be careful. Here I come. Whoosh. In that instant, Sun Wukong moved with blinding speed, reaching Wang Teng in the blink of an eye. Boom. Like a bolt of lightning. He unleashed a devastating punch. Bang bang bang. In response to Wukong's fearsome strike, Wang Teng quickly retaliated with a punch of his own. The two fists collided with tremendous force. Staggering back, both warriors were propelled a distance apart. Impressive, your power has indeed increased significantly. Wang Teng shook his somewhat numbed arms, and a smile finally graced his face. At this moment, he felt a surge of excitement as the combative blood of the Saiyan began to boil within him. In response to Wang Teng's praise, Sun Wukong smiled faintly. It brought him immense joy to spar with a formidable warrior like Lord Wang Teng. Although his right hand was also tinged with numbness, his heart brimmed with exhilaration. In the next moment, Sun Wukong sprang into action once more. His speed was astonishing as he moved rapidly across the battlefield. At this instant, he maximized the power of Super Saiyan Blue combined with the tenfold KO Ken. Bang! The two resumed their fierce exchange, their astonishing abilities on full display as they soared through the air, each clash sending forth white circular ripples. Below, which seemed to have foreseen the outcome. It appears that the Inspector Lord is destined to win. Beerus interjected. Whis, how can you be so certain? The battle seems evenly matched at present. In response, Whis replied with a mysterious smile, Lord Beerus, please continue to observe. Hearing Whis' words elicited a frown on Beerus' forehead. Meanwhile, Gohan clenched his fists tightly, the aerial combat far exceeding his comprehension, and he could only hope for a swift conclusion to the battle. Vegeta, too, wore a grave expression as he watched the fierce skirmish unfold above. Damn it, Kakarot truly is infuriating. The two fighters in the sky exchanged blows with relentless ferocity, and the intensity of their struggle was palpable. Boom. Another powerful clash echoed. The moment they separated, they re-engaged, the terrifying energy ripples continuously emanating around them. At this juncture, the astonishment in Sun Wukong's heart surpassed that of anyone else. Having transformed into Super Saiyan Blue and amplified by the tenfold Kaioken, he was unleashing his most potent techniques. Yet Wang Teng showed no signs of faltering and seemed to gain the upper hand. This indicated that the Inspector's power was truly unfathomable. It seemed that the Saiyans could undergo such transformations. Clearly, my training is still insufficient. The Saiyan race is indeed formidable, having evolved to this extent. Their potential is truly frightening. Beerus murmured. Whis chuckled, Lord Beerus, you are mistaken. The fearsome element is not the Saiyan race, but rather the Inspector Lord. With a shout, the intensity of their battle escalated. The power they exhibited at this moment was nothing short of terrifying. Their overwhelming strength wreaked havoc in the God of Destruction-esque realm, causing even the solid ground to fracture under the strain of their combat. As their confrontation intensified, the realm of destruction faced increasing devastation. Bang! A figure plummeted swiftly from the sky. At this very moment, Vegeta could no longer contain himself. He swiftly charged forward and caught the descending Goku. Kakarot, let me take over. Goku, gasping for breath, turned to Vegeta and replied, but, Vegeta, you might not be a match for Lord Wang Teng. Vegeta's expression shifted. Kakarot, how dare you underestimate me? I am the Prince of the Saiyans. Surely, I am not inferior to you. Realizing that no amount of persuasion would sway the proud Vegeta, Goku reluctantly took a step back. Just then, Wang Teng's voice resonated calmly. Vegeta, I suggest you join forces with Goku. Upon hearing Wang Teng's suggestion, Vegeta's anger flared. Enough of your nonsense. A divine aura immediately radiated from Vegeta, and in the next moment, a brilliant blue energy erupted forth. The formidable power within him surged to its zenith, Super Saiyan Blue. Vegeta lunged forward without hesitation. Wang Teng's gaze turned cold, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. The next moment, Vegeta searched frantically for Wang Teng's figure, when suddenly, a fist struck towards him. With a powerful thrust, Wang Teng's punch landed heavily on Vegeta's abdomen. Ugh! Vegeta cried out in agony, spitting out saliva as his body shook violently from the excruciating pain. Wang Teng followed up with an elbow strike, sending Vegeta hurtling away. Quickly regaining his composure, Vegeta knelt on the ground, clutching his aching stomach. He had not anticipated that a single blow could inflict such damage. Truly unexpected. Vegeta, let us fight together, Goku shouted from below. In response, Vegeta roared back, what nonsense is this? Teaming up with you? I would rather die. Chapter 15. Goku and Vegeta unite. Vegeta sprang to his feet, unleashing his power as the blue divine energy shimmered around him. Even the proud Vegeta wore a grave expression at this moment. Encased in blue light, he charged once again at Wang Teng. Observing the astonishing aura radiating from Vegeta, Wang Teng maintained a calm demeanor and remarked, truly, the Prince of the Saiyans possesses some merit. With that, he swiftly engaged Vegeta, and the two clashed once more. Thunderous sounds echoed across the battlefield as terrifying gusts of wind swept through. With a resounding crash, Vegeta staggered back several steps before steadying himself. Take this. He elevated his energy to its utmost limit, his hands shimmering with incredible power. Goku's expression changed. Could it be that Vegeta is about to unleash that technique? In a matter of moments, the power in Vegeta's hands had coalesced to perfection, the golden energy radiating an exquisite brilliance. Ultimate Flash. A terrifying shockwave erupted directly from Vegeta's hand. An astonishing radiance instantly illuminated the entire battlefield. Wang Teng immediately sensed the formidable nature of this technique. Without hesitation, he activated his instantaneous movement. Boom! A deafening roar resonated, and a mushroom cloud suddenly materialized in the realm of destruction. An overwhelming gust of wind sweeping across the battlefield. Thunderous rumbles echoed. This is the consequence of underestimating me. Whoosh! Yet in the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically. For Wang Teng had somehow appeared at his side, his terrifying attack having completely missed its mark. What was that? Instantaneous movement? Sun Wukong's countenance changed profoundly. His eyes filled with deep astonishment. Not only did his opponent possess unimaginable strength, but he could also wield instantaneous movement, which was utterly beyond Wukong's expectations. Had he known that Wang Teng still retained the power of Super Saiyan 5, he would surely have urged Vegeta to concede. Wang Teng did not grant Vegeta a moment's respite, delivering a swift elbow that sent Vegeta hurtling away. Why? Vegeta felt a surge of intense pain, yet more than that. He was overwhelmed by a sense of defeat, unable to believe that his ultimate flash had been so easily evaded. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta, fueled by rage, charged once more at Wang Teng. At this moment, Wang Teng showed no intention of evasion, firmly extending his palm to catch Vegeta's fierce punch. Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief. Let me show you how to properly use a fist. Wang Teng delivered a crushing blow to Vegeta's abdomen. Vegeta was sent flying like a projectile. Wukong leapt swiftly, catching Vegeta with precision, yet he still clutched his stomach, struggling to recover. Moments later, Vegeta's eyes slowly opened. Glancing back at Sun Wukong and saying, "Who asked you to meddle, Kakarot?" At this juncture, Wukong's expression was notably grave as he replied, "Vegeta, you must see it too. Lord Wang Teng's strength far surpasses both of ours. If we confront him individually, we will only invite our own demise. We should join forces." Upon hearing this, Vegeta turned his head away. Though he recognized the truth in Wukong's words, his proud and stubborn nature could not bear the thought of such collaboration. Just then, Wang Teng's voice resonated slowly. "Vegeta, how could you, a prince of Saiyans, be so inflexible, preferring total annihilation to working with allies? No matter how much you train, you will remain nothing but refuse." Infuriated by Wang Teng's taunt, Vegeta erupted with rage. "You dare call me garbage? Do you know who I am? I am Vegeta, the Prince of Saiyans. Today, I shall defeat you. Kakarot, let us unite and show that fiend the fearsome might of the Saiyans." Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Goku touched his face, realizing that Lord Wang Teng also appeared to be a Saiyan. Enraged, Vegeta immediately shouted, "Stop the nonsense. Get ready to fight." Both Vegeta and Goku positioned themselves opposite Wang Teng, their energies clashing in a palpable standoff. Whis. Is it acceptable for Goku and Vegeta to join forces against the esteemed inspector? Beerus inquired with concern. In response, Whis smiled, "Lord Beerus, just look at how much fun the inspector is having. Moreover, Goku and Vegeta are hardly a match for him, so you need not worry." Beerus cast a glance at Whis and fell silent. In the next moment, Goku and Vegeta sprang into action, both transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. Their extensive training together had forged a remarkable synergy. The trio instantly vanished from their original positions, and the air was filled with the ripples of their energy as they clashed. The sound of thunderous explosions echoed, underscoring the ferocity of the battle. "Dad, Uncle Vegeta, and Lord Wang Teng," Gohan shouted anxiously from below. Beerus wore a grave expression, clearly taken aback by the formidable strength of the young inspector. In the air, Vegeta was struck in the abdomen twice, his face contorted with rage. As the proud prince of Saiyans, he could hardly accept being bested repeatedly. Had it not been for Kakarot's diversion, he would have long been defeated, a notion that gnawed at his pride. Fueled by indignation, his blue aura flared, shifting from a lighter shade to a deeper hue. As Goku and Wang Teng continued their exchange, they noticed Vegeta's escalating power. Just as Goku momentarily lost focus, a voice pierced through. When you fight me, it's best to stay focused. With a ghostly swiftness, a punch landed squarely on Goku's chest, sending him hurtling backward. Vegeta had now maximized his strength. Although he had yet to transition into a deep blue, he stood at the precipice between Super Saiyan Blue and its deeper form, his power surging exponentially. Kakarot, let's go, he declared as he charged forward. Gritting his teeth, Goku roared, tenfold Kaioken. The blue divine aura enveloped him, intertwined with a fierce red energy as an astonishing force surged forth. He swiftly propelled himself into the fray. At this moment, both Vegeta and Goku unveiled their trump cards before Wang Teng. With a smirk, Wang Teng unleashed his own energy, a golden flame erupting as the power of Super Saiyan 4 reached its zenith. The three soon engaged in a tumultuous clash in the sky. Goku launched a punch, which Wang Teng intercepted before retaliating with an elbow strike. Vegeta immediately followed suit with his own assault. In the air, the three engaged in a fierce confrontation, a relentless exchange of blows that seemed evenly matched. However, Wang Teng was continually probing the limits of the deep blue Vegeta's power, maintaining a balance against both opponents. Vegeta and Son Goku's fists accelerated, each strike more forceful than the last, exuding immense strength. Lord Beerus, it appears that Vegeta has transcended to a new realm, one that no predecessor has ever achieved, was remarked calmly. Hearing this, Beerus gazed at the sky and mused, that arrogant fool Vegeta. It is only natural that after such a blow to his pride, he would find a way to break through. Chapter 16. The battle concludes with a resounding bang. The three figures swiftly parted ways. In the next moment, Vegeta charged once more at Wang Teng, closely followed by Goku as he surged forward. Wang Teng, undeterred, transformed into a red blur and met them head-on. Ha ha ha. Vegeta unleashed a flurry of rapid punches towards Wang Teng, a myriad of fists raining down. Yet Wang Teng evaded them with ease. At that instant, Goku's fist also arrived at breakneck speed, prompting Wang Teng to pivot and retaliate with a punch. The two fists collided with a thunderous crash, and suddenly, Wang Teng's fist morphed into a claw, seizing Goku's arm. Goku was hurled away, crashing into the oncoming Vegeta. Their collision was nothing short of intimate. Kakarot, get out of my way. Vegeta shoved Goku aside with force. Rubbing his head, Goku exclaimed, that hurt. Vegeta, your body is way too hard. Shut your mouth. Vegeta fumed, his anger palpable. Both then turned their gaze towards Wang Teng, who stood opposite them, wearing a smile. Vegeta erupted with fury, his astonishing blue aura surging dramatically. A Saiyan never loses. The more dire the straits, the further beyond our limits we transcend. With a fierce roar, Vegeta charged at Wang Teng once again. Wang Teng's eyes narrowed as an overwhelming aura descended upon Vegeta. Unfazed, Vegeta's blue flame clashed with Wang Teng's formidable presence, his face resolute. Vegeta, I'm here to help. Goku also unleashed his own fury, and the three auras collided and intertwined above the realm of destruction. The very fabric of the universe trembled violently, their roars echoing louder. In the next instant, the three vanished from sight. What a terrifying clash! Son Gohan murmured, watching the tumultuous scene unfold above. The space within the realm of destruction still quivered, resonating with a deep, low hum. Boom. Bang bang bang. The clashes in the sky grew increasingly horrifying. As the battle raged on, Wang Teng clashed with Sun Wukong and Vegeta, descending from the heavens to the earth and soaring back into the sky. The atmosphere was thick with a terrifying energy, accompanied by the relentless cacophony of booming sounds. The echoes of fists colliding reverberated throughout the air. Weiss, I never anticipated that the strength of the esteemed prosecutor would be so formidable. Surely, Goku and Vegeta would not be defeated, remarked Beerus, observing the fierce combat above. At that moment, Weiss wore a neutral expression before responding with a smile. Who does Lord Beerus believe will emerge victorious? I cannot say, Beerus replied coldly. Weiss, his face adorned with a smile, chose to remain silent. Suddenly, a loud crash rang out ahead. All eyes turned to the source of the sound, revealing Sun Wukong and Vegeta sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath, clearly devoid of any fighting spirit. Lord Wang Teng is truly remarkable, I concede, Sun Wukong admitted with a wry smile. Vegeta, however, clenched his teeth and resolutely shut his eyes, evidently dissatisfied with the outcome. Wang Teng gradually descended from the sky, equally breathless, signifying the considerable energy he had expended. With the battle concluded, Beerus and Whis appeared before the trio in an instant. At that moment, Vegeta and Sun Wukong unexpectedly spoke in unison, "I shall challenge you again." Vegeta, taken aback by his own words echoing those of Sun Wukong, averted his gaze in pride, while Sun Wukong chuckled softly. Wang Teng, seemingly influenced by the competitive spirit of the two Saiyans, responded with a smile, "Very well, I am always open to your challenges." Following this encounter, Wang Teng underwent a subtle transformation in the eyes of Goku and the others. What began as mere curiosity regarding his identity had now blossomed into a profound respect for strength. "Whis, arrange for me a room. I wish to stay here for a while." Upon hearing this, Whis nodded with a smile. Wang Teng then turned to Beerus. "Beerus, is it permissible for me to reside here for a few days?" To his inquiry, Beerus promptly replied, "It is a great honor for the entire 7th universe to have you stay here. You are most welcome." At that moment, Wang Teng suddenly added, "By the way, Gohan will be staying with me. Please prepare 2 rooms." 3 days later, in the God of Destruction's realm. Bang, bang, bang. After enduring hundreds of attacks, the efforts yielded no results. Vegeta slammed his fist onto the ground in frustration. Following his battle with Wang Teng, Vegeta and Sun Wukong had begun an intense training regimen with Whis, yet the chasm in power between them and the angel was unfathomable. Thus, during their practice sessions with Whis, they found themselves at a distinct disadvantage. "All right, that will suffice for today," Whis declared with a smile. Just then, Wang Teng approached. "Whis, your prowess is quite impressive. Perhaps we should have a sparring match?" Upon hearing this, Whis chuckled and replied, "My lord, you jest. How could I dare to lay hands on you? If Lord Quan were to find out, it would spell trouble." Wang Teng rolled his eyes. Well aware of the power of angels and Whis' unique status, his words were merely superficial pleasantries. "What if I were to present you with a super delicacy?" At this, Whis' eyes instantly sparkled with interest. Is the esteemed Lord Wang Teng truly serious? A super delicacy? Is it even better than instant noodles? Wang Teng, having been a top chef before his transmigration, dismissed Whis' naive comparison. Even a couple of casual dishes he might whip up could easily be deemed culinary masterpieces before Whis. "Fear not, Whis. The super delicacy is assured, but we must engage in a friendly contest first." Upon hearing this, a look of understanding crossed Whis' face. It was evident that this prosecutor was a combat enthusiast, eager to challenge formidable adversaries. However, the allure of exquisite cuisine was equally hard for Whis to resist. After some contemplation, he ultimately declined, saying, "Perhaps it is best to forego this. I fear I may not possess the fortune to savor the culinary creations of Lord Wang Teng." While he had no qualms about a contest, he was indeed put off by Wang Teng's cunning approach. Moreover, he doubted that a prosecutor from the divine realm could conjure anything remarkable in the kitchen. Thus, he was certain that Wang Teng would not be able to prepare anything worthy and was merely attempting to ensnare him. Upon hearing Whis' refusal, Wang Teng thought to himself, "I refuse to believe you can withstand the temptation of delicious food." Given Whis' insatiable appetite, even a simple dish would surely be irresistible. At that moment, Wang Teng was experiencing a lack of progress in his training, and engaging in a bout with the angel Whis would undoubtedly enhance his strength. For Saiyans grow stronger when faced with formidable opponents. Having come to this conclusion, Wang Teng ceased to linger on Whis and swiftly made his way to the kitchen of the God of Destruction. To his surprise, the kitchen was well equipped with all manner of utensils. Wang Teng promptly retrieved the multifunctional capsule gifted by Bulma, which contained fresh ingredients she had thoughtfully prepared for him. With deft movements, the kitchen was soon filled with enticing aromas, and Whis, outside, caught a whiff of the delightful scent. He marveled. It appears that the esteemed prosecutor truly possesses culinary skills. Chapter 17. Transformation into Super Saiyan 5 within mere minutes. Wang Teng had crafted a remarkable dish, 4 joy meatballs. As he presented the culinary creation, Whis' face displayed an expression of sheer astonishment. The fragrance was utterly captivating. He had never encountered such an enticing aroma before. With his eyes closed, he seemed to be enveloped in the rich scent. "It is incredibly fragrant. I have never inhaled such an alluring aroma before. What is the name of this dish, Lord Wang Teng?" Gazing at the entranced expression of Whis, Wang Teng slowly remarked, "This dish is called 4 joy meatballs." For a gourmet like Whis, who possesses an insatiable appetite, such culinary delights offered no resistance whatsoever. Whis, regarding what I mentioned earlier, immersed in the pleasures of food, was eagerly nodded in agreement. Yes, absolutely. His unreserved consent to Wang Teng's request was evidently anticipated. Suddenly, a peculiar thought crossed Wang Teng's mind. Whom did the Grand Priest father all these angels with? Could it be that, like Beerus, they were spawned from his mouth? Shaking his head to dismiss these bizarre musings, he courteously urged, "Please, indulge yourself. This was prepared for you." Whis approached with dainty steps, covering his mouth in mirth. In that case, I shall not hold back. Observing Whis' whimsical gait, Wang Teng was left in a state of bemusement. At that moment, Beerus was also drawn in by the enticing aroma. After exchanging pleasantries with Wang Teng, his nose twitched, and upon seeing the feast before Whis, he bellowed, "Whis, how dare you indulge alone?" The two then erupted into a playful dispute, which was of no concern to Wang Teng, as he had achieved his objective. In mere minutes, the pair had devoured an entire platter of 4 joy meatballs. How utterly delectable! Whis' voice echoed throughout the realm of destruction. "So, what do you think, Whis?" "Beerus?" Wang Teng inquired, feigning innocence at their apparent delight. "This is truly magnificent, the finest cuisine I have ever tasted. I never imagined Lord Wang Teng possessed such culinary prowess. Might you prepare 2 more dishes?" Hearing this, Wang Teng chuckled. "That is certainly feasible, provided your performance meets expectations." Upon overhearing the exchange between Wang Teng and Whis, Beerus curiously asked, "Whis, what are you and the Lord discussing? It seems as though there is a secret being kept from me." In response to Beerus's inquisitive tone, Whis smiled and replied, "Lord Beerus, this is something you could also accomplish. Lord Wang Teng is in need of a worthy opponent, and you would be the perfect choice." Beerus exclaimed, "What? Why do I feel like I've been sold out?" In the realm of destruction of Universe 7, 2 figures stood aloft in the sky, Wang Teng and the angel Whis of Universe 7. In the next moment, Wang Teng's energy erupted, transforming him into a state beyond Super Saiyan 4, with golden flames ascending around him. Not bad. Whis observed as Wang Teng instantaneously transformed, fully aware of his combat prowess. Although Wang Teng's strength had reached a level akin to that of a weaker destroyer god, to Whis, he still appeared somewhat feeble. However, considering Wang Teng's age, he could indeed be regarded as a prodigy. Below, the observing Goku and Vegeta fixated their gaze intently upon the 2 figures suspended in the air. Son Gohan, with his fists clenched tightly, felt an overwhelming yearning for power within his heart. Although Lord Wang Teng's strength was already formidable, the might of Whis was beyond his imagination. Beerus murmured softly, "As the god of destruction of Universe 7, no one understood the prowess of his master and servant, Whis, better than he did. Even he had never witnessed Whis unleash his full power." At that moment, Wang Teng's calm voice resonated. "I never claimed that my strength was merely this." Filled with confidence, he addressed Whis before turning to Son Gohan below, saying, "Watch closely, Gohan. Soon, I shall transform into Super Saiyan 5, surpassing even Super Saiyan 4. My power will undergo a qualitative change." Wang Teng was acutely aware that Super Saiyan 4 could only contend with weak gods of destruction. Even against Beerus, Super Saiyan 4 would swiftly succumb, let alone against the mightier Whis. Only by transcending limits and transforming into Super Saiyan 5 could he hope to genuinely pose a challenge to Whis. Although his foundational strength had grown significantly since his arrival in the realm of the gods of destruction, he was still uncertain whether he could rival Whis. After all, Whis ranked among the most powerful of the angels. What? Super Saiyan 5? Goku, Vegeta, and Son Gohan were utterly astonished. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with defiance. How absurd. Super Saiyan 5 is nothing but a bluff. For he believed that the power of Super Saiyan 4 was already so immense that he could barely manage it alongside Goku. Now, Wang Teng claimed there was a mightier form above Super Saiyan 4. How could he accept that? Is Lord Wang Teng speaking the truth? Does Super Saiyan 5 truly exist? Goku murmured in disbelief. Whis chuckled, covering his mouth. Lord Wang Teng certainly enjoys jesting. The aura you are currently emanating is quite impressive for your age. I find it hard to believe you possess such strength after being a candidate for less than a year. Achieving the power beyond Super Saiyan 4 at your age is already remarkable. If you were to advance further, wouldn't that imply your potential exceeds that of any angel or god of destruction? Whis, I sense that Lord Wang Teng may not be joking. Proceed with caution. Beerus suddenly stated with seriousness, though he too was deeply astonished. At that moment, a low growl began to emanate from Wang Teng's throat, gradually rising in intensity. In the next second, the entire realm of destruction, and indeed the entirety of the 7th universe, trembled violently, as a formidable power continuously erupted from Wang Teng. The realm of destruction shuddered intensely. A tempest swept across the domain as if a typhoon of magnitude 10 had suddenly manifested. The echoes of mighty roars reverberated endlessly. Bolts of lightning cascaded from the heavens, shrouding the sky in ominous clouds. An overwhelmingly fierce aura emanated from Wang Teng. Golden flames, akin to the aurora borealis, pierced through the firmament. Slender, silver lightning danced around Wang Teng like serpents. The dazzling golden flames and the resplendent radiance were so brilliant that they were nearly blinding. Gazing upon Wang Teng with his cascading silver hair and the terrifying power that radiated from him, one couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Such extraordinary strength. Is this truly the might of Lord Wang Teng? It was beyond imagination. Who would have thought that a Super Saiyan 5 truly existed in this world? Under the oppressive weight of such overwhelming force, Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan instinctively retreated several paces. Were it not for their own formidable strength that shook the universe, their retreat would have been far greater. Chapter 18. The Confrontation with Whis. Lord Wang Teng had concealed his strength. Who could have anticipated that he could transform into a Super Saiyan 5, an astounding surge of energy? Whis was equally astonished. In his transformation to Super Saiyan 5, Wang Teng's power had ascended to an unprecedented pinnacle. His foundational combat prowess had already reached staggering heights, and upon transforming, his abilities had soared to unfathomable levels. Swish, 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 swish. At this moment, the terrifying aura radiating from him surged like a tidal wave, altering the very environment around him. Beerus's eyes widened like brass bells. He was overwhelmed with unparalleled shock. The power Wang Teng displayed was such that even he could not guarantee victory. No wonder Lord Wang Teng was confident in facing Whis. This power was indeed astonishing. Beerus murmured in disbelief. To reach such heights in such a brief span of time was truly unprecedented. Whis murmured as well. He had often gleaned insights into Wang Teng's situation through discussions with the Grand Priest, which suggested that his combat ability was merely at the weakest level of a destroyer god. Yet, what he exhibited today far exceeded those expectations, according to Whis' estimation. Even the mightiest of destroyer gods would struggle against Wang Teng. As astonishment painted the faces of all present, the tremors in the realm of destruction gradually subsided. The ominous clouds in the sky began to disperse. Golden flames enveloped Wang Teng, while silver lightning flickered in and out of view. Super Saiyan 5? Is this the ultimate form that Lord Wang Teng spoke of? The aura emanating from him is utterly terrifying. At this moment, Son Gohan stands frozen in place, gazing at Wang Teng, his silver hair shimmering, murmuring in disbelief. Wang Teng's power has transcended all comprehension, and Gohan finds himself unable to fathom the sheer magnitude of this strength. Having reached the pinnacle of his abilities, Wang Teng finally springs into action, dashing towards Whis with astonishing speed. It must be said, his velocity is nothing short of miraculous, transforming him into a streak of silver light that vanishes from sight. In the blink of an eye, he appears before Whis, launching a powerful punch. Boom! The force of his fist generates a thunderous roar that reverberates through the surrounding air. Although Wang Teng is not exerting his full strength, he is utilizing 50% of his power. The onlookers below are utterly dumbfounded. They had not anticipated such a terrifying display from a mere test. Lord Beerus, will Whis be all right? Goku inquires anxiously. Beerus shakes his head, replying, I don't know. The situation has escalated beyond my control. All I can say is that Whis is exceptionally powerful. As Wang Teng's colossal fist looms larger, Whis extends his palm, enveloped in a faint blue glow. Approximately 50% of his power? Hiki, Lord Wang Teng truly holds me in high regard, Whis remarks with a subtle smile, feeling the might of Super Saiyan 5 coursing through Wang Teng. In the next moment, to the astonishment of all present, their fists collide. Bang! A fierce gust of wind surges from the point of impact, radiating outward. Sensing the immovable and daunting force of Whis, Wang Teng's heart races, prompting him to leap backward. Whis' power exceeds Wang Teng's expectations. He had thought that even if he fell short of Whis in this Super Saiyan 5 form, he would still be in close proximity. However, the collision reveals Whis to be an unfathomable abyss, reminiscent of the aura emanating from the Grand Minister. Whis, undoubtedly among the most formidable of the angels, is truly exceptional. It appears that full power must be employed against such a genuine deity. As his body begins to glow, all his strength surges into his fist, which becomes enveloped in a golden flame, crackling with silver lightning. Whoosh! The terrifying punch hurtles forth. Faced with Wang Teng's full might, Whis finally adopts a serious demeanor, clenching his own fist, with a white divine aura flickering around him. Whis has evidently taken this encounter seriously, suggesting that the Grand Minister's power is indeed fearsome to an alarming degree. Beerus fixed his gaze intently upon the sky. Bang! Two formidable fists collided with tremendous force, instantly leaving a deep fissure in the ground below. The terrifying energy waves rapidly disseminated outward, creating a palpable tension in the atmosphere. Vegeta shouted, urging everyone to take cover, and Goku along with the others quickly dropped to the ground. Enveloped by a purple aura, Beerus ascended slowly into the air. Ha ha ha! Whis maintained his calm demeanor. Yet the overwhelming power emanating from the fists was undeniably disconcerting. A resounding roar echoed throughout the God of Destruction realm. With a deafening crash, both combatants staggered backward, and Wang Teng felt an immense force surging towards him, propelling him uncontrollably in retreat. He crashed through several mountain peaks, carving a long trench before finally coming to a halt. In contrast, Whis executed a few graceful flips in the air before stabilizing himself and landing firmly on the ground, clearly demonstrating the disparity in their abilities. Wang Teng clenched his fists and struck the ground with a ferocious blow. What? Whis was actually pushed back. The sight before Beerus was astonishing. He was acutely aware of Whis' strength. Even his own intervention would yield similar results. Could it be that Wang Teng's power has surpassed my own? Incredible! Wang Teng's prowess is truly remarkable. Given his current display, he might very well be on the brink of attaining the level of an angel. Observing Wang Teng's youthful visage, Whis was overwhelmed with astonishment. For Wang Teng's combat prowess had reached the zenith of a god of destruction, capable of rivaling an angel at any moment, an undeniable revelation that stirred his emotions. Wang Teng gradually rose, his gaze steady as he regarded Whis. Whis, you are indeed formidable, but I shall surpass you, he declared calmly, with a subtle glance towards Gohan. Wang Teng gestured for him to follow and departed with him. Goku looked on, elated that Wang Teng placed such trust in Gohan. Gohan, seize this opportunity. Wang Teng is among the elite in the entire universe. However, I will not be outdone by you, or even by Wang Teng. As Wang Teng vanished from sight, Vegeta gritted his teeth in frustration. It's infuriating to think a Saiyan has surpassed me to such an extent. This is intolerable. Kakarot, we must train. Both Goku and Vegeta were equally shaken by Wang Teng's formidable strength, resolving silently to enhance their own abilities. At that moment, Beerus, with a grave expression, turned to Whis and inquired, "Speak honestly. Whis, has Wang Teng truly surpassed me?" Whis adopted a contemplative demeanor before chuckling. "Lord Beerus, you worry too much. Although Lord Wang Teng is indeed formidable, he should be on par with you." Upon hearing Whis' response, Beerus erupted into hearty laughter. "Ah, it seems things are becoming quite interesting." Chapter 19. Angelic Combat Power. Through his confrontation with Whis, Wang Teng gleaned considerable insights. He then turned to Gohan and said, "I am about to enter seclusion. I have a premonition that this time, I will break through my limits and attain an entirely new level." At that moment, his power had already reached the pinnacle of the god of destruction. Now, with another period of seclusion and the addition of sign-in rewards, he felt it was indeed possible to transcend his current realm. Simultaneously, Wang Teng felt an undercurrent of anticipation this time. He was determined to break through to angelic combat power. Gohan nodded in response, saying, "Lord Wang Teng, please rest assured in your seclusion. I shall not allow anyone to disturb you." Watching Wang Teng's retreating figure, Gohan wore an expectant smile. He was eager to see just how far Lord Wang Teng could ultimately ascend. With this thought, he tilted his head, his gaze falling upon Whis not far away. Taking a deep breath, he murmured, "Lord Whis' strength is also unfathomable. I wonder if, upon completing his seclusion, Lord Wang Teng will be able to surpass him?" Gohan did not possess a clear understanding of the combat power of Beerus and Whis. He merely sensed that both were extraordinary warriors, with a lingering feeling that Beerus was slightly stronger, as suggested by their titles, Beerus being the master and Whis the servant. At this moment, Wang Teng stepped into the gravity chamber, specially prepared by Whis, where he could freely adjust the gravity. At his current level, the magnitude of gravity was inconsequential. However, to enhance his foundational combat power, he needed to engage in the most rudimentary training, making the gravity chamber indispensable. After concluding his training, he would also receive the sign-in rewards from the God of Destruction realm, which promised to bring delightful surprises. While he was rapidly increasing his foundational combat strength, it paled in comparison to the combat power obtained from the system's rewards. Wang Teng had a premonition that this session of seclusion would lead him to an entirely new realm, potentially allowing him to achieve angelic combat power, which filled him with excitement. Thereafter, Wang Teng embarked on an arduous training regimen. Before long, the gravity chamber resonated with the sounds of rapid movement. Time always seemed to fly. 3 months later, Wang Teng emerged slowly from the gravity chamber, his face alight with exhilaration. Through this period of intensive training, he had finally broken through the bottleneck of foundational combat power, reaching a new level. Additionally, 3 days prior, the system's rewards had arrived. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing 100 days of sign-in in the God of Destruction realm. Ding. Congratulations, host, for receiving foundational combat power, 100 million. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the King of Worlds Fist. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the time reversal skill. Reverse time by 3 seconds. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 20 Senzu beans. Moreover, Wang Teng's attribute panel has manifested in his mind. Host, Wang Teng Bloodline, Saiyan, Combat Power, Angel Level, Skills, Kamehameha, Kaioken, Instant Transmission, Time Rewind for 3 seconds, Beginner's Ultra Instinct, Items, 20 sins of beans, as he contemplated the attribute panel in his mind. The system clearly indicated that his combat power had reached the level of an angel. However, there are varying strengths among angels, and the true extent of his power could only be gauged through actual combat with one. Furthermore, he had inexplicably acquired the skill to rewind time by 3 seconds, which would prove immensely beneficial for a warrior of his caliber. Unexpectedly reversing time during battle could yield astonishing results, akin to Hit's time skip ability. Given that Hit could evolve his time skip technique, Wang Teng was confident that through diligent training, he too could enhance his time rewinding ability. If he could reach the level of Whis' time manipulation, it would become a crucial trump card. Indeed, Wang Teng felt exhilarated at this moment, and his ambitions extended beyond merely becoming an angel. He firmly believed that in the near future, he would ascend to the pinnacle of the Dragon Ball universe, earning the respect of even the Omni King. Whoosh! Wang Teng's figure vanished from his location, reappearing outside the door, where he unexpectedly found Gohan sitting at the entrance. Lost in thought, Gohan. At the sound of his name, Gohan appeared momentarily stunned, then rose with enthusiasm, asking, "Lord Wang Teng, you have finally emerged. Your expression suggests a significant gain." Observing the genuine joy in Gohan's eyes, Wang Teng nodded in satisfaction. "I have fortuitously broken through. Gohan, you may take a rest. The special training will commence soon." Upon hearing that his special training was finally about to begin, Gohan responded with excitement and proceeded towards his room. During Wang Teng's seclusion, Gohan had indeed vigilantly guarded the entrance for a full 3 months, fearful of any disturbances to Wang Teng's cultivation. The sincerity and purity of Goku and his son were truly endearing. Wang Teng slowly approached the training grounds where Goku and Vegeta were engaged in practice. At that moment, the duo was sparring with Beerus. Uncharacteristically, Beerus was not napping. Rather, he was actively training Goku and Vegeta, which was quite peculiar. Previously, he had merely entrusted their training to Whis, and if their training became too boisterous and disrupted his rest, he would unleash his wrath. Meanwhile, Whis, sipping coffee, turned his gaze towards the approaching Wang Teng, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. As Wang Teng drew near, Whis' eyes narrowed, and he solemnly inquired, "Lord Wang Teng, is it truly you?" Upon hearing Whis' question, Wang Teng touched his face, wondering if his appearance had changed. That shouldn't be the case. Gohan had recognized him immediately. It was the first time Wang Teng witnessed Whis display such an expression, as he was typically adorned with a relaxed, smiling demeanor. Wang Teng seated himself beside Whis, who continued, "It seems that Lord Wang Teng has indeed reaped considerable rewards during his retreat. Your aura and the power you exude are markedly different from before." After a moment of contemplation, Wang Teng replied, "Perhaps it is due to my breakthrough in realms." Upon hearing this, Whis shook his head and solemnly remarked, "Your transformation during this retreat transcends mere realm advancement. At this moment, I can perceive a fierce energy emanating from you, coupled with an indescribable sensation." Whis then fell into deep thought. After a while, he exclaimed, "Aha! It's the concept of E. Lord Wang Teng is now enveloped in an exceptionally sharp essence of E." The term E caught Wang Teng off guard, as even he, a traveler from another world, had not encountered it before. Whis elaborated gently. The concept of E, also known as state of mind, is an ethereal phenomenon. The primary condition for its emergence is a breakthrough in combat capabilities beyond the level of a destroyer. To my knowledge, even Lord Beerus has yet to grasp the existence of E. The only one who has is Lord Helios, the destroyer of Universe 2, whom Lord Beerus has long aspired to surpass. Wang Teng was profoundly shaken by this revelation. It dawned on him that transcending the combat power of a destroyer could indeed give rise to such a phenomenon as E. Yet, the true nature of E remained elusive to him. Whis continued, "The true essence of your E is a capacity you must explore on your own. Once one attains this state, they can apply it in battle, marking a genuine surpassing of the destroyer level. If only Lord Beerus were less lethargic, with his innate talent, he could very well master the perfect state of Zizai and harness the power of E, becoming the mightiest destroyer." Whis spoke with gravity, adding, "And I dare say, Lord Wang Teng has already surpassed the level of a destroyer, has he not?" As the words left his lips, Whis scrutinized Wang Teng, his astonishment palpable. Chapter 20. The Visit of Kampa. However, Wang Teng's youth was strikingly apparent. To deities like Whis and Beerus, who had lived for countless ages, his age was hardly noteworthy. To achieve such mastery at such a tender age was a feat beyond belief for Whis. "I cannot say for certain, but I have indeed experienced a breakthrough," Wang Teng said with a smile, clearly in high spirits. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, Vegeta and Goku were sent flying by a single swipe from Beerus. "All right, that will suffice for today," Beerus stated coolly. The two, having regained their footing, abandoned their intention to attack once more. "Lord Beerus, why the sudden halt?" "I was just beginning to find my rhythm," Goku muttered. Upon hearing this, Beerus spoke in a deep voice. I said today is enough. Is there a problem? Noticing Beerus's growing irritation, Goku immediately waved his hands in a flurry of panic. All right, Kakarot, let us depart. With that, Vegeta and Goku soared into the distance. As Beerus approached, he spotted Wang Teng leisurely sipping coffee alongside Whis. He promptly bowed in greeting. Lord Wang Teng, when did you emerge from your seclusion? Wang Teng took a delicate sip of his coffee and replied, just moments ago. Although Beerus sensed an imposing aura emanating from Wang Teng, his eyes widened in astonishment. What is this? The energy radiating from Lord Wang Teng is strikingly akin to that of Hellas. The essence. Beerus gazed at Wang Teng in disbelief. My lord, have you transcended the level of a god of destruction? It appears so, Wang Teng replied with a subtle smile. Shock and unparalleled astonishment overwhelmed Beerus, leaving him momentarily rooted in place. How could this be? Wang Teng, so young, had comprehended the essence and risen to the ranks of a formidable being, rivaling even Mei. Observing Beerus's stunned expression, Wang Teng remarked nonchalantly, I have just completed my seclusion. I shall return to rest now. Without waiting for a response, Wang Teng departed straight away. Whis, did Lord Wang Teng truly grasp the essence? Beerus inquired, still unable to fully believe it. Indeed, Lord Beerus, your perception is not mistaken, Whis affirmed. The confirmation from Whis left Beerus's astonishment lingering for quite some time. Lord Beerus, perhaps it is time for you to engage in earnest training. It seems you have not made progress in quite a while, and the inspector has certainly taken note. Upon hearing this, cold sweat trickled down Beerus's forehead. Subsequently, he unexpectedly made his way to his training chamber, a place Whis could hardly recall the last time Beerus had visited. Watching his retreating figure, a smile spread across Whis's face. A month later, in the 6th universe, Vados, what shall we eat today? I am absolutely famished. The god of destruction, Kampa, bellowed. Is Vados attempting to starve me? Just then, the beautiful Vados approached. Lord Kampa, after much contemplation, I have decided to share a very important piece of news with you. Vados stated with utmost seriousness. In truth, she had been torn over whether to reveal this information. Enough of the preamble. Let us eat first, and then you may speak. Kampa replied dismissively, focused solely on his desire for a delectable meal. It concerns the inspector. Are you certain you do not wish to hear it? Given that Wang Teng had been appointed as the inspector, an event witnessed by both Vados and Kampa, they were well aware of Wang Teng's purpose in traversing the various universes. That lad? He has become a prosecutor and now wanders aimlessly. What does his absence in the 6th universe have to do with me? It is evident that Kampa, despite his indifference towards Wang Teng, remains acutely sensitive to the title of inspector, for this position possesses the authority to replace him, a god of destruction, with a higher deity. At this moment, Lord Wang Teng resides in the realm of the god of destruction in the 7th universe. Upon hearing this, Kampa sprang from his seat. What did you say? That young lad is in the realm of the skin and bones. His initial disdain transformed into astonishment, and he furrowed his brow, muttering, why on earth would he choose to live there? Kampa, being well acquainted with Beerus's character as a brother, knew him to be notoriously lazy, often sleeping for millennia at a time. The more he pondered, the more perplexed he became. Although they appeared to have a contentious relationship, frequently squabbling upon meeting, Vados understood that the bond between the brothers was profoundly deep. Vados, we must journey to the 7th universe. I must uncover the truth behind why that young lad resides in the realm of the skin and bones. There is certainly more to this than meets the eye. After all, they are blood brothers, and blood runs thicker than water. Furthermore, as fellow gods of destruction, should any wrongdoing occur in the realm of the skin and bones, I can certainly plead on his behalf. I possess great confidence in my influence. Lord Kampa, you wish to go to the 7th universe? The prosecutor has not permitted our passage. Would it not be rather audacious for us to proceed uninvited? Vados spoke softly. Spare me your prattle. I command you to take me to the 7th universe at once. Regarding that young lad, I have my own methods, Kampa asserted. I cannot stand idly by while the skin and bones faces dismissal. I must lend my assistance. Hearing Kampa's resolute declaration, Vados reluctantly acquiesced. Just as Vados was about to depart, Kampa's voice rang out once more. Wait a moment, Vados. Vados looked at Kampa in confusion. What is it, Lord Kampa? Kampa replied. Bring along the boiled eggs from Dong Dong Bird. Consider it a gift for that young lad Wang Teng. The best scenario would be that the skin and bones is unharmed. If any issues arise, I can intercede on his behalf, especially since we have shared an encounter with Wang Teng. If we wait until he returns a year later, it may be too late. Upon hearing Kampa's words, Vados immediately halted his actions and replied earnestly, Lord Kampa, you must understand, Wang Teng is now a prosecutor. Whatever you say or do, it is imperative to maintain a respectful demeanor. Otherwise, both you and Lord Beerus may face repercussions. Acknowledging Vados' warning, Kampa nodded. I understand, Vados. Let us hasten to the 7th universe. I merely wish to see the skin and bones for myself, hoping he does not provoke Wang Teng's ire. This time, with the boiled eggs from Dong Dong Bird, there should be no issue. The 7th universe cannot boast such delectable boiled eggs. Very well. Vados assented with a nod. Before informing Kappa of this matter, he had already anticipated its occurrence, for they are brothers. He merely hoped that upon arriving in Universe 7, Lord Kappa would refrain from clashing with the Grand Minister. Otherwise, not only he but even Lord Beerus would find themselves entangled. After all, Wang Teng is currently the Grand Minister's appointed prosecutor, wielding authority that is unfathomably vast. Subsequently, Vados whisked Kappa away, vanishing from Universe 6. Merely a few hours later, they arrived in Universe 7. The moment they materialized in Universe 7, Kappa was filled with exhilaration. Would that skeletal fellow be so moved as to weep upon seeing me? They swiftly soared toward the realm of destruction in Universe 7. In the realm of destruction, Whis had just finished training Goku and Vegeta and was preparing to indulge in afternoon tea when he suddenly sensed something, his expression shifting slightly. What brings Lord Kappa and his sister here? In the training chamber, Beerus abruptly opened his eyes. This divine aura. It is Kappa. What could be the reason for his arrival? In the next instant, Beerus vanished from the training room. Chapter 21. The egg of the Dong Dong Bird. Beerus appeared directly beside Whis. Lord Beerus, we have a visitor. Whis, having sensed Kappa's presence early on, was not surprised and replied with a smirk. What could that fellow want? Surely he isn't looking for trouble? Upon hearing this, Whis chuckled. Come now. You ought to know Lord Kappa's temperament. If he doesn't see you today, there is no telling what chaos he might unleash. Beerus tapped his forehead. Let us go see, and hopefully he won't be seeking trouble. By the way, should we inform the Grand Minister? Whis pondered for a moment. Let us first assess the situation. You know Lord Kappa. His visit is likely concerning trivial matters, so it's best not to disturb the Grand Minister. Beerus nodded in agreement. Just as Whis and Beerus stepped out of the realm of destruction, a roar echoed through the air. Beerus, come out here. Both Beerus and Whis immediately covered their ears. Lord Kappa, please lower your voice. The Grand Minister is present in the realm of destruction. Vados cautioned. Only then did Kappa realize the gravity of the situation and promptly closed his mouth. Vados shook her head in exasperation, wondering why Lord Kappa always seemed so oblivious. At that moment, Beerus' voice rang out. Kappa, why are you howling like a banshee? Upon hearing this, a smile spread across Kappa's face. Beerus, it seems you're quite well. With a jovial sway of his corpulent form, Kappa appeared before Beerus and Whis, followed closely by the angel Vados. At this moment, Beerus wore a grim expression and declared, if you do not provide me with a reason, I shall turn you into roasted pork today. In response, Kappa retorted, I was genuinely concerned about you, yet you treat me with such indifference. Hearing Kappa utter such unprecedented words left Beerus momentarily stunned. Concern for me? What could possibly warrant such concern? Kappa glanced at Vados and quietly inquired, Vados, what is happening? Did you not mention that brat, Wang Teng, was wreaking havoc in the divine realm? Why does Beerus appear so composed? Given his nature, he should be harboring a grudge against Wang Teng. He should not display such tranquility. The consequences would be dire if Lord Zeno were to discover Beerus's dereliction of duty. Upon hearing Kappa's words, Vados shook her head. I am unaware of the specific circumstances. Observing the two whispering, Beerus furrowed his brow and said, Hey, Kappa, what brings you here this time? Kappa, reluctant to admit his visit was out of concern, was interrupted as Goku and Vegeta arrived, drawn by the commotion. Who is that person? He looks remarkably similar to Lord Beerus. Goku inquired with curiosity. Vegeta, his expression grave, pondered, Lord Beerus is a god of destruction. But that portly fellow over there is clad in attire akin to Lord Beerus's. Could he also be a god of destruction? But how could there be two gods of destruction? The sudden appearance of Goku and Vegeta immediately captured Kappa's attention, prompting him to smile and say, Beerus, it seems quite lively here. Who are these two? Beerus replied coldly, Kappa, what is your purpose in coming here? As for these two, they are Scions from Universe 7, currently training here. Kappa displayed an expression of surprise. Beerus, so you have taken on disciples? Yet, how could you possibly have an eye for such a lowly race as the Scions? Upon hearing this, Vegeta's gaze grew menacing. Hey, who do you think you are to look down upon the Scions? Kappa was taken aback, not expecting a mortal to speak so boldly. He retorted, Beerus, your disciple certainly lacks manners. Did you not inform him of my identity? At that moment, was interjected softly, calm down, Vegeta. The being before you is the god of destruction of Universe 6. The god of destruction of Universe 6. Vegeta's eyes widened in astonishment. But what is Universe 6? He cast a glance at Whis. Before Whis could explain, Goku excitedly exclaimed, "So you are also a god of destruction. You must be incredibly powerful." Kampa, pleased with the reactions of Vegeta and Goku, chuckled. Indeed. Goku, clearly intrigued, asked, "Then who is stronger, you or Lord Beerus?" Suddenly, Vados, who had remained silent, interjected softly. "That question is ill-advised, as one merely needs to observe their physiques to discern the answer." As Kampa was accused of being the center of mischief, he immediately shouted, "Hey, Beerus!" Beerus, evidently growing impatient, bellowed, "Kampa, what on earth brings you here?" Kampa replied with a mysterious smile, "Bardock, bring it out. Since Beerus is unharmed, let them savor the culinary delights of Universe 6. Just then, Bardock softly interjected, "Lord Kampa, did you not say this was a gift for Lord Wang Teng?" Upon hearing this, Kampa recalled that the inspector was still wreaking havoc in the God of Destruction realm and shouted, "Hey, Beerus, I heard Lord Wang Teng is causing chaos in the God realm. Has he already left?" Beerus was taken aback, and it dawned on him that Kampa's visit was indeed to pay respects to the inspector. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Wish chuckled, "Lord Beerus, shall we allow Sister to enter with Lord Kampa?" Beerus nodded in agreement. In the reception hall of the God of Destruction realm, Beerus and Kampa sat on opposite sides of a long table, while Whis and Bardock stood beside the two deities. Beerus was the first to shatter the silence, stating, "Kampa, so you came to visit the inspector. However, unfortunately, the inspector has just entered seclusion." Hearing this, Kampa beckoned to Bardock, saying, "Then let's bring it out. We can let Wang Teng sample this delicacy another day." Bardock promptly waved her angelic staff, and a delicate box materialized on the table. The box opened automatically, revealing several peculiar eggs before everyone. Kampa proclaimed proudly, "These are the boiled eggs from the newly discovered Dong Dong bird. They will leave you speechless with delight." Beerus summoned one of the eggs to his hand and took a bite, yet remained silent. Kampa waved his hand again, sending 2 eggs to Goku and Vegeta, saying, "You should try them too." Goku took a bite, his eyes lighting up as he exclaimed, "Delicious." A proud smile spread across Kampa's face. "So, Beerus, do you now concede? Universe 6 truly deserves to be called a paradise of cuisine." Beerus scoffed, "Kampa, you are utterly clueless. This hardly qualifies as gourmet fare. If we're talking about fine cuisine, it must be the dish prepared by the inspector last time. What was it called?" Whis quietly interjected, "The 4 Joy meatballs." Beerus slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "Yes, the 4 Joy meatballs." Kampa's expression turned skeptical upon hearing such an odd name. "Hey, Beerus, are you so desperate for good food that you would use Wang Teng as a scapegoat?" Bardock promptly reminded, "Lord Kampa, please mind your wording. It is Lord Wang Teng." At that moment, a faint voice echoed, "Scapegoat? Is that what you dare to call me?" Chapter 22. The alarmed Kampa upon seeing the newcomer, Kampa's face flushed crimson. "Wang Teng." Bardock reiterated, "Lord Kampa, please mind your wording. It is Lord Wang Teng." As Wang Teng made his entrance, Beerus swiftly rose to his feet, offering his chair to Wang Teng and standing quietly to the side. It was at this moment that Xiang Pa realized Wang Teng's status had transformed entirely. He hurriedly stood up and approached Wang Teng, bowing deeply. "Your Excellency, I am honored to meet you. I apologize for my earlier indiscretion and hope you will not hold it against me." Just then, the angel Vados gracefully approached. "Lord Wang Teng, how have you been of late?" Wang Teng nodded gently in response to Vados' greeting. "Things have been quite pleasant recently. You, too, have grown even more radiant." Upon receiving Wang Teng's compliment, Vados smiled faintly. "Thank you for your kind words, Lord Wang Teng." Meanwhile, Xiang Pa was sweating profusely, remaining bowed and hesitant to move. Wang Teng beckoned with his finger, and a boiled egg from the East bird appeared in his hand. After taking a bite, he noted that it was indeed indistinguishable from a regular chicken egg. "Xiang Pa, have you been diligent in your work lately? It seems you are preoccupied with culinary delights. Are you a destroyer or a deity of gastronomy?" Wang Teng spoke nonchalantly. Upon hearing this question, a wave of anxiety washed over Xiang Pa. For he had not engaged in any work for quite some time and had solely pursued his personal interests, neglecting his responsibilities as a destroyer. He had assumed Wang Teng would not inquire about his work. Xiang Pa, drenched in sweat, cast a pleading glance towards Vados, stammering without articulating his thoughts. Observing his distress, Vados interjected, "Lord Wang Teng, Xiang Pa has merely developed a fondness for fine cuisine of late. His physique speaks volumes, yet he is still earnest in his duties." Hearing the beginning of her statement, Xiang Pa's heart raced, but he exhaled in relief at her conclusion. "Well, since Vados has vouched for you, it seems you are indeed committed to your work, as she is your supervising angel. You may stand up," Wang Teng said softly. Xiang Pa cautiously straightened, casting a grateful glance at Vados. Though now upright, his demeanor remained wary. He had not anticipated the immense pressure Wang Teng's new position as prosecutor would impose upon him, akin to the presence of a divine judge. This was indeed a consequence of Wang Teng's profound understanding of intention, which naturally created an atmosphere of oppression for a relatively weaker destroyer like Xiang Pa. I am already aware of your performance. Xiang Pa, you must learn from Beerus. Upon hearing Wang Teng's words, Xiang Pa inwardly scoffed, thinking, what could I possibly learn from that lethargic bag of bones? However, he maintained a smile throughout. Beerus's slender physique must be the result of relentless dedication to work. Just look at your own build. Surely, you have been slacking, Wang Teng remarked. In response, Xiang Pa vehemently protested, Lord Wang Teng, our physiques are purely genetic and have no direct correlation to our work. Wang Teng cast a glance at Beerus and inquired, is that so? At that moment, Beerus had mentally berated Kampa countless times, yet his expression remained utterly unchanged. Lord Wang Teng, that physique is indeed innate, but I assure you, I have been diligently working. Wang Teng shot him a sidelong glance, chuckling as he replied, all right, let us set aside the matter of work for now. By the way, Kampa, what brings you to the 7th universe? I do not recall inviting you here. Kampa immediately donned a sycophantic expression and stated, esteemed inspector, I have come to request your presence for a martial arts tournament. Upon hearing this, Wang Teng's interest was piqued instantly. A martial arts tournament. It sounded rather intriguing. Whis quickly grasped Kampa's intent, realizing that he had seized upon the inspector's passion for martial arts, hence his flattering demeanor. A martial arts tournament. Goku, who had been silent until now, suddenly brightened with excitement. Surely, there would be many formidable fighters in the 6th universe. Just then, Vegeta, looking bewildered, interjected, what exactly is this 6th universe you speak of? Ah, so you are not aware. There are a total of 12 universes. The universe we inhabit is the 7th. As soon as he finished speaking, Whis tapped his staff on the ground, and the entire cosmos materialized before them. He then pointed, saying, this is the 7th universe, while Lady and Lord Kampa hail from the 6th universe. These two universes are fundamentally similar, akin to twin siblings, with each possessing a counterpart, existing in pairs. For instance, the 1st universe and the 12th universe form a pair, their numbers summing to 13. Upon hearing Whis' explanation, Wang Teng finally comprehended the structure of the Dragon Ball universe. Goku whispered to Vegeta, did you hear that? He called her sister. Vegeta nodded and remarked, she is also a formidable fighter, with no openings in her movements. Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement. I never expected there would be so many fighters stronger than us. Wang Teng turned to Beerus and suggested, Beerus, you should also participate from the 7th universe. It would be rather dull if only the 6th universe took part. At this, Kampa's eyes gleamed with excitement. Skinny. What is the matter? Are you afraid of my 6th universe? Hearing Kampa's provocative words, a flicker of anger crossed Beerus's face. How brazen. With your flabby leadership of the 6th universe, aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by the inspector? Kampa's face instantly darkened with fury. Mind your words, Skinny. The two exchanged fierce glares, and a terrifying aura surged from them. Observing the sudden escalation of tension between the two, Wang Teng rose to his feet. Two individuals gazed at the sudden silhouette that appeared between them, immediately retracting their imposing presence and bowing slightly, fully aware of their previous audacity. However, to their astonishment, Wang Teng, who relished battles, had long heard of Beerus's reputation as one of the most formidable gods of destruction, yet had never witnessed it firsthand. He chuckled. If the two of you wish to fight, let us move outside. This space is too confined and may hinder your performance. Yet, both Whis and Beerus promptly interjected. Lord Wang Teng, that is not permissible. A confrontation between gods of destruction could lead to the annihilation of both the 6th and 7th universes. Hearing this, Wang Teng nodded. I understand, but surely there are exceptions. Beerus and Whis, please create a sealed arena for me, ensuring that no energy escapes. I trust your capabilities will suffice. Upon receiving Wang Teng's command, Beerus cast a glance at Whis, whose expression was laden with concern. After a few moments of contemplation, Whis smiled. Since Lord Wang Teng has such refined interests, my sister and I shall certainly strive to fulfill your request. However, the arena we construct may not be infallible. I kindly ask for your essence to be integrated into the protective barrier surrounding the arena to guarantee absolute safety. Wang Teng nodded reassuringly. Rest assured, Whis. We shall proceed as you suggest. 1 hour later, a colossal arena materialized within the realm of destruction, encircled by a crimson protective barrier. Not far from the arena stood an opulent resting area. At that moment, Wang Teng sat beside Beerus, munching on seeds as he awaited the commencement of the match. Whis, having inspected the arena for any issues, gently settled on Beerus's other side. Goku and Vegeta stood at the edge of the resting area. their eyes fixed intently on the arena. Vegeta, do you think Lord Beerus might be defeated? Goku inquired. Vegeta replied nonchalantly, Kakarot, both are gods of destruction. Their powers should be comparable. Let us observe quietly. On the arena, Beerus and Kampa stood at opposite ends, their gazes locked in mutual scrutiny. Kampa smirked, skin and bones. It has been ages since we last clashed as gods of destruction. I assure you, I am not the same as before. In the past, he had indeed been no match for Beerus, but under Beerus's guidance, his strength had surged remarkably. After such a lengthy period, he believed he had surpassed Beerus by a considerable margin. In response, Beerus smirked, Fat pig, aside from noticing your increased girth, I see no other difference. At Beerus's provocation, annoyance flared on Kampa's face. Just then, Wang Teng unleashed an energy sphere that struck the gong at the center of the arena. The two individuals immediately grasped that the match had commenced. Kampa, come forth, let me witness the fruits of your arduous training over these past several million years. Beerus's gaze was fixed intently upon Kampa, his voice tinged with indifference. He understood that since the prosecutor had granted him the opportunity to spar with Kampa, there must be an underlying purpose. Should he falter today, it could lead to troublesome repercussions. Most importantly, he was eager to ascertain just how much Kampa had progressed since ascending to the role of God of Destruction. Beerus, brace yourself. Kampa bellowed, propelling himself skyward. Whoosh. With a disdainful grunt, Beerus ascended as well, and the two stood opposing each other in the arena's sky. Beerus, this time, I shall demonstrate that hard work surpasses innate talent. Throughout his life, Beerus's natural gifts had always overshadowed him, leaving Kampa suppressed. Today, he finally had the chance to prove that his efforts bore fruit, and his heart surged with exhilaration. With a fierce roar, Kampa vanished from sight, only to reappear before Beerus in the next instant. Bang! Kampa's speed was unparalleled. Beerus smirked and immediately engaged, their fists colliding with tremendous force. A fierce gust of wind erupted from the point of impact, rapidly spreading outward. However, upon encountering the crimson protective barrier, the wind dissipated without a trace. In the next moment, the two swiftly separated, and a violet aura erupted from Beerus, the terrifying power of destruction rising ominously. In an instant, Beerus transformed into a purple shadow, vanishing from sight. His speed was astonishing, even leaving Kampa momentarily stunned, as a powerful punch struck him squarely, sending him hurtling backward. Whoosh! Seizing the advantage, Beerus charged at Kampa once more, delivering another fierce blow aimed at his chest. Bang! Beerus's eyes widened in shock. Kampa had grasped his fist directly. Impressive strength, commendable speed. Kampa remarked with a grin, as a surge of violet energy enveloped him, instantly sending Beerus flying backwards. Tap, tap, tap. Beerus staggered back a few steps but quickly regained his footing. Whoosh! The two rushed toward each other again, their fists clashing repeatedly in midair. At that moment, the arena resonated with thunderous sounds. Yet, outside the arena, tranquility reigned. One must commend the formidable strength of the protective barrier formed by Wang Teng and his companions. As it stood, the two appeared evenly matched. Wang Teng casually munched on seeds, remarking nonchalantly, currently, my power has surpassed Beerus, yet in terms of combat experience and fighting techniques, I still lag behind him somewhat. The prosecutor, through the passage of time, will undoubtedly grow stronger in all aspects. Weiss cast a glance at Wang Teng and immediately smiled, for the gentleman had already grasped the essence of the concept. In truth, Wang Teng understood these principles, and he nodded slightly in acknowledgement. His gaze then settled on Beerus, whose noble demeanor resembled that of a goddess, far surpassing that of ordinary angels. Noticing Wang Teng's attention, Beerus turned her head slightly and smiled. Esteemed inspector, is there something on my face? Wang Teng brushed his hair back and replied, I was merely observing. There is nothing on your face. Oh. Beerus responded lightly and then redirected her focus to the arena. Vegeta remarked in astonishment, I never expected Kampa's strength to be on par with Lord Beerus. It is truly remarkable. Goku, watching the fierce battle in the arena, exclaimed in surprise. Vegeta, gritting his teeth with arms crossed, muttered, damn it. I didn't realize there were so many formidable beings. And to think there are 12 such powerful gods of destruction. Noticing Vegeta's silence, Goku patted him on the shoulder. Vegeta, what's wrong? Didn't you hear me? Vegeta snapped back, Kakarot. Spare me your nonsense. Goku stepped back in alarm, forcing a wry smile. Why the outburst? Boom. Crash. The sounds of collision in the sky intensified, growing increasingly terrifying. Wang Teng looked up to see Beerus and Kampa battling from the sky to the arena. And then back again, a fierce gale sweeping across the entire arena. The terrifying energy waves continuously radiated outward. Witnessing their intense combat stirred a desire within Wang Teng to join in. The young inspector has already grasped the power of essence, surpassing both Lord Kampa and Lord Beerus. indeed showcasing boundless potential. At that moment, Beerus's melodious voice resonated in Wang Teng's ears. He turned to find her smiling warmly at him. Their eyes met, and Wang Teng felt as though Beerus could see straight through him. He had not anticipated that Beerus would possess such depth. She was likely not inferior to Weiss and undoubtedly ranked among the highest echelons of angels. Wang Teng was profoundly struck. For the impression Beerus left on him was akin to that of Weiss, her beautiful eyes brimming with mystery. Perhaps it was because he had yet to encounter other angels. Suddenly, Beerus said, I heard from Weiss that your culinary skills are exceptional. I wonder if I might indulge before my departure? At her words, Wang Teng shot a glance at Weiss, who merely covered his mouth with a chuckle. That is certainly feasible. However, if Kampa loses, then it will be for naught. For Wang Teng, culinary delights are merely trifles, and at present, his sensory perception of Beerus is remarkably favorable. Indeed, beauty is justice, at the very least. Wang Teng finds him quite pleasing to the eye. In the 24th chapter, The Defeat of Kampa, a series of thunderous collisions erupted upon the martial arts stage. Wang Teng turned his gaze to the arena, witnessing the fierce clash between Beerus and Kampa. Their fists created afterimages that lingered in the air, a testament to their formidable speed and strength. You will participate in the tournament between the 6th and 7th universes, one to you? Beerus inquired softly. Upon hearing his words, Wang Teng paused momentarily. To be honest, his motivation for having the 7th universe join the tournament stemmed from his desire to witness the prowess of the champions from both universes. You've seen through me. Indeed. I shall partake in the tournament. A smile graced Beerus's face as he glanced at Weiss nearby. If the esteemed inspector participates, the other competitors will stand no chance at all. Wouldn't it be even more interesting if Weiss and you also participated? Wang Teng interjected eagerly. If Wang Teng were the sole competitor, he would face no worthy opponents, except for Hit's time-skip technique, which still piqued his interest. However, the inclusion of Weiss and Beerus would certainly elevate the excitement. Miss Beerus, what do you think? Wang Teng asked. If the esteemed inspector could prepare a few more culinary creations, it would not be out of the question. After contemplating for a moment, Beerus responded with a gentle smile. Then it is settled. The simplicity of Beerus's acquiescence brought an expression of anticipation and excitement to Wang Teng's face. He firmly believed that engaging with either Weiss or Beerus would be immensely intriguing. Furthermore, it would serve as a gauge of his own strength, allowing him to ascertain how closely he approached the prowess of an angel. Based on his judgment, he still resided within the weakest tier of angels. Yet, might the 6th universe's tournament yield some unexpected surprises? I eagerly await the esteemed inspector's culinary skills. Beerus revealed a mysterious smile, his face brimming with anticipation, which Wang Teng observed keenly. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed from the martial arts stage. Wang Teng focused his attention in that direction, only to see Kampa crash heavily onto the stage, unmistakably devoid of the strength to continue. The battle concluded in that moment. Beerus, I never imagined you had grown so formidable as to defeat me, a fellow destroyer. Beerus descended slowly, gazing at the fallen Kampa with a hint of astonishment. He had not anticipated that Kampa had progressed to such an extent, far beyond his expectations. However, Kampa's expression was anything but pleasant. It is noteworthy that for the past several million years, he has diligently pursued his training, while Beerus, based on his understanding of him, has likely spent those millennia in slumber. Thus, for the industrious one, there exists a tinge of frustration. Beerus, I shall undoubtedly challenge you again, exclaimed Kampa, filled with indignation. In truth, Wang Teng had long perceived that Beerus had been deliberately holding back against Kampa. Had he exerted his full prowess, Kampa would have been vanquished long ago. After all, Beerus ranks among the most formidable of the gods of destruction, while Kampa finds himself in the lower echelons of strength, a significant disparity indeed. As Kampa gradually rose, his gaze swept over Wang Teng. Initially, he had aspired to defeat Beerus and salvage some dignity, yet now he felt utterly humiliated. Inspector, I shall take my leave now. I look forward to your esteemed presence at the martial arts tournament in 9 days. Kampa proclaimed. Here, my lord Kampa, responded Beerus in a gentle tone. You may return, Kampa murmured softly. Indeed, but what are the inspector's culinary skills? Beerus nodded, his gaze shifting to Wang Teng. The implication unmistakable. At that moment, Wang Teng's calm voice resonated. Kampa, I have heard that you have invested considerable time in collecting 6 wish orbs. Is there truth to this? Upon hearing this, cold sweat immediately beaded on Kampa's forehead. He shot a glare at Beerus, assuming he had disclosed the information to Wang Teng. Yet, Beerus offered no clarification, maintaining a serene smile. Yes, my lord Wang Teng, those are miraculous orbs that can grant any wish upon request. Kampa reluctantly admitted. Oh. If the 6th universe were to lose, would you be willing to surrender the wish orbs to us? In exchange, should the 6th universe emerge victorious, I shall provide you with an abundance of exquisite delicacies. Wang Teng proposed, his tone measured. Initially hesitant, Kampa's eyes sparkled at the mention of limitless gourmet delights. Then I shall acquiesce to your terms, my lord Wang Teng, and I trust you shall not go back on your word. Hearing Kampa's excited response, Wang Teng nodded, assuring him, rest assured, I shall keep my promise. Meanwhile, Goku whispered to Vegeta, Vegeta, are the wish orbs akin to Dragon Balls? Beerus instantly caught Goku's murmured words, chuckling. Kampa, what you have collected, could it possibly be the Dragon Balls? Kampa appeared momentarily stunned. Dragon Balls? The ones created by the Namekians? Upon hearing this, Beerus glanced at Goku, who nodded in affirmation. Ah, I see. However, the Dragon Balls have certain limitations when it comes to granting wishes. Yet, the power of the wish orbs is immense. To call them wishing stars would not be an exaggeration, as they can fulfill any desire. In the parlance of the seventh universe, they are the Super Dragon Balls, Kampa declared proudly. As Wukong listened intently, he turned to Beerus and inquired, Lord Beerus, may I partake in the upcoming tournament? Beerus cast a fleeting glance at Wukong and replied, you wish to join the contest? Upon hearing this, Wukong's excitement surged as he exclaimed, absolutely. Engaging in combat with the elite from other universes is exhilarating. Beerus then shifted his gaze toward Vegeta, who, with his arms crossed in a haughty manner, nodded slightly in agreement. Observing the intrigue sparked in both Beerus and Kampa, Wang Teng promptly declared, excellent, Kampa and Vados, you may return. In 9 days, we shall arrive in the 6th universe to partake in the tournament. He then tossed a versatile capsule to Vados, saying, this is a storage device known as a universal capsule, filled with a variety of culinary delights I have prepared for you. Thank you, Lord Wang Teng. Kampa's envy was palpable, yet he dared not show it in the presence of Wang Teng. Vados accepted the capsule, her exquisite visage adorned with a radiant smile. Farewell. She waved as she and Kampa departed from the realm of destruction. Beerus, the responsibility of selecting the warriors from the 7th universe rests upon you. Just reserve 2 slots for me. Upon hearing Wang Teng's command, Beerus promptly acknowledged it. Wang Teng then turned to leave, his voice drifting back. I will take Gohan out for a while. I shall return to the realm of destruction in 8 days. In the gravity chamber, Gohan was swiftly maneuvering through the air. Observing his relentless punches, a smile graced Wang Teng's face. For the forthcoming tournament, he intended for Gohan to participate and shine brilliantly. To achieve a rapid enhancement of Gohan's abilities within a mere few days, Wang Teng conceived of an ideal location, the hyperbolic time chamber of the Earth. Chapter 25. The hyperbolic time chamber. Gohan, I am taking you to a place that may enable you to transcend your limits. Wang Teng announced. The hyperbolic time chamber was undoubtedly the most suitable environment for Gohan's training. Time flowed differently within. A year inside equated to merely a day outside. Wang Teng planned to allow Gohan to stay for 2 days, which would correspond to 2 years in the external world, significantly increasing the likelihood of Gohan surpassing his limits. Whether he could transform into Super Saiyan 4 depended on his innate potential. What place? Gohan inquired, bewildered, before his eyes widened in realization. Is it the hyperbolic time chamber that you speak of? He recalled his first experience in the chamber with Goku, where he mastered Super Saiyan 2. Making him quite familiar with its capabilities. Wang Teng smiled and nodded. You are astute, Gohan. Let us go. With that, the two vanished from the realm of destruction. In a secluded area on Earth, Piccolo floated in the air, immersed in his training, when suddenly, 2 figures materialized before him. The sudden appearance of the 2 individuals startled Piccolo, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Who could it be? His eyes widened in surprise. And upon recognizing the familiar figures, he exhaled a sigh of relief. It was Gohan and Lord Wang Teng. Gohan, upon seeing Piccolo, beamed with excitement. Uncle Piccolo. A smile graced Piccolo's face as well. Wang Teng tousled his hair, exclaiming, I took a wrong turn. Sensing the energy of that Namekian, I thought it was the Supreme Kai. Realizing it was Piccolo, he suddenly became alert again, and moments later, his eyes shot wide open. Gohan, I found it. Let us go. Gohan nodded enthusiastically and waved, goodbye. Uncle Piccolo. Piccolo smiled and nodded in return. Gohan, seize this opportunity, I hope you grow stronger. In the next moment, Wang Teng and son Gohan instantly appeared in the Supreme Kai's palace. There, the Supreme Kai and Bobo also manifested before them. Tian, Mr. Bobo. Gohan exclaimed joyfully upon seeing them. Tian and Bobo approached Wang Teng with an expression of utmost reverence and humility. We pay our respects to the esteemed prosecutor. As they spoke, they knelt without hesitation, their foreheads touching the ground. Gohan was visibly taken aback, his eyes wide with astonishment. Though he was aware that Wang Teng held a high position in the divine realm, he had only previously witnessed gods of destruction and angels bowing. He had never seen anyone kneel directly on the ground. Moreover, Tian Tian was the supreme Kai of Earth. Why was she kneeling? Unbeknownst to Gohan, the hierarchy in the divine realm was exceedingly strict, making such acts of homage from the supreme Kai entirely customary. The prosecutor held a rank equivalent to that of a high priest, embodying a certain gravitas, even a god of destruction, who governs an entire universe. Must bow at a 90-degree angle, let alone a mere supreme Kai of Earth. Rise, Wang Teng stated calmly. Upon hearing his voice, Tian Tian and Bobo felt relieved, exclaiming, "Thank you, esteemed prosecutor." They then stood respectfully to the side. Gohan, feeling slightly awkward, rubbed his face. "Bobo, I wish to bring Gohan into the hyperbolic time chamber for training. Please lead the way." Upon hearing this, Bobo quickly assumed a respectful gesture, not daring to walk ahead. The origins of Mr. Bobo remained shrouded in mystery. No one knew how many generations of deities he had outlasted, and the young son Goku had once trained under him. Remarkably, the strength of Goku, having trained under Bobo, had surpassed that of the Supreme Kai. In the later stages of Dragon Ball, he was even able to contend with the Saiyan duo, Goten and Trunks. Guided by Bobo, the two successfully entered the hyperbolic time chamber. After settling them in, Mr. Bobo respectfully withdrew. With a creak, Wang Teng swung open the door to the room of spirit and time. A dazzling light instantly burst forth, prompting Sun Wukong to instinctively shield his eyes with his arm, while Wang Teng remained unfazed, as such brightness posed no threat to him. In the recesses of Wang Teng's hazy memory, it seemed that one could only reside within the room for 2 days, otherwise, the exit would vanish, trapping the inhabitants forever. However, for someone of Wang Teng's prodigious strength, this was hardly a concern, as he could effortlessly navigate the temporal tunnel and return to Earth. The moment Wukong stepped into the room, he was immediately assaulted by a wave of gravity. The air grew thin, and the temperature surged significantly. It was indeed just as it had been before. Being inside was a considerable burden. Sun Wukong murmured to himself. The gravity within the room was merely tenfold that of the outside, which should not greatly affect you at this moment. First, I must help you rediscover the sensation of battle. Upon hearing Wang Teng's words, Sun Wukong nodded eagerly. Lord Wang Teng, let us commence our training at once. Wukong seemed almost impatient, eager to reclaim his former power, or even surpass it. Very well, let us begin. Transform into a Super Saiyan. As soon as the words left his lips, Wukong unleashed his energy, and in an instant, he had transformed into a Super Saiyan. The golden aura surged around him. Yet at that moment, Wukong's power remained precariously balanced between Super Saiyan 1 and 2. Observing Wukong's transformation, Wang Teng pondered for a moment and said, "Wukong, first you must reconnect with your anger. Recall the fury you felt when Cell killed Android 16 and harmed your comrades." Upon hearing this, images from the past flooded Wukong's mind, causing him to tremble, and the veins on his forehead bulged with intensity. Subsequently, within mere seconds, he collapsed to the ground. "I cannot find that feeling." Wang Teng approached with an impassive expression and advised, "Wukong, first focus on honing your foundational combat strength. Only by strengthening your base will your power increase upon transformation. Remember, this world is governed by the law of the jungle. Goku and the others cannot protect you forever. When the time comes for survival on Earth, that sense of helplessness will be unbearable." At these words, Wukong rose, determination etched on his face, and began to train diligently. Step by step. A month later. At this moment, Wukong had transformed into Super Saiyan 2, his entire being enveloped in shimmering silver lightning. Wang Teng felt a sense of satisfaction, for in just a month, not only had Wukong rediscovered the thrill of battle, but he had also regained his Super Saiyan 2 form, with his foundational strength significantly enhanced. Wukong's power now far exceeded that which he possessed during his confrontation with Cell. Wang Teng let out a fierce roar as golden flames surged rapidly, an overwhelming aura erupting forth. The Super Saiyan transformation is truly remarkable. This power is astonishingly formidable, indeed. It lives up to Lord Wang Teng's reputation. Gohan marveled at this display. The disparity in their foundational combat powers meant that their transformed strengths varied significantly. Wang Teng's Super Saiyan form now eclipsed Gohan's Super Saiyan 2, as Wang Teng's base power had ascended to the level of an ordinary deity. Very well, let us commence. Wang Teng beckoned to Gohan with a gesture. In an instant, Gohan launched forward with a speed that was nothing short of breathtaking. Wang Teng effortlessly evaded Gohan's assaults while simultaneously channeling his golden aura into his fist. A powerful punch struck Gohan squarely in the abdomen. Gohan immediately felt a searing pain radiate throughout his body. However, surrender was not an option for him. Gritting his teeth, he charged at Wang Teng once more. Clang, clang, clang. Wang Teng swiftly maneuvered, deftly deflecting all of Gohan's attacks. Chapter 26. The Search for Warriors. Wang Teng felt a sense of satisfaction at Gohan's progress, as the latter's perseverance exceeded his expectations. Suddenly, a ki blast shot from Wang Teng's hand towards Gohan. Observing this, Gohan raised his hands above his head, palms crossed. Gathering energy rapidly. Magic flash. Boom. A resounding explosion erupted, flames soaring into the sky, and smoke billowing forth. At that moment, Wang Teng appeared behind Gohan, who instinctively reacted by throwing an elbow strike towards the swiftly approaching figure. Yet, Wang Teng effortlessly blocked the attack and retaliated with a powerful punch that struck Gohan's body directly. Gohan plummeted like a cannonball. Wang Teng, watching Gohan from above, donned a serious expression and declared, "Get up. This is utterly insufficient. You are far from adequate. You cannot protect Earth this way." Struggling, Gohan rose to his feet, unleashing a fierce roar as his Super Saiyan 2 power surged to its zenith. With a torrent of energy erupting from within, an astonishing force ascended to the heavens. Noticing Gohan's burgeoning fury, a smile crept across Wang Teng's face. In the days that followed, Wang Teng trained Gohan relentlessly, and the latter's strength continued to grow exponentially. In the realm of the 7th universe's god of destruction, Whis inquired, "Have you decided who will participate in this upcoming tournament?" The Inspector General places great importance on this event. Ho ho ho, there is no need for urgency, Lord Beerus. The Inspector General has already provided directives regarding the participants. Upon hearing Whis's words, Beerus's eyes widened in surprise. What? Whis, why didn't you mention this sooner? In that case, I shall take a nap. Do ensure you wake me before the Lord returns. Watching Beerus drift off to sleep once more, Whis shook his head in exasperation, as Wukong and Vegeta stood by. Contemplating the candidates for the upcoming competition, they felt a surge of tension upon hearing Whis announce that the selection had been finalized. Wukong murmured his disappointment, wishing to include Krillin, the mightiest Earthling. However, it appeared the roster was already set. Vegeta, glancing at Whis, inquired if he and Kakarot could still participate, realizing the implication. Wukong looked at Whis with hopeful anticipation. Rest assured, you are indeed on the list. Whis chuckled. However, you must find one more participant. As Lord Beerus has decreed that 5 individuals will compete, then let us have Krillin join. Wukong exclaimed with enthusiasm. Vegeta scoffed. He is not up to the challenge. He can only compete with Earthlings. If he faces a master from another universe, he would stand no chance. Wukong sighed, acknowledging the truth in Vegeta's words. At that moment, the strongest fighters on Earth were Piccolo and Majin Buu, but Wukong felt hesitant about Majin Buu's reliability despite his formidable strength. Very well, let us recruit Piccolo. Vegeta, will you join? Gohan inquired with a smile. Vegeta crossed his arms defiantly. You go ahead. I intend to train with Whis. This time, I shall surpass you. Wukong paused, then replied, all right, I will go find Piccolo. In the blink of an eye, he arrived on Earth and quickly located Piccolo. After explaining the situation, Piccolo shook his head, expressing his reluctance to participate in such a competition. He understood that with his current strength, he could not hope to defeat the masters of the universe, and he did not wish to embarrass himself against opponents far beyond his capability. However, upon hearing that Gohan would compete, he agreed to attend the match. For Gohan was like a son to him. Wukong scratched his head in frustration. With Piccolo declining, whom should he seek next? After much contemplation, he resolved to approach Majin Buu. In Satan City, within an opulent villa, Mr. Satan was comfortably enjoying a cigar while Majin Buu feasted on a mountain of delectable food. Suddenly, Wukong appeared before them with a whoosh. Mr. Satan was so startled that he fell from the sofa, but upon recognizing Wukong, he exhaled in relief. Wukong, you gave me quite a scare. Majin Buu, without looking up, continued to devour the culinary delights on the table. Feeling hungry himself, Wukong's stomach audibly grumbled. Mr. Satan chuckled and, at his invitation, the servants promptly brought forth a lavish spread of food. Wukong's eyes lit up. I shall not hold back. And with that, he began to eat with great fervor. 10 minutes later, Mr. Satan smiled and asked, Wukong, did you come here for something in particular? Upon hearing these words, Son Wukong immediately ceased his actions, disregarding the remnants of food adorning his face, and exclaimed in astonishment, how could I have forgotten such an important matter? After an elaborate explanation from Wukong, Mr. Satan and Majin Buu finally grasped his intentions. Ultimately, it was through Mr. Satan's encouragement and persuasion that Majin Buu consented to the proposal. Having accomplished his task, Wukong let out a gentle sigh of relief. Once the candidates were confirmed, he teleported directly back to the God of Destruction's realm. With the participants gathered, it was time to train diligently alongside Vegeta. Whis smiled at Wukong, acknowledging their preparations for the upcoming martial arts tournament, where the warriors were engaged in intense training. At that moment, Gohan was undergoing rigorous training under King Tien, while Wukong and Vegeta were constantly enhancing their strength under Whis' guidance. Time flew swiftly, and only a week remained until the tournament. Just then, The door to the room of spirit and time opened, and King Tien emerged with Gohan. Inspector, Gohan. Tien immediately greeted King Tien with utmost respect. Gohan exchanged a knowing glance with Tien, who immediately beamed with joy upon seeing Gohan, as they were friends who had faced life and death together on planet Namek. King Tien remarked, "This room of spirit and time is indeed a remarkable place, if only there were no time constraints." In response, Tien respectfully stated, "Inspector, the manipulation of time is beyond my capabilities. This room has existed since ancient times. Altering the time limit could lead to temporal chaos, potentially resulting in the destruction of Earth." King Tien nodded in understanding. It was uncertain who had constructed this room of spirit and time, but it was evident that only angels could wield the powers of time. One wondered what events transpired in ancient times that allowed Earth to possess such a space. At that moment, Gohan suddenly spoke. "Tien, may I ask you for a favor?" Tien smiled and replied, "Gohan, just tell me what you need. I will do my utmost to assist you." Gohan expressed his desire to have a martial arts uniform like his father's to wear at the upcoming tournament. Tien immediately comprehended Gohan's request, and a brilliant light appeared in his hands. In an instant, Gohan was adorned in the familiar orange turtle school GI. Gohan joyfully admired the uniform that mirrored his father's. Shortly after, King Tien departed with Gohan. In King Tien's view, the upcoming week should be spent in enjoyment, as the rigorous training was coming to a close. Thus, the following week was spent indulging in various culinary delights on Earth, with their astonishing appetites causing quite a stir. Chapter 27. Journey to Universe 6 God of Destruction's Realm in Universe 7. With merely a day remaining until the commencement of the competition, Wang Teng returned here today, accompanied by a relaxed Gohan, who had been enjoying a few leisurely days. "Ah, Lord Inspector, you have returned," exclaimed Whis, grinning at the sudden appearance of the figure. Wang Teng surveyed the surroundings and inquired, "Where's Beerus?" That is, Lord Beerus?" Whis stammered, and Wang Teng immediately discerned what Beerus was up to, for he was well acquainted with Beerus's temperament. In Beerus's chamber, the sound of snoring reverberated throughout the room. Wang Teng's forehead tightened with veins protruding slightly as he suppressed his anger and commanded, "Whis, awaken him." Whis, sensing the gravity of the situation, was taken aback, for it was the first time he had witnessed such an expression from Wang Teng. Swiftly, he tapped his angelic staff on the ground twice. In the next moment, the entire bed flipped over, causing Beerus to tumble off in a most undignified manner. Recognizing Wang Teng was on the brink of fury, Whis decided to take drastic measures. Upon being abruptly jolted, Beerus opened his eyes. "Whis, how dare you?" he exclaimed furiously, only to spot Wang Teng's figure. A wave of apprehension washed over him, and he immediately bowed at a 90-degree angle. "My apologies, Lord Inspector. I merely dozed off." Wang Teng let out a cold snort. "Just now, I noticed you were about to strike. If your anger has not subsided, feel free to continue." At that moment, a surge of profound energy erupted forth, causing Beerus to break into a sweat. "I dare not. I humbly beseech your forgiveness." Wang Teng coldly snorted and turned to leave, his voice echoing softly. "Should the 7th universe lose in this martial competition, both sins shall be punished." Initially, Wang Teng intended to participate on behalf of the 7th universe, but now he resolved to assemble a new team to confront both the 6th and 7th universes head-on. After Wang Teng departed, Beerus bellowed, "Why didn't you awaken me sooner? You must provide an explanation." His eyes were bloodshot with irritation, a testament to his frustration, knowing he was no match for Whis. Otherwise, he would have acted sooner. "You have wronged me, Lord Beerus. The inspector's movements are elusive. I truly did not perceive his return." Whis replied innocently. This predicament was indeed not Whis's fault, for Wang Teng had utilized instant transmission, seamlessly transitioning his presence from Earth to the realm of destruction, making it impossible to detect. "Humph." Beerus seethed in exasperation. Thus, the day swiftly passed, and Goku arrived early from Earth with the members of the 7th universe. "Bulma?" Vegeta exclaimed in surprise. Bulma flashed a mischievous smile at Vegeta. "What do you think? Surprised, aren't you? I've come personally to cheer you on." Meanwhile, Beerus was in a foul mood, his gaze harsh as he inquired, "Goku, why have you brought so many people?" "We are going to compete, not attend a banquet." Goku could only manage a wry smile, hastily seeking assistance from Whis. At that moment, Bulma chimed in, "Oh dear Lord Beerus, don't be so stingy. A competition without an audience would be dreadfully dull." Just then, Wang Teng approached. Bulma's point was valid. Indeed, without spectators, it would be quite tedious. "I told you so." Bulma winked at Wang Teng with a grin. Beerus turned his head away, choosing silence. "Well, since everyone is gathered, let us set off," Whis remarked softly as he surveyed the group brought by Goku. His eyes swiftly scanned the assembled faces. Piccolo, Tien, Yamcha, Chi-Chi, Master Rashi, Mage and Bu, Mr. Satan, Goten, Trunks, and Krillin were all prepared. Whis lightly tapped his angelic staff against the ground, and an enchanting force enveloped everyone instantly. Lord Wang Teng, shall we depart? Upon hearing this, Wang Teng nodded. The group transformed into a streak of light and vanished from the realm of the gods of destruction. Whis, I was not jesting earlier, Wang Teng declared during their journey. Are you truly planning to establish a new team, confronting the 6th universe and the 7th universe directly? Whis sought confirmation once more. Wang Teng nodded affirmatively. Whis opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately refrained. Suddenly, Whis came to a sudden halt. The others collided with one another behind him. The hot-tempered Bulma immediately exclaimed, Whis, what are you doing? Whis and Wang Teng both gazed into the void, where they spotted a man dressed similarly to Whis. His expression indifferent, who bore a striking resemblance to Gohan's high school classmate. Sava? Beerus stood at attention, somewhat astonished as he said, Sava, Hellas, what brings you here? Wang Teng then noticed that beside the man clad in angelic attire stood a tall, beautiful woman resembling an Indian, smiling at them. Judging by their garments, these two were likely the angel and god of destruction from a certain universe. Lord Beerus, Whis, it has been a long time. Sava spoke nonchalantly. Sava, Lord Hellas? It has indeed been a while. Whis responded with a smile, greeting the two who hovered in the void. Ah, Whis, long time no see. As for a certain someone who only knows how to nap, I shall not extend my greetings. A feminine voice chimed in. And Wang Teng turned to see the female god of destruction beside Sava, staring directly at him. Who might this be? A powerful divine aura emanates from him, Hellas remarked. At that moment, before Beerus could utter a word, the angel Savar beside her quietly interjected, Lord Hellas, this must be the newly appointed prosecutor from the divine realm. Upon hearing this, shock immediately spread across Hellas's face. Little deity Hellas pays her respects to the esteemed prosecutor. Meanwhile, Savar merely inclined his body slightly, offering a gesture of politeness. Very well, rise, came the calm voice of Wang Teng. At that instant, Whis lowered his voice and said, Lord Wang Teng. This is Lord Hellas, the destroyer of the 2nd universe, and she is also a formidable being who has comprehended the essence. It is said that even Lord Beerus would only stand a chance against her by utilizing the Ultra Instinct. Hearing this, Wang Teng cast a glance at Beerus, realizing that this individual was indeed extraordinary. No wonder he is hailed as the strongest destroyer, capable of defeating the essence-comprehending Hellas. It appears that his current strength is on par with Beerus, hovering around the level of a first-tier angel. It seems I was somewhat arrogant to think I could surpass Beerus. Whis, let us depart, Wang Teng instructed. Savar, Lord Hellas, we have pressing matters to attend to. So we shall take our leave for now. Until we meet again. In response to Whis's farewell, the two waved their hands. Subsequently, Hellas performed another bow to Wang Teng, and Savar also inclined his body once more. Farewell, esteemed prosecutor. Should the opportunity arise, please visit the 2nd universe for guidance in your duties. Wang Teng nodded gently. In an instant, the group transformed into a stream of light, vanishing into the void. Once they had departed, Hellas furrowed her brow slightly and said, Savar, we should consider visiting the 7th universe. That prosecutor is quite remarkable. I sense the power of essence within him. Given his close ties with the 7th universe, I believe we will encounter him again there. Oh. Savar raised an eyebrow, surprised that such a young divine official turned out to be a master of essence comprehension, a detail he had previously overlooked. Chapter 28. The competition begins in the 6th universe, on an uncharted planet. At this moment, this lifeless brown planet had been transformed by Kampa into a grand arena. On one side of the arena stood a massive sign featuring a picture of Kampa, a request specifically made by him to Beerus, signifying that the host was none other than the destroyer of the 6th universe, Kampa. Lord Wang Teng should be arriving soon, right? Kampa inquired with a smile. He has arrived. Beerus replied with a gentle laugh. Just then, a streak of light descended rapidly, revealing Wang Teng, Beerus, Whis, and the rest of the 7th universe team appearing at the venue. They proceeded directly to the resting area prepared by Kampa. Bulma gazed at Kampa, who resembled a plumper version of Beerus, and murmured, that is the destroyer of the 6th universe, Kampa. Xiangpa and Vados swiftly approached Wang Teng's side. Vados greeted Wang Teng with a courteous nod, while Xiangpa executed a formal 90-degree bow. Welcome, esteemed inspector, to the 6th universe. Meanwhile, Bulma, with her hands on her hips, interjected, Hey, we've traveled a great distance. Are you only going to welcome Lord Wang Teng? Xiangpa cast a glance at the alluring Bulma, yet remained silent, still bent at the waist. All right, you may rise. Are all the warriors assembled? Wang Teng stated calmly. Xiangpa promptly replied, My lord, everyone is present. If you find it suitable, we may commence. Wang Teng nodded slightly, prompting Xiangpa to rise and return to the resting area of the sixth universe. Just then, Bulma plopped down, immediately feeling the hardness of the seat. Hey, we've come all this way, and this is the seating you provide? Is there no soft seat available? A surge of irritation welled up in Xiangpa. Being shouted at multiple times by a mere mortal had reached his limit. He coldly retorted, I did not invite you here. What right does a mere human have to dictate to me? However, to his surprise, Wang Teng interjected directly, Bulma is right. Offering guests such seating is rather shabby. And it does not befit your status, Xiangpa. Upon hearing this, Xiangpa began to sweat profusely. Weiss. Wang Teng murmured softly. Weiss gently tapped his angelic staff on the ground, and a brilliant light enveloped the entire resting area of the seventh universe. As the radiance gradually dissipated, an entire set of luxurious soft seats appeared before everyone. Xiangpa discreetly turned to Vados and whispered, Why didn't you arrange such opulent seating from the beginning? Vados, with a look of resignation, replied, Creating masterpieces beyond even Lord Xiangpa's comprehension would be a sacrilege. Hearing this, Wang Teng chuckled, Truly Vados. Initially, a written examination was to be conducted, but at Wang Teng's request, the peculiar test was cancelled. At this moment, the Kaishans of the 7th and 6th universes knelt before Wang Teng. We greet the esteemed inspector. Wang Teng regarded the suddenly appearing Kaishans with a smile, saying, Rise, please, and take your seats. Among the 7th universe attendees were the Old Kaishan and the East Kaishan, Shin, along with their attendants, who greeted Goku and the others with smiles. Just then, the competitors from the 7th universe slowly made their entrance into the venue, instantly capturing the attention of the 7th universe participants. Goku exclaimed, It's Frieza. Is he here too? He noticed another competitor resembling a bear. Meanwhile, Wang Teng's gaze remained fixed on Head, who was with his eyes closed, while the Saiyan Kaba from the 6th universe kept his eyes trained on this side. As the participants gathered, Beerus slowly announced, The contenders for this tournament include those from the 7th universe, the 6th universe, and the esteemed prosecutor from the Divine Realm. Honorable Inspector, do you believe we may commence? Wang Teng nodded in acknowledgement. Prompted by the signal, Beerus declared, Then let the competition begin. The first event was a chaotic melee, lasting for 30 minutes, with those remaining on the stage advancing. Subsequently, all the competitors ascended the platform. Wang Teng stood upon the stage, nodding towards Kampa, who immediately unleashed a ki blast that struck the bell suspended in the air. The referee promptly proclaimed, The match has commenced. After an intense battle, 30 minutes later, only 6 individuals remained on stage, Frost and Hit from the 6th universe, Goku and Vegeta from the 7th universe, along with Wang Teng and Gohan. Following the conclusion of the melee, the 6 qualified contestants returned to their respective resting areas, while the large screen above began to scroll rapidly. Moments later, the images of Goku and Frost appeared on the screen. Kappa cast a menacing glance at Frost, warning, Should you falter, you are aware of the consequences. The referee below then announced, This match features contestant Goku facing off against contestant Frost. Goku exclaimed with excitement, My opponent is Frost from the 6th universe. Before long, both stood upon the stage. Wang Teng closed his eyes, fully aware that Frost was not to be underestimated. Frost appeared quite refined and bowed respectfully to Goku, saying, A pleasure to meet you. I look forward to our match. He extended his hand, and without hesitation, Goku clasped it. Let us give it our all. At that moment, the referee's voice rang out. The match begins. As soon as the words left his lips, the two rushed towards each other. Goku took the initiative, launching a powerful punch. However, Frost opted to evade the fierce blow. After dodging Goku's fist, Frost retaliated with a swift kick. In response to the attack, Goku swiftly seized Frost's ankle and hurled him forcefully away. Goku then chuckled, Transform into your ultimate form. Frost gradually rose, questioning, How did you know I could transform? Goku explained, There is a character in our universe named Frieza, who bears an uncanny resemblance to you. Upon hearing this, Frost nodded, acknowledging, I see. Then I shall transform and duel you. He began to unleash his power, a violet aura erupting explosively from within, causing the entire platform to tremble slightly. With a thunderous roar, his energy surged dramatically, enveloping the arena in a vast purple haze that continuously expanded outward. His appearance began to shift as well. As the radiant light gradually faded, his appearance underwent a remarkable transformation, yet it was not his ultimate form, rather akin to Frieza's third transformation. At this moment, his mouth resembled that of a duck. It seemed Frost was still holding back. Frost declared, This is my final form. The expression on Kappa's face was one of astonishment, clearly taken aback by the unexpected metamorphosis of Frost. Goku, who had previously battled Frieza, understood in his heart that this was far from the ultimate form. In the resting area, Vegeta wore an expression of sheer fury, exclaiming, "You idiot! How can this be the final form?" Goku responded with a wry smile, "So be it. Let us go." Frost immediately erupted with energy, a purple aura rapidly ascending. Whoosh! He vanished from sight. In the face of his adversary's assault, Goku swiftly advanced. The two engaged in a high-speed aerial duel. Boom, boom, boom. The air was filled with the sounds of thunderous collisions. Their speed was astonishing, exchanging blows for dozens of rounds, with neither side gaining the upper hand. Bang, bang, bang. With a tremendous crash, their fists collided in mid-air, sending ripples of white energy cascading outward. The onlookers were left in a state of utter disbelief. Chapter 29, Goku vs. Frost. Bang. The two instantly separated, and Goku quickly gathered a terrifying amount of energy in his palm. Ah! A stunning energy sphere shot forth, illuminating the entire arena. Krillin and the others shielded their eyes with their arms to endure the blinding radiance. At that moment, Frost erupted with power, his purple aura soaring. He transformed into a beam of purple light and collided heavily with the energy sphere in midair. An astonishing clash of energy erupted instantly. Goku shouted fiercely, channeling more power into the sphere. Meanwhile, Frost, bracing against the sphere, gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, and continued to unleash his energy furiously. To the astonishment of the crowd, Goku's energy sphere was gradually being pushed back by Frost. Witnessing this, Goku was taken aback. He had not anticipated such formidable strength from Frost's third form. He had underestimated the situation and should have transformed into a Super Saiyan before engaging in battle. Amid Goku's exclamations, Frost's head slammed heavily against him. Boom. Thud. Thud. Goku staggered backward several dozen steps before regaining his footing, panting heavily. Everyone was mesmerized by the thrilling combat. Vegeta's face darkened with rage. Kakarot, what are you doing? Are you truly that ashamed to face such a foe? Upon hearing this, Goku hesitated no longer and immediately unleashed his power. The golden aura surged forth, instantly spreading a terrifying presence. Super Saiyan, I have unleashed my full strength. Do you still intend to reserve your final transformation? Goku chuckled. Frost's eyes widened in astonishment, yet he remained silent. In the sixth universe's resting area, Kappa appeared momentarily stunned, murmuring, "That little fellow named Son Goku can also transform? I thought only Lord Kappa was unique." However, compared to Lord Kappa's transformation, Goku's was notably inferior. Vados, beaming with delight, replied, "Naturally, Lord Kappa is no ordinary Saiyan." Meanwhile, Hit, seated at the edge of the resting area, opened his eyes briefly to glance over, then closed them again, exuding an air of mystery. Goku rapidly charged toward Frost, his speed now incomparable to before. As he appeared before Frost in the blink of an eye, faced with the sudden golden figure, Frost swiftly threw a punch, but he struck only the golden afterimage. Subsequently, a powerful golden elbow strike crashed into him. Bang! Frost flew back like a cannonball, gritting his teeth, and only managed to stabilize himself at the edge of the arena. Yet, when he lifted his head, Son Goku had vanished from the stage. "I'm right here," a voice called out as Goku suddenly materialized above him, delivering a swift kick to his abdomen. Instantly, Frost felt a searing pain surge through his body, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Wiping the blood from his lips, he murmured, "I concealed my ultimate form not to preserve my strength." Then, a powerful roar echoed as a black-purple aura erupted, darkening the sky as if it were shrouded in ominous clouds. The black-purple glow intensified, and gradually, it faded away, resembling Frieza's final form. "I can no longer control this ultimate power. I once accidentally killed someone in this form, which is why I haven't used it in so long," Frost said softly. Goku gazed at Frost, now transformed into his ultimate state, and remarked, "Since you have completed your transformation, it's my turn." Goku transformed into a streak of golden light, rapidly charging toward Frost, leaving a lingering golden afterimage in the air. Bang! The two collided. Golden fists clashed against purple ones, unleashing fierce gusts of wind that swept downward. Their battle escalated, soaring from the ground to the arena and back into the sky. With a resounding crash, they finally separated. Goku wore a smile on his face, declaring, "If this is your full strength, then I shall claim the first victory." With those words, Goku vanished from his position. Frost's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "What?" By the time Sun Wukong reappeared, he was already upon Frost, who had no time to react before a powerful punch struck his face. He was sent flying, blood streaming from the corner of his mouth. However, he quickly regained his composure and charged at Sun Wukong once more. Frost launched a flurry of punches, only to find his fist firmly grasped by Wukong. He realized he could not move it at all. With a fierce shout, Wukong retaliated with another punch, sending Frost crashing to the ground once again. Struggling to lift his head, Frost remarked, "I didn't expect you to be this formidable." Vegeta, arms crossed, and smirking, commented, "That rascal Kakarot has taken his sweet time." Meanwhile, Wang Teng's cold gaze was fixed on the arena, fully aware that the effects of frost poison needles were likely about to take hold. Indeed, Frost struggled to rise, charging at Wukong once more, unleashing a rapid succession of punches. Wukong extended a hand, continuously blocking the onslaught. "It's futile. You should concede." Just then, Wukong seized an opening in Frost's attack and delivered a powerful blow to his abdomen. Frost felt a wave of excruciating pain radiate throughout his body, causing him to tremble and stagger backward. "I will not concede. No matter what happens, I shall rise." Incredibly, he charged at Wukong again. But his unsteady form posed no threat. At that moment, Wukong felt his vision blurring. He shook his head vigorously, but the dizziness intensified. Frost immediately sensed Wukong's unusual state, a smirk creeping onto his lips as delight filled his heart. Has it finally taken effect? Seizing the opportunity, he launched a punch at Wukong. Suddenly, a figure appeared between them, firmly grasping Frost's fist. Frost looked up in shock to meet Wang Teng's icy gaze. Kampa, rising to his feet, murmured, "What is happening? Why is Lord Wang Teng so furious?" In the next instant, Kampa and Beerus swiftly materialized on the stage. Beerus spoke first. "Lord Wang Teng, have you discovered something?" Thud. Sun Wukong finally collapsed to the ground. Kakarot. Vegeta dashed down in haste. In response to Beerus's inquiry, Wang Teng remained silent as he directly seized Frost's arm. A scream of agony erupted from Frost. Beerus quickly noticed the fine poison needles embedded in Frost's body. "How audacious! You dare to cheat!" he exclaimed. "Kampa, this is one of your 6th universe warriors. What do you have to say for this?" Frost attempted to defend himself. "This is part of my body. Why can't I use it?" Upon hearing this, Kampa erupted in fury. Silence. At this moment, the referee rushed over and, after several confirmations, immediately rendered his verdict. Frost had violated the rules, and Sun Wukong was declared the victor. Chapter 30. The Super 4. Gohan. Meanwhile, Xiangpa was drenched in sweat. Acutely aware that losing the match was minor compared to incurring the wrath of Wang Teng, he realized that his miscalculations had reached their zenith. "Xiangpa, this matter will be entrusted to you. Should I witness any further violations, all participants from Universe 6 will face disqualification," Wang Teng stated coolly. A wave of relief washed over Xiangpa, as he comprehended that he had narrowly escaped disaster. Once Wang Teng relinquished his grip, Frost collapsed onto the ground. Xiangpa promptly seized Frost and hurled him back to the rest area of Universe 6. "Vados, quickly assist that boy, Sun Wukong," Xiangpa commanded. Understanding that he needed to rectify his wrongs and ensure everything was to Wang Teng's satisfaction. In truth, Wang Teng had already lost interest in the ensuing events and turned to return to the rest area. Vardos's angelic staff radiated a brilliant light, and in no time, Sun Wukong opened his eyes. Glancing at Vegeta, who was supporting him, he murmured, "What happened? Why is everyone on the arena?" "Oh right, I was still in the match. Where's Frost?" As Vegeta released his grip, Sun Wukong fell heavily to the ground. He then turned around, a hint of pride in his voice, and exclaimed, "What a fool. Ouch. What are you doing, Vegeta?" Sun Wukong clutched his head, wailing in discomfort. The others shared an amused glance before departing the arena, leaving Sun Wukong alone to prepare for the next opponent. Just then, the large screen began to roll once more. And ultimately, Gohan's face appeared. The referee's voice rang out. "Now we will proceed to the next match, featuring Gohan against the victorious Sun Wukong." Sun Wukong gazed at Gohan's image on the screen and mused, "Is my opponent Gohan this time? I wonder how much he has progressed under Master Wang Teng's guidance. This is truly exciting." In the Universe 7 rest area, Kiki clenched her fists, exclaiming, "Wukong is fighting Gohan? This is madness. How could my Gohan possibly defeat Wukong?" She then burst into tears. Gohan immediately stood up, declaring, "All right, it's my turn now. Master Wang Teng, I'm going." Wang Teng nodded in acknowledgement. Gohan sprang up to stand opposite Wukong. Piccolo, observing Gohan on the arena, silently cheered him on. "Gohan, you can do it." Beerus, intrigued, remarked, "So this is the lad who has been following Master Wang Teng? I wonder how formidable his strength has become. He must be the son of Sun Wukong." Weiss chuckled, saying, "Ho ho ho, do not underestimate Gohan, Lord Beerus. His unwavering companionship with Lord Wang Teng speaks volumes of his extraordinary capabilities." Gohan, adorned in a robe akin to that of Goku, exchanged a glance with his father from afar. "Father, please do not hold back. Feel free to unleash your full power," Gohan declared. Hearing this, Goku smiled and replied, "Gohan, it seems your strength has significantly improved. In that case, I shall engage in battle with all my might. If you find it too overwhelming, surrender immediately, and I will cease my attacks." Upon hearing Goku's words, Gohan nodded earnestly. At that moment, The referee's voice rang out clearly. The match begins. No sooner had the words left his lips than Sun Wukong erupted with energy. In the next instant, a surge of blue divine aura burst forth from his being. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the entire planet began to tremble violently. Beneath Goku's feet, ripples of energy radiated outward like waves. Sun Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. The astonishing energy stirred awe among all onlookers. In the 7th universe's resting area, Vegeta exclaimed in disbelief that Kakarot is truly going to fight Gohan with all his strength. Trunks and Goten voiced their concerns softly. Gohan, brother. Chi-Chi stood up abruptly, shouting, Goku, have you lost your mind? Do you wish to harm Gohan? My Gohan. With a thud, Chi-Chi fainted in the resting area. Bulma and the others hurried to catch her, yet their eyes remained fixed on the arena. In the 6th universe's resting area, a Saiyan murmured. It seems all Saiyans can transform. That Sun Wukong has adopted yet another peculiar transformation. It appears he concealed his strength during the previous battle. That Sun Wukong seems to have reached the divine level, quite unexpectedly. Vados remarked with a smile. Gohan gazed at his father, now a Super Saiyan Blue. His eyes gradually filled with resolve. He directed his gaze toward Wang Teng, who nodded in approval from the resting area. With permission granted, Gohan's heart swelled with excitement. Hiya! A deep roar erupted from Gohan's throat, unleashing an astounding force. A golden aura surged upwards, and with his cry, his strength continued to escalate. Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan 2. Yet Gohan's energy did not relent. His deep roars resonated continuously, and the golden flames grew increasingly fierce. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Silvery lightning flickered around his body, while the golden aura crackled against the air. The roar of Gohan continues to resonate. Can he still elevate his power? Has Gohan truly surpassed his limits? Vegeta, with a look of utter astonishment, exclaimed. They were all acutely aware of Gohan's capabilities, yet at this moment, the strength he displayed far exceeded their understanding of him. The entire arena transformed into a golden expanse. As time progressed, the golden radiance gradually faded, revealing a red warrior upon the stage. At that instant, Gohan had finally transformed into a Super Saiyan 4. A crimson tail swayed elegantly behind him. His hair had grown significantly longer, his body adorned with a coat of red fur, and his physique appeared more harmoniously sculpted. Father, this is beyond Super Saiyan 4. Gohan murmured. Goku, astonished, responded with a smile. Gohan, when did you achieve this? Indeed, following Lord Wang Teng was the right choice. Meanwhile, in the resting area, the most astonished of all was Piccolo. Sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Gohan, a bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Could that truly be Gohan? It was astonishingly unbelievable. Krillin exclaimed with excitement. This kid Gohan might actually be able to defeat Goku. Although Gohan showcased remarkable power at that moment, he could never forget the grueling 2 years of devilish training in the hyperbolic time chamber. It began with arduous foundational combat training, followed by endless battles with Wang Teng, which were more akin to receiving blows than actual fights. In the end, to transform into Super Saiyan 4, he was forced to become a great ape. Should he lose control, he would endure Wang Teng's merciless beatings, reverting to his original form upon losing consciousness. Through these relentless beatings, Gohan ultimately learned to control his mind while transforming into a great ape, thus achieving the transformation into Super Saiyan 4. Wang Teng gazed at Gohan on the stage. Now in his Super Saiyan 4 form, his heart filled with pride, for this was his creation, and to claim there was no sense of accomplishment would be a falsehood. Chapter 31. Goku and Gohan on the arena. Gohan and his father exchanged silent glances, standing still, allowing the golden and blue auras to soar around them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Father, let us begin. Gohan broke the silence first. Goku nodded in response. Gohan, be careful. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the two instantly vanished from their positions. Bang. In the air, they reappeared simultaneously, each delivering a powerful punch. Boom. A wave of formidable energy immediately surged outward. Subsequently, they resumed their rapid movements. Sounds of collision echoed through the air. Bang, bang, bang. Thud, thud, thud. Both retreated several steps simultaneously. Panting, they exchanged breaths before vanishing once more, silhouettes intertwining in the air. Goku and Gohan grew increasingly formidable, their speed accelerating with each passing moment. In the blink of an eye, the two had engaged in no fewer than a dozen exchanges. They weaved and collided in midair. Goku's voice resonated. Gohan, your strength has grown remarkably. I am truly proud of you. At that moment, Gohan's heart swelled with exhilaration, for he had finally caught up to his father's prowess. Father, your power is astonishing, he exclaimed. Without the rigorous training under King Kai's relentless regimen, Gohan would never have stood a chance against Goku. Yet, Even in his transformation into Super Saiyan 4, Gohan had to summon every ounce of concentration. For Goku's strength and combat experience were indeed formidable. Since the inception of the match, the astonishment on Piccolo's face had not wavered. Is this truly Gohan? It's beyond belief, he thought, as Gohan matched Goku blow for blow. Beside them, Vegeta clenched his teeth in frustration. Damn it, even Gohan has become this powerful. With a resounding shout, the two collided fiercely before swiftly retreating. Gohan, with a smirk, declared, "Father, receive my attack." He unleashed the Kamehameha wave. A golden aura erupted from Gohan, as terrifying power coalesced in his hands, radiating with a dazzling white-blue light. Goku paused momentarily, then chuckled. So it's the Kamehameha. However, this technique won't work on me. With a fierce shout, Gohan launched the white-blue energy wave directly at Goku, enveloping the arena in a blinding white light. Goku, in response, unleashed his blue divine aura, a terrifying energy gathering in his palms as he readied himself to counter the Kamehameha. The clash of his hands against the Kamehameha created a brilliant explosion of light and thunderous sound. In that instant, Gohan vanished from sight. Goku shouted as he sent the Kamehameha soaring into the sky, "See, I told you it wouldn't work." Suddenly, Gohan reappeared behind him, delivering a swift and powerful punch that struck Goku squarely in the face. Goku landed on the arena floor, steadying himself with his hands. "Well done, kid. You've really grown," Goku acknowledged, realizing that Gohan could no longer be viewed through the lens of his former self. He had undergone a remarkable transformation, his strength reaching unimaginable heights. In a flash, both fighters disappeared once more. The arena echoed with the sound of rapid movement as they engaged in a flurry of strikes, their forms shifting and their blows increasing in speed, leaving behind mere afterimages that rendered them nearly invisible to the spectators. As the two figures collided, a fierce energy surged and intertwined between them, the sound of their clashes growing increasingly thunderous. In that moment, Goku seized an opportunity, landing a powerful punch squarely on Gohan's face. Stumbling slightly, Gohan quickly regained his balance and charged towards Goku once more. Goku retaliated with another formidable blow, their fists meeting with a resounding impact. In an instant, both fighters vanished, only to reappear midair, exchanging blows with fervor. At that critical juncture, Gohan raised his hands above his head, invoking the technique known as Demon Flash. A blinding light erupted from his palms, forcing Goku to extend his hands to push against the energy sphere. Goku's body was propelled backward, his voice echoing with exertion as he collided with the arena floor, leaving behind a long, deep gouge as he continued to slide backward. It wasn't until he reached the edge of the stage that the energy was finally dissipated, and he blew on his smoking palms, exclaiming, "That stings. Are you all right, Dad?" Gohan asked with concern. Straightening up with a grin, Goku reassured him, "I'm fine. Go ahead and unleash your strength. You won't hurt me." In the 7th universe's resting area, Krillin remarked, "Gohan has become incredibly strong. I bet Goku is more thrilled than anyone." Tien nodded in agreement, his expression thoughtful. Yamcha raised his arm, cheering, "Go Goku. Don't let Gohan take you down." Meanwhile, a tearful Chi-Chi, now awake, cried out, "Goku. Gohan, please stop fighting." At that moment, Beerus was unusually solemn, muttering, "I wonder what methods the Grand Minister employed to train that Gohan to such a degree. Even Goku is finding it challenging." To this, was chuckled, Lord Beerus. "You might need to be cautious." Beerus, perplexed by Whis' words, chose to disregard them and focused on the arena once more. Goku and Gohan resumed their rapid movements. With a tremendous crash, their palms met once again, unleashing terrifying waves of energy that surged skyward. The ground beneath them buckled, creating a deep crater. The two warriors roared in fury as a formidable energy erupted from within them, their golden and blue auras dominating the sky. Debris rained down as the entire venue trembled violently. "I never expected the Saiyan kid from Beerus' side to be this formidable," exclaimed Kampa, astonished. "Lord Tien's disciple is no slouch either," Vados remarked with a smile. Even Hit, who had kept his eyes closed, opened them to observe the battle unfolding in the arena. Meanwhile, Lord Tien in the 7th universe's resting area remained inscrutable, watching the clash between Gohan and Goku, swiftly concluding that their powers were indeed evenly matched at this moment. Though Son Gohan has transformed into Super Saiyan 4, his fundamental combat prowess remains lamentably inadequate. Were his base power to rival that of Wang Teng, he could effortlessly overpower Super Saiyan Blue Goku. Wang Teng silently encouraged, "Gohan, you can do it." As the powers of both warriors escalated, the surroundings lay in utter devastation. With a thunderous bang, they swiftly retreated, gasping for breath. It was evident that the recent clash had been tremendously taxing. Subsequently, Gohan let out a fierce roar, his golden aura surging once more. Goku immediately braced himself, but Gohan unleashed a ki blast in an instant. Boom. A terrifying explosion erupted within the arena. Goku leapt into the air, and Gohan seized the opportunity, executing the prince's battle technique as countless ki blasts surged toward Goku. Faced with the barrage of incoming ki blasts, Goku shielded his body with his arms. Boom, boom, boom. The blasts detonated incessantly as Gohan's onslaught intensified, the number of ki blasts multiplying rapidly. The sound of explosions filled the air. Just then, a commanding voice rang out. Tenfold Kaioken. A terrifying energy radiated from Goku, a red aura enveloping the blue one. Goku, harnessing the tenfold Kaioken, emanated an overwhelming force that repelled all attacks, even pushing Gohan back several steps. Chapter 32, Goku's Victory. Gohan stared in awe at Goku wielding the tenfold Kaioken. A bittersweet feeling swelling within him. He had never learned the Kaioken technique, and to witness such a long-lost skill, especially layered atop the Super Saiyan blue form, was astonishing. Father, can the Kaioken be utilized on top of the Super Saiyan blue form? Gohan voiced his curiosity. Goku chuckled. Gohan, you are truly remarkable for pushing me into this state. Once the match concludes, I shall teach you the intricacies of the Kaioken. Gohan nodded, a smile gracing his face. Indeed, father is formidable. Goku ruffled his hair with a grin. Reaching this level took immense effort, yet your progress is what truly astonishes me. Shall we continue? My power has now surpassed yours. In response to Goku's inquiry, excitement surged within Gohan. Despite Goku's superior strength, he was eager to engage, for it was the first time he felt so close to his father. Gohan resolutely nodded. Observing Gohan's unyielding spirit, Goku smiled. Then be cautious, here I come. As soon as the words left his lips, Goku charged forward with astounding speed, startling Gohan. Bang! Just as Gohan reacted, a powerful punch struck his abdomen, sending him hurtling backward with a cry of anguish. How swift! Gohan swiftly steadied himself, intently observing Goku's movements. Goku darted through the air at high speed. A faint voice echoing once more, Gohan, I am here. Gohan's expression turned grave. He showed no signs of weakness and rapidly advanced. The two engaged in a flurry of swift collisions, their fists striking with relentless intensity. Suddenly, Goku unleashed a surge of energy, amplifying the Kaioken severfold. A crimson aura surged around him as he clenched his fists tightly, seizing upon an opening in Gohan's defense to deliver a devastating blow. With a resounding crash, Gohan plummeted downward, creating a massive crater upon impact. He quickly regained his footing and, gritting his teeth, soared up from the pit. Goku launched an energy blast from his hand, but Gohan vanished from sight instantaneously. When he reappeared, he was directly above Goku, his fists poised to strike down with tremendous force. Goku reacted swiftly, deflecting Gohan's fist with a gentle slap, altering their trajectory and sending them into empty space. Seizing the moment, Goku kicked out, landing a solid strike to Gohan's abdomen. A gasp escaped Gohan's lips as he spat out saliva, wiping his mouth. He looked up only to find Goku had vanished from the sky. Just as he began to search for him, Goku appeared above him, launching a fierce elbow strike that sent Gohan crashing downward once more. In the air, Goku began to gather energy for the Kamehameha, a brilliant white-blue light shimmering around him. Piccolo, witnessing the immense power Goku was channeling, shouted, Old son, stop. Do you wish to kill Gohan? My Gohan. After uttering those words, Chi-Chi fainted once again. Brother. Go for it. Goten clenched his fist tightly, clearly favoring his brother Gohan, as he had spent his childhood with Gohan and Chi-Chi, while Goku's presence at home could be counted on one hand. At this moment, transformed into a Super Saiyan 4, Gohan gazed at the pulsating white-blue aura above. He too erupted with energy, a golden flame surging forth, his power escalating to its zenith. The golden aura swirled around him with ferocity. In an instant, Gohan unleashed his Kamehameha. Goku, having completed his own charge, propelled his attack downward. To the astonishment of onlookers, the two Kamehameha waves collided with tremendous force, resulting in an explosion of energy. The cataclysmic impact reverberated through the sky, unleashing a deafening roar and sending fierce winds sweeping across the battlefield. The garments of Goku and Gohan rustled ominously in the fierce wind. Both warriors unleashed their energy to the utmost. The entire arena was enveloped in a radiant white and blue glow, prompting the spectators to shield their eyes with their arms. As Gohan's Kamehameha was pushed back, he grit his teeth and persevered. Kakarot, have you lost your mind? Do you truly intend to kill Gohan? Vegeta's face was a mask of shock. At that moment, Goku sprang into action, utilizing instant transmission to appear right behind Gohan in an instant. Gohan, give me your hand. Gohan extended one hand, connecting with Goku's. Boom. The terrifying Kamehameha completely engulfed the arena. Rumble, rumble. The entire stage was shrouded in blinding white light. Boom. As the brilliance gradually dissipated, Thick clouds of dust began to rise, revealing a gigantic pit where the arena once stood. Piccolo, witnessing the scene below, slumped down in despair. Gohan. Gohan is dead. Son Goku, you must bear full responsibility. Piccolo shouted vehemently. At that moment, Chi-Chi awakened. What happened to my Gohan? Bulma shook her head in response. Impossible. How could Goku possibly kill Gohan? Tears streamed down Chi-Chi's face. Beerus cautiously glanced at Whis, noticing no change in his demeanor, still remaining unperturbed. He then quietly remarked to Whis, is the prosecutor overly distressed? Why is there no reaction whatsoever? Ho ho ho. Lord Beerus, if you look closely. Whis maintained his cheerful expression. Just then, whoosh, two figures materialized in the air, revealing themselves to be Son Gohan and Son Goku. Gohan extended his fist to collide with Goku's. Thank you, Dad, for teaching me the true essence of life and death battles. I feel I have grown immensely. Goku chuckled, patting Gohan's head. Gohan, you have indeed matured greatly. Through his battle with Goku, Gohan comprehended that one must give their all against an adversary. Showing mercy to an enemy is cruelty to oneself, and he deeply admired his father. For his father, Son Goku, was a true warrior. At that moment, Gohan's voice rang out. I concede. Upon hearing Gohan's concession, the referee crawled out from a corner to announce. The victor of this contest is Son Goku from Universe 7. A smile finally graced Piccolo's face. That old fool, playing this trick on me. Thankfully, Gohan is unharmed. Gohan returned to the resting area of Universe 7. Bowing his head, I am sorry, Lord Tengen. I have lost the match. Upon hearing these words, Wang Teng rose and gently patted Gohan on the shoulder, saying, Gohan, do not be disheartened. You performed admirably. The next part is entrusted to me. Gohan then lifted his head to gaze at Wang Teng. Yes, Lord Wang Teng. Do your best. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, the large screen rapidly began to scroll once more. Wang Teng's visage prominently appeared opposite Goku. The judge's voice resonated immediately. In the next match, the competitors are the victorious Son Goku and the newly entered Wang Teng. It was at this moment that the judge awkwardly realized that the arena had vanished, leaving only a deep pit. As he pondered this predicament, Beerus and Whis descended gracefully. Chapter 33. Time reversal. Under the combined might of Beerus and Whis, the entire arena was instantly enveloped in a dazzling radiance, and in no time, the deep pit gradually disappeared. A brand new arena once again materialized before the spectators. Beerus and Whis bowed slightly towards Wang Teng above before returning to the resting area. Goku looked at the restored arena and remarked, Gohan and I reduced the arena to rubble. Fortunately, with Whis and Beerus here, the match can proceed. Suddenly, the judge's voice called out, now, let us invite contestant Wang Teng to the stage. As his words fell, a shadow flitted by, and Wang Teng appeared on the arena. Gohan gazed at the two figures on the stage, murmuring, Go, Lord Wang Teng. Go, Dad. Goku looked at the arriving Wang Teng, earnestly stating, I never expected to face Lord Wang Teng again. I hope you will not hold back. Upon hearing this, Wang Teng nodded in acknowledgement. As the two stood at the center of the stage, the judge promptly declared the match to commence. Goku immediately unleashed his power, with a fierce shout. A terrifying force surged forth from within him. A blue, divine aura erupted from his feet, enveloping the entire arena with its astounding presence. Faced with the overwhelming might of Goku, Wang Teng promptly assumed a combat stance. Goku was taken aback. He did not anticipate that his opponent would remain in his base form, without transforming into a Super Saiyan. If that is the case, then here I come. His entire being was enveloped in a blue aura, and an impressive force instantaneously locked onto Wang Teng. Whoosh! Goku dashed forward with remarkable speed. Meanwhile, Kappa stood up, astonished, exclaiming, Lord Wang Teng appears to be in perfect harmony with the universe. He is indeed impenetrable. Haha, Lord Kappa, your discerning eye is commendable, indeed. Lord Wang Teng has harnessed the power of the realm, achieving a true state of unity with heaven and earth. Beerus remarked with a smile. As Wang Teng beheld the rapidly enlarging fist before him, he emanated waves of white radiance. Time reversed. Time immediately returned to 3 seconds prior. And Goku's fist was suddenly far from Wang Teng. Suddenly, Wang Teng effortlessly evaded the attack. What just happened? He had clearly been struck moments ago. How did he manage to dodge? Without time to ponder, Wukong rapidly unleashed a flurry of punches at Wang Teng, yet each time, just as he seemed poised to land a hit, Wang Teng inexplicably sidestepped. Now it is my turn to strike. Wang Teng's voice resonated softly. Harnessing the power of time reversal, he swiftly identified Wukong's openings and launched a punch with tremendous force. Wukong, witnessing the peculiar punch approaching, quickly attempted to evade. Seemingly successful at first. However, in the next moment, that very punch, which he thought he had dodged, landed heavily on his abdomen. Boom. Wukong crashed down onto the arena. What's happening? Piccolo exclaimed. It's impossible, Krillin added. He clearly dodged. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, cursing inwardly. That despicable fellow. I didn't even see how he threw that punch. What a ridiculous thing. Whis' eyes narrowed slightly as he murmured, could it be the power of time? Wang Teng's abilities are truly unfathomable. Beerus, taken aback, asked, Whis, what did you just say? The power of time? That is the power of angels. While Wang Teng is strong, mastering angelic powers seems unlikely. Just then, a feminine voice interjected, no, it is entirely possible. Wang Teng is extraordinary. It is no surprise that he possesses such powers. Whis immediately stood up, exclaiming, Sister. Indeed, Vados appeared beside Whis in an instant, her speed astonishingly swift. Wukong slowly rose to his feet, his heart racing with shock. How fast? He had seemingly evaded the attack, yet still got hit. What kind of speed is this? Wang Teng calmly stated, Surrender. Wukong, taken aback, replied, Lord Wang Teng, though your punch was incredibly powerful, I will not concede. For some reason, I feel an intense surge of passion. In an instant, Wukong erupted with energy, a blue aura rapidly ascending around him, and he charged fiercely at Wang Teng once more. The arena was immediately marked by a blue afterimage as Wukong, moving at breakneck speed, found Wang Teng had vanished from his sight. Both combatants disappeared from the arena, and the air was filled with the sound of thunderous clashes. Ya. Wukong occasionally reappeared, relentlessly attacking Wang Teng, yet without exception. Each blow was deftly avoided. The sky was now a tapestry of Wukong's punch energy, and in the next instant, he executed a sudden teleportation, appearing directly before Wang Teng and launching a fierce punch. However, to Wukong's astonishment, Wang Teng again dodged in a bizarre manner, and when he reappeared, he was already at Wukong's side. A jolt of surprise surged through Wukong, but it was too late to evade. Wang Teng struck with lightning speed, delivering a devastating punch to Wukong's chin. Wukong immediately soared backward, leaving a long trail on the arena. He retreated for several meters before finally stabilizing his form. Unable to discern the situation, he questioned why his adversary's attacks left no trace whatsoever. In the seventh universe's resting area, Piccolo felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead, his already green visage taking on an even deeper hue. Why were there no signs of the attacks? Vegeta, too, wore an expression of shock, his mind racing to devise a counter-strategy. Wang Teng moved with the swiftness of a phantom once more, prompting Wukong to spring to his feet. Tenfold Kaioken. He unleashed a surge of energy, a brilliant red aura layering over a blue one, an overwhelming presence radiating forth. Wukong remained on high alert for Wang Teng's assault. Suddenly, despite his utmost vigilance, Wukong was struck in the abdomen by a powerful punch. At that moment, he felt as if he might expel his very stomach acids. Yet, Wang Teng had vanished once more, leaving Wukong to absorb a series of blows passively. Maintaining a defensive stance, he could no longer determine from where his opponent would strike next. He had not anticipated that even with the Kaioken amplified to 10 times, he could not catch a glimpse of his opponent's movements. At this juncture, a voice resonated within Wang Teng's mind, heralding the system's announcement. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in at the 6th universe for 1 hour. Congratulations, host, for increasing time reversal by an additional 6 seconds. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a base combat power of 100 million. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 1 stand-in. Overjoyed by the cascade of rewards, Wang Teng marveled at the generosity of the 6th universe's sign-in bonuses. System, what is the function of the stand-in? He inquired. Shortly thereafter, the purpose of the stand-in was conveyed into his consciousness. The stand-in can substitute for the host when faced with danger, absorbing damage on their behalf. The recovery time after each use is 10 days. Upon absorbing this information, Wang Teng could hardly contain his elation. It was akin to gaining an extra life, one that could be reused. Following the completion of his sign-in, he gazed at Wukong, who remained in a defensive posture. With the time reversal now at 6 seconds, Wukong's chances of victory were even slimmer. Thus, he charged forward once more. Wukong immediately sensed the impending attack and attempted to counter. But with the astonishing 6 seconds of time reversal, he was caught off guard and struck on the chin, sending him hurtling backward. Chapter 34. Wukong's defeat. Thud. 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 Wukong stumbled backward several paces before barely managing to regain his footing. He gasped, panting heavily. Damn it, I still can't see. He swiftly retreated, distancing himself from Wang Teng. With a thunderous roar, Sun Wukong's entire being was enveloped in a radiant blue aura, overlaid with a swift ascent of crimson flames. His hands instantly shimmered with a dazzling brilliance. How will you evade this? Energy blasts were unleashed in an instant, flooding the entire space. Each blast shimmered like the blazing sun, suspended in the air. Piccolo's eyes widened in shock. This was indeed the technique that Wukong had employed during his battle against Android 17. A smirk graced Wukong's lips as he declared, "Lord Wang Teng, let us see how you escape this." With a firm grip, Wukong unleashed the energy blast towards Wang Teng. However, he had grossly underestimated the power of time reversal. In a mere 6 seconds, even amidst such a concentrated assault, Wang Teng effortlessly evaded the lethal strike by combining time reversal with instantaneous movement. Boom, boom. The terrifying sounds of explosions echoed throughout the arena. In the blink of an eye, Wang Teng materialized directly before Wukong, delivering a swift and powerful punch to his abdomen. Wukong, in disbelief, exclaimed, "How is this possible? How did you achieve this?" Clutching his stomach, he collapsed onto the arena floor. Those in the resting area had barely grasped what had transpired. Kakarot. Vegeta's face mirrored astonishment. Wang Teng gazed at Wukong, asserting, "Now do you comprehend the disparity? Surrender." Wukong, moaning on the arena floor, protested, "Surrender? How could I possibly concede here?" Beerus coolly interjected, "Wukong cannot win. It is best to concede." Indeed, Lord Wang Teng has mastered the power of time, which is truly astonishing. Victory seems quite challenging for Wukong. Whis chuckled. Wukong was engulfed in profound shock. Realizing that even with Super Saiyan Blue and the tenfold Kaioken, he couldn't compel his opponent to transform. Had the gap between them grown this vast? It was infuriating. Reluctantly, Wukong rose to his feet. He had to admit, Lord Wang Teng was indeed formidable. He couldn't even perceive your attacks. But I refused to concede. At that moment, a faint white holy energy began to emanate from Wukong, signifying a notable shift in his aura. Wang Teng's eyes widened in alarm. This was the nascent form of the Ultra Instinct technique. This is bad. The terrifying energy surged outward from Wang Teng, prompting him to charge swiftly towards Wukong. Time reversal activated immediately, rendering his attack inscrutable. A heavy fist struck Wukong. An indescribable agony surged through Wukong's entire being. "It hurts," he gasped, reverting to his ordinary form and collapsing to the ground. Whis' eyes remained fixed on Sun Wukong. Beerus' voice resonated immediately. "Whis, what was that just now? Was that the Ultra Instinct technique?" Whis nodded, his expression solemn, and replied, "Indeed, Lord Beerus, it is the Ultra Instinct." It was unexpected that Goku had managed to grasp the essence of it, manifesting a rudimentary form of Ultra Instinct. Given time, he would undoubtedly master it. Beerus immediately exclaimed, "When did you teach him? Why was I not informed?" Observing the furious Beerus, Whis chuckled, "But, Lord Beerus, weren't you asleep?" "Humph." Beerus merely snorted in response and took a seat. At that moment, Wang Teng was also quite astonished. He anticipated that under his pressure, Goku would comprehend Ultra Instinct, which was significantly ahead of the timeline in the original narrative. It seemed that Wang Teng's involvement had already altered the course of events considerably. Wang Teng glanced at the referee and urged, "What are you dawdling for?" The referee promptly rushed over, assessed the situation, and announced, "The victor is contestant Wang Teng." Wang Teng looked at the fallen Goku and remarked, "You did well. I hope you master Ultra Instinct soon, so we can have another bout." In the resting area, Gohan gasped, "Dad." He quickly dashed up to the stage to help Goku back to the resting area. Meanwhile, Hit from Universe 6 gazed at Wang Teng on the stage and murmured, "That fellow's speed is indeed extraordinary. He seems to possess a technique similar to the time skip. I wonder who would prevail between us." However, what Hit did not realize was that their control over time was vastly different. Wang Teng's time rewind ability was an astounding 6 seconds, while Hit's time skip could only achieve 0.1 seconds, leading to a significant disparity in effectiveness. Once the time skip faltered, raw strength would become paramount. At that moment, the big screen began to roll again. Before long, Hit's visage indeed appeared opposite Wang Teng. The referee promptly declared, "After his victory, contestant Wang Teng's next opponent is Hit from Universe 6. Hit stood up immediately, his face still devoid of emotion, showing no sign of disturbance. He leapt off the stage and positioned himself across from Wang Teng. Kampa anxiously observed the stage, for Hit was the last fighter from Universe 6. At this moment, Wang Teng and Hit locked eyes, each lost in their own thoughts. In the resting area, Goku, having regained consciousness after treatment, turned his gaze toward the stage. That was Wang Teng's opponent. That fellow is so composed. Having witnessed the previous matches, he remains unshaken. I sense that although he is trying to conceal his aura, it still emanates a sharpness akin to a needle. Remarkably powerful, Goku murmured. Beside him, Vegeta wore a serious expression and inquired, "Hey, Kakarot, what just happened? How did you end up in such a predicament?" In response to Vegeta's inquiry, Goku scratched his face and replied, "I don't know, but it feels quite strange. Every time it seems like I'm about to land a hit, he mysteriously vanishes, as if time itself has come to a standstill. Yes, just like time has stopped. Upon hearing Goku's words, Vegeta appeared increasingly pensive. Soon after, a smirk graced his lips. Whatever the case may be, I will never accept defeat. At that moment, Beerus began to doze off again. Whis, this individual named Hit seems familiar. Do you know his background? Whis maintained his cheerful demeanor and chuckled. Ho ho ho, Lord Beerus. You're dozing off again. Let us hope Lord Inspector doesn't catch you. As for that Hit, he is reputed to be the elite assassin of Universe 6. His targets have never escaped unscathed. Hearing the mention of the Inspector, Beerus became notably alert, his gaze fixed on the arena. An assassin? Surely, the Inspector will manage. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, the referee's voice rang out. The match begins. As the contest commenced, Hit adopted a rather diminutive stance, which piqued Wang Teng's interest. He waved at Hit, who, perceiving the disdain directed at him, immediately sprang into action with astonishing speed. The spectators exclaimed in unison, so fast. Chapter 35, Vegeta vs. Hit swiftly unleashed a punch, but as it made contact with Wang Teng, it inexplicably missed. In the next moment, an incredible aura erupted from Wang Teng. With a resounding crash, Hit was sent flying. Whis beamed with delight. Ho ho ho. Indeed, Lord Inspector is formidable. Meanwhile, Vegeta was engulfed in turmoil, for he had barely caught a glimpse of their exchanges. So swift. Their strikes were nearly invisible. The thought of battling one of them next filled Vegeta's mind with strategic calculations. As he gazed at the fallen Hit, Wang Teng shook his head in disappointment. He had hoped to witness the might of Hit's time skip. However, after acquiring the ability to reverse time, he realized that time skip paled in comparison. His time reversal could reach an astonishing 6 seconds, while Hit's time skip was merely 0.1 seconds. Wang Teng found the encounter rather uninteresting. Perhaps influenced by the Saiyan warrior spirit, he craved combat with truly powerful opponents and felt no thrill in one-sided battles. Wang Teng turned his gaze to the resting figures of Vados and Whis, his heart brimming with anticipation. They had promised him a match after the competition concluded. With this thought in mind, Wang Teng raised his hand and declared, "Referee, I forfeit." Upon hearing his not-so-loud proclamation, the entire arena fell silent. It looked on in shock at Wang Teng, bewildered. Why? Despite being on the brink of victory and having just witnessed his remarkable speed, which far surpassed my own, I found him to be an extraordinary individual. Upon hearing that Wang Teng had forfeited, the referee immediately announced, since contestant Wang Teng has withdrawn. The next match will be between Hit and Vegeta. This will also be the final round of the competition. The victor shall be deemed the champion of this contest. At that moment, an expression of shock filled Beerus's eyes. Whis, why? Why would the esteemed inspector concede? He could have easily claimed victory. Whis's demeanor turned unexpectedly grave. Lord Beerus, this is an opportunity granted to us by the inspector. Soon, it will be a battle between the 7th and 6th universes. The consequences of defeat are dire. Hearing this, Beerus immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. He turned to Vegeta and declared, Vegeta, this match allows for no defeat. Goku shouted, Go for it, Vegeta. Slowly, Vegeta rose and made his way to the arena, his mind replaying Hit's earlier maneuvers. He understood that this would be a formidable contest. Just then, Beerus suddenly recalled something and said to Whis, Whis, quickly provide Vegeta with the strategy to counter that individual from the 6th universe. Whis lifted his head and replied, Rest assured, Lord Beerus, entrust it to Vegeta. Beerus's gaze hardened. If Vegeta loses, you know the repercussions. The inspector will undoubtedly hold me accountable. Whis chuckled, though. Dear Lord Beerus, do not be so pessimistic. Have you forgotten that Vegeta has surpassed his limits? The one you should truly worry about is that Saiyan. Vegeta and Hit had now positioned themselves at the center of the arena. Upon seeing them ready, the referee promptly announced, Let the match begin. Vegeta immediately unleashed his energy. A tremendous wave of power radiating outward. With a fierce shout, a blue divine aura erupted, enveloping the entire arena in a terrifying energy. Transformed, Vegeta felt a surge of confidence. Come on. He sprang into action, swiftly maneuvering across the stage with a cunning angle of attack. In response to Vegeta's rapid assault, its form became indistinct. In a flash, Hit's fist struck heavily against Vegeta's abdomen. Vegeta staggered back several steps before regaining his footing. This guy? His attacks are indeed elusive, and his strength is formidable. Yet, it seems I have discerned a hint of his technique. In the next moment, Vegeta accelerated again, launching an astonishing punch towards Hit. With a resounding thud, Hit casually extended his palm and caught Vegeta's fist. A calm voice resonated, You cannot win. Surrender. Upon hearing Hit's words, Vegeta couldn't help but chuckle. Surrender? You expect this prince to concede? What a jest. Noticing Vegeta's lack of gratitude, Hit swiftly unleashed a punch. Vegeta was immediately sent flying. Thud, thud, thud. After soaring for several meters, he finally managed to stabilize himself. At this moment, the pattern of Hit S attacks echoed in Vegeta's mind. His eyes widened in realization, and a slight smile crept upon his lips. So that is how it is. To validate his thoughts, Vegeta charged towards Hit once more. A thunderous roar erupted as Vegeta's fist hurtled towards Hit. Hit merely shook his head. Futile. Suddenly, his form became ethereal and like a specter. His fist circumvented Vegeta's strike, launching an assault upon him. In response, Vegeta tilted his head slightly, deftly evading Hit's punch for the first time. Bang! The two swiftly separated. Hit, astonished at this turn of events, pondered how Vegeta had managed to evade him. Was it merely coincidence? Meanwhile, Vegeta stood across from Hit, exuding confidence. Your attacks are nothing extraordinary. Yet internally, he was equally astonished, for the opponent's strikes could indeed manipulate time, albeit for a brief moment. Having discerned the secret, he could evade, but the power associated with time was undeniably formidable. Hit could not fathom that Vegeta had deciphered his time-skip technique, and he launched another assault. Vegeta instantly focused intently, his eyes narrowing sharply. Here, he unleashed a powerful punch, colliding forcefully with Hit's fist. A tremendous force radiated outward. Crash! Both retreated simultaneously. In the sixth universe's resting area, Kampa's eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? He actually landed a hit on Hit? Vegeta smirked, saying, Your technique has failed. What will you do now? Hit's expression wavered. Then he replied with a smirk. It was merely a coincidence. At this, Vegeta displayed a mocking grin. Coincidence? In that case, allow me to let you experience it once more. Vegeta's body surged forward again, moving with unparalleled speed, leaving only fleeting shadows upon the arena. It quickly discerned Vegeta's method of attack and activated his timeskip technique to counter. They clashed rapidly in midair. And at that moment, Hit's eyes widened slowly in astonishment, for all of his attacks were being intercepted by Vegeta. Bang, bang, bang. After several exchanges, Vegeta seized the opportunity and delivered a heavy punch to Hit's chin. Hit screamed in agony, immediately hurtling to the side. His body crashed heavily to the ground, a trickle of blood escaping from his mouth. In the air, Vegeta gasped, laughing, Have you witnessed my prowess now, you scoundrel? At that moment, the resting area of Universe 7 erupted with excitement. Well done, Vegeta. Bulma cheered, waving her fist in encouragement. Daddy. Trunks' eyes sparkled with admiration. A smile finally appeared on Beerus' face. That fellow Vegeta has performed admirably. After the match, I must reward him. Goku was equally astonished. Could it be that Vegeta has discerned Hit's movements? Truly remarkable. Chapter 36. Growth. At this moment, Hit was unaware of how his opponent managed to accurately pinpoint his location. Vegeta smirked. You can still concede now. Hit regarded Vegeta's confident visage with an expression of icy indifference. In the next instant, an astonishing aura erupted from Hit, enveloped in a violet flame. Gazing at the fearsome energy radiating from Hit, Vegeta remarked, At last, you dare to unleash your full power? Let me see what you're truly capable of. Subsequently, Vegeta surged forward, enveloped by a blue aura, charging at Hit. His swift fist struck towards Hit, leaving a trail of blue energy upon the arena that lingered. As Vegeta unleashed his rapid assault, Hit countered with equal fervor, the two engaging in a fierce aerial exchange. Bang, bang, bang. Waves of white energy rippled through the air as they clashed. Vegeta's strikes grew increasingly rapid, yet Hit remained undeterred. His remarkable strength coupled with his time-skip technique allowing him to withstand Vegeta's onslaught. Suddenly, Hit's eyes widened. Seizing the opportunity presented by Vegeta's attack to retaliate with fierce punches aimed squarely at Vegeta. Immediately, Vegeta found himself on the defensive, evading Hit's relentless blows. In Universe 7's resting area, Goku's gaze was fixed on the two fighters, murmuring, That guy is incredibly strong, managing to overpower Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta. The battle in the skies intensified, with Hit's attacks growing ever swifter. Although Vegeta was struggling, he managed to hold his ground. However, it was evident that he was dissatisfied with the current state of the fight. His teeth clenched and fists tightly gripped. I have clearly unraveled his time-skip technique. So why is this still so arduous? Observing Vegeta's increasing difficulty on the arena, Whis in the resting area suddenly remarked, It seems Vegeta is becoming anxious. Though he has deciphered his opponent's ability to remain in stasis for 0.1 seconds, Hit's inherent strength should not be underestimated. Hearing this, Beerus maintained a serious expression, intently watching the arena, for this match could very well determine his fate. Upon the arena, Hit gazed at Vegeta and remarked, Although you have grasped the principles of my time-skip technique, you must still enhance your speed to overcome that fleeting moment. For many, this poses a significant challenge. And you must also anticipate my movements. In this regard, you are the only opponent I have encountered who can achieve such a feat. However, this is where it ends. Hearing Hit's words, Vegeta's face flushed with anger, and an astonishing aura erupted from him, with blue flames surging upwards, subtly evolving towards a deep azure. How dare you underestimate me? I am Prince Vegeta of the Saiyans. With that, Vegeta charged forward. Bang! Ugh! Hit was evidently taken aback by the sudden surge in Vegeta's speed. Caught off guard, he was struck in the abdomen by a powerful punch. Spitting out a mouthful of saliva, Hit burst into laughter. What a thrill! I can scarcely remember the last time I engaged in such an exhilarating battle. You are the only one to have deciphered my time skip, but this is not my limit. I grow stronger when faced with formidable opponents. In the next moment, I shall become even more powerful. In an instant, Hit vanished from his position. Bang! Vegeta's fist collided heavily with Hit's fist. Bang! Bang! The two exchanged blows repeatedly, fierce gales radiating outward. Vegeta, in astonishment, realized that his opponent's speed had indeed increased. Just as he was grappling with this revelation, Hit's fist struck him unexpectedly on the chin. Staggering back several steps, Vegeta steadied himself. Vegeta! Goku's expression changed dramatically, disbelief etched in his features. Hit's time skip had increased from 0.1 seconds to 0.2 seconds. Could it be that he truly grows stronger in the face of adversity? Wang Teng murmured. Upon hearing this, was smiled and said, Lord Wang Teng, in truth, it has undergone growth. In such a short span, he has evolved. The onlookers were left astounded, unable to fathom the remarkable innate talent on display, realizing that growth was indeed attainable. Hit withdrew his fists and placed his hands in his pockets. I never anticipated such growth. It was only after encountering you today that I realized even I should strive to evolve. Now, my time skip has indeed expanded to 0.2 seconds. Vegeta, seething with rage, exclaimed, You bastard. In truth, Vegeta had been caught off guard, having assumed that Hit's time skip was merely 0.1 seconds. Yet, as Hit extended it to 0.2 seconds, he became vulnerable. Observing the increasingly formidable Hit, Kappa of Universe 6 exclaimed with excitement, Truly, it is remarkable. Quickly defeat him and secure victory. That way, Universe 6 will triumph. To the astonishment of the onlookers, Hit remained utterly unfazed. He extended his right hand and beckoned to Vegeta. Incensed by the provocative gesture, Vegeta immediately erupted in fury. He swiftly leaped back, launching a powerful energy blast from his hand. As the energy sphere hurtled towards him, Hit nimbly leapt into the air. Vegeta, having anticipated this move, unleashed yet another energy blast aimed at the sky. Subsequently, a barrage of energy blasts erupted, filling the air with deafening explosions. Amidst the fiery display and thick smoke, Vegeta cackled maniacally, proclaiming, Perish. The Saiyans have always escalated their battles. What gives you the audacity to surpass me so rapidly? Now you understand the gravity of the situation. At that moment, Hit instantaneously appeared behind Vegeta, unleashing a flurry of punches in an instant. Caught off guard by such rapid strikes, Vegeta was sent hurtling away. Soon after, an energy blast erupted from Hit's hand. The tremendous explosion resonated, engulfing the arena in a dense cloud of flames and debris. During this chaos, Hit glanced at the referee and called out, Hey, referee. Shouldn't you verify his state of being? In the resting area, Gohan's face reflected his anxiety as he inquired, Is Uncle Vegeta alright? Hearing Gohan's concern, Wang Teng reassured him, Do not worry, Gohan. Vegeta will not be defeated so easily. Let us not forget, he is the proud prince of the Saiyans. As Hit shouted, the referee began searching amidst the smoke for Vegeta's silhouette. Suddenly, a blue figure burst forth from the haze, hovering in the air with clenched teeth, and roared. You think such a feeble attempt could compel me to concede? You underestimate me, Vegeta? No sooner had he spoken than the blue aura surrounding Vegeta intensified, deepening in hue. Hit observed Vegeta in the sky, his expression shifting to one of surprise. He had not anticipated Vegeta's growth. It seemed that Saiyans could indeed evolve through combat. Your tenacity for victory is remarkable. Vegeta retorted fiercely, You overestimate yourself. Compared to a Saiyan, you are but a minute grain of sand. Chapter 37. The brutality Vegeta vanished like a flash of lightning, his speed having reached unprecedented heights. Hit's eyes darted, searching for Vegeta's presence, feeling an unsettling sense of confusion. Impossible. Just then, Vegeta's blue figure materialized before Hit, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his brow as he grappled with disbelief. What was this speed? How had he grown so immensely? In the 7th universe's resting area, Wukong's eyes widened in astonishment as he murmured, Vegeta seems to have transcended the super blue barrier. Beside him, Wang Teng slowly opened his eyes, a smile gracing his lips. Indeed, he is progressing towards deep blue. With just one more growth, he may well attain that realm. Vegeta, The Prince of the Saiyans truly possesses remarkable talent. Upon hearing this, Gohan exclaimed in shock, Deep Blue? Vegeta has actually surpassed his limits. It appears that Universe 7 is destined for victory. Beerus chuckled as Hit faced the onslaught of Vegeta's powerful punches. He swiftly retreated. Yet, in that moment, Vegeta's speed was overwhelming. Evasion was futile. A single punch struck Hit squarely, sending him hurtling to the side. Hit's eyes were wide with disbelief. His speed had increased by at least threefold. It was utterly astonishing. Vegeta rapidly unleashed his energy, the blue divine aura soaring around him, erupting with an astonishing force. After elevating his power to its zenith, he charged towards Hit, intending to finish the fight before Hit could recover. Just as Hit regained his footing, Vegeta's fierce punch connected with his chin once more. Thud, thud, thud. Hit staggered backwards several paces. When he lifted his gaze, Vegeta was already upon him again. He quickly attempted to adjust his stance and activate his instant transmission, but Vegeta's power had now surpassed Super Blue, and his speed exceeded 3 times that of before. Hit could not even perceive his movements. Hit gasped, his speed is even beyond my instant transmission. This is impossible. No sooner had he uttered these words than Vegeta's fist collided with him once more. The surrounding spectators were engulfed in profound astonishment. Ugh! Hit spat white foam, his body trembling uncontrollably. The power of the Saiyans is beyond your imagination. Our pride forbids failure. In the next move, I shall determine the victor. As Vegeta's voice echoed, his figure reappeared before Hit, delivering another devastating punch. Hit was propelled like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground. Kappa stood up and bellowed, Hit, get up. What are you doing? Can you still call yourself the strongest assassin of Universe 6? Responding to Kappa's roar, Hit shakily rose to his feet. His power and speed had surged immensely. How had this happened? He had never encountered such a Saiyan. Hit murmured to himself. Gazing at the standing Hit, Vegeta smirked. The next move will leave you unable to rise again. This is the fate of those who underestimate the Saiyans. The blue divine aura surged even higher alongside Vegeta's commanding shout, as if his energy had ascended further still. At this moment, Vegeta's power has reached the precipice of Super Saiyan Blue, poised to ascend to a deeper shade of blue with but a mere opportunity. His strength has culminated in its most formidable form, a terrifying aura causing the very arena to tremble. Vegeta's might is truly astonishing, rivaling even that of a Super Saiyan Blue wielding the Kaioken. Goku exclaimed in shock, has Vegeta truly transcended once more? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Piccolo's brow, his complexion seemingly more pallid than before. Wang Teng gazed upon the fully unleashed Vegeta, a smile gracing his face. He had not anticipated such remarkable growth in Vegeta during this battle. He was evolving in his own unique manner. Indeed, Vegeta is a formidable warrior. At this moment, Vegeta's strength is infinitely close to that of a god of destruction, albeit the weakest among them. He still remains far from matching the power of someone like Beerus, who has reached the pinnacle of a first-tier angel. Whoosh! Vegeta surged forward, leaving a lingering shadow of deep blue in the air, his energy spheres rapidly coalescing in his grasp. Boom! Hit swiftly leapt to evade. Seeing Hit ascend into the sky, a smirk crept across Vegeta's face. Perish! He roared. Huh! Another astonishing energy sphere was unleashed, and Hit's eyes narrowed in realization. He understood that there was no escaping this attack. Thus he crossed his arms defensively before his chest. Wah-ya-ya. The prince's technique was swiftly unleashed from Vegeta's hands, countless energy spheres darting forth. Boom, boom, boom. The air was filled with the deafening sounds of explosions. The sky was instantly enveloped in flames, thick smoke billowing forth. Hit. Xiang Pa rose to his feet, his gaze fixed intently upon the heavens. At that moment, Vegeta's final assault arrived. His hands crackled with golden lightning. Die, he declared. Ultimate flash. Whoosh. The golden super energy sphere erupted with ferocity. Rumble, rumble. Krillin and the others shut their eyes tightly. The sky was ablaze, black smoke swirling. Phew. Vegeta gasped for breath, exhilaration coursing through him. Victory! Vegeta has done remarkably well. Goku shouted with enthusiasm. Feeling the dwindling power within him, a relieved smile appeared on Vegeta's face. It was finally over. Just then, a resounding cry pierced the air. A surge of astonishing purple energy erupted from the flames, dispersing the thick black smoke, revealing Hit's battered form. He was now covered in blood. Yet the purple flames surrounding him remained formidable. What? That guy still has strength left. Vegeta's face was a canvas of astonishment. At that moment, Hit swiftly charged forward, his head colliding heavily with Vegeta's body. A gasp escaped as a mouthful of blood erupted from Vegeta's lips. Both warriors fell to the ground simultaneously. The onlookers around the arena, gripped by the intensity of the brutal battle, clenched their fists in anxious anticipation. Wang Teng, observing the two sprawled on the arena, was utterly astonished. Their tenacity and strength exceeded his expectations. At this juncture, both fighters were nearly depleted of energy. The contest had devolved into a battle of sheer willpower. Wang Teng's voice resonated softly. Gohan, the resolve of these two is extraordinarily strong. They are both formidable warriors. I hope you too can learn from them and become a guardian of the universe. Hearing this, Gohan nodded earnestly, having vowed to become a powerhouse like Wang Teng. And he resolved not to falter. In the quietude of the sixth universe's resting area, an unsettling stillness enveloped them. Kampa's heart raced with uncertainty. Wang Teng's withdrawal had ignited a flicker of hope for the sixth universe, yet Vegeta's strength had surpassed their expectations. At this moment, both combatants had reached their limits. The outcome could swing either way. Hit's potential was immense, and this fight had pushed him to his extremes. If he failed to continue his growth, he might very well lose this match. Vados remarked with a serious expression. Hit, rise quickly. That Vegeta is clearly running on fumes. Kampa shouted from below. Upon hearing Kampa's words, Vegeta gritted his teeth, straining to rise. That wretched fat pig dares to underestimate me. I am Vegeta, the prince of all Saiyans. Perhaps inspired by Vegeta's indomitable spirit, Hit also began to grit his teeth and push himself up. Moments later, Hit astonishingly stood up before Vegeta, panting heavily. Hit gasped for breath. Vegeta, staring at the standing Hit, felt a surge of astonishment and muttered, I never expected this fellow to rise before me. I must concede. You are indeed a strong opponent, and I, Vegeta, acknowledge you. However, I cannot simply concede defeat. Vegeta braced himself against the ground and, with a fierce shout, blue energy flared around him as he forcefully stood up. Breathing heavily, Vegeta displayed the last remnants of his strength. At this moment, both fighters were in dire straits. Vegeta! Goku exclaimed in alarm. Dad! Trunks watched the arena with unblinking eyes. Well done, Vegeta. That is how my Bulma's husband should be. Bulma, tears streaming down her face, cheered while raising her fists. Both warriors had reached their utmost limits. Whoever seized the initiative stood a chance of claiming victory. Whis murmured thoughtfully. In the next moment, both Vegeta and Hit sprang into action, charging towards each other with outstretched fists. Ha! They roared, exerting every ounce of their strength as their fists collided with forceful impact. Ugh! Their punches struck each other's faces, causing both fighters to stagger backward. The sound of their fall echoed loudly, a resounding thud that silenced the crowd. All eyes were fixed on the arena, breath held in anticipation. Who emerged victorious? Kampa hesitated to inquire, yet the tension palpable among the spectators was unmistakable. The referee swiftly ascended the platform, scrutinizing the condition of both competitors, who lay gasping for breath. Then came the referee's voice, I will count down from 10. Whoever stands first shall be declared the winner. With each count, 10, 9, 8, anxiety gripped the audience. However, as the countdown reached its conclusion, neither warrior had risen. Just as the referee grappled with the situation, the silhouette of Wang Teng descended from the resting area onto the stage. His voice resonated gently. This tournament has been remarkably successful. The warriors from Universes 6 and 7 deserve commendation. Of course, the contributions of Beerus and Kampa cannot be overlooked. In light of their diligent efforts, previous matters shall be forgiven. Upon hearing this, both Kampa and Beerus exhaled in relief, knowing that the God of Destruction position was finally secured. At that moment, Wang Teng's voice echoed once more, Beerus, Whis, should we commence our battle? Whis and Beerus exchanged glances, followed by a shared smile as they stepped onto the arena. Sister, it is your turn to spar with the esteemed inspector. I have already experienced your power, Whis remarked with a grin. In response, Vados maintained her cheerful demeanor. Whis, you truly are something, passing the task on to your own sister. Whis chuckled silently. Observing their intentions, Wang Teng furrowed his brow but soon felt a sense of acceptance. After all, his power was merely at the pinnacle of a first-level angel, comparable only to Beerus. Should he face two formidable angels simultaneously, defeat would surely follow, however. Against a single opponent, perhaps he could hold his ground. And if that opponent were Vados, he might even indulge her affectionately. With this thought in mind, Wang Teng proclaimed. In that case, let Vados and I engage in battle. As for the two on the field, I kindly ask Whis to escort them away. Whis shook his head, surprised that the labor fell solely upon him. With a flicker of light from his angelic staff, Vegeta and Hit swiftly ascended, following him back to the resting area. Watching Whis depart, Wang Teng softly addressed Vados. Shall we begin? Vados responded with a sweet smile. As you command, Lord Wang Teng. How long can Lord Wang Teng sustain himself in the hands of Vados? Beerus murmured. Upon hearing this, Whis smiled and replied, perhaps Lord Wang Teng will surprise us. Ha 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 ha. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Teng unleashed his power, a deep roar emanating from his throat. In the next instant, A golden aura erupted from his being. Boom. Whoosh. The entire planet trembled violently, the golden energy striking the air with a rustling sound. An astonishing power burst forth from Wang Teng, silver lightning entwining itself within the golden flames. In merely a heartbeat, he transformed into a Super Saiyan 4. Yet he did not cease. That terrifying energy continued to escalate. This overwhelming force seemed to fill the entirety of the sixth universe in an instant. Meanwhile, Vados remained smiling. Gulp. Goku swallowed hard and murmured, "So strong. Lord Wang Teng's power is actually still increasing." Beside him, Piccolo was utterly astonished, his expression one of sheer disbelief. Is this a joke? This energy is monstrous. Beerus, Kappa, and Whis all gazed solemnly at the ever-increasing power of Wang Teng. Ha 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 ha. Wang Teng's shouts grew louder. At that moment, his incredible strength surged once more, causing the whole sixth universe to tremble in response to his voice. The sky darkened. Thick clouds gathering, with golden lightning flashing intermittently. The scene on the arena resembled the end of the world. Ha 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 ha. Wang Teng's hair began to turn white, the golden flames becoming ever more fierce. The sound of crackling electricity filled the air, as silver lightning snaked around Wang Teng's body. At this moment, he radiated a dazzling brilliance. How terrifying. Is this truly the power of Lord Wang Teng? It is simply beyond imagination, causing the entire sixth universe to quiver. Kappa murmured in disbelief. When he first battled Wang Teng, the latter's strength was not nearly as astonishing as it is today, even if he were to fight now. Defeat would be inevitable. The extreme sense of terror and pressure made Kappa gulp. Ha ha ha. Indeed, Lord Wang Teng's power has significantly increased. It seems that Sister's desire for an easy victory may be unattainable. Whis was astonished to discover that Wang Teng's strength had improved considerably since their last encounter. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Teng had devoted immense effort to cultivating his fundamental combat power, and with the system's assistance, achieving his current strength was entirely reasonable. Only with a more formidable base combat power could the amplification of Super Saiyan 5 be so terrifying, even if his foundational combat power were to increase slightly. Upon transforming into Super Saiyan 5, his strength would multiply exponentially. Observing the terrifying power emanating from Wang Teng, Vados' expression shifted momentarily before returning to normal as she declared, "Lord Wang Teng, let us commence." Chapter 39. The remarkable might of Vados. As soon as Wang Teng's words fell, his body darted forward with astonishing speed. Swifter than lightning itself, Piccolo and the others could scarcely perceive his movements. In an instant, Wang Teng stood before Vados, launching a fierce punch. This strike was delivered with the immense power of Super Saiyan 5, and Wang Teng executed it with utmost seriousness. Indeed, Lord Wang Teng's power is extraordinary. Vados murmured as she sensed the impending attack. Yet, she dared not underestimate him for a moment. With a graceful flick of her delicate hand, she prepared to counter. Bang! Clash! In the next heartbeat, their fists collided, unleashing a dreadful force that radiated outward. While Vados maintained her composure, she acutely sensed the terrifying power that surged from the point of impact. It was evident that Lord Wang Teng possessed strength akin to a pinnacle-level angel, which was truly astonishing. Subsequently, an indomitable force emanated from her palm, propelling Wang Teng backward. Stumbling a few steps, Wang Teng quickly regained his footing and resumed his rapid advance. He swiftly executed a hand strike aimed at Vados. At that moment, Wang Teng activated his time rewind ability. Vados, wielding the combat prowess of a level 3 pinnacle angel, instantly sensed the impending threat. Enveloped by a mysterious force, she retreated swiftly. Wang Teng's formidable strike met only empty air. Vados' expression transformed. She finally adopted a serious demeanor. She had not anticipated Wang Teng's mastery over time to reach such profound heights. Although he fell short of Whis, he had already surpassed many of the lesser angels. Having evaded the attack, Wang Teng was taken aback. He had exerted his full strength, yet his assault was effortlessly neutralized. This unexpected outcome left him with a sense of disappointment, having recently dominated his opponents. Vados, recognizing Wang Teng as an adversary of equal caliber, prepared for the next exchange. Regaining his focus, Wang Teng launched a powerful kick toward Vados, his leg cutting through the air with fierce momentum. In response to his relentless assault, Vados struck his leg with her palm, sending Wang Teng flying at an angle. As he soared through the air, a radiant glow enveloped her hand, and a barrage of energy spheres shot forth. Whoosh! The energy spheres hurtled toward Wang Teng with incredible speed. Wang Teng swiftly stabilized his form and struck fiercely at the energy orb. Boom! An astonishing explosion reverberated throughout the arena. Hee hee. That thing is not to be trifled with, or it will explode. Vados chuckled softly. A thick plume of smoke instantly engulfed Wang Teng. Lord Wang Teng! Gohan exclaimed in concern. At that moment, Whis' voice echoed. Rest assured, such a degree of attack cannot harm Lord Wang Teng. Upon hearing this, Gohan felt relieved. Indeed, The principle of no harm amidst smoke holds true in any circumstance. As the smoke dissipated, Wang Teng's figure swiftly darted away. At this moment, apart from appearing somewhat disheveled, he had not sustained any significant injuries. Wang Teng gritted his teeth, letting out a fierce roar, as an astonishing golden aura surged forth. He then rapidly unleashed countless energy orbs. This is my return gift. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Wang Teng flung out the rapidly coalescing energy orbs at an astonishing speed. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous sounds echoed as dark mushroom clouds soared into the sky. He understood that these energy orbs would pose no threat to the formidable Vados. However, they could at least bolster morale, for he had been in a passive state. Consistently pressed by his opponent, the smoke from the explosions gradually cleared. Vardos's beautiful figure once again came into Wang Teng's view. Indeed, a thin protective shield enveloped Vados, and his previous attacks had not only failed to harm her but had not even soiled her garments. Subsequently, Vados remarked, such energy orbs are merely a waste of power. Lord Wang Teng's actions are quite unwise. Upon hearing this, Wang Teng's expression grew increasingly serious. Whoosh. As soon as the words left her lips, Wang Teng's body vanished like a specter. When he reappeared, he was already behind Vados. His speed was so remarkable that even Goku and the others could not react in time. How fast? Goku exclaimed. He launched a powerful punch towards Vados. Sensing the danger approaching from behind, Vados swiftly turned and retaliated with a punch of her own. As the foremost angelic warrior, Vados commanded immense power, and Wang Teng did not dare to underestimate her. He was fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Moreover, Vardos's strength exceeded his expectations, compelling him to pour all his might into every strike. Crash! Their fists collided with a ferocious impact. Wang Teng felt an immense force surge through him, pain radiating from his wrist to his arm. Subsequently, his body was sent flying like a cannonball. Whoosh! Thud! 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 Wang Teng's feet skidded across the ground several times before he finally regained his balance. As he lifted his head, Vados had already swept her foot towards him. The height of her leg caught Wang Teng momentarily off guard. A heavy kick landed squarely on his face. Bang! Wang Teng was sent hurtling to the side. He was momentarily stunned. Using his palms to brace against the ground, he quickly stabilized himself, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He swiftly regained his focus and faced the charging Vados. The two engaged in a rapid clash. Bang, bang, bang. The sky echoed with ripples of white energy. A fierce gust of wind descended from above. Suddenly, a smirk appeared on Vados's lips as she seized the opportunity during Wang Teng's quick assault and delivered a powerful stomp to his chest. The sharp point of her long high heel seemed to concentrate all the damage into a single point, akin to genuine harm. Whoosh! Bang! A sound of air being ruptured resonated, and Wang Teng's body plummeted rapidly from the sky. Boom! Ultimately, he crashed heavily onto the arena. The entire platform was instantly shattered by Wang Teng's impact, creating a large crater. Countless fragments flew in all directions. Wang Teng rubbed his aching chest, reflecting on the terrifying nature of women, especially those who were both beautiful and formidable. This damage was undeniably real. Nonetheless, Vados' strength was indeed formidable, entirely distinct from Whis. Igniting a spark of fervor within Wang Teng, he quickly rose, fiercely driven by a combative spirit, and returned to the arena, standing opposite Vados. Vados, observing Wang Teng, who had withstood several of her powerful strikes, was taken aback as he appeared unscathed, exclaiming, Lord Wang Teng truly lives up to the reputation of the warrior race, the Saiyans. His resilience is remarkable. The battle between the two immediately ignited excitement among those in the waiting area. Incredible. Both Lord Wang Teng and Vados are astonishing. Gohan's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. The awakened Vegeta slammed his fist into the ground, grumbling in frustration, Damn. I never anticipated that my strength would differ so greatly from theirs. At that moment, Kampa felt a wave of trepidation. His long-standing master-servant relationship had caused him to forget Vados' overwhelming power. What astonished him was that Wang Teng could actually contend with Vados. His strength surpassed his own by a considerable margin. Ha ha ha. Sister remains as formidable as ever. Whis chuckled. Lord Beerus better step up his game, otherwise he will be surpassed by Lord Wang Teng. Upon hearing this, Beerus merely scoffed and turned his head away. Chapter 40. Triumph. Wang Teng and Vados locked eyes, gazing intently at one another. Neither exhibited signs of heavy breathing, completely incongruous with the fierce battle that had just transpired. Lord Wang Teng's strength is truly astonishing. I initially thought the fight would conclude swiftly, yet I never expected it to last this long without inflicting any substantial damage. Given the circumstances, I am prepared to take decisive action. Vados wore a smile as she addressed Wang Teng, astonished by his ability to withstand her assault. Initially, she believed Wang Teng's strength to be comparable to that of Kappa, but now she recognized her grave underestimation. Vados, do not hold back. Unleash your full repertoire. Wang Teng replied, his demeanor calm despite appearing to have exhausted his strength. Yet, he still possessed hidden cards yet to be revealed. If he were to deploy all of them, he might still stand a chance. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware that Vados' prowess extended far beyond this moment. She wielded the power of a third-level angel, while Wang Teng had barely achieved the strength of a first-level angel. To secure victory, he would need to resort to unconventional methods. Very well, Lord Wang Teng, be on your guard. Vados nodded with a grin, her expression shifting to one of seriousness. She had abandoned any intention of testing the waters and was ready to unleash her full might. Almost immediately, an astonishing white energy began to emanate from her, enveloping the arena in a divine aura. In that instant, Vados resembled an untouchable goddess, suspended in the air, her sacred flames gracefully swirling around her. Wow, sister is getting serious. Lord Wang Teng is in for a challenge, Weiss remarked with a chuckle. As the prosecutor of the divine realm, Wang Teng could immediately sense the overwhelming divine power radiating from Vados, a pressure that not only intimidated him, but also exhilarated him. Feeling the astonishing divine energy, he clenched his fists and braced himself for what was to come. His fists tightened, veins bulging, as the power of intent began to envelop him, a golden flame intermingling with a rich aura of divinity. Vados paused, recognizing the manifestation of intense power. Only a select few deities could comprehend such force. Yet its effectiveness depended on one's combat prowess. Just as the destroyer of Universe 2 had grasped the concept of intent, he would still not stand a chance against Beerus in direct combat. Whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, both figures vanished from their original positions. Boom, boom. The air erupted with the sound of their clash, ripples of white energy radiating outward in a series of explosive bursts. The two silhouettes danced through the air, leaving the onlookers below utterly speechless. Crash! A fierce gust of wind swept downward. In the seventh universe's resting area, Goku and Vegeta gaped in astonishment. The intensity of this battle was nothing short of extraordinary. As top-tier fighters within the seventh universe, they ranked among the elite in the entire cosmos. At this moment, the prowess exhibited by Vados and Wang Teng indeed made them acutely aware of their own insignificance. Each of them could effortlessly overpower the duo's combined efforts. This is impossible? Cursed be these two rascals. Vegeta clenched his fists, filled with indignation. Wang Teng and Vados were astonishingly formidable, seemingly even surpassing Lord Beerus. Goku exclaimed in astonishment. Upon hearing this, Beerus gritted his teeth and bellowed, "Hey, Goku, just because you're silent doesn't mean no one considers you a mute. Have you ever witnessed my full strength?" Gazing into Beerus's menacing eyes, Goku immediately waved his hands in panic, daring not to utter another word. Remarkably, Lord Wang Teng has already integrated his comprehension into combat. Moreover, he can exchange blows with my sister. This is truly astonishing. Weiss's voice resonated softly. With the strength Wang Teng was currently demonstrating, he had surpassed all the gods of destruction, including Beerus himself. It is likely that Beerus would only stand a chance against Wang Teng if he fully comprehended the Ultra Instinct. However, in comparison to his power, Wang Teng's culinary skills were even more unforgettable. Weiss chuckled behind his hand. Boom, boom, boom. As the intensity of their battle escalated, the arena had become dilapidated, with even the protective barrier cracking under the strain. Waves of white energy surged through the air. Bang, clash, clash. The sound of their collisions echoed continuously. Then, with a resounding bang, a massive energy blast plummeted from the sky, instantly reducing the arena to nothingness, leaving behind a gaping abyss. Wang Teng and Vados hovered in the air, gazing at one another from a distance. King Teng was overwhelmed with shock. He had exerted all his strength, yet found himself at a disadvantage, sensing that his opponent had only utilized about half of her power. Just then, Vados lifted her delicate hand and pointed. Wang Teng felt an irresistible force rushing towards him at an incredible speed, leaving him no time to evade. He had no choice but to shield his chest with his arms. Boom! A thunderous sound resonated as Wang Teng felt an immense damage inflicted upon him. As the flames dissipated, he shot up from the billowing smoke, his body charred and looking quite disheveled. His clothing was in tatters, and he swiftly tore it apart, revealing his well-defined physique. Vardos's eyes glimmered slightly, and she remarked, "Lord Wang Teng, you maintain quite an impressive physique." Wang Teng let out a cold chuckle, channeling all his strength into his palms. A massive sphere of white-blue energy materialized in his grasp, held aloft with astonishing power. "Vados, how about you try this move?" Gazing at the terrifying sphere of energy capable of annihilating this planet, Vados shook her head with a smile and remarked, "It is futile, my Lord Wang Teng. There is no need to squander your strength. Ignoring Vados' counsel, Wang Teng hurled the energy sphere forward. Whoosh! As the energy ball descended, the air in the battlefield became tumultuous, sending countless small stones soaring from the deep pit. Observing the energy sphere's relentless descent, Vados simply extended her finger and gently tapped the air. Miraculously, the formidable energy sphere halted midair, incapable of advancing even an inch. In the next moment, the sphere transformed into countless specks of starlight, vanishing from sight. A smile graced Vados' beautiful visage as she said, "See, I told you it was useless." Yet, Wang Teng had already vanished from sight, and a voice suddenly echoed in Vados' ear. "My objective has been achieved." Startled, Vados swiftly turned around, only to find Wang Teng approaching with his strong arms outstretched. Having never been this close to a man before, Vados became flustered. In her panic, she forgot to defend herself as Wang Teng enveloped her in a tight embrace. Their eyes locked, the distance between them shrank to less than a centimeter, allowing them to feel each other's breath. Impudent! A sharp cry pierced the air as an astonishing divine power erupted from Vados, sending Wang Teng flying backward. Chapter 41. Vados, time to unleash my full strength. Floating in the air, Vados' face flushed crimson as she realized she had momentarily lost her composure. After all, Wang Teng was her superior, and her instinctive outburst had unleashed her utmost power. Is Lord Wang Teng all right?" Vados inquired softly. After dissipating the overwhelming force, Wang Teng waved his hand dismissively. "No worries. How could I possibly be harmed? Let us continue." Hearing this, Vados replied gently, "All right." Then, a deep roar emerged from Wang Teng's throat, which immediately transformed into a beam of golden light, vanishing from sight. Whoosh! When he reappeared, Wang Teng was right before Vados, launching a tempestuous barrage of attacks toward her. His speed was astonishing, causing Vados to momentarily falter, forcing her to dodge backward. It seems Lord Wang Teng's strength has grown. Has he evolved? Is he gaining power during battle? If so, we must conclude this swiftly. Vados pondered in astonishment. At that moment, Wang Teng's punches grew increasingly powerful, as if his strength was inexhaustible. This was the first time Vados encountered such a formidable opponent. Bang! The two collided once more, then quickly separated. Just then, Vados delivered a kick, her long legs swiftly rising, causing Wang Teng's mind to momentarily halt. Once again, a heavy kick struck his chest, and a fleeting image of the beautiful scenery he had just witnessed flashed through his mind. Though visually stunning, the pain was undeniably intense. Wang Teng gritted his teeth and rubbed his chest, hastily retreating. He had not anticipated the formidable strength of Vados. No matter how he attacked, he could not overcome her. Relying solely on his martial prowess, Wang Teng felt utterly incapable of defeating Vados. In light of this, he resolved to take a perilous gamble. Despite the inherent risks, he had no choice but to attempt it. Kaioken. A golden aura erupted, immediately enveloped by a terrifying crimson flame. At that moment, Wang Teng felt an unparalleled agony surging within him. He gritted his teeth and roared, his power escalating exponentially, causing the very fabric of the sixth universe to tremble violently. Wang Teng was unleashing the Kaioken. Goku gasped in astonishment. No one understood the Kaioken better than he did. How could this be? Wang Teng's Kaioken was even more fearsome than Kakarot's. What an outrageous being. Vegeta seethed through clenched teeth. The Kaioken? Who would have thought that Lord Wang Teng had mastered the same technique as Goku? This would make things far more challenging for Vados. Beerus remarked softly. Ha ha ha. Lord Beerus, while Lord Wang Teng's power has indeed multiplied, the burden on his body has also increased dramatically. This complicates matters. Wish chuckled. Vados gazed at Wang Teng, astonished by his sudden surge of power. How could this be? How could Lord Wang Teng wield such a technique, which placed immense strain on the body? She had not expected to witness this, aside from the scion of the seventh universe. Tenfold Kaioken. Wang Teng was now enveloped in a golden aura, which was layered with a bizarre red flame. His current might was incomparably greater than that of Goku's strongest form. At that moment, the protective barriers surrounding the arena finally succumbed to the pressure, shattering into fragments. Observing this, Vados found herself in a predicament. The cost of enjoying Lord Wang Teng's culinary delights was proving to be exorbitant. This was turning out to be exceedingly troublesome. Subsequently, a faint layer of divine white aura manifested around her, equally formidable. Goku was profoundly astonished at this moment. He could master the tenfold Kaioken only after arduous training in his super blue form, having learned the Kaioken for quite some time. Yet here was Wang Teng, in his Super Saiyan 5 transformation, exhibiting a power that far surpassed even that of Super Saiyan Blue, and astonishingly elevating the Kaioken to tenfold. The impact on Goku was monumental. In that instant, Goku questioned whether Wang Teng was even human, for his performance was nothing short of extraordinary. As Wang Teng stabilized his power, He floated in the air, exuding an aura of dominance. Yet, he was acutely aware that he could only maintain this for a few fleeting minutes. Thus, he resolved to conclude the battle swiftly. In the next moment, he raised his palm. A golden energy sphere materialized instantaneously, growing larger by the second. Before long, a super energy sphere hovered in Wang Teng's hand, radiating a formidable power capable of obliterating the world. Whoosh! Then, amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, the energy sphere was unleashed. Vados' eyes sharpened with intensity as she beheld the swiftly approaching energy sphere. She made no attempt to evade it, for doing so would likely reduce the planet to mere ashes. Raising her right hand, a vibrant magenta energy sphere erupted from her palm, rapidly expanding in size until it matched Wang Teng's creation. The magenta sphere crackled with tiny arcs of lightning, emanating an astonishing force. Go! A soft voice escaped Vados' lips. Immediately, the magenta energy sphere hurtled towards the golden one. Whoosh! Boom! Rumble! The two energy spheres collided with an explosive impact, unleashing an overwhelming force that resonated like thunder. The entire planet shook violently from the terrifying clash, while the ferocious winds tossed the distant resting area like a small boat in a tempest. Upon witnessing this, Wei swiftly rose, an awe-inspiring power surging within him as he enveloped the resting area in a protective embrace. The crowd felt a gentle force shielding them from harm. Then, a deafening explosion erupted. The two terrifying energy spheres detonated, sending a cataclysmic wave of energy soaring into the sky. Rumble! Rumble! A scene reminiscent of the apocalypse unfolded before the spectators' eyes. Wang Teng and Vados ascended rapidly into the outer expanse of space, for the planet could no longer withstand such a dreadful collision. One more impact, and it would surely be reduced to nothingness. Since Lord Wang Teng possesses such formidable strength, I too shall unleash my utmost power in this battle. Otherwise, determining the victor will prove exceedingly difficult. Vados' solemn voice resonated, aligning perfectly with Wang Teng's intent, as his current use of the King's fist could not be sustained for long, necessitating a swift resolution. Be cautious. No sooner had the words left his lips than Vados' figure vanished like a wraith. Her speed was astonishing, leaving only a faint white afterimage in her wake. As her presence disappeared without a trace, Wang Teng sensed the palpable divine power emanating from her, realizing she had fully committed to the fight. Whoosh! As the figure of Vados reappeared, she was already behind Wang Teng. Wang Teng reacted swiftly, yet he was still a fraction too slow, and a powerful strike landed heavily upon him. Whoosh! Wang Teng was immediately sent flying. Under the full force of Vados, he was decisively hurled away. Chapter 42. The Arrival of the Omnipotent Whoosh. Vados' form vanished from her original position once more, her presence utterly elusive. Her speed was so extraordinary that it left no room for counteraction. Wang Teng struggled to maintain control of his body, murmuring to himself, "Is this the power of an angel?" In that moment, Vados' strength had indeed transcended ordinary might. The pinnacle of angelic combat prowess was undeniably terrifying. Both her speed and her attacks were so formidable that they sent shivers down his spine. Boom! Boom! Vados unleashed a flurry of strikes, and at that moment, Wang Teng was devoid of any means to resist, left with no choice but to endure the onslaught. He could not even catch a glimpse of her figure, forced to witness each blow landing upon his body helplessly. The speed was overwhelming, even with the tenfold Kaioken powered by his current strength. It was exceedingly difficult to match Vados' velocity. Was this the essence of angelic power? Wang Teng pondered rapidly if he could comprehend the ultimate technique of Zizai Gong. Combined with his current prowess, might he not be able to contend with Vados and ultimately defeat her? Although he had acquired the method of cultivating Zizai Gong upon his arrival, he had only barely scratched the surface over the years, hardly reaching even minor proficiency, let alone mastery. Through his battle with Vados, Wang Teng had resolved to perfect his Zizai Gong practice, for only then could he stand at the pinnacle of combat power within the Dragon Ball universe. It seemed imperative that he engage in battle with a master of Zizai Gong next time. Perhaps only through first-hand experience could he glean profound insights. Bang! 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 Vados continued her relentless assault. Each strike inflicted tremendous pain upon Wang Teng. Vados herself was astonished that Wang Teng could endure so much. Despite being hit numerous times, he still maintained that astonishing transformation. Wang Teng's mind raced with strategies, for if this continued, defeat was merely a matter of time. At that moment, he felt an acute sense of urgency. He yearned to retaliate, unwilling to remain a passive target any longer. On the nameless planet of Universe 6, everyone watched the aerial battle broadcast by Whis, their eyes fixed on the beleaguered Wang Teng, swallowing hard, not daring to utter a sound. Though the screen only revealed the blurred silhouette of Vados, they were all acutely aware of the reality that Wang Teng was under relentless assault. Gohan clenched his fists tightly. Witnessing Wang Teng in such a passive state for the first time, the situation was dire. At that moment, Wang Teng was entirely at a disadvantage, enduring blow after blow. If this continued, he would stand no chance of victory. Sister, how can she wield such formidable angelic power? Lord Wang Teng is in grave danger. Weiss's countenance also grew solemn. Hey, Weiss, you must find a way to halt this battle. If the prosecutor were to meet with any misfortune, Lord Zeno would not spare us. Beerus exclaimed with a fierce tone. Upon hearing Beerus's admonition, Weiss's expression shifted, for he recognized the truth in Beerus's words. Should the prosecutor perish here, the wrath of Lord Zeno would likely lead to the instantaneous annihilation of both the 6th and 7th universes. While he and Vados might escape death, Beerus and Kampa would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Yet, in such a high-stakes conflict, it seemed that only Weiss could intervene. The others would merely serve as fodder, obliterated in an instant. At that moment, an unexpected transformation occurred. The figure of Wang Teng in the image turned a vivid crimson. An unparalleled red aura rapidly ascending. After enduring relentless assaults, Wang Teng resolved to make a final stand. A deep roar erupted from his throat, 20-fold Kaioken. As he unleashed the Kaioken, he immediately felt a cataclysmic power surging through him, as if his very being were ablaze. Fiery red flames erupted from his form, while an indescribable agony coursed throughout his body, causing Wang Teng's eyes to widen in determination. This was the decisive moment. Whoosh! Wang Teng's form vanished from sight. The speeding Vados gasped in astonishment at the sudden disappearance, exclaiming, "What? How is this possible?" Almost instantly, Vardos's eyes widened as a blazing red fist struck heavily against her abdomen. She felt as though her last meal were about to resurface. And a surge of gastric acid erupted forth. In the next heartbeat, Wang Teng vanished once more. Anger surged upon Vardos's face. Her speed had inexplicably increased, now akin to instantaneous movement. The two combatants' fists collided with tremendous force. Whoosh! Both were propelled backward. Wang Teng's body, now burdened beyond endurance, struggled to move even the slightest bit. Gritting his teeth, he summoned all his strength to his palm. Kamehameha! At that moment, Wang Teng, engulfed in flames, unleashed a terrifying strike. Faced with his formidable attack, astonishment washed over Vardos's features. She rapidly concentrated her power, and an astounding energy sphere materialized before her. Whoosh! The remarkable energy sphere shot forth. Witnessing this, Weiss's eyes widened in alarm. Sister, cease at once. In the next instant, he found himself in the cosmos. But it was already too late. The two forces collided with a resounding crash. Boom! An astonishing energy storm raged through the cosmos. Weiss gazed at the irrevocable situation, preparing to employ time reversal in an attempt to regain control over the chaos. At that moment, two terrifying energy blasts suddenly erupted, ensnaring the nearest Wang Teng immediately. Realizing there was no time to act, Weiss shielded Vados and vanished into the void of space. Boom! The resounding explosions generated immense energy shockwaves, enveloping the cosmos in a blinding white light. As the explosive energy gradually dissipated, countless fragments of debris appeared in the vastness of space. On a nameless planet in the 6th universe, Son Gohan collapsed to the ground. Although the image had vanished when Weiss disappeared, he had felt the terrifying impact of the energy collision deeply. The faces of the onlookers were filled with concern, while Beerus and Kampa wore expressions of grave anxiety. They fervently hoped that Lord Wang Teng was unscathed. Just then, Weiss and Vados reappeared in an instant. Beerus's eyes widened in shock, his voice trembling with apprehension. What about the Inspector, Weiss? Upon hearing this, Weiss clenched his teeth, unable to utter a word. Kampa rushed forward. Hey, Vados, how is the Inspector doing? Vados bore the same expression as Weiss, then softly replied, Lord Kampa, I'm afraid. Hearing the fragmented words, a cold sweat trickled down Kampa's brow, causing him to collapse to the ground. At that moment, a figure appeared not far from them. Kampa, Beerus, Weiss. And Vardos's eyes widened in astonishment. Their expressions shifted dramatically, cold sweat breaking out on their brows. The Omni King. Two guards of the Omni King emerged from the ground, standing on either side of him. The surrounding deities were thrown into a state of panic. Vegeta crossed his arms, inquiring, Who is this sudden little figure? Piccolo murmured, Who is it? Beerus's body began to tremble uncontrollably. The Omni King, the ruler at the pinnacle of all 12 universes. At this revelation, the eyes of Vegeta and the others widened like saucers. Weiss softly urged, Lord Beerus, quickly, greet him. Kampa also stepped forward swiftly. In the next instant, Beerus and Kampa stood in perfect alignment and immediately bowed. We pay our respects to the Omni King. Weiss and Vados positioned themselves to the sides, slightly bowing. Weiss remarked, How have you been, Omni King? Vados followed suit. adding, I trust you are in good health. Faced with the presence of two angels and the god of destruction. The voice of the Omni King, tinged with a childlike petulance, resonated. In the background, a multitude of gods fell to their knees in reverence. The Omni King surveyed the assembly with a discerning gaze and inquired, where is little Ting Ting? Upon hearing the affectionate moniker, Whis and the others felt a chill of foreboding. They understood that the situation had taken a dire turn, and calamity might soon befall the 6th and 7th universes. At that moment, a feeble voice broke through the tension. Lord Omni King, I am here. With a swish, Wang Teng materialized before the gathered crowd. Whis and Beerus exchanged glances. Increasingly perplexed by the enigmatic prosecutor, the terrifying explosion had engulfed them, and they could scarcely believe they would have emerged unscathed. Yet, there stood Wang Teng, seemingly unharmed, though it was evident he had suffered the backlash of a power-enhancing technique. Remarkably, that dreadful energy had not inflicted a single scratch upon him. Wang Teng's survival hinged entirely on the system's reward of a substitute. When the terrifying energy surged toward him, he had decisively employed the substitute to absorb the destructive force, thus narrowly escaping disaster. Observing Wang Teng's arrival, the Omni King soared into the air, hovering before him. Little Ting Ting. Oh, how did you sustain injuries? The Omni King's concerned words warmed Wang Teng's heart. It seemed this little sovereign possessed a semblance of conscience after all, justifying his previous efforts to win the king's favor. It's nothing, Lord Omni King. I merely sustained some effects while practicing with others using a technique that has side effects. I shall be fine shortly. Wang Teng's voice resonated softly. The Omni King glanced back, and his attendant promptly understood the silent cue, stepping forward to extend a finger toward Wang Teng. Instantly, a wondrous power coursed through Wang Teng's body, erasing the side effects of the Kaioken technique. Feeling the surge of strength within him, even greater than before, Wang Teng marveled at the unique constitution of the Saiyan race. Lord Omni King, I must inquire, what brings you here today? He asked. The Omni King's childlike voice chimed again. Today, I discovered that there were private activities occurring here, and I wish to remind them that they must not be lax in their duties. Upon hearing this, Kampa and Beerus were drenched in sweat. The Omni King continued, since little Ting Ting is here to oversee matters, there should be no issues. A sigh of relief escaped Beerus and Kampa as they wiped the perspiration from their brows. Little Ting Ting, what is your impression of the two gods of destruction? The Omni King suddenly inquired. Wang Teng pondered for a moment before responding. Lord Omni King, as for Beerus, he seems more enamored with slumber and gourmet delights than with destruction. As for Kampa, his disregard for meals has led to a considerable change in his physique. Upon hearing this, the Omni King casually remarked, how about we replace the destroyer? Both Kampa and Beerus felt a sense of despair, yet Omni King was not inclined to acquiesce to their wishes. Shortly thereafter, the voice of Omni King resonated once more. Fortunately, the two possessed a sense of ambition, and under my supervision, they managed to conduct themselves with diligence. At this, the Omni King nodded in approval. Then I shall entrust this matter to you, little Ting Ting. I eagerly await your inspection report in a few months. Upon hearing this, Kampa and Beerus felt a sense of relief wash over them. The Omni King continued, in truth, I merely intended to offer a gentle reminder, but as I observed, I found it to be quite entertaining. So I would like other universes' contestants to join in the competition as well. That is my intention. Little Ting Ting, what are your thoughts? To this, Wang Teng responded with a smile. It seems the Omni King and I are in agreement. It promises to be immensely enjoyable. At that moment, Goku, who had been listening from behind, felt a spark of excitement at the prospect of another tournament. Really? That's fantastic. A chance to compete against the elites of other universes. Kampa and Beerus exchanged alarmed glances at Goku's enthusiastic outburst. To their dismay, Goku began to approach the Omni King. Beads of cold sweat formed on Beerus's brow. Goku, you fool. Stop right there. As Goku drew closer, the Omni King's guards swiftly appeared, positioning themselves in front of him. Kampa and Beerus were at a loss, overwhelmed by panic. Goku murmured, Am I not allowed to approach? I merely wish to share a few words. Wang Teng is right over there. The guards shook their heads firmly. Beerus, drenched in sweat, urged softly, Goku, come back. Do you truly believe you are worthy of conversing with the Omni King? Your status cannot be compared to that of Wang Teng. The Omni King inquired. Little Ting Ting, is he your friend? Wang Teng chuckled, I suppose so. Hearing this, the Omni King smiled at Goku. Let him come over. It's perfectly fine. Once the Omni King's voice echoed, the guards immediately vanished, reappearing behind him. Goku stepped forward. The Omni King exclaimed, What a thrilling competition. I witnessed your battle with little Ting Ting. It was extraordinary. Let us hold another tournament soon. Goku's face lit up with joy. It's a promise. At that moment, Goku extended his hand. Beerus and Kampa turned pale with fear, drenched in sweat. As Goku reached out, the guards behind the Omni King adopted a more hostile demeanor. Wang Teng shook his head at the two. The guards halted their impending actions. Clearly delighted, the Omni King said, "Little Ticting, let us join hands." The three of them clasped hands together, sealing their agreement. The voices of the three resonated simultaneously. Upon finishing his words, the Grand King gestured towards the crowd with a wave of his hand, declaring, "Then I shall take my leave. Little Ticting, I shall await your return." Wang Teng nodded in acknowledgement. In unison, Beerus and Kappa bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle, respectfully exclaiming, "We bid farewell to your excellency, the Grand King." Subsequently, the Grand King vanished from sight along with his guards. Once the Grand King departed, Beerus and Kappa immediately collapsed onto the ground. After catching his breath, Beerus exclaimed, "Goku, you are exceedingly reckless. Had it not been for Lord Wang Teng's presence, we would have been doomed. Understand this. If the Grand King so wishes, he could obliterate all 12 universes in the blink of an eye." Goku was taken aback, then chuckled. Is he truly that formidable? Yet, he doesn't seem like a villain. I doubt he would act in such a manner. Wang Teng interjected, "All right, this match has reached its conclusion. The next competition hosted by the Grand King will be the true battle of life and death. Consider this a mere practice round. Everyone must return and train diligently." Upon hearing this, Kappa prepared to make his exit. "Kappa, leave the Super Dragon Balls to me." Wang Teng's voice rang out immediately. Kappa smiled. "I had intended to present them to you, my lord. I just happened to be one short." Soon after, Wang Teng collected the 6 Super Dragon Balls into his possession. Chapter 44. The Super Dragon Balls as Kappa and Vados departed with the inhabitants of Universe 6. Wang Teng gazed at the 6 Super Dragon Balls shimmering in the night sky, contemplating what wish to fulfill. At that moment, Bulma had already retrieved her specially designed Dragon Ball radar. The radar was flashing with the unique signals emitted by the Super Dragon Balls. After scrutinizing it for a while, Bulma murmured, "I can't seem to find any more. Even after expanding the range, there's still only a response from these 6. It seems we must search for the cosmic center across the 2 universes." Krillin wore a reluctant expression, saying, "Do we really have to go there? I'm starting to feel a bit homesick." Number 18 approached, saying, "Wait, doesn't this indicate 7 responses?" Bulma quickly amplified the range again and gasped, "Indeed, there are 7. However, when Bulma looked around, she could only see 6. Just then, Wang Teng approached and whispered a few words to Whis. Whis nodded in understanding and said, "Everyone, please enter the transference cube." Beerus, momentarily stunned, exclaimed, "Whis? Ha ha ha. Everyone hurry up and get in. This is Lord Wang Teng's command." Upon hearing this, Beerus promptly sealed his lips. Once everyone entered the transference cube, it swiftly ascended into the cosmos. Whis stood at the forefront, skillfully maneuvering it. Goku murmured, "What could Lord Wang Teng be up to?" Upon reaching the celestial expanse, Wang Teng nodded at Whis. Instantly, Whis understood and, with a flourish of his angelic staff, initiated the next phase. On the nameless planet where the recent competition took place, a series of tornadoes suddenly erupted. As time passed, the surface of this uncharted world cracked open with countless fissures, revealing a radiant golden light. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, innumerable fragments soared into the cosmos, and the nameless planet emitted a myriad of golden beams. Once the blinding light subsided, the spectators could only behold 7 Dragon Balls. While the nameless planet had vanished without a trace, Bulma exclaimed in astonishment, "Incredible! Who would have thought that the planet itself was a Super Dragon Ball?" Wang Teng's voice resonated. It must be that after the last wish was granted, the Super Dragon Balls scattered and obliterated the original asteroid, and the dust accumulated to form what was once the nameless planet. Goku murmured, "Now that we have gathered all 7 Dragon Balls, how do we summon the Eternal Dragon?" Wang Teng glanced at Bulma, recalling that in the original tale, it was she who recited the incantation to summon the dragon. However, at this moment, she remained silent. Thus, Wang Teng turned to Whis and said, "Address the 7 Super Dragon Balls and utter the divine language. Come forth, Eternal Dragon, and grant my wish." Upon hearing this, Whis promptly responded, "As you wish, Lord Wang Teng." He then recited the divine language directed at the Super Dragon Balls, his words resonating like a foreign melody. Yet, after Whis finished speaking, nothing happened. He paused in surprise. Huh? But mere moments later, the red stars of the Super Dragon Balls began to shine with resplendent brilliance. In the astonished gazes of the crowd, the Super Dragon Balls started to radiate dazzling light and moved. All 7 Super Dragon Balls emitted golden glimmers, their luminosity intensifying, as if the entire universe was quaking. Vegeta exclaimed, "Hey, this doesn't look good." Whis, standing calmly on the transport vessel, replied, "Is that so? There will be no issue." As the light grew ever brighter, everyone shielded themselves against the overwhelming radiance. With the passage of time, the brilliance gradually faded, revealing a colossal entity in the cosmos. The transport vessel appeared as insignificant as an ant beside it. The Eternal Dragon slowly opened its crimson eyes. The magnificent creature began to utter a phrase in the divine language. Krillin murmured, "Is it speaking in the divine language, asking for your wish?" Wang Teng cautiously stepped forward, gazing at the gargantuan size of the eternal dragon, feeling an immense shock within. Then, his voice reached Whis' ears. Upon hearing this, Whis paused momentarily, then smirked. Lord Wang Teng is indeed quite considerate of his sister. Now, allow me to make a wish. Whis again addressed the eternal dragon in the divine language, and the foreign melody resounded once more. Subsequently, the eternal dragon's eyes suddenly brightened. The super dragon spoke once more in an incomprehensible divine tongue, followed by a resounding roar as he transformed into 7 magnificent Dragon Balls, scattering across the 12 universes. Bulma turned to Wang Teng, inquiring about his wish. Wang Teng, with a smile, replied, "A secret." Goku murmured, "What a miser. What harm is there in sharing?" Wang Teng chuckled but offered no response. Meanwhile, as Bardos piloted the shuttle back to the 6th universe's realm of destruction, her angelic staff began to shimmer. A message from Whis echoed in her ears. "Sister, Lord Wang Teng has created a culinary planet for you using the Super Dragon Balls. Its coordinates are that nameless planet where we just competed." Bardos momentarily froze, and the shuttle hesitated in response. She promptly entered the vessel, causing Kampa to nearly stumble. He exclaimed, "Can you even drive?" To which Bardos shook her head. "I was about to share some good news, but if you don't wish to hear it, so be it." She returned to the main cabin of the shuttle. With a whoosh, the vessel vanished into the starry expanse. Bardos silently expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Lord Wang Teng." Whis and the others then proceeded toward the 7th universe. "You truly care for your sister," Whis remarked lightly. Wang Teng smiled. It was merely a casual gesture. He had no desire to grow stronger through the Super Dragon Balls. His ambition was to ascend to the pinnacle of the Dragon Ball universe through his own efforts. Shortly thereafter, after Whis returned Goku and the others to Earth, Wang Teng and Gohan accompanied Beerus and Whis back to the realm of destruction. "How about making Gohan a candidate for the 7th universe's destroyer? You have no objections, I trust?" Wang Teng stated calmly. Hearing this, Beerus felt a surge of panic, yet with Wang Teng's proposal laid bare, he found it difficult to refuse. His words became a jumbled mess. Wang Teng's expression hardened as he pressed, "Beerus, do you dissent? Besides, you won't be stepping down anytime soon. This is merely a nominal position. Being a candidate for destroyer will simply facilitate your actions." With Wang Teng's words leaving no room for debate, Beerus reluctantly nodded in agreement. Whis, observing the kind and diligent Gohan, felt no resistance toward this matter. Subsequently, Wang Teng escorted Gohan back to their residence. Wang Teng then chose to enter seclusion. Despite his current prowess being at the pinnacle of a first-level angel, capable of momentarily contending with angels through the use of the Kaioken, he still felt inadequate when faced with life-and-death battles. His immediate goal was to attain 2nd-level angelic combat strength, after which he could genuinely pose a threat to the angels while employing the Kaioken. Or perhaps he has achieved a modest understanding of the supreme art of effortless mastery. With his foundational combat strength, the power he can unleash is simply incomparable to that of Sun Wukong. Thus, Wang Teng commenced his seclusion. Chapter 45. Hellas and Beerus on the 3rd day of Wang Teng's retreat, within the realm of the gods of destruction of the 7th universe. The angel Sava and the gods of destruction Hellas and Beerus were gathered around a table adorned with 4 buckets of instant noodles. The flavor of these noodles was truly exquisite. Sava took a bite, his face glowing with satisfaction, having lived for countless years. This was the first time he had savored such delectable food. He felt that his journey to the 7th universe was certainly worthwhile. Observing the inexperienced pair, Beerus reveled in his sense of superiority. "Ah, the instant noodles are indeed delightful, but they pale in comparison to the dishes prepared by Lord Wang Teng." Whis chuckled. Upon hearing Whis' words, Sava's eyes immediately sparkled. "Is Lord Wang Teng's culinary skill that remarkable? However, we have been here for quite some time, yet we have not seen him." Beerus replied with pride, "My lord is quite busy with official matters. He must be resting at this moment." At that, a female voice chimed in. "Humph, do you think everyone is like you? My lord is undoubtedly occupied with important affairs," Hellas remarked while enjoying the noodles. Upon hearing this, Beerus's temper flared instantly. "Hellas, do you wish to fight?" he demanded, glaring at the still fiery Hellas, who merely chuckled derisively. "Huh? Do you truly think I am afraid of you?" Hellas retorted, slamming her hand on the table and rising to her feet. The eyes of the 2 gods of destruction ignited with intensity as they confronted one another. While Hellas was aware that she was not a match for Beerus, the gap between them was not insurmountable. In a genuine clash, the outcome was uncertain. "Hellas, I have noticed that since you comprehended the realm of intent, you have grown increasingly arrogant. Although we cannot engage in full-force battles, in a typical skirmish, You may not stand a chance against me, Beerus declared, undaunted. Though Hellas had grasped the concept of intent, Beerus was not intimidated in the slightest. The concept may be formidable, but it ultimately hinges on foundational combat strength. Lacking sufficient power would hinder the manifestation of one's intent. Ha! Hellas smiled lightly. Beerus, the last time we fought was millions of years ago. The current me is no longer comparable to that former self. While she had indeed been outmatched before, since gaining insight into the realm of intent, she had diligently trained her foundational strength and now brimmed with confidence. Oh? Beerus paused, a contemplative expression crossing his face. To be honest, among the 12 gods of destruction, he held a certain respect for Hellas' prowess. Hearing her assert her growth piqued his curiosity. Very well, Hellas, let us see what you are capable of. Highly surged upward. Her body instantly suspended in the air. Whoosh! Beerus let out a cold snort and similarly ascended into the sky. High above, Beerus and Hyles faced each other defiantly. Beerus, it has been millions of years since we last clashed. This time, I shall demonstrate the profundity of my intent. As soon as the words left her lips, Hyles vanished from her original position. Observing the two gods of destruction prepared to engage, Whis and Sava swiftly conjured a protective barrier with their angelic powers to shield the realm of destruction. Without such a barrier, the confrontation between these two deities would spell annihilation. In the next moment, Beerus erupted with energy and charged forward. Their fists collided with a thunderous impact. Boom! They swiftly separated, but the terrifying shockwaves and fierce winds cascaded downward. At that moment, Wang Teng, who had been in deep meditation, abruptly opened his eyes. Who dares to engage in battle, producing such formidable energy fluctuations? Whoosh! Suddenly, a sound of air being sliced through echoed, and Wang Teng appeared before Whis and Sava. His presence instantly commanded attention. Sava promptly bowed and said, "Greetings, esteemed prosecutor." Hyles, suspended in the air, also performed a respectful 90-degree bow, exclaiming, "Salutations, honored supervisor." Observing the two, Wang Teng recollected their encounter during the journey to the 6th Universes tournament. He smiled and said, "Very well, continue. I am quite intrigued by your battle." With that, he settled himself beside a stone table. Receiving Wang Teng's approval, Hyles turned her gaze back to Beerus. A deep, resonant roar emerged from her throat, and an astonishing purple aura erupted around her, accompanied by flashes of lightning. In that moment, the essence of divinity was palpable. Beerus snorted disdainfully. "So, you are serious? Then I shall not hold back." An impressive purple aura surged forth from him as well, radiating immense power. Whoosh! In the next instant, the two launched themselves with remarkable synchronicity. Bang! Bang! The deep sounds of collision resonated instantly as the white shockwaves filled the air. Each attack, each clash, caused the surrounding barrier to tremble. The ground was strewn with debris, and figures danced through the sky. Wang Teng, positioned below, observed the aerial spectacle, nodding in approval. This battle was indeed fierce and exhilarating, with both combatants being top-tier gods of destruction, engaging with remarkable decisiveness and no hint of hesitation. Their speed was astonishing. Indeed, Lord Beerus is truly serious this time, Whis remarked with a suppressed smile. Wang Teng nodded in agreement, clearly resonating with Whis' observation. The angel Sava gazed into the sky, his expression inscrutable, leaving others unable to fathom his thoughts. Lord Hellas has significantly improved in strength. He is now able to subtly gain the upper hand in his battle against Lord Beerus. Furthermore, it seems that both are still conserving their energies. Lord Beerus, it appears that you should take this seriously. Vados sipped her beverage and continued. Boom, boom, boom. With each clash, the entire realm of destruction trembled. The white sound barrier in the sky shimmered incessantly. Bang, crash. With another series of collisions, a tremendous roar erupted. The air above the destruction realm was soon engulfed in thick black smoke. Beerus and Hellas retreated from one another. Destruction. A violet sphere of destructive energy materialized in Hellas's palm. Wang Teng was taken aback, chuckling. This is the exclusive destructive power of a god of destruction. Whoosh. The purple sphere hurtled towards Beerus. Humph. Such feeble destructive power dares to harm me. You must be dreaming. A faint voice emanated from Beerus, who swiftly conjured a violet sphere of his own. When the two spheres collided, they unleashed a staggering explosion. Boom. Rumble. The purple energy surged skyward. A fierce gust of wind scattering in all directions. Dust and debris manifested instantaneously. Whoosh. Hellas's figure emerged from the black smoke, appearing before Beerus with the swiftness of a tempest, launching a relentless barrage of attacks. Her speed was astonishing, compelling even Beerus to evade continuously. Step by step, the retreating Beerus sought to widen the distance between them. Cursed be this adversary. She has indeed made remarkable progress. I can no longer underestimate her. If this continues, things may turn dire. Beerus furrowed his brow and murmured to himself. Chapter 46. Beerus, Vados, teach me the Ultra Instinct. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Hele swept in with a kick, seizing his ankle. TCH, the rascal. Beerus grit his teeth, astonished by Hele's newfound prowess. Very well, let me show you my true abilities. With a sudden cold smirk, Beerus flung Hele's away. Hele's floated in mid-air, her expression grave. She understood that Beerus was not merely boasting. He indeed possessed such formidable power. As a long-standing rival, she was well aware of Beerus's strength. Among the 12 gods of destruction, Beerus had always been the most powerful, and he had mastered Ultra Instinct. Although the mastery of the Ultra Instinct technique is not yet perfected, it remains immensely powerful. Even when facing the other 11 gods of destruction, Beerus possesses the confidence to emerge victorious. Caution is advised. A self-assured smile graced Beerus' lips as a milky aura of divine energy suddenly enveloped his form. In an instant, he vanished like a specter, his speed incomprehensible. Wang Teng abruptly rose, murmuring, "Is this the Ultra Instinct of Beerus?" In response, Whis began to elucidate. Though Lord Beerus has not fully mastered the Ultra Instinct, it is still extraordinarily formidable. Most gods of destruction are no match for him. Hearing this, Wang Teng's gaze remained fixated on the sky, anxious not to miss a single detail. Whoosh! When Beerus reappeared, he was already behind Hellas. Hellas had no time to react and was struck heavily in the back by Beerus' fist. Bang! Whoosh! Hellas was sent flying. Beerus' figure was so astonishingly swift that he transformed into a shadow and vanished once more. The speed was beyond capture. The Ultra Instinct entails an all-encompassing enhancement. Both speed and strength receive a qualitative boost. Bang! Bang bang! Beerus unleashed a flurry of attacks, all striking Hellas. She could not even begin to comprehend Beerus' velocity. Such incredible speed, I cannot hope to contend with it at my current pace. The Ultra Instinct is indeed terrifying. With this thought, Hellas gritted his teeth as a wondrous power surged within him. A violet aura erupted forth, a manifestation of the power of intent. Wang Teng immediately sensed the extraordinary energy radiating from Hellas, yet it felt distinctly different from his own. It dawned on him that the power of intent varies among individuals, as does the nature of its amplification. Lord Hellas' power of intent enhances speed, suddenly remarked Sava, who had been silent until now. Soon after, Hellas' figure transformed into that of a specter as well. The two figures began to weave and intersect in the air. Wang Teng, observing their battle, was engulfed in a whirlwind of thoughts. Over the years, he had been striving to comprehend the Ultra Instinct technique, yet he had only barely scratched the surface. Without guidance from others, the path to solitary enlightenment proved exceedingly challenging. However, witnessing Beerus employ the Ultra Instinct today seemed to illuminate certain aspects for Wang Teng. Bang bang bang. The two figures, like phantoms, continued to intertwine in the air. At this moment, their speeds had equalized, their astonishing fists colliding with relentless force. Bang. Following another titanic clash, whoosh. Hellas' body crashed heavily into the ground. Beerus' body hovered in the air. What is the matter? Is this all your strength? Though your speed has matched mine, your power falls woefully short. If you possess no other hidden cards, victory shall be mine. Beerus' words ignited fury within Hellas, who slammed her fist into the ground with tremendous force. Despite her reluctance, she recognized the truth in Beerus' assertions. She never anticipated that he, aside from indulging in slumber and cuisine, had never exerted himself, yet his strength remained formidable. What should I do? Must I face defeat at his hands once more? Witnessing his triumphant expression filled her with discontent. A multitude of thoughts flashed through Hellas' mind. Gritting her teeth, she charged toward Beerus again, their figures vanishing from sight once more. Hellas' situation appeared dire, murmured Wang Teng. Upon hearing this, Wish chuckled, stating, after all, Lord Beerus has mastered Ultra Instinct. Although Lady Hellas possesses the exceedingly rare realm of speed, her power is still somewhat lacking. Should she awaken her power realm, there might still be a glimmer of hope for victory. Wang Teng's eyes widened in astonishment at this revelation. He exclaimed, "Whis, is it possible for one individual to comprehend two realms?" At Wang Teng's inquiry, Whis burst into laughter. Ah, indeed. When breaking through the power of a god of destruction, there exists the potential for understanding realms. A realm is an experience of power, thus manifesting in various types. The type one comprehends is entirely reliant upon personal insight. Naturally, there are prodigious talents capable of grasping multiple realms. Furthermore, it is noteworthy that the power of a realm can indeed be combined with Ultra Instinct. Upon hearing this, Wang Teng seemed to have discovered a new world. It appeared that there were so many ways to grow stronger. Clearly, his previous perspective had been far too narrow. Boom. Thud. At that moment, A tremendous noise echoed from the ground nearby, dense clouds of dust enveloping the battlefield. Wang Teng gathered his focus and glanced over, only to see Hellas crashing down to the earth, while Beerus in the air was gasping for breath, evidently drained by the exertion of Ultra Instinct. Beerus, I concede defeat. I acknowledge your strength, but next time I shall not lose to you. Hellas' indomitable voice rang out. Beerus descended slowly, his eyes reflecting appreciation for Hellas. However, as Hellas rose, she scoffed and turned away, completely disregarding Beerus' admiration. Her face was etched with dissatisfaction. One must understand that throughout these countless millennia, she had tirelessly sought out powerful adversaries to hone her strength. Yet what of Beerus? As far as she knew, he had spent the majority of these eons in slumber. She was profoundly dissatisfied with the outcome of today. Hellas approached, bowing respectfully to Wang Teng, after which she lost all desire to linger any longer. Sava, Hellas called out. Here, Lady Hellas. Sava's voice remained utterly unwavering. Let us depart. No sooner had she spoken than she soared towards the exit of the God of Destruction's realm. Sava inclined his head towards Wang Teng, saying, Esteemed Inspector, we shall take our leave. You are welcome to visit the second universe. He hurriedly followed after Hellas, and thus, they exited the God of Destruction's domain in the seventh universe. Following their departure, Beerus sensed a looming threat. First, he had been surpassed by Wang Teng. Then Wang Teng was confirmed as a candidate for the God of Destruction, and now Hellas had grown so formidable. Beerus was acutely aware of the burgeoning crisis. Consequently, he resolved to forsake sleep and commence his training. Whis, please continue to instruct me in the Ultra Instinct technique. Upon hearing that Beerus was finally willing to train again, Whis immediately smiled and replied, Of course, Lord Beerus. Wang Teng nodded with a smile, for such a development was indeed intriguing. Chapter 47. The Banquet 3 days later. Within the God of Destruction's castle, a banquet was underway. This meant an array of exquisite delicacies, did it not? How delightful. Whis conversed with Bulma. Upon hearing the mention of food, Beerus, who had been training in the adjacent room, rushed over. He seized Whis' angelic staff and exclaimed, Of course, I must attend. Bulma's voice echoed, Please make sure to arrive before noon tomorrow, along with Gohan. Chi-Chi has been eagerly awaiting him. Very well, see you tomorrow. After ending the call, Beerus resumed his training. Whis covered his mouth, chuckling softly. Lord Beerus has been increasingly diligent lately. I find myself somewhat unaccustomed to it. Subsequently, Whis relayed this news to Wang Teng. Wang Teng pondered, Let Gohan accompany me. It seems I haven't informed Chi-Chi yet. I shall seize this opportunity. On Earth. At Bulma's banquet venue, tables were laden with delectable dishes. Bulma continued to greet the arriving guests. Chi-Chi, Goten, and Trunks sat at the table, awaiting the arrival of others. I wonder when Gohan will show up. He never mentions his whereabouts, that child. Chi-Chi murmured. Bulma approached and asked, Chi-Chi, has Goku not arrived yet? Chi-Chi, looking exasperated, replied. He went to the fields and has returned since. But perhaps he will suddenly appear. Bulma smiled. I see. Then shall we begin? Vegeta, with a serious expression, stated. Let us wait for Wang Teng and Beerus before proceeding. Do not forget, their words alone could obliterate the earth. Please, do your utmost to avoid displeasing them. Tianjin Fan concurred, it would be troublesome if they were to lose their temper. Bulma cast a fleeting glance at Vegeta. Very well. Meanwhile, Majin Buu was indulging in a feast, entirely oblivious to the others around him. At that moment, a radiant light flashed across the sky. Vegeta paused. It appears we have arrived. As the light dissipated, the four found themselves in the banquet hall. Greetings, everyone. It is a pleasure to see you again, Wang Teng announced. Whis covered his mouth, chuckling, My sincerest apologies for keeping you all waiting. Gohan greeted everyone with a warm smile. Beerus surveyed the room and remarked, It seems Goku has yet to arrive? Just then, Goku's figure materialized behind him. Hello, Lord Beerus. Beerus jumped in surprise. Please refrain from appearing so suddenly. It might frighten the elderly. Upon spotting Wang Teng, Goku rushed over with enthusiasm. Wang Teng, you are here too. I feel like I've made some progress lately. Shall we spar? Faced with Goku's fervor for martial arts, Wang Teng sighed and shook his head. Father, why are you dressed in such attire? Gohan murmured. Goku then realized he was still clad in his work clothes, caked in mud. Chi-Chi rushed over. Goku, how could you come here without changing your clothes? That is quite impolite. Go back and change immediately. Goku, flustered, replied, All right, I will. He hurriedly exited the banquet. Chi-Chi then noticed Gohan beside Wang Teng. Gohan, where have you been? I haven't heard from you in days. Gohan looked anxious. Mom, let me explain, but Chi-Chi cut him off, pulling him away. Gohan, you are a married man now. You must not wander about aimlessly. Do not emulate your father. At that moment, Wang Teng interjected. I would like to teach your son martial arts. I wish for him to train under my guidance. What? Absolutely not. I firmly refuse. Chi-Chi retorted fiercely. Like a protective tigress, Beerus cleared his throat twice. Please, speak to Lord Wang Teng with more respect. Furthermore, it would be wise for you to consider the Lord's intentions. Hearing this, Chi-Chi exclaimed, enough? No means no. I will not agree to it, no matter what. Wang Teng and Beerus exchanged glances as the atmosphere turned tense. Bulma, noticing Beerus's change in demeanor, recalled the events of her birthday banquet and swiftly pulled Chi-Chi aside to persuade her. Wang Teng slowly began. The upcoming martial arts tournament hosted by Lord Zeno will feature a plethora of formidable warriors. Should the seventh universe falter in the tournament, the fate of Earth remains uncertain. My training of Gohan is solely to ensure the survival of our planet. Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi reluctantly nodded in agreement. In the next moment, Goku reappeared, donned in his customary martial arts attire. I'm back. Lord Wang Teng, let us commence our duel. However, Beerus swiftly intervened, exclaiming, no, you shall not act recklessly. Lord Wang Teng has no time for your sparring. Goku clasped his hands together, pleading, I implore you, Lord Beerus, allow me to face Lord Wang Teng once more. Ever since his defeat by Wang Teng's time reversal, Goku had been troubled, especially since his opponent had not even transformed into a Super Saiyan to conquer him. After returning, he had meticulously studied his defeat, yearning for another chance to engage Wang Teng in combat. Taking notice, Wang Teng approached and remarked, while I might consider a match, your current strength is insufficient to pique my interest. At this, Goku's enthusiasm waned instantly. Suddenly, Wang Teng proposed, you may fuse with Vegeta? Then I shall agree to your challenge. Goku's excitement surged. Really? Wang Teng nodded affirmatively. Goku dashed over to Vegeta, exclaiming, Vegeta, let us fuse. Vegeta, gritting his teeth, retorted, you fool. Kakarot, why must you insist on sparring with Wang Teng and wish to fuse with me? It's out of the question. Goku once again clasped his hands, pleading, please, Vegeta, just this once. To which Vegeta bellowed, impossible. Don't even think about it. Amidst their bickering, Wang Teng chose to disregard them, cheerfully suggesting, Whis, Beerus, let us indulge in some delicacies. Instantly, smiles graced the faces of Whis and Beerus. Indeed. Lord Wang Teng. While they reveled in their feast, Goku's voice rang out, Lord Wang Teng, Vegeta has agreed to fuse with me. We can now compete. Wang Teng paused, surprised that the proud Vegeta would consent, as within the Dragon Ball lore, Vegeta had always resisted fusion, only relenting in dire circumstances. Since Vegeta had acquiesced, Wang Teng did not hesitate, rising promptly. Very well, let us proceed. Whis, I entrust the protection of Earth to you. Reluctantly, Vegeta approached. Kakarot, you scoundrel. This is the last time. If you bother me again, I will not spare you. Goku chuckled. Understood, Vegeta. They swiftly took their positions. Vegeta's face flushed with embarrassment, internally resisting the humiliation of performing such a disgraceful act in front of so many onlookers. Wukong urged, hurry up, Vegeta. Chapter 48, The Mighty Vegeto. On Earth. At Bulma's banquet, Vegeta shouted, you're so noisy, Kakarot. Gritting his teeth, he and Wukong struck the fusion pose. Fusion, they proclaimed in unison. In the next moment, a brilliant light erupted. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, a strange figure emerged. A terrifying aura immediately surged forth. Bulma murmured, is that the warrior formed by the fusion of Goku and Vegeta? Trunks exclaimed, what an incredible energy. It's just like Gotenks attire. Chi-Chi pondered, stroking her chin. What should we call the fusion of Goku and Vegeta? Gita-Kong? Vegeto? None of them sound quite right. Wang Teng chuckled, why not just ask him directly? Hearing this, the dashing Vegeto smirked and said, I am neither Son Goku nor Vegeta. I am the one who will defeat you. Listening to Vegeto's bravado, Wang Teng felt a sense of helplessness, raising his hands in surrender. Then let me experience how you intend to defeat me. The two ascended into the sky. Vegeto and Wang Teng locked eyes from a distance. Wang Teng's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was Vegeto, the warrior reputed to be the strongest in the universe. Indeed, he was extraordinary. Observing the confident Vegeto, Wang Teng charged forward. Bang! The two collided. Boom, boom, boom. The air was filled with the sound of white sonic booms. In the next instant, Wang Teng's body transformed into a streak of white light, appearing before Vegeto in an instant, and then he unleashed a powerful punch. Vegeto raised his palm, clapped, casually blocking Wang Teng's fist. What? Their fused strength was astonishing. Wang Teng immediately became serious. He hadn't anticipated Vegeto could effortlessly withstand his attack. And what was most surprising was that his body remained utterly unyielding. Wang Cheng, do you think I'm the same as before? I am now the strongest warrior, Vegeto declared coldly. He then unleashed another fist, striking with lightning speed. Boom. Wang Teng swiftly dodged, narrowly escaping the blow. That speed was indeed breathtaking. Whoosh. Wang Teng quickly retreated, creating distance from Vegeto. In the next moment, Vegeto vanished and reappeared above Wang Teng, delivering a heavy kick. Wang Teng quickly extended his arm to catch Vegeto's foot. Huh! With a fierce shout, he flung Vegeto away with great force. Vegeto's body spun several times in the air before stabilizing. The crowd below watched in stunned silence. Whis remarked, "Indeed, this Vegeto is remarkably powerful. I had never heard of such a fusion technique before." Beerus replied slowly. Whis smiled and said, "Lord Beerus, I must confess. This is my first time witnessing it as well." Beerus cast a glance at Whis, evidently surprised by his response. Gohan clenched his fists tightly, his emotions a mystery to all around him. Vegeto gazed at Wang Teng across from him, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Huh! The golden aura surged instantly, as Vegeto transformed into a Super Saiyan. He had become Super Vegeto. With a swift movement, Vegeto charged toward Wang Teng, delivering a powerful punch that struck with such speed that even Wang Teng was caught off guard. The blow landed heavily on Wang Teng's back. Boom! In an instant, Wang Teng's body was propelled like a cannonball into the ground, causing the earth to tremble violently beneath them. Vegeto beamed at the large crater that had formed, reveling in the significant boost in his power due to the fusion, which had even suppressed Wang Teng. Wang Teng. Curious to gauge the strength of this Vegeto, the undefeated warrior from the Dragon Ball saga, was impressed by his unexpected might, especially considering Vegeto's illustrious victories against the likes of Evil Bu and Broly. Not bad at all, unexpectedly powerful. Wang Teng slowly emerged from the deep pit, his voice calm. Then, a golden light erupted from his form. Simultaneously, Wang Teng's energy underwent a dramatic transformation. Such formidable power, truly worthy of Lord Wang Teng. Vegeto couldn't help but marvel at the astounding strength unleashed when Wang Teng transformed into a Super Saiyan. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Amidst the astonished gazes of all present, an incredible aura radiated outward, fierce winds cascading below. The two, transformed into Super Saiyans, locked eyes from a distance. And Wang Teng began to regard Vegeto with a newfound admiration. In the next moment, both surged forward. Their speed was akin to lightning. Wang Teng appeared before Vegeto in an instant, launching a rapid punch. As Vegeto watched the approaching fist, he chuckled softly. With a deft flick of his toes, he exhibited astonishing speed, leaping high and evading Wang Teng's strike. What? How is that possible? This kid actually dodged my attack. Could his speed surpass mine? Wang Teng's face momentarily reflected shock at having his assault evaded, but it quickly morphed into a grin. It was merely a coincidence. Miracles do not occur a second time. Subsequently, his body surged forth once more. Whoosh! A swift punch struck out again. This time, Goku did not evade, but met the blow head-on. Their fists collided with immense force. Bang! An astonishing energy instantly radiated outward. Bang, bang, bang. The two unleashed a flurry of punches. In the sky, one could only see two shadows of fists incessantly clashing. Remarkably, they managed to parry every strike. A look of astonishment flooded Wang Teng's eyes. His foundational combat power had already reached a divine level. Yet he found himself unable to suppress Goku in his Super Saiyan form. This indicated that Goku's base strength had also reached, at the very least, a divine level. Gritting his teeth, Wang Teng charged at Goku once more. Boom. In the next moment, a crisp sound resonated as their fists collided again. A vast white shockwave instantly expanded. Both could feel the overwhelming power emanating from the other's fist. Indeed, Lord Wang Teng's strength was truly remarkable. There could be no room for carelessness. Goku murmured. The moment Wang Teng retracted his fist, he swiftly kicked towards Goku. Sensing the fierce gust of wind, Goku quickly extended his arm to block. Slap! Wang Teng's kick struck Goku's forearm, and they became locked in a stalemate in midair. Both gritted their teeth, exerting force against one another. Bang! They abruptly separated. After stabilizing his form, Wang Teng showed no intention of granting Goku a moment's respite. In an instant, his right hand condensed a sphere of energy. Whoosh! The energy sphere shot forth towards Goku. Goku once again showcased his dazzling speed, swiftly twisting his body to evade. Witnessing this, Wang Teng's hands glowed fiercely, energy rapidly converging. The prince's combat technique whistled forth. An astonishing barrage of energy spheres was unleashed. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions echoed continuously as Goku deftly dodged the incoming blasts. His movements were as elusive as a specter. Chapter 49, A Spectacular Battle. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding explosions echoed throughout the sky. Goku utilized his incredible speed to evade continuously. Boom! A thunderous rumble ensued. Thick clouds of dust enveloped the heavens. Below, the onlookers shielded their eyes with their arms, as the terrifying gusts of wind prevented them from even opening their eyes. As the dust slowly dissipated, Phew, Wang Teng gasped for breath. In the next moment, Lord Wang Teng, I am here. A sudden sound erupted behind Wang Teng, prompting him to turn swiftly. In an instant, his opponent's fist barreled towards him, and Wang Teng immediately engaged in combat. As time progressed, he felt increasingly strained. It was undeniable that Wakita's strength was surging. Taste my move, Wakita proclaimed loudly. And in the next moment, he unleashed a powerful energy sphere from his hand. Startled, Wang Teng realized evasion was futile. He could only shield himself with his arms crossed over his chest. Boom. A thick cloud of black smoke billowed forth as Wang Teng was sent hurtling backwards. Breaking free from the haze, lowering his arms, he gazed at Wakita with a smile, remarking, "You've got some skill." A proud grin appeared on Wakita's face. However, Wang Teng declared, "I've had my fun. It's time for me to get serious." Clenching his fists tightly, he unleashed a formidable aura that surged dramatically. Golden flames erupting around him, unleashing a torrent of power from within. The very earth began to tremble violently. Are they taking it too far? Do they really intend to destroy the planet? Piccolo murmured. Whis, you must think of something. Bulma cried out in concern. Oh, let us observe a bit longer. Interrupting now might provoke Lord Wang Teng, Whis replied, continuing to indulge in his delicacies, seemingly unfazed by the chaos. Wang Teng transformed into a Super Saiyan 4. A red glow flickering around him. This confrontation was not merely for amusement. It presented a valuable opportunity for growth against Wakita. Here I come, he exclaimed, launching an immediate attack. In a heartbeat, he appeared before Wakita, delivering a punch that sent his unprepared opponent flying. It hurts so much. Lord Wang Teng, you lack honor, launching a sneak attack. Wakita complained, clutching his face. Wang Teng shrugged. Didn't I say I was coming? Hovering in midair, Wakita responded. Then I shall unleash my full power. Super Saiyan Blue. Instantly, a divine blue aura erupted from Wakita, darkening the skies around them. At this moment, Wakita's energy skyrocketed to astonishing heights. Wang Teng's expression grew serious. He understood that the decisive moment was at hand. With a smirk, Wakita completed his transformation and warned. Be careful. Whoosh. He vanished from sight, reappearing before Wang Teng, his fingers striking like daggers towards him. In response to the rapid onslaught, Wang Teng swiftly retreated. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The two figures danced through the air, their movements intertwining in a fierce ballet of combat. Golden and azure phantoms continuously manifested in the air, lingering without dissipating. Their strength was truly astonishing. Plin's gaze fixated on the sky as he murmured in awe. The onlookers around him raised their heads, their eyes glued to the celestial display, scarcely daring to breathe. Only Beerus and Whis were savoring a colossal cake, indulging in its delights. Gogeta launched another swift assault. And witnessing the incredible ferocity of his attack, Wang Teng rapidly gathered a sphere of energy in his palm and hurled it towards the fast-approaching Gogeta. Reacting instantly, Gogeta formed an even more potent energy sphere in his hand. Boom! A remarkable explosion erupted in the sky, dense clouds of dust billowing outward. Subsequently, the two combatants plunged into the haze, their sounds of conflict reverberating through the air. Yaya! They exchanged rapid blows, their fists colliding in a fierce ballet of combat, accompanied by a chorus of white sonic booms that echoed around them. Bang! In the blink of an eye, Gogeta suddenly vanished, reappearing above Wang Teng. Clenching his fists, he unleashed a tremendous downward strike. Whoosh! Thud! Wang Teng plummeted to the ground like a meteor, impacting with such force that the earth trembled beneath him. Ever since their battle commenced, the planet had been quaking in fear. Lord Wang Teng, do you now comprehend the gravity of the situation? Gogeta began. But before he could finish, a shadow darted upward with unfathomable speed, delivering a powerful punch to Gogeta's jaw. Gogeta was sent spiraling backward through the air. Regaining his balance while wiping the blood from his lip, a scowl of irritation crossing his face. With renewed vigor, he launched a counterattack. Crash! Their fists clashed once more, unleashing a surge of formidable energy that rippled through the atmosphere. Engaged in a high-speed battle, the residual energy from their clashes sent tremors throughout the space around them. The two were evenly matched, Wang Teng utilizing the power of Super Saiyan 4 coupled with the essence of his will, while Gogeta fought back fiercely. As the conflict intensified, Wang Teng gradually realized that his essence was enhancing his defensive capabilities. The pressure from Gogeta's punches diminished with each exchange, even when struck. The force was swiftly diffused by the power of his will. Bang! They separated once more, both combatants taken aback. Gogeta, stunned, observed that Wang Teng seemed as unyielding as a solid rock, as if his attacks were rendered ineffective. Steeling himself, Gogeta resolved, if that is the case, I shall end this with a single decisive blow. Prolonging this battle could lead to dire consequences. He concentrated all of his strength into his fist, preparing for the final confrontation. The remarkable energy radiating from Vegeta's fist did not go unnoticed by Wang Teng, who immediately sensed his intent. At this juncture, surrender was not an option for Wang Teng, so he too summoned his strength to engage. The astonishing force unleashed by the two caused the very earth to tremble once more. Bring it on! They both roared in unison. An awe-inspiring spectacle unfolded as their fists surged toward each other, causing the ground to shake violently. With a sharp crack, a resonant sound echoed through the air. Both Wang Teng and Vegeta paused in surprise as Whis appeared between them, effortlessly intercepting their fists. Do you intend to obliterate the earth? Let this contest come to an end. The banquet is about to commence. They exchanged glances and subsequently withdrew their fists, concluding their battle. Vegeta and Wang Teng returned to the banquet scene, where Goten and Trunks gazed at the approaching duo with stars in their eyes. Their immense strength indelibly etched in the young boys' hearts. Wang Teng, too, found himself increasingly intrigued by Vegeta, suspecting that the latter still had reserves of power left. Defeating him would likely require transforming into a Super Saiyan 5. Approximately 10 minutes later, Vegeta reverted back to Goku and Vegeta. Following this duel, Wang Teng gained a deeper understanding of his own strength, an experience he deemed immensely beneficial. With their sparring concluded, the festivities resumed. Several Saiyans began to indulge in a hearty feast, their appetites truly insatiable. Their hearts are indeed vast. Krillin chuckled, smacking his forehead. Chapter 50. Goku falls ill after the banquet. Whis and Beerus departed from Earth. Gohan chose to remain on Earth to spend time with his daughter, Pan. Meanwhile, Wang Teng, as Gohan's mentor, temporarily resided in Gohan's household. The news of Wang Teng not returning to the God of Destruction's realm brought considerable delight to Beerus. At Goku's home, he exclaimed, "I'm full," while clutching his stomach. Chi-Chi, who was serving food, raised her eyebrows in disbelief, exclaiming, "What on earth is wrong with you, Goku? You've only eaten half of what you usually do." Goku appeared disinterested in food. Concern etched on Goten's face. He asked, "Dad, what's wrong?" Goku replied softly, "I don't know. I just have no appetite." Chi-Chi immediately pressed her forehead against his, asking, "Do you have a fever?" Goku responded, "No," with a sorrowful expression. Chi-Chi inquired, "Does that mean you're going to die?" Hearing her words, Goku shrugged, "I've died twice already. I don't feel like I'm dying this time." Chi-Chi remained visibly anxious, "But you can't even eat. This is utterly absurd. What is happening?" In truth, Chi-Chi was worried to the point of confusion. Goku had already consumed an entire table's worth of empty bowls. Perhaps the Saiyan physiology differed significantly, as Goku's appetite could easily sustain an ordinary person for a month. Goku gently remarked, "I truly wish to spare you from concern." He reminisced about the time he ventured out to procure supplies, during which his body suddenly became unresponsive. Even his instant transmission failed him, causing him to plummet from the sky and sustain a significant bump on his head. Upon hearing Goku's account, Chi-Chi grew increasingly anxious. "Can you fathom the cost?" she queried. "A conventional doctor examining your extraordinary physique would undoubtedly be at a loss." Suddenly, an idea struck Chi-Chi. Why not consult the king of Otherworld? Goku, nonchalantly, replied, "I've told you, it's nothing serious. There's no need to make a fuss." At that moment, Goten, who had been resting on Goku's lap, gazed up at him, and Chi-Chi mirrored his concern. Goku, feeling cornered, relented. "All right, I'll be back shortly." He activated his instant transmission. In an instant, Goku found himself in an unfamiliar bedroom. Surveying his surroundings, he mused, "This doesn't resemble King Kai's home at all. Where am I?" Unexpectedly, Goku decided to sit on the bed. Just then, Bulma emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a towel. "Hey, Vegeta. You must at least show your face at Trunks Sports Day tomorrow." Upon switching on the light, she was startled to find Goku staring at her. Goku greeted her with an enthusiastic, "Oh, hi." Bulma shrieked, hastily tightening her towel around herself. Vegeta rushed in, exclaiming, "What happened?" Upon seeing Goku perched on the bed, he shouted, "Kakarot." Goku squinted and responded, "Oh." Bulma pressed a button on the wall, and Goku was instantly surrounded by an array of high-tech weaponry. "Are you ready?" Bulma demanded. Goku, looking bewildered, protested, "I told you, it wasn't intentional." Bulma retorted, "Then what on earth is going on?" Goku replied, "I have no idea. I certainly didn't intend to intrude upon your private matters." At that moment, both Vegeta and Bulma's faces turned crimson. Vegeta bellowed, "Kakarot," realizing his blunder. Goku quickly muttered an apology and utilized instant transmission to depart. He next appeared at Krillin and Aral's location, ultimately arriving at the summit of Korin Tower, murmuring, "What a predicament. This is far more serious than I anticipated." Finally, he reached the king of Otherworld, who conducted a thorough examination. "You are suffering from delayed reaction syndrome. If you recklessly manipulate your energy, in a few days, you may lose control over it." Goku was taken aback. "Recklessly manipulate?" He recalled the match against King Tien, where he had stubbornly employed a tenfold Kaioken in Super Saiyan Blue form. Is it due to the Kaioken? The King of Otherworld, after consulting medical texts, concluded, in due course, you shall recover, although it may be beneficial. Your reckless use of the Kaioken at 10 times its normal strength is unacceptable. Goku, with a puzzled expression, inquired, but Lord Wang Teng has also employed the Kaioken. And he even utilized it at 20 times its strength while in Super Saiyan form. Why has he not faced any consequences? Goku's question left the Kai momentarily speechless. Yet he continued to press for answers. Irritated, the Kai exclaimed, enough already. Can you even compare yourself to the esteemed inspector? He is a magnificent deity, even greater than Lord Beerus, while you are merely a mortal. Upon hearing the Kai's response, Goku's face fell in despair. What am I to do now? The tournament hosted by the Omni King is approaching. The Kai insisted that Goku must return home and lie down obediently, without the possibility of growing stronger. With no other options, Goku resolved to seek counsel from Wang Teng. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi and Goten awaited Goku's return at home. Gazing at the slumbering Goten, Chi-Chi murmured, I wonder if Goku is facing difficulties? Now more than ever, I must become stronger. I need to prepare a delectable meal that will entice him to eat heartily. Just then, the house began to tremble. Instinctively, Chi-Chi clutched Goten tightly. Suddenly, with a deafening roar, the house exploded. Goku emerged from the smoke and dust, clearly struggling to control his instant transmission and flight. At that moment, Chi-Chi, dragging the awakened Goten, glared at Goku with fury. With another loud crash, their home was utterly obliterated. Goku, with a sheepish grin, announced, I'm back. Veins protruding from her forehead, Chi-Chi shouted, Goku, you destroyed our home. Reluctantly, Goku, along with Chi-Chi and Goten, made their way to Gohan's house. At that moment, Gohan was diligently training alongside Wang Teng. The two floated in midair, enveloped in a mysterious glow, while Piccolo, with a nurturing smile, attended to Gohan's daughter. Goku promptly greeted Gohan and Wang Teng. Hello? Gohan. Lord Wang Teng. Upon hearing his voice, Wang Teng and Gohan ceased their training and gently descended to the ground. Ah, it's Goku. What brings you here? Gohan rushed over, brimming with excitement. Dad. Goku, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, a few things happened, and I thought I might stay here for a few days. He then recounted the recent events to Wang Teng. After sharing, both Goku and Gohan looked anxiously at Wang Teng. Wang Teng's heart skipped a beat, and he slowly closed his eyes. Goku is experiencing the after-effects of the Kaioken. More importantly, this could signify the successful cultivation of Ultra Instinct. During the tournament, he had already grasped the rudiments of Ultra Instinct, and it seems my suspicions were correct. Opening his eyes and observing the apprehensive expressions of Goku and Gohan, Wang Teng contemplated before calmly stating, it's not a significant issue, so do not worry. Come, sit down. Wang Teng promptly assisted Wukong in regulating the chaotic energy coursing through his body. Wukong, after sensing the change, exclaimed with delight, I feel better. How miraculous. Thank you, Lord Wang Teng. Upon hearing Wukong's joyful proclamation, Gohan's face also brightened with a smile. Wang Teng turned to Wukong and said, for the next few days, train alongside me and Gohan. Once your technique reaches a certain level of proficiency, this condition will dissipate. I have merely provided temporary relief for the disordered energy. Wukong, elated at the prospect of resuming his training, felt an overwhelming excitement. When the King of the Otherworld had instructed him to refrain from training and to rest, he had indeed felt quite unwell. Chapter 51. Xiaofang goes missing. Chi-Chi looked on joyfully at her granddaughter. However, it seemed that Xiaofang only wanted to be held by Piccolo. The moment Chi-Chi attempted to pick her up, Xiaofang would immediately burst into tears. Wukong, Gohan, and Wang Teng entered the room. Upon seeing the three, Piccolo promptly stood up. Chi-Chi inquired, Piccolo, where are you headed? Piccolo replied softly, I'm going home. I agreed to help Gohan with the child only because he needed to train. I'll leave her in your care. I am not entirely idle myself. He then gestured towards Chi-Chi. You can handle the weaning meals, right? Chi-Chi, taken aback, responded, I have raised 2 children, so you can trust me. Piccolo continued, Xiaofang enjoys vegetable pancakes made with tuna and tofu scraps. Prepare the carrots, onions, spinach, and broccoli by chopping them beforehand. Chi-Chi stared at Piccolo in astonishment. Piccolo glanced at Xiaofang and said, she can move around now. You must keep a watchful eye on her. He then pointed again, the picture books are over here, and the toys are over there. Play her some music if she cries at night. Wukong was taken aback. Music? Will you sing to her? A slight blush appeared on Piccolo's cheeks. Wang Teng was equally astonished. During his days here, he had been so focused on training that he had not noticed that the once feared Demon King Piccolo had transformed into a devoted caretaker. Wukong and Gohan escorted Piccolo to the door. As he was about to leave, Piccolo added, "One last thing. Xiao Fang is shy around strangers. She only stops crying when I hold her, but if you find yourselves in a bind, feel free to call for me." There was a proud look on Piccolo's face as he turned away, heading into the distance. "Goodbye, Piccolo. Come back soon, Uncle Piccolo." Wukong and Gohan bid farewell. Piccolo had barely taken a few steps when he paused, then turned back. "Also, don't forget to brush your teeth before bed. It's important to establish that habit early." Watching the loquacious Piccolo in the courtyard, Wang Teng chuckled and shook his head. It was evident that Piccolo truly regarded Gohan as his own son. Compared to Wukong, Piccolo seemed more like a devoted grandfather. Ultimately, Piccolo did not leave. Instead, he held Xiao Fang with a radiant smile on his face. Another day awaited them. In the backyard, Wang Teng, Wukong, and Gohan were diligently training when, all of a sudden, Chi-Chi rushed in. "Mama, what's wrong?" Gohan inquired with a puzzled expression. Tears welled in Chi-Chi's eyes as she choked on her words. "What's the matter, Chi-Chi?" Both Wukong and Gohan looked on in bewilderment. At that moment, Piccolo, who had gone out to procure ingredients, returned. Wang Teng glanced at Chi-Chi and said gently, "Stop crying. What has happened? Speak quickly." Chi-Chi managed to stammer. "Xiao Fang is missing." Upon hearing this, Piccolo's countenance grew even greener, and he bellowed. "How could you let her out of your sight? I warned you to be vigilant. She can walk on her own." Nearby, Pilaf and his companions were startled by Piccolo's roar. Shiwu, holding the infant Xiao Fang, murmured, "Biko." Panic set in for Gohan as he exclaimed, "What should we do? When Bidalai returns from work, she will surely be furious with me." Wang Teng snapped, "Then hurry and search." Complaining now is futile. The group dispersed to begin their search. Piccolo's shout had frightened Pilaf and his companions, causing them to dash towards their robot. The three hurriedly entered the cockpit, and the hatch sealed immediately. Pilaf frantically jabbed at the controls. "Take off." The robot ascended slowly, and before long, it soared into the sky. With a whoosh, it vanished from sight. Pilaf, drenched in cold sweat, sat in the cockpit and muttered, "That was terrifying." Ashu, seated in the co-pilot's seat, remarked, "We haven't even begun our mischief. There is no need to flee." Shiwu, looking exasperated, said, "King Pilaf, I brought her along." Xiao Fang cheerfully extended her little hand. Pilaf sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Quickly throw her out." Shiwu retorted, "No way. If anyone is going to throw her, it should be you." Pilaf shouted, "How could I do such a thing?" This provoked Xiaowu to burst into tears. Wang Teng's divine power enveloped the earth, and soon, he detected a faint Saiyan presence. This faint signal seems to be Gohan's daughter, Xiao Fang. But what is she doing at such a high altitude? The next moment, Wang Teng vanished from his location. His voice echoing in the ears of Wukong and Gohan, "Leave Xiao Fang to me. I will ensure her safe return." Inside the robot, Ashu's keen nose caught a foul odor. "King Pilaf, was that you who farted?" Shiwu quickly realized, could it be? Ashu shouted, "Open a window quickly. I cannot endure this stench." Xiao Fang glanced at Ashu and burst into laughter. Subsequently, Xiao Fang lunged toward Ashu, colliding forcefully with his abdomen. However, the odor was already unbearable for Ashu. "Don't face me," he exclaimed. Pilaf, observing Xiao Fang's beaming smile, questioned, "Why are you still laughing?" In a fit of rage, Pilaf slammed his fist onto the control panel, which immediately cracked, triggering a piercing red alarm from the robot. As the crisis unfolded, the expressions of the three turned pale. Ashu, overwhelmed by nausea, swallowed down the rising bile in sheer panic. Meanwhile, the robot's engine had come to a halt. At that moment, Wang Teng had ascended to the sky. Just as he was about to intervene, an unusual power emanated from the infant's being. Gohan's daughter is indeed extraordinary. How intriguing. With that, Wang Teng's figure vanished into the air. Following the engine's cessation, a more terrifying barrage erupted. The robot surged upward rapidly. Pilaf and his companions, gripped by fear, huddled together, exclaiming, "It's over. The machine is beyond our control." Xiaowu cried out, "Oh heavens, let us be. No matter what, I implore you to save this child." As the robot ascended, Xiao Fang stood atop the control panel, radiating a mysterious white aura. She burst into joyous laughter, and immediately, a wave of white energy enveloped her. Pilaf and his companions were left in astonishment. The luminous white light then streamed through the robot, soaring into the sky. Whoosh! Xiao Fang shot forth like a comet. The robot was instantly obliterated. Pilaf and his companions clung to Xiao Fang as she was propelled upward. Xiao Fang transformed into a beam of white light, vanishing into the vastness of the sky. In space, she emanated waves of white energy, suspended in the cosmos. While Pilaf and his companions clung desperately to her feet, Wang Teng, witnessing this spectacle, was awestruck, murmuring, "She can wield energy at just 3 months old? This talent is even more formidable than Gohan's." Xiao Fang gazed at the cosmos with a radiant smile, her tiny hands reaching out to grasp the stars scattered across the heavens. "Pilaf, drenched in cold sweat, remarked, "We're floating in the air. Yet she's still an infant." Ashu interjected, "But she is a Saiyan." At that moment, Wang Teng appeared beside Xiaofang. "Xiaofang, come back with me." Upon seeing Wang Teng, Xiaofang beamed and leapt into his embrace. Wang Teng then cast a glance at the three below, causing them to break into a cold sweat. Whoosh! A flash of white light illuminated the scene as Wang Teng vanished with the others into the cosmos. Chapter 52. The Powerless Vegeta on Earth. A beam of white light streaked across the sky. At that moment, Wang Teng cast a glance at the three individuals grasping Xiaofang's ankle. The trio instantly felt as if they had plunged into an icy abyss. Subsequently, they released their hold on Xiaofang's ankle and plummeted from the air, embedding themselves into a large tree. Xiao murmured, "That fellow's gaze is utterly terrifying." Ashio added, "I never wish to approach these Saiyans again. They are simply too fearsome." Bidili opened the door, exclaiming, "I'm home." Xiaofang immediately called out, "Mom." Bidili promptly scooped Xiaofang into her arms, gently inquiring, "Have you behaved well at home?" Goku and the others appeared rather exhausted, clearly worn out by this individual's antics. Bidili looked at everyone, puzzled, and asked, "What is wrong?" Gohan stood up, frantically waving his hands. "It's nothing, nothing." Yet, Bidili sensed something was amiss and softly said to Xiaofang, "Xiaofang, did you cause trouble for everyone? Grandfather is unwell. He shouldn't have to worry." Xiaofang beamed, "Grandfather, grandfather." She waved her little hands, searching for her grandfather. Goku instantly sprang to his feet in excitement. Chi-Chi chimed in, "It's been just a few days, and the child has grown." A maternal smile appeared on Piccolo's face as well. At this moment, the Goku family was filled with laughter and joy. Meanwhile, Wang Teng, the unsung hero of the recent tumult, was diligently practicing the ultimate self-realization technique in the backyard. 2 days later, at Bulma's residence in West City, Bulma was examining the surveillance footage, concerned about the disappearance of Trunks and Goten, who had come over to play. She sought out Vegeta and recounted the situation to him. Vegeta exclaimed, "Trunks and the others boarded a spaceship?" Bulma replied anxiously, "They should have returned home by now, yet I can't find them anywhere. I feared something might have gone awry, so I reviewed the security footage and saw them boarding the Time Courier Manaka spaceship." Vegeta scoffed, "Whose fault is it that you keep buying unnecessary items?" Bulma's expression shifted to one of anger. "What? Are you blaming me?" Vegeta began to sweat nervously. "That's not what I meant." Bulma, looking aggrieved, responded, "You say Trunks is lost, yet you blame me for ordering desserts." Just then, Time Police Officer Gak interjected. "I apologize for interrupting your quarrel, but I must return now. I didn't come here just to be caught up in your argument." Bulma quickly smiled. "Wait, Gak. Don't be upset. You're the only one who can assist me. I beg you, go retrieve Trunks and Goten. I heard their next stop is Fireboil Star. They should be there." However, Gak expressed his reluctance, stating he was quite busy and didn't wish to assist. Thus, Bulma resorted to her trump card, saying, "In that case, I might have to reveal the incident where I drew mustaches on your photo for the Galactic King." Gak realized this could lead to his demotion and reluctantly conceded, "Fine, I'll bring them back. Is that acceptable?" Bulma cheerfully replied, "Thank you so much." Jack leapt onto the spaceship, his face contorted with dismay as he remarked, "Nothing good ever comes from associating with Bulma." Vegeta scoffed disdainfully, "Humph. As if I would be at your beck and call." Bulma interjected, "Vegeta is coming too." Vegeta, taken aback, exclaimed, "I must go as well?" Bulma pointedly reminded him, "Of course, we are to retrieve Trunks and Goten." Thus, Jack, accompanied by Vegeta, set their course for the planet Firepot Star. Subsequently, Bulma informed Chi-Chi of Goten's trip to Firepot Star, which sent Chi-Chi into a frenzy. She rushed to Gohan's backyard to relay this news to Wang Teng and the others. Upon hearing that Goten had ventured to Firepot Star, Wang Teng immediately deduced that the super water had emerged. He calmly stated, "Goku, Gohan, let us go together to Firepot Star." A band of pink extraterrestrials, armed with advanced weaponry, relentlessly pursued Goten and Trunks. In a desperate bid to protect an elderly man in Manaka, Goten and Trunks found themselves embroiled in a fierce battle. At that moment, a golden beam shot forth from one of the high-tech weapons, aimed directly at Trunks. Goten cried out, "Trunks!" Trunks' eyes widened in horror. He was bereft of any means to defend himself. Just then, the golden ray was abruptly deflected, exploding in midair with a resounding crash. A figure materialized before Trunks. And upon recognizing the newcomer, a smile broke across Trunks' face as he exclaimed, "Dad." Vegeta turned dramatically, stating, "We shall converse later." Jack was taken aback to discover that the one pursuing Trunks was none other than the notorious supervillain, Griller, who was wanted for his heinous deeds. Goten found himself beside Vegeta, who regarded the adversaries with a grave expression and immediately assumed a combat stance. Trunks cautioned, "Dad, do not approach them. Before Trunks could finish, Vegeta charged forward. Whoosh! He vanished from sight, only to reappear behind one of the foes. Delivering a swift kick that resulted in a pained scream as the enemy was vanquished, Vegeta moved at incredible speed, each strike claiming the life of yet another adversary. Suspended in the air, Vegeta surveyed the remaining foes and declared, "You shall vanish." With a thunderous shout, he concentrated a golden energy sphere in his hand. Whoosh! The energy sphere was unleashed. A tremendous explosion erupted on the battlefield, the cacophony of blasts and anguished cries merging into a singular, chaotic symphony. As the shockwaves of the energy dissipated, only Griller, the enemy leader, remained. The foes who had fallen transformed into a pink liquid that pooled upon the ground. A peculiar phenomenon unnoticed by Vegeta. Gently descending from the sky, Vegeta stood before Griller and coldly remarked, "A pitiful assemblage. You are the last one left." However, Griller remained utterly unperturbed, instead mocking with a smile. At that moment, a pink liquid surged towards Vegeta, prompting Trunks to exclaim, "Father, be careful." In no time, the pink super water ensnared Vegeta completely. Vegeta gasped in astonishment. What is this? As the super water enveloped him entirely, he found it increasingly difficult to breathe. Jack stood frozen, gazing at the unfolding scene. In the next instant, Vegeta was ejected from the super water, collapsing to the ground, gasping for air. Rising slowly, an overwhelming sense of weakness permeated his being. "My power." Greer approached leisurely, remarking with a smile, "I warned you. You were too careless." The super water soon morphed into Vegeta's likeness. Enraged, Vegeta demanded, "Who are you to dare take my form?" The super water Vegeta responded calmly, "I have not merely assumed your appearance. I have absorbed all your strength. Now, I am the true Vegeta, and you are merely my discarded shell." Vegeta struggled to accept this reality, bellowing, "To call me a shell is utter nonsense. You imposter." Shakily, Vegeta rose to his feet. "You better perish." He immediately struck a pose for his signature move, only to realize he could not summon his ultimate technique. His body trembled uncontrollably. The super water Vegeta wore a mocking grin. "Is this the technique you wish to employ?" He conjured an astonishing purple energy in his hand. Final flash. With a fierce shout, a tremendous energy wave surged forth. Boom! A terrifying explosion erupted behind Vegeta and the others. Chapter 53, Gotenks and the Super Water Vegeta. The resounding explosion immediately echoed behind Vegeta and his companions. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Vegeta's forehead as he murmured, "What on earth is happening?" The Super Water Vegeta chuckled, "Now you understand. I am the true Vegeta." At that moment, Greer, standing at the rear, eagerly approached, exclaiming, "Your power is astonishing. I never imagined anyone could possess such strength. Continue absorbing the powers of others." He glanced at Trunks, asking, "What about that guy?" The Super Water Vegeta muttered, "Trunks." Then he displayed a conflicted expression, which Vegeta observed keenly. Greer grinned, "Get to it. Absorb their powers." Just then, the Super Water Vegeta unleashed multiple streams of super water. Vegeta shouted, "Stop." Trunks and Goten stood frozen in terror. At that moment, Jack gritted his teeth, and his pistol immediately unleashed several beams, shattering the incoming superhuman water. Jack remarked, "To lend a hand in a time of dire peril, that is the mark of a true elite." Vegeta shouted, "Trunks." Trunks swiftly exchanged glances with Goten. Goten, accompanied by Monaka, and Trunks, along with the Elder and Vegeta, promptly fled into the distance. However, once Jack reveled in his triumph, he realized that he was now alone. With only two enemies lurking menacingly nearby, the superhuman water surged toward Jack, turning his face a shade of green with fear. Subsequently, he collapsed to the ground. Unleashing shockwaves beneath him, the dazzling light immediately obscured the enemy's vision, and he fled like a steel-armed Astro Boy into the distance. That was a close call. He had finally escaped. Yet, mere meters into his flight, the shockwaves dissipated beneath his feet. In a panic, Jack exclaimed, "Oh no. This technique can only be used once a day, but had I not employed it, I surely would have perished." A chilling scream pierced the air as Jack plummeted from the sky. Boom! A deep pit formed in the ground, and dust swirled around. Vegeta shielded himself from the billowing dust with his arm, cursing, "Damn it. They must absorb our powers." Goten and Trunks concealed themselves in a mountain hollow. Utilizing various super abilities, Jack managed to escape, gazing at the fleeing Vegeta and others, murmuring, "These people have forgotten their savior." Hidden in the hollow, Vegeta's expression remained one of astonishment. Who were these individuals? The cannon he employed did not merely replicate. Meanwhile, the Elder rose and said, "Allow me to clarify. It was the superhuman water that attacked us." A startled Jack responded, "What? Superhuman water?" The Elder exclaimed, "You are aware of superhuman water?" After Jack's lengthy explanation, it became clear that he was still uncertain. Observing this, the Elder continued, Superhuman water is merely a weapon created by us, the citizens of Firepot Star, for self-defense. Vegeta, astonished, inquired, "You claim it as a weapon?" The elder affirmed, "Indeed, a most fearsome weapon." He recounted to Vegeta and the others the terrifying liquid weapon capable of absorbing human energy and transforming into replicas, known as superhuman water. He further elaborated. The villains like Greer believed that consuming superhuman water would amplify their strength by hundreds of times. Thus, when Greer and the others found superhuman water, they were consumed, leading to the current predicament. Upon hearing this, Vegeta rose, stating, "I comprehend everything now, but I have two more questions. The replica bears my appearance and abilities, meaning the superhuman water has claimed my essence." The elder nodded, affirming, "Not a doubt about it." Vegeta continued, "Yet that being hesitated to absorb Trunks' power. Why would a being of superhuman water behave in such a manner?" The elder chuckled. "This exemplifies the exquisite technology of the Fire Pot Star inhabitants. Because he has faithfully replicated your innermost self." Vegeta murmured, "My innermost self? Indeed, I would never endeavor to seize another's power to enhance my own." The elder crossed his arms and declared, "However, his heart is under the dominion of the super water." Vegeta roared, "That scoundrel! To be me yet obey the commands of a monster." Another question arose. What happens to those who lose their power to the super water? Upon hearing this, the elder grew anxious, exclaiming, "They will die. Their bodies will begin to turn transparent, with only 3 to 5 minutes remaining." The first victims of the super water, the Greer group, had already vanished. Gak exclaimed, "Is there truly no way to save them? If Vegeta were to disappear, Bulma would surely blame me." The elder responded with certainty, "There is but one solution, to defeat the super water." Vegeta muttered, "Just as one would defeat me?" After deliberation, the group decided to send Gotenks into battle. The Super Water Vegeta and Super Water Greer were soaring through the skies in search of Vegeta and the others. At that moment, a voice resonated from below. "We are right here." Trunks and Gotenks shouted in unison. The Super Water Vegeta and Greer instantaneously appeared above them. "You have come forth on your own," proclaimed the Super Water Vegeta, knowing you would lose, yet still stepping forward. "Truly my son, but how could you possibly defeat me?" At this juncture, Goten turned to Trunks and said, "Trunks, let's take down this imposter." Trunks immediately replied, "All right, Goten, let's do this together." The two instantly assumed their fusion stance. Fusion. As their fingertips touched, a brilliant light erupted upon the battlefield. The radiance intensified, and Gotenks emerged from the luminescence. Gotenks lifted his head and declared, "You, imposter. I shall teach you a severe lesson." The Super Water Vegeta displayed a look of disdain. In the next instant, Gotenks vanished from sight, reappearing right before Super Water Vegeta. Gotenks swiftly launched an onslaught of rapid punches, akin to a tempest. Yet the Super Water Vegeta, arms crossed, effortlessly evaded every strike. In the next moment, crack! The Super Water Vegeta seized Gotenks' fist, laughing, "Is this what you call an attack?" Then, with a single punch, he sent Gotenks flying. Boom! Gotenks crashed heavily to the ground, a thick cloud of dust enveloping the area. "That hurts." It truly was ineffective. Gotenks slowly rose to his feet. "Well then, oh yeah." A deep roar erupted from Gotenks' throat as a golden aura surged dramatically upwards. The entire planet was trembling violently as a remarkable energy erupted from Gotenks. His hair grew longer, and the golden aura intensified. With a powerful shout, Gotenks elevated his energy to its zenith. Silver lightning flickered within the resplendent golden flames. Gotenks transformed into Super Saiyan level 3. In the air, Griller exclaimed, "Will the fusion result in an upgrade? I yearn for that power even more." Superman Vegeta cast a disdainful glance at Griller. Super Gotenks immediately erupted with fury. In an instant, he appeared before Superman Vegeta. Chapter 54. Arrival of Wang Teng. Super Gotenks pointed at Superman Vegeta and declared, "Witness as I defeat you with a single move." Super Tornado Kick. An astonishing kick struck Vegeta's neck, sending a wave of golden energy radiating outward. Superman Vegeta wore a mocking expression. "Useless." Super Gotenks paused, swiftly retracting his leg, and shouted, "Then I shall use this technique. Super Special Crushing Hammer." Super Gotenks clenched his fists tightly and leaped high into the air, descending upon Superman Vegeta. Boom! An incredible energy surged downward, shaking the ground violently, with dust billowing everywhere. Yet, Superman Vegeta remained unmoved in midair, laughing, just like a mosquito's bite. Super Gotenks was taken aback and quickly retreated into the sky. He struck numerous flamboyant poses and shouted, "Radiant Power Bomber." Countless golden energy orbs coalesced in his hands. Whoosh! With a thunderous roar, the golden orb sped towards Superman Vegeta. Bang, bang, bang! An astounding explosion erupted in the sky. Countless fireballs rained down, shrouding the area in thick black smoke. As the smoke slowly dissipated, Superman Vegeta's voice echoed, "Such childish tricks. You dare challenge me?" Super Gotenks hovered anxiously in midair. It had no effect at all. The elder hid behind Vegeta, muttering, "No, the power disparity is too vast." Jack murmured, "I want to help them, but I am in danger too." At that moment, they noticed that Vegeta's form had begun to appear somewhat translucent. Superman Vegeta scoffed, "The skin I shed will soon vanish." Griller above urged, "Quick, absorb Gotenks' power." Super Gotenks erupted with energy, the golden flames soaring. "I absolutely cannot lose." As soon as the words left his mouth, he charged swiftly towards Superman Vegeta. Just as his fist was about to collide with Vegeta, an astonishing scene unfolded. Superman Vegeta struck Super Gotenks' abdomen with a punch at an even greater speed. Super Saiyan Gogeta was immediately engulfed by an unimaginable wave of pain that coursed through his entire being. Soon after, pink shadows danced in the air, accompanied by the relentless cries of Super Saiyan Gogeta. Under the onslaught of Super Saiyan Vegeta, Gogeta found himself utterly defenseless, enduring the blows with no means to retaliate. Bang! 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 Gogeta was struck multiple times. With a thunderous crash, he plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily into the ground, sending thick clouds of dust soaring into the atmosphere. In the next moment, he dispersed into Goten and Trunks. Whoosh! Super Saiyan Vegeta instantly materialized before the two, chuckling, "As expected of my son, you truly possess remarkable spirit. But it must come to an end." As his fist was unleashed, Wang Teng appeared in an instant, seizing Super Saiyan Vegeta's arm. "I want to allow you to succeed," exclaimed Vegeta in shock. Wang Teng, Goku, and Gohan soon joined Vegeta's side. Goku asked, "Vegeta, are you all right?" Vegeta shouted, "Kakarot." Gohan, and Wang Teng. Goku glanced at Vegeta, then at the Vegeta captured by Wang Teng, furrowing his brow. "Are there two Vegetas?" Vegeta pointed and shouted, "That one is the imposter." Goku scrutinized it closely, murmuring, "That one looks strange. It's a purplish-red Vegeta." Goten pointed at Super Saiyan Vegeta, urging, "Uncle Wang Teng, defeat that fiend quickly." Trunks added anxiously, "If we're late, Dad will be in peril." Wang Teng nodded, well aware of the nature of this Super Saiyan, understanding that this copy possessed all of Vegeta's abilities. Gazing at Wang Teng, Super Saiyan Vegeta grinned. "Wang Teng, I never imagined I would have the chance to face you." Wang Teng replied with a smile, "You don't believe you can win, do you?" They locked eyes, each sizing the other up. In the air, Grell chuckled. "Here come three incredibly powerful individuals once more." Goten warned, "Uncle Wang Teng, be careful. This guy can absorb your power." Super Saiyan Vegeta roared, "I will absolutely not do that. This is a life and death battle, Wang Teng. I intend to defeat you. And once I vanquish you, it will be Kakarot's turn." Grell shouted from above, "Stop spewing nonsense and absorb his power." Super Saiyan Vegeta shot a glance at Grell, declaring, "Anyone who dares to obstruct me shall be eliminated." Grell, infuriated, retorted, "Do you dare defy my orders?" "Very well." A radiant light erupted from his abdomen, and below, Super Saiyan Vegeta convulsed as if struck by lightning. Crying out in agony, Vegeta exclaimed, "What is happening?" The elder from the fire-boiling star remarked, "Super Saiyan wants the copy to obey his commands." Vegeta seethed, "Who dares to issue me commands?" Superman Water Vegeta declared in a low voice, "I shall not submit to anyone." Huh. Whoosh. In an instant, Superman Water Vegeta appeared before Grill. "Die, you worthless trash." With a remarkable punch that swiftly passed through the air, Grill was immediately struck hard, plummeting backward. Boom, boom, boom. He crashed through 3 mountain peaks, entombed in a pile of rubble. The electric currents enveloping Superman Water Vegeta instantly vanished. Wang Teng gazed at this scene and chuckled. Indeed, he remains that proud Saiyan prince. Just like Babidi of your history is astonishingly similar. The elder of the Fire on the Stove Star, with disbelief etched on his face, exclaimed, "Incredible, he has freed himself from Superman Water's control." Superman Water Vegeta murmured, "Now that there are no distractions, let us commence. I shall wash away the shame of the last match." Wang Teng, arms crossed, smiled, "Vegeta, come. I am ready at any moment." Whoosh. Wang Teng instantly appeared before Superman Water Vegeta. Below, Sun Wukong clenched his fists, saying, "Damn it, I too wish to engage with Lord Wang Teng. Vegeta got ahead of me this time." Meanwhile, Vegeta protested loudly, "Hey, Kakarot, that's just a fake. What does it matter to Vegeta?" Superman Water Vegeta swiftly kicked out, but Wang Teng merely extended a hand, effortlessly countering the attack, with his teeth clenched and fury etched across his face. Superman Water Vegeta realized that no matter how hard he tried, he could not shake off his opponent's grasp. Whoosh. In the next moment, Wang Teng reappeared above Superman Water Vegeta, delivering a powerful punch downwards. A cry of anguish escaped, and Superman Water Vegeta plummeted downward. Boom. The ground was instantly smashed into a deep pit, with dust swirling. Wukong exclaimed with excitement, impressive. Truly worthy of Lord Wang Teng. Gohan's face was alight with joy. Superman Water slowly rose to his feet, exclaiming, impressive. Wang Teng, you remain as formidable as ever. However, I shall not concede so easily. He began to ascend into the air. Meanwhile, during the confrontation, the defeated Superman Water had transformed back into a purplish-red liquid, retreating to the side. Trunks glanced at his now transparent father and shouted, Uncle Wang Teng, there is no time left. Quickly defeat that fellow. Vegeta looked up into the sky, murmuring, what on earth is that guy Wang Teng lingering for? Chapter 55, Wang Teng vs. Superman Water Vegeta. Superman Water Vegeta was suddenly engulfed in a white aura. A powerful energy radiating through the air. Wang Teng observed his adversary with a smile. It seems I have underestimated you. In that case, allow me to reveal a fraction of my power for you to witness. Then, he provocatively waved his hand at Super Saiyan Vegeta. Instantly, Super Saiyan Vegeta's face contorted with rage as he charged forward with great speed. His powerful fist struck rapidly towards Wang Teng. In the face of the enemy's swift assault, Wang Teng remained motionless in the air, allowing the punch to collide with his face. Observing the impact, a smile immediately appeared on Super Saiyan Vegeta's face. Subsequently, Wang Teng nonchalantly raised his tilted head, effortlessly deflecting the punch. Shock was etched on Super Saiyan Vegeta's face. Gazing at Wang Teng in the air, Vegeta cursed. That scoundrel Wang Teng, even at this moment, is still playing around. This is impossible. With a grim expression, Super Saiyan Vegeta began to retreat. Fists are not meant to be used like this. Wang Teng's calm voice resonated. Whoosh. He suddenly appeared before Super Saiyan Vegeta, delivering a powerful blow to his abdomen. Super Saiyan Vegeta instantly felt a searing pain radiate throughout his body, clutching his stomach, unable to stand upright. The might of Lord Wang Teng is truly formidable. It seems he has grown even stronger. How astonishing. Goku watched the scene in the air, evidently stimulated by Wang Teng's prowess. How infuriating. Super Saiyan Vegeta, filled with rage, straightened up, energy swiftly converging into his hands. Final flash. Whoosh. A violet energy sphere shot forth in an instant. Wang Teng extended his right hand, pressing down upon the energy sphere. The entire sky transformed into a shade of purple. Witnessing the familiar technique in the air, Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, muttering, this impostor. In the next moment, the brilliance gradually dissipated, with black smoke emanating from Wang Teng's palm. The energy sphere vanished without a trace. Infuriated, Super Saiyan Vegeta exploded with rage, transforming into a Super Saiyan. He then rapidly charged towards Wang Teng. In response to the swiftly approaching adversary, Wang Teng reacted promptly, landing a punch on Super Saiyan Vegeta's abdomen, followed by a kick that sent him flying. Whoosh. Boom. Super Saiyan Vegeta crashed into a small mountain. Wang Teng dusted off his hands, chuckling, I never expected our strengths to be so similar. How disappointing. Hearing this, Vegeta's face flushed with anger, shouting, Wang Teng, what do you mean? Am I weak? Wang Teng glanced at the now translucent Vegeta, smiling, just a tad. Otherwise you wouldn't be in such a pitiful state. Vegeta fumed you. Bang. Super Saiyan Vegeta soared into the sky from the rubble. I will kill you. Ah! A deep roar erupted from Super Saiyan Vegeta's throat. A blue divine aura surged upward in an instant. An astonishing aura erupted instantaneously, causing the entire planet of fire up to tremble violently. Wang Teng cast his gaze upon the Super Saiyan Water Vegeta. Although his form was a deep crimson, he was enveloped in a brilliant blue aura, resembling a true Saiyan to the very last detail. It appeared that Vegeta had been consumed, leaving not even his shoes behind. Wang Teng, prepare to meet your demise. Super Saiyan Water Vegeta bellowed arrogantly. In the next moment, Wang Teng materialized right before him. As he observed the rapid strike of his opponent's fist, Super Saiyan Water Vegeta swiftly dodged to the side, seemingly evading the blow. However, with a resounding thud, Wang Teng's fist crashed into Super Saiyan Water Vegeta's abdomen. He expelled both gastric acid and bile. What just happened? I clearly avoided it. Super Saiyan Water Vegeta exclaimed in disbelief. Goku and Vegeta watched the aerial battle, exchanging glances, and 3 words echoed in their minds. Instant transmission. Indeed. Lord Wang Teng is employing instant transmission. That counterfeit Vegeta is doomed. Goku chuckled. Wang Teng had no intention of granting Super Saiyan Water Vegeta a moment's respite. Charging forward once more as he activated the time reversal ability, he landed another heavy punch upon Vegeta's visage, sending him hurtling through the air. Wang Teng's form vanished again. Reappearing instantly above the rapidly flying Super Saiyan Water Vegeta, his fists clenched tightly, delivering a powerful blow to his opponent's body. Whoosh. Boom. The plummeting Super Saiyan water Vegeta crashed through 3 mountain peaks. Rumbling, he was instantly buried beneath a pile of rubble. This is the end, Wang Teng's calm voice echoed as he summoned a golden energy sphere into his hand. Whoosh! The energy sphere was launched with great speed. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted from within the debris, a column of fire shooting skyward, the devastating force obliterating the surrounding 3 small mountains. Rumbling. Thick clouds of dust rapidly enveloped the explosion's epicenter. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, showing no joy at the defeat of his adversary. That imposter bore an identical power to his own, yet he had not even touched a single hair on Wang Teng's finger before being reduced to this state, which left him exceedingly displeased. Then, Vegeta shouted, "Hey, imposter, do you even deserve to be called Vegeta?" Suddenly, the elderly fire-up star, hiding behind Trunks, remarked, "Hey, why are you cheering for the enemy?" Vegeta turned around, fuming. "Shut up. What do you know?" The old man quickly sealed his lips, afraid to utter another word. Goku, Gohan, and the others could only smile wryly. In the next moment, Athey, an astonishing roar resonated from below. A surge of blue energy rapidly ascended, casting an ominous shadow over the sky as an overwhelming aura soared upward. Wang Teng gazed curiously below, witnessing the azure flames ascending continuously. "What is this?" Wukong exclaimed, glancing at Vegeta. "Vegeta, what power is this?" Vegeta gritted his teeth, his eyes fixed intently on the swirling dust below. Gradually, Super Water Vegeta began to rise. At this moment, his aura was not merely blue but a profound deep blue. Wang Teng marveled. Indeed, it is the Super Saiyan Deep Blue. This imposter has shattered a limit that even Vegeta could not surpass. Vegeta, seething with rage, retorted, "Damn it, this counterfeit scoundrel." Super Water Vegeta floated opposite Wang Teng. Wang Teng chuckled. "I never anticipated you could transform into a Super Saiyan Deep Blue." A triumphant expression adorned Super Water Vegeta's face as he declared, "Did I not say before? I am Vegeta. I have merely transcended my limits. Are you prepared? This time will be different." As he gazed at the transcendent Super Water Vegeta, Wang Teng's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. "In that case, allow me to demonstrate my power." A deep roar emanated from Wang Teng, and golden flames surged forth, his energy rapidly escalating. The entire planet began to tremble violently, the ground beneath fracturing into multiple crevices. Ha ha ha. Wang Teng's form began to transform, his energy reaching its zenith. Lord Wang Teng is about to transform into a Super Saiyan 4. Gohan murmured as he looked up. Vegeta and Son Wukong's expressions grew grave. With a thunderous shout, a crimson warrior emerged onto the battlefield. Chapter 56, The Deep Blue Imposter Vegeta. A staggering energy erupted in the air, golden flames soaring skyward. Whoosh. In an instant, Wang Teng transformed into a Super Saiyan 4. Adorned with a coat of red fur and complemented by well-defined muscles, his formidable presence instilled fear. "Let us commence," Wang Teng proclaimed joyfully. The golden flames and deep blue flames painted the sky in a duality of colors, subtly suggesting a rivalry. At that moment, Gak exclaimed, "Hey Vegeta, your physique appears to have lightened a bit." Super Water Vegeta taunted, "Your demise is finally at hand. But fret not, before you perish. I shall allow you to witness Wang Teng's tragic fate." Just then, the elder of the fire pot extended his hand, saying, "Quick, take this. It is the key to sealing super water. Perhaps it will buy us some time." Vegeta paused, then quickly took it and placed it in his mouth. Wukong, Gohan, Trunks, and Goten were all left astounded. Vegeta was actually sucking on a pacifier. With the pacifier in his mouth, Vegeta gazed into the sky, silently resolving, "I must endure until the final showdown." Wang Teng was taken aback. "I nearly burst into laughter at the sight of the proud Saiyan Prince, Vegeta. With a pacifier in his mouth?" Jocko immediately pulled out his camera. Such a moment was indeed rare. Just as he was about to capture the scene, the camera displayed a low battery warning. How could it run out of power at such a crucial moment? Wang Teng glanced once more at the Super Water Vegeta and murmured, "Vegeta, seeing this endearing side of you, I shall come to your aid and vanquish this imposter." In the next instant, the Super Water Vegeta launched a swift kick. Wang Teng instinctively blocked it with his left arm. Bang! Following that, the Super Water Vegeta threw a rapid punch. Wang Teng deftly dodged and reached out to grasp the Super Water Vegeta's face. Whoosh! Boom! Wang Teng then hurled him headfirst into the distant mountains, piercing through 3 peaks in an instant. Countless fragments rained down from the summits. Dense clouds of dust billowed downward. Whoosh! The Super Water Vegeta swiftly emerged from the mountains, with Wang Teng hot on his heels. Crash! 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 The two engaged in a rapid exchange of blows in midair. Circles of white sonic booms erupted around them. Their battle grew increasingly fierce. The Super Water Vegeta unleashed another punch. and Wang Teng seized the opportunity to drive his knee into his abdomen. Instantly, the Super Water Vegeta clutched his stomach, only for Wang Teng's fist to come crashing down upon him. Whoosh! Boom! The Super Water Vegeta was once again sent crashing into the mountain, obliterating one peak completely with debris cascading downward. A long fissure appeared in the ground. Goku and the others swiftly flew aside, as the spot they had occupied moments before was now reduced to rubble. Whoosh! The Super Water Vegeta charged at Wang Teng once more. The air was filled with the sounds of their fists colliding. Crash! Crash! Circles of white sonic booms erupted once again. The group landed on a high peak. The elder from Fire Up Pot Star exclaimed in panic, "Is this place truly safe?" Trunks voiced his concern. Their battle is becoming increasingly intense. I wonder how long it will take to rescue my father. Will it be too late? Hearing this, Gohan reassured him, "Have faith in Lord Wang Teng." "Gohan, brother," Trunks cried, his face a mask of distress. The elder from Fire Up Pot Star suddenly recalled, "We only need to defeat the core. If we shatter the core of the Super Water Entity, all its copies will weaken." Trunks exclaimed, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" The elder slapped his forehead, saying, "It has been 100 years since I last encountered this, so I had forgotten." The group then remembered the Super Water Vegeta's defeat of Grell, and upon confirmation from the elder, they realized that Grell was indeed the core of the Super Water Entity. Gohan and Goku, along with the elder, soared towards the direction where Grell had been defeated. Vegeta remained steadfast in his position, his gaze fixated upon the sky. When Goku and Gohan arrived at the site where they had vanquished Grell, they astonishingly discovered that Super Water had vanished. The elder stepped forward to bid farewell, urging them not to fret. Super Water is likely yearning for that power as well. I suspect it is lurking nearby, awaiting its opportunity to strike. With a swift kick, Wang Teng sent Super Water Vegeta soaring through the air. Upon regaining his footing, Super Water Vegeta charged at Wang Teng once more. He unleashed a fierce punch, which Wang Teng effortlessly grasped, retaliating with a powerful kick to his abdomen. Super Water Vegeta was instantly propelled backward. Wang Teng's energy began to coalesce around his hand. "Huh!" The prince's battle technique roared forth. Whoosh! 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 Countless energy blasts were unleashed. Boom! 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 A series of astonishing explosions erupted upon the battlefield. Wang Teng relentlessly fired energy blasts toward the center of the explosions, each resounding blast echoing through the air. Flames engulfed the area, and smoke billowed ominously. Wang Teng gazed at the thick smoke enveloping the epicenter of the explosions, understanding that if this entity was indeed Vegeta, it would be implausible for him to perish so easily. As anticipated, the smoke revealed no signs of injury. Gradually, as the smoke dissipated, the figure of Super Water Vegeta emerged, appearing utterly disheveled and devoid of his initial fervor. He lowered his arms, which had shielded his body, and his face contorted with fury. "Damn it! This scoundrel! Why am I still losing? I have clearly surpassed my limits. Why can I not overcome that fellow? Such a reality I shall never admit." A remarkable deep blue aura surged once more, fierce winds swirling around him. Observing the resurgence of Super Water Vegeta's formidable presence, Wang Teng murmured, "I nearly dispatched him. Truly, this counterfeit Vegeta is quite resilient. Since there is nothing pressing, I shall indulge in this little game." Fortunately, positioned high above, Wang Teng's words went unheard by Vegeta. Otherwise, he would surely be overwhelmed with despair, while Wang Teng continued to toy with him. The two charged at one another once again, their deep blue and golden fists colliding with tremendous force. Crash! Whoosh! They engaged in a rapid aerial combat, the air filled with the astonishing sound of sonic booms. Vegeta, observing from his elevated vantage point, was consumed with resentment. "Damn it! Why am I not the one fighting up there? I should be the one to defeat Wang Teng." Meanwhile, the core of Super Water pursued Goku and Gohan relentlessly. Due to Super Water's peculiar nature, their physical attacks were rendered ineffective, and they dared not approach, for they risked having their power siphoned away upon proximity. "Gohan, we must flee. This entity is exceedingly strange," Goku urged. With that, the two unleashed their energy and soared into the sky. Once again, Super Water Vegeta was sent flying by a powerful punch. With labored breaths, Super Water Vegeta was clearly on the brink of exhaustion. "I never anticipated your strength to be so formidable. It has indeed stirred a flicker of admiration within me. However, I shall not succumb to such sentiments. I am resolute in my intent to utterly vanquish you. For I am Vegeta." Wang Teng, observing the impostor before him, chuckled, remarking, "It is quite astonishing that a mere counterfeit has inherited Vegeta's proud demeanor in its entirety." Super Water Vegeta roared in response, unleashing a thunderous cry. "Ah!" A deep azure aura surged skyward, an astonishing force permeating the atmosphere. Wang Teng, witnessing the escalating power, grinned, and declared, "It seems you yearn for a decisive confrontation. Come forth." Chapter 57. The Harvest. Super Water Vegeta erupted with an extraordinary aura, the deep blue flames soaring ever higher. "Let us determine the victor." Wang Teng bellowed in unison, "Come on." The two charged towards one another, their formidable energies converging into their fists. The collision of the azure and golden fists created a blinding explosion, engulfing the entire space in a radiant white. A terrifying gale and residual energy surged outward, obliterating the boulders and peaks below. Goten and Trunks, standing beside Vegeta, could barely open their eyes. At that moment, Super Water unexpectedly abandoned its pursuit of Goku and Gohan, stealthily advancing toward Vegeta. In the blink of an eye, Super Water appeared behind the mountain where Vegeta and the others stood, its sights set on Trunks. By the time Trunks realized the danger, it was far too late. Trunks gasped in alarm. Hearing his cry, Vegeta shouted, "Trunks!" The pacifier in his mouth fell away. The instant the pacifier flew from his grasp, flecks of purplish-red energy manifested around Vegeta, rendering his form ethereal. Trunks, witnessing his father rushing towards him, extended his arm, "Father." As their hands barely touched, they astonishingly passed through one another. Vegeta had become transparent. Trunks gasped, his eyes widening in shock. Vegeta seamlessly traversed through Trunks, positioning himself protectively in front of him. Super Water swiftly consumed the vanishing Vegeta. Trunks cried out in anguish, "Father!" At that critical moment, Wang Teng, locked in a standoff with Super Water Vegeta, sensed the impending peril. He recognized the urgency to eliminate this foe, lest Vegeta meet his demise. With a thunderous roar, Wang Teng unleashed his full power. Astonishing energy erupted from his fist, directed straight at Super Water Vegeta. With a deafening scream, Super Water Vegeta was obliterated. In that pivotal instant, the once ethereal Vegeta regained his corporeal form. Vegeta stared blankly at his body and remarked, "Look at my physique." Trunks immediately embraced Vegeta, sobbing, "That's wonderful, Dad." At that moment, Goku and Gohan returned with the Elder from the planet Firepot. Goku, looking bewildered, asked, "Has Vegeta recovered?" "It seems Lord Wang Teng has triumphed." Wang Teng descended from the sky. Trunks promptly expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you so much, Uncle Wang Teng." Goten chimed in, "Uncle Wang Teng is incredible and so cool." Vegeta, turning his head away, muttered softly, "Thanks." Wang Teng smiled and nodded at everyone before approaching the now somewhat dazed Super Water. With the clone destroyed, it had temporarily halted. Once it regained power, it would be able to devour other strength again. Observing it, Wang Teng furrowed his brow and began to communicate with the system. "System, can this Super Water be absorbed?" Wang Teng's voice echoed in his mind. Shortly thereafter, the system's mechanical voice responded, "Greetings, host. Such low-grade planetary weapons can certainly be absorbed." Wang Teng's heart surged with joy. Indeed, it could be absorbed. "System, absorb the Super Water," he commanded immediately. In the next moment, a radiant white light flashed, and the Super Water vanished from its place. Moments later, the system's mechanical voice resounded again. "Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in at Firepot Planet. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the martial skill Dragon Fist. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a base combat power of 100 million points. Congratulations, host, for gaining an additional second of time reversal." A series of announcements echoed in Wang Teng's mind. He had not anticipated that his visit to Firepot Planet would not only result in the reclamation of Super Water, but also yield such a plethora of sign-in rewards, truly a windfall. The Elder from Firepot Planet grasped Wang Teng's hand, repeatedly expressing his thanks. "Thank you, Mr. Wang Teng. It is thanks to you that Super Water has vanished from Firepot Planet." Wang Teng nodded, replying, "You're too kind." The Elder then turned to Trunks and Goten, saying, "Thanks to you both, otherwise Super Water would have long been seized by the oil fryers. You are always welcome to visit again." Goten smiled and nodded, "All right." Goku stroked his chin, saying, "It was indeed Lord Wang Teng who subdued Super Water. Truly impressive. But what a pity I didn't get a chance to engage with Lord Wang Teng. I envy you, Vegeta." Vegeta turned and shouted, "What did you say, Kakarot? You haven't been of any help this time." Goku chuckled, "Vegeta, speaking of which, you're a grown man, yet you were just sucking on a pacifier." Vegeta's face flushed, and turning away, he softly replied, "What did you say? I didn't hear you." Soon after, everyone returned to Earth. Chi-Chi held Little Fong in her arms, who continued to suck on his pacifier. "Little Fong, once you grow up, you shall no longer need a pacifier." Vegeta, witnessing this scene, was rendered speechless, his heart suffering a profound blow. As Goten returned, Chi-Chi rushed out with fervor. She embraced Goten tightly, exclaiming, "My Goten has finally returned. Are you all right? You weren't hurt, were you?" Goten replied softly, "I'm fine." Meanwhile, Trunks faced a reprimand from Bulma. "Trunks, you've been too mischievous. sneaking into someone else's spaceship. Everyone has been terribly worried about you. In unison, Goten and Trunks confessed, we understand our mistake. Vegeta stood there, trembling all over. That contraption was indeed a pacifier? Wang Teng approached with a smile, asking, did you not know? Vegeta retorted, who could possibly know? Had I known, I would have rather perished than accept it. Goku interjected. Do not speak so, Vegeta. If you were to die, there would be no contest of life and death. Besides, would you be content to lose to Lord Wang Teng? Vegeta snorted in disdain. After the adventure on the fire-boiling star, Wang Teng's prowess had once again ascended. Not only had his foundational combat strength increased, but his time reversal capability had also extended to 7 seconds, and he had mastered the Dragon Fist, elevating his abilities across the board. For an entire week thereafter, Wang Teng and Gohan focused solely on cultivating the Ultra Instinct technique and sparring, both making significant strides. At this moment, Gohan's foundational combat power had considerably improved, and in his Super Saiyan 4 transformation, he was well equipped to train alongside Wang Teng. The following day, as they practiced the Ultra Instinct technique, Whis and Beerus arrived at Gohan's residence. Upon their arrival, they swiftly made their way to the backyard. Beerus immediately bowed at 90 degrees, proclaiming, greetings, esteemed inspector. Wang Teng slowly opened his eyes, inquiring, Beerus, what brings you here? Beerus respectfully responded, I have come to speak of Son Gohan. Wang Teng was taken aback, Son Gohan? Do tell. Upon hearing this, Beerus continued, since we previously appointed Gohan as the candidate destroyer of Universe 7, 3 days hence, there will be an event called the First Destroyer Martial Arts Tournament in the realm of the First Universe's destroyers. I wish to take Gohan to participate. Wang Teng's interest was piqued instantly. The First Destroyer Martial Arts Tournament? Intriguing. Very well, I shall accompany Gohan there in 3 days. Beerus smiled, saying, then Whis and I shall await your esteemed presence in the Destroyer realm. They then withdrew. After informing Goku and the others, Wang Teng took Gohan back to the Destroyer realm of Universe 7. Chapter 58. The First Destroyer Martial Arts Tournament. Upon returning to the Destroyer realm, Wang Teng found Beerus and Whis already awaiting their arrival. After exchanging pleasantries, Wang Teng gently declared, let us set forth. Subsequently, Whis gently tapped the angelic staff in his hand against the ground, enveloping the 3 individuals in a shimmering light, which then vanished into the realm of the God of Destruction of the 7th universe. Along the way, Wang Teng inquired, what precisely is this first God of Destruction tournament you speak of? His confusion was palpable, for he was well aware of the storyline of Dragon Ball Super, and such a plot was entirely absent. The first God of Destruction tournament? Beerus pondered for a moment before elucidating. This is a gathering established by the 12 gods of destruction across the universes, and the champion of the competition shall earn the title of the first God of Destruction. The reason for summoning Gohan is that the other universes will also bring forth their candidate gods of destruction to participate, and their contests will directly influence the fate of their respective universes. Upon hearing this, Wang Teng nodded in understanding, finding the concept intriguing. After their discussion concluded, Beerus seated himself in a meditative posture, and a faint, mysterious energy emanated from him. To Wang Teng's astonishment, it was the Ultra Instinct technique. He had not expected Beerus to be so dedicated to his training. It seemed this tournament would be anything but simple. Wang Teng sighed in contemplation and exchanged a glance with Gohan, who promptly mirrored Beerus and settled into a meditative pose alongside him. Whoosh! In the 7th universe, a flash of white light vanished in an instant. A day later, propelled by Whis' swift flight, they finally arrived at the 1st universe. Shortly thereafter, they reached the realm of the God of Destruction of the 1st universe. At first glance, it appeared quite similar to that of the 7th universe. But the colossal arena suspended in the air, along with the lavish spectator stands, immediately captured Wang Teng's attention. Whis, noticing his gaze, explained, Lord Wang Teng, this arena was constructed by the previous Supreme Kai, and its existence spans an immeasurable time. Only here can withstand the cataclysmic battles of the gods of destruction. Just then, a familiar voice rang in Wang Teng's ears, greetings, esteemed inspector. Turning towards the direction of the voice, he beheld the 2nd universe's god of destruction, Hellas. Resembling an Indian maiden, smiling as she paid her respects, with the angel Saba standing beside her. No need for such formalities, Wang Teng replied with a smile. He then surveyed his surroundings and noticed several unfamiliar gods of destruction had already arrived. Wang Teng's presence quickly became the focal point of the gathering. The angels of various universes whispered to their respective gods of destruction, prompting them to hurriedly approach Wang Teng, each bowing at a 90-degree angle. Greetings, esteemed inspector. Observing the neatly aligned gods of destruction, Wang Teng scanned the assembly and nodded, saying, everyone, please rise. There is no need for such formalities. The gods of destruction sighed in relief, and soon after, the angels from each universe also bowed slightly, offering their greetings to Wang Teng. It is worth mentioning that Makalita, the angel of Universe 11, indeed left Wang Teng in awe upon her arrival. With her hair styled into playful twin tails, she resembled a charming little girl, instantly captivating all who beheld her. Whoosh! A streak of light swept by, and soon, the god of destruction, Kampa, along with the exquisite Beerus, arrived on the scene. As they approached, they made their way directly towards Wang Teng. "Lord Wang Teng, how have you been?" came the soft voice of Beerus. Wang Teng replied with a smile. "Ah, Beerus, you are becoming more beautiful by the day." At his words, a radiant smile graced Beerus's face. In contrast, Wang Teng merely nodded in acknowledgement to Kampa's greeting, which left Kampa feeling somewhat disheartened. "Ah, this is the aura of intent." The formidable Makalita slowly drew closer, scrutinizing Wang Teng intently. Her beautiful eyes widened in surprise, and she exclaimed, "I didn't expect the esteemed inspector to be such a prodigious talent in cultivation." Her words immediately captured everyone's attention, as many angels turned to look at Wang Teng, gradually realizing that he was not merely a product of connections, as the rumors suggested. As time passed, one by one, the gods of destruction, angels, and even candidate gods of destruction arrived at the gathering. All eyes were fixed on Wang Teng, as he had undeniably become the focal point of this martial arts tournament. The presence of Gohan, who stood beside Beerus and Wang Teng, also sparked a flurry of discussions. Could the lad accompanying Lord Wang Teng be the candidate god of destruction from Universe 7? Standing next to Beerus, he must be noteworthy, though his youthful visage seems rather innocent. However, that fellow Beerus is rather contradictory. He previously declared he would never appoint a candidate god of destruction. It seems this first martial arts tournament for the gods of destruction is destined to be extraordinary. As the murmurs gradually subsided, everyone awaited the commencement of the first martial arts tournament for the gods of destruction. It is termed the first tournament because any god of destruction who can secure victory for 3 consecutive rounds will earn the prestigious title of the first god of destruction. This title signifies superiority over the other 11 gods of destruction, making the tournament of utmost importance to them. Beerus, having already claimed victory in 2 consecutive tournaments, stands on the brink of securing the title for himself if he triumphs once more. Such an outcome is intolerable for all other gods of destruction. The trials faced by the candidate gods of destruction symbolize the potential and future of their respective universes, as well as the dignity of the gods themselves. Whoosh! A figure descended from the sky. In the next moment, under the gaze of the multitude, a person slowly took their place at the head of the assembly. It was none other than the Grand Priest. Wang Teng immediately recognized the descending figure as the Grand Priest, the chief steward of Xeno. "We pay our respects to the Grand Priest." As the Grand Priest made his appearance, all the gods of destruction bowed at a 90-degree angle. "Gohan, hurry up and pay your respects," Beerus exclaimed, noticing Gohan's momentary daze, his expression transforming into one of alarm. He then whispered a reminder, which, despite its soft delivery, immediately captured the Grand Priest's attention. Beads of cold sweat began to form on Beerus's forehead. It was over. A serene voice emerged from the Grand Priest's lips. "Inspector, since you are here, please come forward for a discussion." Wang Teng smiled gently and remarked, "Gohan, stay close to Beerus. Fear not, for I shall take care of everything." In the blink of an eye, Wang Teng found himself before the Grand Priest. "Long time no see," he greeted with a smile. "You truly haven't changed much. But your aura is significantly more formidable than when you departed. How could you be so ungracious? You promised to prepare a delicious dish for me before you left. Yet you vanished without a word." The Grand Priest said, a smile gracing his face. "My apologies, I shall certainly make it up to you upon my return," Wang Teng replied, prompting the Grand Priest to nod in amusement. With a wave of his hand, the seating at the podium transformed from 1 seat to 2. "Since the inspector is here, let us observe whether these gods of destruction have made any progress." Wang Teng nodded in agreement. The Grand Priest then turned his gaze toward the still bowing gods of destruction, his calm voice resonating. "You may rise, esteemed gods of destruction." "Yes." The gods responded in unison, gradually standing upright. As Beerus observed Wang Teng seated beside the Grand Priest, he let out a sigh of relief. He understood all too well the consequences if the Grand Priest were to become enraged. His thoughts then shifted to Gohan, comforted by the presence of the inspector. Believing he would be safe, "Gohan, be cautious in the future. Do not cause any trouble for Lord Wang Teng," Beerus advised softly. Gohan could only manage a wry smile, as he was entirely unaccustomed to such grandeur, let alone the prospect of being a candidate for the role of God of Destruction. "Ladies and gentlemen, the first tournament for the title of God of Destruction will be officiated by both the inspector and myself. the Grand Priest announced. Let the competition officially commence. His voice echoed in the ears of every attendee. The gathered crowd was reminded of the inspector's substantial authority, which even commanded respect from the Grand Priest. In terms of rank, both the inspector and the Grand Priest were classified as first-tier deities, albeit wielding different powers. Lord Beerus, the Grand Priest, has declared the tournament open. Yet no one has taken the stage. What are the rules of this first tournament for the title of God of Destruction? Gohan inquired, perplexed. In response, Beerus chuckled, Rules? You simply challenge whomever you wish and ascend the stage. The explanation left Gohan even more bewildered. Was this divine contest so unstructured? It resembled a chaotic brawl. At that moment, Torpo had ascended to the arena. That lad from Universe 7, are you interested in a little spar? The voice of Torpo, the candidate destroyer god from Universe 11, resonated throughout the realm of destroyers, unexpectedly targeting Gohan first. Upon hearing Torpo's challenge, Gohan clenched his teeth and leapt onto the stage. As he gazed at Gohan on the arena, Beerus displayed a hint of admiration. Who would have thought that the seemingly timid Gohan would truly rise to the occasion? Indeed, he had not tarnished the reputation of Universe 7. Beerus murmured with a smile. Whoosh. On the arena, Gohan swiftly approached Torpo. Noticing Gohan's rapid advance, a smirk of derision appeared on Torpo's face as he exclaimed, You inexperienced brat, seeking your own demise. Torpo believed himself to be among the elite of the 12 candidate destroyer gods, yet the lad before him exhibited not a trace of fear, which was utterly bewildering. In the next instant, Torpo moved, his body vanishing like a specter, only to reappear behind Gohan. A devastating punch was unleashed toward Gohan. In response to the incoming assault, Gohan immediately reacted, seizing Torpo's fist with both hands. With a tremendous effort, he hurled Torpo away. Whoosh! Boom! Torpo's massive form crashed heavily onto the arena. Laughter erupted from below. The other candidate destroyer gods from various universes finally witnessed this arrogant individual suffer a great setback. Their faces adorned with mocking expressions. Supreme Kai, what do you think of this young man? Wang Teng suddenly chuckled. Upon hearing this, the Supreme Kai was momentarily taken aback. Then responded with a smile, It seems this young man shares a significant connection with you, doesn't he? Wang Teng knew he could not conceal anything from the Supreme Kai, who had managed the universe for countless years, and smiled. Indeed, your insight is as sharp as ever. The other destroyer gods from surrounding universes were astonished by this scene, as they had not anticipated the sudden emergence of such strength from the lad of Universe 7. Just then, Torpo slowly rose to his feet. His expression darkened, clearly teetering on the brink of fury. A purple aura surged rapidly, causing Torpo's shirt to explode. Enveloped in the violet flames, Torpo declared solemnly, I initially intended to spare your life, but since you seek death, I shall not hold back. Gohan was taken aback, realizing that his opponent harbored such formidable power. Indeed, none who aspired to be a candidate destroyer god were to be trifled with. Gohan's gaze turned toward Wang Teng at the podium. Wang Teng nodded in acknowledgement. Gohan's heart surged with excitement, and a deep roar erupted from his throat. Incredible energy continued to surge forth, golden flames rising swiftly. The entire realm of destroyers trembled, and the sky darkened ominously. As Gohan's battle cry resonated through the arena, his form began to undergo a remarkable transformation. In a single breath, he ascended to Super Saiyan 4. A golden aura shimmered with flickering silver lightning, and his overwhelming presence astonished all present. The faces of the surrounding gods of destruction displayed expressions of sheer disbelief, clearly taken aback by the immense power wielded by this mere candidate for the role. Torpo gazed at the transformed Gohan, his heart racing with astonishment. However, with the stakes raised, he resolved to fight with all his might. Whoosh! Just as Torpo was momentarily stunned, Gohan had already appeared before him in an instant, delivering a powerful punch squarely to his jaw. Torpo was sent flying across the arena. What? The crowd was left in shock. Not only the candidate gods of destruction, but even some of the weaker gods felt a chill run down their spines. Gohan's speed was simply astonishing. The expression on the face of the god of destruction from Universe 11, Wymide, was particularly grim. Suddenly, Torpo rose once more, a tremendous force erupting from within him. The ground trembled, and a fierce aura burst forth from Torpo's being. This was the essence of a god of destruction. He had been underestimated. Beerus' expression turned serious. Where did Wymide find this gem? It was truly rare. Who would have thought that a mere mortal could possess such divine strength? Wymide, realizing that Torpo's possession of god of destruction powers could no longer be concealed, shouted, Torpo, unleash your full power without hesitation. In response, Torpo finally unleashed his complete strength, a purple aura erupting around him. Waves of energy rippled outward across the arena. In the next moment, Torpa charged at Gohan, evidently intent on reclaiming his earlier dignity. The transformed Gohan immediately sensed his movement, swiftly maneuvering as radiant energy surged in his hands. Countless energy blasts surged forth, and the astonishing projectiles quickly engulfed Torpa. Boom, boom, boom. The arena was filled with the sounds of explosions. Yet, Torpa, now empowered by the essence of a god of destruction, was not so easily vanquished. As the rapid-fire energy blasts approached, he retreated swiftly, gathering a purple destructive energy sphere in his hands. Destruction. Whoosh. In an instant, a destructive energy sphere shot forth, obliterating Gohan's incoming blasts. Torpa vanished from sight, only to reappear behind Gohan, launching a fierce punch. Gohan, realizing he could not evade the attack, crossed his arms defensively in front of his chest. The powerful fist struck his arms with tremendous force. Whoosh. Gohan was propelled backward. Destruction. Seizing the opportunity, Torpa formed another purple destructive energy sphere. In an instant, the purple destructive energy sphere was hurled forth. Gohan, who had been knocked down onto the arena, sprang up swiftly, leaping high into the air to evade the oncoming attack from Topo. Ascending into the sky, Gohan raised his hands above his head, channeling a radiant energy. Mystic Flash. Chapter 60. Topo vs. Gohan. Gohan's hands shimmered with a brilliant light. The concentrated energy sphere was unleashed in a flash. Observing the rapidly approaching energy sphere, Topo retaliated with a powerful punch, sending the sphere careening away. Boom. A resounding explosion echoed, thick black smoke billowing into the air. Topo shook his tingling hand and remarked, "This kid possesses considerable strength. My arm is numb." At that moment, a furious Videl shouted, "Topo, what are you doing? Quickly deal with that kid." Upon hearing her words, Topo nodded. He raised his hands above his head, and a colossal purple destructive energy sphere rapidly coalesced. "Kid, I initially had no intention of killing you, but your presence has disrupted my sense of justice. So, do not blame me." Destruction. Whoosh. A dark purple destructive energy sphere sped towards Gohan. Faced with a destructive energy sphere that was several times stronger than before, Gohan erupted with fury. A golden aura radiating fiercely. "I promised Lord Wuding that I would become the strongest warrior. I cannot afford to lose here." Kamehameha. As Gohan continued to gather his power, Topo sneered, "Little brat, your strength is but a flickering firefly to me. Die." Topo pressed down with his hands, exerting immense pressure upon the destructive energy sphere. Sensing the pressure from above, Gohan elevated his energy to its peak, the white-blue glow in his hands pulsating vibrantly. "What you say is impossible for me. Wave." Whoosh. The white-blue shockwave was unleashed, colliding with the black-purple destructive energy sphere amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers. The destructive energy sphere, imbued with fierce wind, astonishingly halted mid-air, its terrifying energy radiating outward as debris flew from the ground. Meanwhile, Wuding remained composed above, unfazed. The Supreme Kai cast a casual glance at Wuding. Gohan tirelessly poured energy into the Kamehameha. With Gohan's furious roar, the purple-black energy sphere was gradually pushed back. "Whis, do you see a figure within Gohan?" Beerus asked in astonishment. In response, Whis smiled. "Are you referring to Lord Wuding?" Beerus nodded emphatically. Indeed, for a fleeting moment, it seemed as though the essence of Lord Wuding manifested within Son Gohan. Topo gazed at the repelled destructive energy sphere, his eyes widening in disbelief. He had not anticipated that his amplified destructive power could be countered by a mere human. Suddenly, he shouted, "In that case, let me demonstrate what true destructive power really is." As his words echoed, Torpo gathered his hands to form an even larger purple sphere of destructive energy, pulsating with astonishing waves of force. "Destruction," Torpo bellowed, hurling the immense purple energy sphere forward. Boom. The colossal purple orb crashed down upon the previous destructive sphere, causing Gohan to instantly feel an overwhelming surge of pressure. "This is bad. It seems that Gohan is in dire straits," Beerus exclaimed. At that moment, Whis' voice rang out. "Lord Beerus, do not panic. Perhaps Gohan still possesses a hidden card. Just look at Lord Wang Teng's calm demeanor." Beerus turned his gaze to the podium and noticed Wang Teng sitting there, completely composed and devoid of any concern, prompting him to refocus on the arena. Gohan was being relentlessly pushed back by the terrifying energy sphere, leaving a long, deep mark on the arena behind him, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Torpo chuckled. "Give up. You have no chance of victory. Do not engage in a futile struggle." Upon hearing this, Gohan's eyes widened dramatically, low growls emanating from his throat. "I have fought hard to reach this point. There is no way I will give up. I aspire to become a powerhouse like Lord Wang Teng. And whoever stands in my way shall pay the price." Tenfold Kaioken. Whoosh! A crimson aura ignited atop his golden energy, unleashing a terrifying force. Mei Mei's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. How could a mere mortal wield such overwhelming power? Wang Teng observed Gohan's eruption of energy, feeling a swell of pride within himself, for he had nurtured this strength. After teaching the Kaioken technique to Gohan, he had not anticipated how swiftly Gohan would master it, surpassing even Goku in terms of timing. Tenfold Kaioken. Gohan's roar resonated throughout the entire realm of the gods of destruction. The blue-white Kamehameha instantly received a formidable boost of power, effectively pushing back both destructive spheres with a gradual force. Torpo's eyes widened in horror as he shouted, "How is this possible? How can this happen? How could a human withstand the power of destruction?" Following this, he unleashed a furious shout, exerting all his strength to push against the destructive sphere. Gohan's body shifted back a step, but then his gaze transformed, becoming resolute. With Gohan's deep roar, a tremendous wave of white-blue energy erupted, completely forcing the destructive sphere back, threatening to engulf Torpo. Just then, without warning, Mei Mei appeared before Torpo. Destruction. A faint sound emanated from his lips, and in an instant, the air bubbles were entirely extinguished, vanishing without a trace. Gohan was taken aback, gazing at the suddenly materialized god of destruction, whose countenance fluctuated between light and shadow. "Is there no shame left?" Beerus's voice thundered abruptly. Whoosh! In the next moment, Beerus stood upon the arena, and the two locked eyes from a distance, the atmosphere thickening with tension. Beerus and Whis exchanged nods towards the two behind them, prompting Gohan and Trunks to withdraw from the stage. "Beerus, spare them where you can. You have already triumphed. Why must you pursue annihilation?" Whis spoke in a low tone. "Enough with the trifles." Beerus roared, evidently incensed by Whis's actions. In the blink of an eye, Beerus moved. Whoosh! He vanished from his position, the mastery of his ultra instinct erupting, a divine white aura enveloping him. When he reappeared, he stood before Whis. Slap! The sound of a resounding slap echoed. To the astonishment of the onlookers, Whis inexplicably received a slap, hurtling backward. What? The gods of destruction gasped in disbelief. Even the mighty gods of destruction failed to perceive Beerus's strike, revealing the astonishing speed he had attained. Boom! Whis crashed heavily to the ground, his expression one of shock as he regarded Beerus. He had not anticipated that such a casual blow from Beerus would leave him in such a state of disarray. Gritting his teeth, a wave of indescribable humiliation surged within him. As a fellow god of destruction, being knocked to the ground by a mere slap was a disgrace that would ruin his standing among their ranks. Just then, amidst his astonishment, Beerus vanished once more. Whoosh! When he reappeared, his foot landed heavily upon Whis's form. A cry of agony escaped Whis as he was sent tumbling off the arena, crashing into a massive boulder. Whis found himself buried beneath the rubble. Beerus's cold voice resonated. "In my eyes, you are worth less than a mere insect." Chapter 61. The first god of destruction. Beerus stood upon the arena like a god of war, looking down upon all with disdain. While the gods of destruction below could only seethe in silence, a faint smile graced the face of King Tien. Beerus does possess quite a presence, he mused. However, the other gods of destruction seemed exceedingly weak, as not a single worthy opponent emerged. Upon hearing this, the Grand Priest nodded in agreement, clearly affirming King Tien's observation. Beerus addressed the assembly below with a calm demeanor. "If you are fearful, you may all come at once. I am unafraid." He stood upon the arena, exuding an astonishing aura, a formidable and tyrannical presence that dominated the entire venue. Under the weight of this overwhelming energy, the audience was rendered utterly silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Moments ticked by, and 5 minutes had elapsed since Beerus had taken the stage, yet no one dared to confront him. At that moment, the realm of destruction appeared eerily deserted. Suddenly, a voice pierced the stillness. "Beerus, do not go too far." For Beerus had reached an astonishing peak, rivaling that of the highest celestial angel, and among the multitude of destroyers present, only Quitella of the 4th universe and Hellas of the 2nd universe could hope to match him in a contest of strength. In a flash, 2 beams of violet light streaked across the arena. Quitella and Hellas had simultaneously taken action, indicating that Beerus had truly provoked them. Whis observed the emergence of the 2 figures with a quiet demeanor. On the arena, Beerus chuckled. "2 defeated subordinates, do you think that joining forces will secure your victory?" While it was somewhat disgraceful for 2 destroyers to band together against a single opponent, they could no longer tolerate Beerus's earlier conduct. However, none felt confident enough to face him alone, hence the current scenario. Retracting his gaze, Beerus stepped forward and vanished from sight. Quitella and Hellas immediately braced themselves. In an instant, Beerus reappeared before them, while the other destroyers below were left bewildered. A resounding crash echoed. Thud, thud, thud. Quitella and Hellas were sent flying by Beerus's attack, stumbling several steps before regaining their balance. Shock was evident on the faces of the other destroyers below. How had Beerus become so powerful? Kampa questioned in disbelief. In response, Beerus's attendant, Vados, smiled gently. Lord Beerus has further refined his ultra instinct. Perhaps Lord Kampa should consider shedding some weight and focus on training. Upon hearing Vados's words, anger surged across Kampa's face as he bellowed, "Silence, Vados." In the arena, the three combatants were now engaged in a fierce battle, white sonic booms resonating through the air. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of their fierce collisions echoed relentlessly, and a terrifying gale surged downward. Suddenly, two figures plummeted from the heavens, crashing heavily onto the ground. Angel Sava gasped, "Lord Hellas," as the crowd focused their attention. It was indeed Hellas and Quitella who had been struck down. Beerus floated above, gazing down at them with a detached demeanor. A soft voice emerged, proclaiming, "Destruction." A massive, violet energy sphere materialized in Beerus's palm. The expressions on the faces of Hellas and Quitella were as changeable as the weather, astonished to discover that Beerus had grown even stronger since their last encounter. However, retreating at this moment would be a disgrace. Resolutely, the two swiftly regained their footing, unleashing a tremendous surge of energy, their purple auras soaring into the air. A furious roar erupted from their throats. Destruction. Simultaneously, they conjured a purple sphere of destructive energy, unleashing a terrifying gale that ravaged the entire arena. Whoosh! The two spheres shot forth, colliding with a thunderous crash that left the spectators in awe. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated through the air, sending shockwaves of energy radiating outward. Bang! Hellas and Quitella were violently propelled away, crashing heavily onto the arena floor hundreds of meters away. Meanwhile, Beerus remained suspended in the air, striking his pose, utterly unfazed. The technique of ultimate instinct provided a comprehensive enhancement of his abilities, elevating his speed, strength, and defense to unprecedented levels. At this moment, Beerus's power towered far above theirs. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. The two remained down, whether due to injury or resignation was unclear. Witnessing this scene, the remaining gods of destruction gasped in disbelief, quickly calculating their odds of confronting Beerus. Ultimately, a bitter smile spread across their faces. There was no chance of victory. Their calculations revealed that even two gods of destruction combined stood no chance against Beerus. However, they could not bring themselves to unite against him. The dignity of being equals among the gods of destruction would not allow it. If they were to band together against Beerus, the Grand Priest would likely intervene. Yet, they had overestimated themselves. Even if all remaining gods of destruction joined forces, they might still not be capable of defeating Beerus. After exchanging glances, the remaining gods of destruction spoke in unison. "We concede." Standing on the arena, Beerus scoffed, finding the situation utterly tedious. There wasn't a single capable opponent. As his words echoed, silence enveloped the arena. The gods of destruction exchanged glances, feeling an inexplicable flush of shame. Beerus had single-handedly subdued them all. Following this day, his prestige among the gods of destruction would soar to unprecedented heights. At that moment, the Grand Priest rose and proclaimed, "Since the match has concluded and the outcome is clear, I declare that the victor of the first tournament of destruction is Beerus. Beerus shall become the foremost god of destruction in the divine realm." The crowd below wore somber expressions. Whether it was the recently defeated Waymeda or the celestial angel Makalita from the 11th universe, all gazed at Beerus in the arena with faces that betrayed their discontent. No one had anticipated that this battle would conclude in such a manner, with Beerus having completely surpassed them. Following this battle, the renown of Beerus as the supreme god of destruction would echo throughout the 12 universes. Thus, the first god of destruction tournament was nearing its end. As the Grand Priest rose, preparing to depart, it signified the tournament had reached a successful conclusion. At that moment, Wang Teng's voice resonated. "Grand Priest, please hold on. I have a request." The Grand Priest cast a puzzled glance and softly replied, "Oh." A smile immediately appeared on his face. "Is my younger brother feeling restless again?" Since Wang Teng's arrival, he had spent considerable time with the Grand Priest, who was well acquainted with his character, having previously encouraged him to train. Witnessing Beerus's victory now stirred his ambition. Wang Teng chuckled, "Only the Grand Priest truly understands me." Considering Beerus's mastery of the Ultra Instinct, Wang Teng indeed harbored intentions of a contest. After all, such an extraordinary opportunity was not one he wished to forfeit. The Grand Priest settled back down, his calm voice echoing, "Let there be another match. The inspector against the first god of destruction." Hearing the Grand Priest's declaration, the deities who had intended to exit halted in their tracks. Wang Teng's figure transformed into a streak of light, appearing directly in the arena. Upon seeing Wang Teng, Beerus immediately bowed in respect. Beerus, unleash your full power without restraint. You cannot harm me. Wang Teng's commanding words reverberated through the air. Chapter 62, Wang Teng versus Beerus. Wang Teng and Beerus stood on the arena, gazing at each other from a distance. Beerus, show me the entirety of your strength. I hope it meets my expectations. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Wang Teng gave Beerus a scrutinizing glance before speaking calmly. Cold sweat instantly formed on Beerus's brow. The next moment, an astonishing aura erupted from Beerus, with purple flames enveloping him as they soared skyward. In truth, Wang Teng held no animosity towards Beerus. Although he often spoke of destruction, he was inherently compassionate. Observing the incredible energy emanating from Beerus, Wang Teng let out a fierce roar. Instantly, golden flames erupted from within him, forming a colossal pillar of light that ascended into the heavens. Silver lightning crackled around the golden flames, and Wang Teng's appearance began to transform. Whoosh! The overwhelming energy intensified, causing the entire realm of the gods of destruction to tremble violently. The sky suddenly darkened, and with a thunderous shout from Wang Teng, a golden radiance burst forth, piercing the heavens. A rolling wave of energy spread outward from beneath his feet, causing even the remarkably solid arena to develop tiny fissures. With that fierce cry, Wang Teng transformed into Super Saiyan 5. His hair shimmered silver, and a white tail danced freely behind him. Beerus, we may commence. Though it was not the first time witnessing Wang Teng's transformation, Beerus felt a jolt of trepidation. Lord Whis, do you think Lord Wang Teng will be all right? Beerus, now the foremost god of destruction, was questioned by a worried Gohan. Gohan, worry not. The one who should be concerned is truly Lord Beerus. Whis replied with a gentle chuckle. In the next moment, Wang Teng launched his attack, a flash of golden light signifying his swift approach to Beerus. Delivering a straightforward yet powerful punch. Whoosh! The fierce momentum of his punch surged forth, and Beerus could not afford to be careless in the face of Wang Teng's onslaught. Swiftly employing his Hakai technique, with a slight shift of his body, he deftly evaded Wang Teng's strike. Bang, bang, bang! In an instant, Wang Teng changed direction and unleashed a tempest of attacks upon Beerus. Clash, clash, clash! The two engaged in rapid exchanges mid-air, their speeds astonishingly swift. The other gods of destruction below stood agape in astonishment, never expecting that the seemingly youthful inspector was, in fact, a formidable expert, rivaling even Beerus in strength. At that moment, a sense of awe washed over the faces of all the gods of destruction and angels present. Bang! The two swiftly separated. Then, a smirk appeared on Wang Teng's lips. Be careful. The power of intent surged forth, and the flow of time quietly activated. Whoosh! Wang Teng's figure began to dart swiftly across the arena, his speed defying belief. The gods of destruction below could not even grasp his movements. Only the angels from various universes could keep pace. My dear brother Wang Teng has made remarkable progress. He is entirely different from when he departed. The Grand Priest murmured from above. In the blink of an eye, Wang Teng was upon Beerus, delivering a heavy punch. This strike was unlike any before. Not only did he harness the power of intent, but the flow of time remained in reverse, slowing Beerus's movements to an infinitesimal crawl before him. Beerus quickly assessed the trajectory of Wang Teng's attack and swiftly sidestepped. However, with no warning, a formidable punch landed squarely in Beerus's abdomen. Instantly, a searing pain coursed through his entire being. Withstanding the pain coursing through his body, Beerus swiftly retaliated with a powerful kick. Bang! Boom! Beerus's foot collided forcefully with Wang Teng's arm. In the next moment, a crisp sound resonated, accompanied by the sudden appearance of a massive shockwave. The fierce gusts of wind surged outward. Beerus's expression shifted dramatically, as he sensed an astonishing force rushing toward him at the moment of impact. How infuriating! I never anticipated that the esteemed inspector would possess such might. I thought I had overestimated him to the utmost. Yet here I find myself underestimating him still. A chill swept across Beerus's face as he pondered darkly. Wang Teng would not squander such a prime opportunity to attack. As he forced Beerus back, he launched a powerful punch straight at him. Feeling the terrifying force emanating from his opponent's fist, Beerus quickly retreated. Enhanced by the mastery of his Ultra Instinct, Beerus moved with remarkable speed, creating distance between himself and Wang Teng in an instant. How swift! Truly, the perfected Ultra Instinct is formidable. Though it has not reached its ultimate form, it is already exceedingly challenging. Wang Teng observed the astonishing speed displayed by his adversary, murmuring to himself. As Beerus withdrew, he contemplated his next move. Just then, Wang Teng's assault surged forth once more. A sphere of energy erupted from Wang Teng's hand in an instant. Whoosh! Realizing the imminent danger, Beerus immediately ascended into the air, as Wang Teng's energy sphere detonated explosively on the side of the arena. Wang Teng swiftly locked onto his opponent's silhouette, his hands radiating with brilliant energy. A golden aura surged upward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless energy spheres were unleashed in rapid succession. The prince's battle technique re-emerged. The multitude of energy spheres he had gathered sped toward Beerus with relentless speed. Boom, boom, boom. A series of thunderous roars erupted, engulfing Beerus in a thick cloud of dust. Swish, swish, swish. Wang Teng offered no respite, continuously launching energy spheres at breakneck speed, as countless projectiles sliced through the swirling darkness. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions resonated throughout the sky. Flames illuminated the scene, as the black smoke billowed outward. Below, the gods of destruction grimaced, their hearts swelling with deep sympathy for Beerus. With a thunderous shout, a purple protective shield materialized above the arena. All attacks were immediately repelled by the barrier. Huff, huff. Beerus gasped for breath. As the purple shield expanded outward, the smoke was swiftly dispersed. Wang Teng regarded Beerus, who had withdrawn his protective barrier, his expression shifting continuously. Just then, Beerus's resigned voice echoed. Lord Wang Teng's attacks are simply too powerful, compelled by necessity. I had no choice but to activate the barrier. Please be cautious, my lord. Hovering in the air, Beerus summoned his iconic destructive power, unleashing destruction. A violet orb of annihilation materialized in an instant. Destruction. Whoosh. The destructive sphere hurtled towards Wang Teng with astonishing speed. As he beheld the rapidly approaching force of devastation, Wang Teng immediately activated his time reversal ability. In his perception, the destructive orb slowed to a crawl. Whoosh. Wang Teng vanished from his position in an instant. Boom. A thunderous roar erupted from the arena. The purple energy expanded outward relentlessly. Wang Teng had no doubt that if this orb struck a planet, it would be obliterated into smithereens. Beerus hovered above, his gaze fixated on the epicenter of the explosion. At that moment, a wave of urgency surged within him. Having activated the Ultra Instinct, he was essentially impervious to ambushes. Yet, Wang Teng was an exception. Having mastered the power of time, Beerus's movements appeared to Wang Teng as if they had been infinitely decelerated. Boom. A heavy punch landed squarely on Beerus's face. Whoosh. Beerus plummeted downward like a cannonball. Chapter 63. Intense collision. Seizing this golden opportunity, Wang Teng would not let it slip away. In an instant, he concentrated his energy into an orb. Whoosh. The orb shot forth towards the descending Beerus. Boom. Before Beerus could react, the orb detonated. An explosion of flames erupted, filling the air with dense smoke. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Wang Teng again unleashed 3 energy orbs at breakneck speed. Boom, boom. The orbs continued to explode, sending black smoke billowing into the air. The destroyer gods below were left speechless, clearly astonished that the newly crowned Beerus would find himself in such a predicament. My younger brother Wang Teng has indeed made remarkable progress. Having only left the realm of the gods for a few days, his combat power has already reached this level. The Grand Priest remarked with a hint of surprise. Wang Teng understood that such an assault would not defeat Beerus. As the smoke from the explosions gradually dissipated, Beerus's figure re-emerged into Wang Teng's view. Although the earlier attack had not harmed Beerus, his attire as a god of destruction was now covered in dust, leaving him somewhat disheveled. However, excitement ignited in Beerus's eyes. It had been a long time since he had experienced such a thrilling battle. My lord Wang Teng, let us continue. Whoosh. No sooner had he spoken than he charged forth, enveloped in an enigmatic white energy, moving at an extraordinary speed. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a streak of white light. As Beerus launched a swift attack, Wang Teng had long been prepared, his body deftly sidestepping to meet the challenge. Whoosh. Beerus's fist struck the air with tremendous force, creating a series of explosive sounds from the friction. After the initial strike, Beerus realized he had merely struck Wang Teng's illusion. With gritted teeth, he accelerated once more. Bang, bang, bang. The air reverberated with the energy waves from their clashes, fierce gusts of wind cascading downwards. Wei Mei raised her head to behold the terrifying battle above, her teeth clenched tightly in disbelief. It was evident that she had not anticipated Beerus, who had easily defeated him before, would now find himself in such a fierce struggle. Lord Wang Teng, give it your all, Gohan exclaimed nervously. Watching the intense combat unfold in the sky, Beerus, increasingly alarmed, had not expected to find himself at a disadvantage despite pushing the Ultra Instinct to its limits. He was genuinely astonished by Wang Teng's prowess. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Each collision resonated like the shattering of air. The deep sounds of impact echoed continuously. with their speeds accelerating and attacks becoming more rapid. Boom, boom, boom. As their powerful blows continued to collide, the entire God of Destruction realm trembled. Fierce winds sweeping across the ground, leaving deep craters in their wake. The realm was nearing its breaking point. White sound waves manifested continuously in the air. Boom, boom. A violent clash occurred once more, accompanied by a deafening roar, as a figure plummeted rapidly from the sky. Beerus halted at the edge of the arena, his expression grim as he gazed upward. Kamehameha. A faint voice echoed from above, and suddenly the sky was engulfed in a white-blue radiance. At that moment, Wang Teng unleashed the Kamehameha of the Turtle School, its destructive power now magnified to cataclysmic proportions. Whoosh! Wave! As Wang Teng shouted, the white-blue energy wave surged toward Beerus. You think you can defeat me with that? You underestimate me, came Beerus's calm yet menacing voice, as he swiftly conjured a massive purple sphere of destructive energy. Whoosh! In the next instant, the purple sphere collided with the Kamehameha. An astonishing force of destruction clashed against the fierce Kamehameha. Haa! Wang Teng roared. An incredible golden aura erupting around him, his strength surging as the impact of the Kamehameha intensified. Beerus immediately felt the pressure mount, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Damn it! His body was being forced backward across the arena, leaving a long trail etched into the ground. Destroy it for me. The sacred white aura erupted instantaneously. As Beerus propelled his ultra instinct to its utmost limit, the destructive energy spheres began to manifest an astonishing level of devastation, causing Wang Teng's Kamehameha to show signs of faltering. Observing this scene, Wang Teng was taken aback. He had not anticipated Beerus's combat prowess to be so formidable at this moment, with his destructive power being overwhelmingly potent. If this continued, it would not bode well. And Wang Teng's gaze sharpened with determination. Wang Teng's intent was clear, and Gohan immediately discerned his thoughts. For the first time witnessing Lord Beerus in such earnest, he recognized that Wang Teng's strength had escalated dramatically, likely surpassing the threshold of a level 1 angel. Furthermore, the Lord concealed a technique that could amplify his power. The outcome of this battle was indeed uncertain. Was murmured softly. Boom. The collision of their powers generated astonishing sonic booms in the air, with waves of energy radiating outward as everyone around exerted their strength to withstand the relentless onslaught of energy ripples. The entire realm of destruction trembled incessantly. The Grand Priest's eyes sparkled with insight. No one could fathom what thoughts occupied his mind. Tenfold Kaioken. A thunderous roar resonated from the sky. Wang Teng's golden aura was immediately enveloped by a crimson flame, unleashing a terrifying presence. The Kamehameha surged forth, crackling with energy, its white-blue brilliance intensifying. Boom. As the Kamehameha gradually pushed back the violet destructive energy sphere, deafening roars echoed through the air. The entirety of the first universe seemed to tremble gently. Boom. The formidable energy finally detonated at the center of the arena, flames soaring into the heavens, as the dreadful energy spread outward from the epicenter. Beerus. Kampa gasped in alarm. Clearly shaken by the recent display of power, he did not believe Beerus would emerge unscathed from such an impact. Lord Kampa, please observe closely. Vardos's voice echoed softly. Wang Teng gasped for breath, his eyes glued to the astonishing explosion below, his lips moving slightly. To evade that attack was truly impressive. Just as the words escaped his lips, whoosh, Beerus's figure appeared directly behind him, delivering a heavy punch with incredible force. Unexpectedly, in that critical moment, Beerus's ultra instinct unleashed a breathtaking speed, effortlessly evading the horrific shockwave in an instant. Confronted by Beerus's rapidly approaching fist, Wang Teng met it head-on. Their fists collided with tremendous force. Boom. An incredible shockwave immediately radiated outward from the point of impact. In the blink of an eye, Wang Teng's figure vanished like a phantom, his speed augmented by the Kaioken technique, reaching an astonishing level. Only a fleeting crimson afterimage remained in the air, while he himself had completely disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already positioned behind Beerus. Caught off guard, Beerus had no time to react as Wang Teng delivered a powerful punch directly to his body. Bang! Whoosh! Beerus was sent flying by that single blow. Chapter 64. Narrow victory. Beerus's body plummeted downwards. Whoosh! Wang Teng's form vanished once more, now moving with lightning speed. His velocity was so extraordinary that it was nearly impossible to track. This was the terrifying result of amplifying the Super Saiyan transformation with the tenfold Kaioken, primarily due to Wang Teng's recent endeavors in signing in, battling, and training, which had significantly elevated his foundational combat strength. Bang! 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 Wang Teng unleashed a flurry of attacks, battering Beerus as if he were a mere punching bag, utterly incapable of mounting a defense. Under the overwhelming combination of strength and speed, coupled with the manipulation of time itself, Beerus found himself unable to counter. relegated solely to a passive state of receiving blows. So swift. At my current pace, I can hardly keep up with Lord Wang Teng's velocity. Has he been concealing his true power all along? These thoughts raced through Beerus's mind amidst the relentless assault. Prior to attending the inaugural God of Destruction martial arts tournament, he had perfected the Ultra Instinct technique to its pinnacle, merely a step away from its flawless state, never having anticipated that he would be defeated by Wang Teng. Bang! 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 Wang Teng continued his relentless onslaught against the defenseless Beerus. Each strike landed with precision, inflicting unimaginable pain upon Beerus's body. Beerus, what has happened to you? Have you exhausted your strength? If this is your limit, it is indeed quite disappointing. Wang Teng taunted, launching attacks while verbally assaulting Beerus. Having held the esteemed position of a god of destruction, when had he ever endured such humiliation? An indescribable sense of indignation surged within Beerus, who had never realized how fervently he yearned for strength. At that moment, a surge of terrifying white energy erupted from within Beerus. A blindingly holy aura enveloped him, and his demeanor shifted dramatically. Crack! Wang Teng's fist was firmly grasped by Beerus. Huh! A tremendous power erupted forth, sending Wang Teng hurtling away. Shocked, Wang Teng gazed at Beerus, struggling to utter a few words. Perfect Ultra Instinct. The Grand Priest's eyes lit up momentarily. Oh, has he broken through his limits? Impressive. Whoosh. Wang Teng's form vanished once more, his fist striking like a bolt of lightning. Under the rapid onslaught, compounded by the reversal of time, the velocity of Wang Teng's punches became astonishingly swift, arriving before Beerus in an instant. Gazing at the incoming fist, Beerus's expression sharpened with acute focus. With a slight tilt of his head, he effortlessly evaded the attack. What? How is this possible? This fellow Beerus managed to dodge my assault. Has the perfection of the Ultra Instinct enhanced his abilities to such an extent? A look of astonishment crossed Wang Teng's face. It is worth noting that he had exerted all his strength for this attack, bolstered by the power of time, yet Beerus had sidestepped it with ease. This is absurd. I cannot accept defeat. Wang Teng roared inwardly and charged at Beerus once again. Whoosh. Another punch was unleashed. Beerus evaded it effortlessly once more. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of rapid attacks ensued. Yet, predictably, each strike was deftly avoided by Beerus. Wang Teng began to lose his composure. He had not anticipated that achieving perfection in Ultra Instinct would yield such a significant enhancement. Moments ago, he had dominated the battle. Astonishingly, the tide of the fight had shifted. Lord Beerus had completely matched Wang Teng's speed. In a fleeting moment, Lord Beerus had comprehended the essence of perfect Ultra Instinct. His talent was indeed extraordinary. Even Whis expressed his astonishment. The other gods of destruction stood frozen, their complex emotions beyond words. Beerus's power had already loomed over them like a mountain. Yet within mere minutes, the formidable Beerus had once again transcended his limits. Some of the weaker gods of destruction had lost any desire for conflict. Hellas and Quitella clenched their fists tightly, their faces filled with frustration. Whis, what exactly is happening? Wasn't Lord Beerus always on the defensive? How has his power and speed suddenly surged so dramatically? Does he perhaps understand a technique for instant power enhancement? Gohan questioned, bewildered. In response, Whis smiled. Lord Beerus has merely broken through his limits. Upon hearing that Beerus had indeed surpassed his limits, Gohan clenched his fists, now worried for Wang Teng. In the aerial battlefield, Wang Teng launched several more attacks against Beerus. However, the outcome remained unchanged from before. Each assault was easily evaded by Beerus, indicating that his speed had far surpassed Wang Teng's. How infuriating it is to encounter such a situation. Unable to inflict any harm even under the enhancement of the tenfold Kaioken, Wang Teng's expression was exceedingly grim. Lord Wang Teng, your strength must surely exceed this. For if this is your limit, victory shall be mine. As he gazed at Wang Teng, Beerus spoke softly, his heart filled with an exhilarating thrill. He had initially believed the outcome of the match was predetermined, yet, after mastering the perfected freeform technique, the tide had entirely turned. It now appeared that he had completely deciphered Wang Teng's movements. Beerus, do not become overly complacent. Even if you have grasped the perfected freeform technique, you are still a century away from defeating me. The final result of this battle will not change. No sooner had he spoken than Wang Teng's fist clenched tightly. 20-fold Kaioken. A low growl erupted from Wang Teng, unleashing an unimaginable force that exploded forth from within him. The crimson aura surged higher and higher, casting the entire realm of destruction into shadow, as though the apocalypse were upon them. Ha ha ha. At Wang Teng's roar, the golden aura enveloped in red flames shot skyward, piercing through the clouds. Gradually, the sky began to brighten once more. Whoosh! Wang Teng had already shot forth like a bolt of lightning. Yet, the freeform technique required no cerebral deliberation. his body instinctively assessed and evaded danger. Whoosh! Wang Teng's fist was swiftly anticipated by Beerus. However, Beerus soon realized that his opponent's speed had accelerated beyond his capacity to evade. Astonished, he hastily retaliated with a punch of his own. The two fists collided instantly. Boom! An unimaginable force radiated outward. Wang Teng and Beerus locked eyes. Bang! The two swiftly retreated, understanding that their powers were unsustainable, and thus resolved to conclude the battle swiftly. They charged toward each other at once. The red flames and the white divine aura soared high into the air. Beerus! Wang Teng bellowed. Beerus responded with his own roar. Come! The astonishing force caused the entire realm of destruction to tremble. Even the first universe quaked violently as countless mortals gazed up at the sky in terror. Whoosh! Both combatants had pushed their powers to the utmost, and before the astonished gazes of all, the red and white glows converged, colliding heavily. Chapter 65, The Crisis of the Future World. Boom! A terrifying storm of power instantly spread outward. The very fabric of the destruction realm began to convulse. The clash of red and white energies persisted. Ha! As the two warriors roared, their forces surged to their zenith. Over time, it became evident that Beerus, having mastered the perfected free-form technique, held the upper hand. The white energy gradually consumed the red force entirely. Boom! A cataclysmic explosion erupted upon the battlefield. Flames engulfing the entirety of the space, thick black smoke billowing forth. The terrifying energy relentlessly spread outward. Huff! Beerus gasped, clearly reaching his limit. Lord Wang Teng! Gohan exclaimed, standing frozen in place before shouting out loud. Whis closed his eyes. Kappa's eyes widened in shock, his mind racing with strategies. He murmured, this time, Pabaku is in serious trouble. The Grand Priest will not let him off easily. A sense of despondency washed over the face of Beerus. Surrounding gods of destruction exhibited expressions of either shock or glee. The Grand Priest's gaze was exceptionally grave. Although Wang Teng's aura had vanished, he sensed something was amiss. Slowly descending onto the arena, Beerus inwardly lamented, realizing he had inadvertently killed Wang Teng while exerting his full strength. His spirits plummeted, devoid of any elation typically associated with victory. At that moment, a faint voice resonated in his ear. Beerus, have you grown too complacent? In the next instant, the figure of Wang Teng, enveloped in crimson flames, appeared behind Beerus. His finger pointed menacingly at Beerus's head, ready to claim his life at any moment. Beerus's eyes widened in disbelief, muttering, impossible, I clearly. Simultaneously, a wave of relief surged through him. The surrounding gods of destruction stood in stunned silence. Their eyes filled with incredulity. Even the angels from other universes displayed expressions of astonishment. At that moment, the only one whose expression remained unchanged was the Grand Priest. For he understood that anyone favored by the Omni King would not perish so easily. Wang Teng recalled the earlier events with trepidation. Had it not been for his substitution technique, he would have undoubtedly sustained severe injuries, if not faced death itself. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Beerus's forehead. His strength had waned to its limits, leaving him utterly devoid of combat ability. Yet, he could scarcely fathom how Wang Teng had managed to evade such a formidable blow. Taking a deep breath, for words escaped Beerus's lips. I concede. Upon hearing Beerus's admission of defeat, Wang Teng gradually retracted his Kaioken and Super Saiyan transformation. Returning to his ordinary form, Wang Teng exhaled a long sigh of relief. With the contest reaching its conclusion, the inaugural God of Destruction martial arts tournament came to a close. After the Grand Priest announced the successful conclusion of the event, the gathered deities departed from the realm of the first universe's God of Destruction, casting respectful and wary glances towards Wang Teng as they left. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the Grand Priest, Wang Teng, along with Whis, Gohan, and Beerus, transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the cosmos. Within 2 days, the quartet returned to the realm of the seventh universe's God of Destruction. Regarding the inaugural God of Destruction tournament, Wang Teng expressed immense satisfaction, for he had gleaned invaluable insights into the Ultra Instinct technique through his battle with Beerus. Subsequently, he bid farewell to Whis and Beerus and returned to Earth with Gohan. Upon arriving at Gohan's residence, Wang Teng immediately chose to enter seclusion. The tournament had also left a profound impact on Gohan, with every moment of the battle etched in his heart, significantly contributing to his growth. In the future world, desolation reigned, as the city lay in ruins, scattered debris marking the landscape. The last remaining warrior, Trunks, was fleeing into the distance when a dark shadow swept across the sky, crackling with golden lightning, instilling terror. In the shadow's colossal hand, radiant golden light flickered. And the next moment, countless energy blasts were hurled forth. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions erupted throughout the city, transforming the dilapidated urban landscape into a sea of flames. Trunks concealed himself behind a massive boulder, witnessing the horrors unfold before him. In that moment, the future world resembled a hell on earth. As the shadow swiftly retreated into the distance, Trunks gradually began to move. He hurried to Bulma's laboratory, panting heavily. Meanwhile, Bulma was diligently operating machinery within the lab. Just then, Trunks' voice called out, "Mom." Startled, Bulma quickly turned around and spotted Trunks not far away, her face instantly lighting up with a charming smile. "It's Trunks." Trunks approached her with a grin. "Wonderful to see you. Are you well?" Bulma exclaimed. "I'm doing well. How about you, Mom?" Trunks replied with a smile. Noticing the fuel for the time machine on the control panel, Bulma explained, "This is only enough for a one-way trip. It took a year to acquire this much." A look of despondency crossed Trunks' face. "Don't feel disheartened. As long as it's enough for a one-way journey, we will find a way," Bulma reassured him. "But if I go one way, I won't be able to return." Trunks lamented. "We will find a way back," Bulma asserted confidently, albeit with a hint of risk. Upon hearing this, a smile returned to Trunks' face. "You should rest here for a while," he suggested. "Don't worry about me. Every second counts." Bulma responded cheerfully, proceeding to operate the control panel with urgency. The fuel for the time machine was soon extracted from the device. "We must get this to Capsule Corporation swiftly," Bulma declared. "I'll make a run for it. You stay here and rest, Mom." Trunks insisted decisively. "You have not slept at all, have you?" Upon hearing Trunks' words, Bulma chuckled and said, "I shall accompany you. Whatever we may encounter, we shall confront it together. If you were to face that fiend alone and this canister were to be destroyed, all the toil of this year would be in vain." As she spoke, Bulma lifted the container filled with the time machine's fuel. Observing Bulma's unwavering determination, Trunks reluctantly conceded. "Very well." A smile once again graced Bulma's face upon Trunks' acquiescence, but her expression soon turned serious. "Moreover, Trunks, countless lives were sacrificed to produce this energy. Do not forget. There are matters that require you to sacrifice everything to accomplish, for you are the hope of us all." Upon hearing this, Trunks' demeanor became exceedingly grave. "Indeed," Bulma promptly responded. "Then let us depart. Little Wu is waiting as well." Just then, a terrifying explosion erupted above the laboratory. Flames engulfed the area, and thick smoke billowed forth. Trunks immediately shouted, "Mother," as he shielded Bulma behind him. After the explosion, Trunks pushed aside the debris before him. In the next instant, Bulma, who had been sheltered behind Trunks, displayed a look of shock. Just then, Bulma felt an imminent danger and thrust the fuel into Trunks' arms, exclaiming, "Trunks, hurry." No sooner had she spoken than a tremendous roar resounded as the laboratory exploded again. Chapter 66, The Arrival of Black Goku in the Aftermath of the Explosion. Trunks realized that Bulma had vanished from his side, and he frantically searched for her. "Mother." At that moment, a shadow appeared at the laboratory's entrance, holding Bulma aloft. Trunks sprang to his feet, calling out, "Mother." Bulma shouted, "Run, quickly." Trunks. Clenching his teeth, Trunks trembled with fury. At that instant, the shadow unleashed an energy blast. Seeing this, Trunks swiftly leapt aside. Boom. The energy blast detonated instantaneously, engulfing the entire laboratory in thick black smoke. Trunks emerged from the smoke in disarray. Witnessing the laboratory transformed into a blazing inferno, the echoes of explosions still reverberating. Realizing that under such a terrifying explosion, Bulma could not possibly survive, tears streamed down Trunks' face. Yet, he was the last remaining hope. With a heavy heart, Trunks could only escape into the distance. Weeping, "Mother, I shall return here without fail. I will save this world, Earth." Since participating in the first God of Destruction tournament, Wang Teng had been in seclusion. Through his battle with Beerus and his personal experience with Ultra Instinct, he had grasped some insights. He resolutely vowed not to emerge from seclusion until he fully comprehended Ultra Instinct. Gohan understood the significance of this period for Wang Teng and willingly took on the role of his protector, ensuring that no one trespassed into the backyard during this time. Consequently, Gohan and Goku, along with their companions, shifted their training to the front yard. Upon discovering Wang Teng's residence here, Vegeta brought Trunks over several times. Ever since he was effortlessly defeated by Wang Teng on planet Firepot, he had vowed to vanquish him. However, with Wang Teng in seclusion, Vegeta had no choice but to journey to the realm of the God of Destruction in search of Whis for training guidance. In a future world, Trunks arrived at a dilapidated building, clutching the fuel for the time machine. He swiftly entered and approached a room door, knocking gently. As the knock echoed, a feminine voice floated through the air. "Trunks." Upon hearing this, Trunks turned with a smile, "Xiao Wu." A radiant smile blossomed on Xiao Wu's face. "You're back." She gazed at the fuel in Trunks' arms and softly inquired, "Where is Aunt Bulma?" At the sight of Trunks' expression, her countenance shifted dramatically. Trunks' voice, laced with melancholy, filled the air. She sacrificed herself to ensure my escape. That fiend, Dark Man, could sense my energy. As he spoke, his fist clenched, tears welling up in his eyes. Then, with renewed determination, Trunks exclaimed, "But Xiao Wu, the energy my mother extracted with her life, can help us return to the past." No sooner had he spoken than a chilling howl resonated from the sky. Trunks, taken aback, quickly concealed his energy and hid at the staircase. At that moment, a swirling black vortex materialized in the sky. Realizing that Dark Man was about to descend once more, Trunks thrust the time machine fuel into Xiao Wu's hands and unsheathed his sword, dashing out of the building. The sky crackled with golden lightnings, and a shadow surged forth from the clouds. Observing this, Trunks charged forward with his sword raised high. Dark Man, radiating a blinding light, unleashed a barrage of energy blasts. Trunks adeptly dodged and leaped into the air, swinging his sword towards the foe. A brilliant arc of light shot upwards. However, several energy blasts hurtled toward him. As he beheld the incoming projectiles, Trunks swiftly swung his sword. The air erupted with explosions, flames engulfing the sky. Amidst the chaos, Dark Man surged through the fire, launching another energy blast with unparalleled speed. Trunks found himself unable to evade, raising his sword to meet the attack. The impact was thunderous, propelling Trunks violently to the ground. Witnessing this from within the building, Xiao could no longer remain passive. She dashed outside. "Trunks!" Trunks shouted urgently, "Stay back. You must flee." Ignoring his pleas, Xiao rushed to his side, exclaiming, "What are you saying? I will draw him away. It is you who must survive." With that, she thrust the fuel into Trunks' hands, then rose, brandishing her gun and firing relentlessly into the shadows. The dark figure moved swiftly through the air, evading the bullets with ease. At that moment, a powerful energy blast surged forth, engulfing her in a terrifying embrace. Boom! The sound of a catastrophic explosion echoed, flames engulfing the surroundings. She was hurled backward, crashing into a nearby building, her fate uncertain. Enraged, Trunks rushed forward, cradling her lifeless form in his arms, his face a mask of fury. Just then, the dark figure descended slowly nearby. Trunks roared, "You bastard!" The dark figure finally revealed his true identity, bearing an uncanny resemblance to Sun Wukong. If Wang Teng were present, he would undoubtedly call out the name, Black Wukong. Black Wukong chuckled, "The time has come. Today marks the end of your breath, Saiyan." Trunks glared fiercely. Black Wukong continued, "Bid farewell to this world, Saiyan." Trunks surveyed his surroundings, formulating a plan. The structures had not been completely obliterated. The enemy likely remained oblivious to the time machine. Perhaps he could activate it successfully. Very well. Observing Trunks' unwavering resolve, Black Wukong mocked, "Do you think you can oppose me? Knowing you cannot win, yet stubbornly resisting. Saiyans truly are fools." The two locked eyes from afar. Black Wukong added, "Do not worry. I will soon reunite you with that girl. For the foolish, death is a mercy." Trunks could no longer contain his rage, a low growl erupting from his throat. A golden aura erupted around him, a powerful energy surging forth. Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan. "You bastard! How dare you kill her?" Enveloped in golden flames, he set her down and charged forward in fury. His speed surged as he delivered a powerful punch to Black Wukong's abdomen, seizing the momentum. Trunks followed up with a swift kick, but Black Wukong effortlessly blocked it with his arm. In the next instant, Trunks unleashed a flurry of attacks. Yet all were easily deflected. Bam! Trunks was sent flying. Whoosh! Black Wukong vanished from sight, reappearing before Trunks in an instant, delivering a crushing kick that sent him reeling. Acid and bile erupted from Trunks' mouth as he staggered backward, leaving a long trail etched into the ground. Black Goku offered Trunks no respite, relentlessly launching another assault. Observing the dire situation, Trunks swiftly defended himself, and in an instant, the two warriors were locked in fierce combat. The sound of explosive clashes echoed as the white sonic shockwaves expanded outward, signifying the escalating intensity of their battle. At that moment, Black Goku seized an opportunity during Trunks' counterattack, delivering a powerful kick that sent Trunks crashing into the wall of a nearby building. With thunderous force, Black Goku unleashed several more strikes, driving Trunks deep into the structure. The ground trembled as the chaos unfolded. Black Goku retreated swiftly, his hands aglow as countless energy blasts erupted forth. The resulting explosions reverberated through the air, engulfing the vicinity in a thick cloud of smoke, causing the very earth to shake. As the dust began to settle, Trunks found himself kneeling on the ground, utterly disheveled. Chapter 67. Returning to the past suspended in the air, Black Goku chuckled. "Is this how it ends? For a proud warrior race, this is rather pathetic." Trunks glared at him, seething with anger. In the next moment, Black Goku conjured another golden energy sphere in his hand, declaring, "Let it be your end." Trunks stumbled back, falling to the ground, his palm fortuitously landing on a fallen sword. With a furious shout, Black Goku prepared to hurl the golden energy blast. Yet, as Trunks grasped the sword, he flung it towards Black Goku. The blade zipped through the air with astonishing speed, catching Black Goku off guard. The sword collided with the energy sphere he had formed, resulting in a tremendous explosion that lit up the sky, sending flames and debris scattering. In a swift motion, the sword spiraled back into Trunks' hand, and without hesitation, he sheathed it with fluid grace. With a fierce cry, he proclaimed, "Perish!" as he unleashed the golden energy blast from his palms. Black Goku, unable to evade in time, crossed his arms defensively before the blast engulfed him entirely. Clouds of smoke billowed as the ground continued to tremble. As the haze dissipated, it became evident that Black Goku emerged unscathed, gritting his teeth in frustration as he scanned the area. "Damn it, where did he go?" he muttered, only to find that Trunks had vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Trunks had swiftly arrived at the Capsule Corporation, standing before the time machine. He inserted the blue energy capsule, which immediately illuminated the machine with a brilliant blue glow. Clenching his teeth, Trunks leaped into the time machine, ready to embark on a new journey. He deftly manipulated the controls on the time machine's panel, and soon it began to emit a thunderous roar, a white mist swirling at its base. The time machine gradually powered up. Meanwhile, the dark version of Goku hovered in the air, bellowing, trying to hide. "Don't waste your efforts." A strange radiance enveloped him as he sought out Trunks' energy signature. Suddenly, he pivoted sharply and beheld the time machine suspended in the air, entirely cloaked in luminous white light. Within the confines of the time machine, Trunks murmured, "Dark being." Instantly, Dark Goku's hands shimmered with brilliance as a purplish-black energy sphere coalesced before him. "Don't think you can escape just by boarding that aircraft. It's over for you, Trunks." The purplish-black radiance flickered menacingly, and with a thunderous shout from Dark Goku, it was unleashed. The energy sphere sped towards the time machine occupied by Trunks. Whoosh! The time machine vanished from its position. Dark Goku exclaimed in astonishment. "What?" Boom! The energy sphere detonated in the city, flames erupting and thick smoke billowing into the sky. Dark Goku searched frantically for Trunks' presence. Where could he have fled? There! He immediately sensed Trunks' energy once more. However, to his astonishment, he discovered that the entire future world was devoid of Trunks' energy. It had vanished, completely disappeared. On Earth, Trunks was enjoying lunch with Pilaf and his companions when suddenly, a golden light pierced the sky, and a fierce wind began to whip around them. Trunks stood up in shock, gazing skyward. Whoosh! The time machine materialized abruptly in the air, and in the next instant, it crashed heavily onto the ground. Trunks dashed toward the time machine, wiping the dust from the window, only to find someone unconscious inside. "There is someone in there," Pilaf exclaimed, his voice tinged with alarm. "Be careful, it could be an alien." Trunks reassured them. "Don't panic, I can handle a mere alien." Xiao pointed at the time machine and said, "Trunks, look. It says Capsule Corporation on that machine." Trunks replied in amazement, "Is it really? Do we have such products at home? Quick, go fetch my mother." Hearing this, Pilaf urged, "Asu, run and get her." Moments later, Bulma arrived in a hurry. Trunks inquired, "Mom, do you recognize the person inside?" Bulma, standing below, asked, "Is it a boy with blue hair?" Trunks, floating above, nodded in affirmation, "Yes, that's right." Bulma gasped, "This is serious." With the combined efforts of the group, the unconscious individual was swiftly transported to her room. Bulma urged, "Hang in there. I'll call Vegeta right away." She immediately dashed towards another room. A stunned Ashu asked, "Why summon Vegeta?" Xiao exclaimed, "What connection does he have with Uncle Vegeta?" Pilaf's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be that he is an illegitimate child? The trio of Pilaf turned their gazes towards Trunks. Are the two of them siblings? Xiao looked at little Trunks, then glanced at big Trunks. They looked strikingly alike, almost identical. Trunks, as if struck by lightning, muttered, "No, it's impossible." Meanwhile, Bulma was rummaging through the room in search of a device to contact Whis. After considerable effort, she finally found the instrument. Bulma immediately spoke into it. "Whis, hello, Whis. Please pick up quickly." In the God of Destruction realm, Whis, along with Beerus and Vegeta, was enjoying a feast when suddenly the angel staff lit up. Whis promptly picked it up with a smile. "I'm here." Bulma's face instantly appeared on the angel staff. "Is that you, Whis?" Whis replied with a grin. "It seems my communication device has come in handy so soon. Is there more delicious food?" Bulma was taken aback. "What?" Whis continued unabated. "Thank you for your kindness. However, we just finished our meal." Bulma, anxious, said, "I have something urgent. Hurry and call Vegeta." Vegeta immediately responded, "What happened?" Beerus, thoroughly annoyed, yelled, "What a nuisance. Who told you to use that thing for such trivial communication?" Hearing this, Bulma retorted, "It's not trivial. It's an urgent matter." Subsequently, Bulma rushed into the room where Big Trunks was lying. She displayed his condition on the communicator. Trunks returned in this state. At that moment, Big Trunks wore a pained expression, and upon seeing this, Vegeta immediately shouted, "What?" Meanwhile, little Trunks became agitated, thinking, "Why does he also have the name Trunks?" Pilaf felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. The brothers actually have the same name. Trunks' face grew even darker. Just then, Bulma shouted at everyone, "All of you, be quiet." Vegeta, observing little Trunks' pained expression, began to feel anxious. Bulma asked, "Vegeta, do we have any Senzu beans?" "Oh no, not right now." Vegeta replied, "By the way, Bulma, have you tried contacting Kakarot? He must have Senzu beans beside them." Beerus chuckled, "Hey, Whis, this seems quite entertaining. Let us join in." Whis stroked his chin. "Good idea. We can have dinner while we're at it." Thus, Whis transformed with the two into a streak of light heading towards Earth. Bulma immediately called Gohan's house, briefly explaining the situation. Just after Gohan hung up the phone, a figure burst forth from the closed door. As Wang Teng stepped out of the backyard, Gohan exclaimed with delight, "Lord Wang Teng, you have emerged from your seclusion. What have you achieved?" A subtle smile graced Wang Teng's lips as he replied softly, "I have garnered some modest gains." However, the expression on his face revealed that his accomplishments were far from insignificant. Subsequently, Gohan relayed the news he received from Bulma. Wang Teng chuckled, "That sounds quite intriguing. Gohan, Goku, let us pay a visit." Chapter 68, Big Trunks and Little Trunks Whoosh. Wang Teng immediately sensed Trunks' energy and activated instant transmission, bringing the three of them to Bulma's residence in an instant. Upon the sudden arrival of the trio, Bulma was filled with joy, exclaiming, "Lord Wang Teng, Gohan. Goku is here too. How wonderful." Wang Teng approached slowly and observed the pained expression on Big Trunks' face. He swiftly flipped his hand, producing a Senzu bean. Upon his arrival on Earth, Wang Teng had collected a few Senzu beans from Korin Tower, which he had yet to utilize. Little did he know that today they would be put to good use for Big Trunks. In the future world, Black Goku hovered in the air, gritting his teeth with fury etched across his face. How could this be? That man's presence has suddenly vanished from this world. No matter, I shall find you. Black Goku's rage erupted, and dark purple energy surged around him, sending fierce winds spiraling downward. Back on Earth, Wang Teng tossed the Senzu bean to Bulma, who approached Trunks with a sorrowful expression. What could have happened to cause such injuries? She gently lifted Big Trunks' head. "Trunks, this is a Senzu bean. Quickly consume it." Little Trunks, witnessing his mother's deep concern for Big Trunks, began to question his own existence. After consuming the Senzu bean, Big Trunks slowly opened his eyes. Bulma asked anxiously, "Are you all right?" Goku stepped closer, encouraging, "Trunks, hang in there." Meanwhile, Wang Teng stood with his arms crossed, patiently awaiting Trunks' recovery. Suddenly, upon opening his eyes, Big Trunks' gaze fell upon Goku, instantly recalling the horrors of Black Goku murdering his mother and his beloved Mai, igniting a blaze of fury within him. With a sudden surge of energy, Big Trunks lunged forward, throwing a punch at Goku. Quick on his feet, Goku seized Trunks' wrist. A powerful gust of wind emanating from their clash, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Big Trunks shouted, "You bastard." Goku, equally astonished by Trunks' fierce demeanor, was at a loss for what had transpired. With an innocent expression, he replied, "What's the matter, Trunks?" "It's me." Big Trunks yelled, "You bastard." At that moment, Bulma delivered a sharp slap across Big Trunks' face, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" The impact jolted him back to reality. "It's Uncle Goku. Are you truly the living Uncle Wukong? Did you not perish alongside Shiro?" Wukong chuckled, stroking his head. "Well, a great many events transpired thereafter. I have returned to life." At that moment, a radiant light flashed. Whis, Beerus, and Vegeta had arrived. Vegeta swiftly dashed in, relieved to see Trunks unharmed. Whis and Beerus approached to pay their respects to Wang Teng. Wang Teng nodded and said, "Now that you are all here, let us listen to the tale of this young man." All eyes turned toward Trunks. He remained fixated on Uncle Wukong. "Uncle Wukong." He bowed deeply. "I apologize for my sudden attack earlier." Wukong laughed. "You startled me. It has been quite some time since we last met." Bulma spoke solemnly. "Trunks, what is happening?" Big Trunks turned to her mom. Upon hearing Big Trunks call her mom, Little Trunks immediately felt distraught. The trio of Pilaf huddled together, whispering, "This is bad. This is truly serious." Big Trunks trembled as he approached Bulma, kneeling before her. "Mom." Bulma gently inquired, "What is it, Trunks? What has happened?" Beerus, leaning beside Little Trunks, remarked, "Hey, kid. Your name seems to be Trunks as well." Little Trunks nodded. "Ah." Whis stroked his chin. "Ah, I see. Time has been tampered with." Beerus was taken aback. "What?" Big Trunks murmured as he knelt before Bulma. "I have finally arrived." I have come to the past. Mom, Bulma softly urged, have you calmed down? Big Trunks stood, declaring, I am fine now. He turned to Vegeta, Dad. The trio of Pilaf huddled together again, whispering. He called him Dad. Little Wu remarked, I sense a complicated aroma. Ashu added, indeed, a love child? Pilaf laughed. We must unveil this secret. The three of them wore smiles. Pilaf boldly called out, hey, you adults. Look how uneasy this young master is. He pointed at little Trunks. This young master is called Trunks. And this fellow is also named Trunks. Both Trunks call their parents Mom and Dad. The child is utterly confused. Bulma silenced them with a punch. Enough noise. Both are Mayan Vegeta's children. What of it? The trio of Pilaf stared in astonishment. Huh? Bulma then patted Big Trunks. This child is from the future. She pointed at little Trunks. Beerus remarked, just as I suspected. Little Trunks gazed in astonishment at future Trunks and murmured, is this person truly my future self? Future Trunks replied, please take care of me. Upon hearing this, little Trunks softly echoed, please take care of me. At that moment, Wang Teng strode towards the courtyard, setting his sights on the colossal time machine. The others followed suit into the yard. Whis looked at the time machine and solemnly remarked, one astonishing revelation after another. Beerus expressed his surprise, I never imagined there would actually be a time machine. Whis continued, I had thought it impossible for humanity to create such a device. Wang Teng hastened forward, scrutinizing the time machine with keen interest. Time had always been a force wielded solely by angels. It was astonishing that Bulma had utilized advanced technology to construct a machine capable of distorting time. Then, Wang Teng spoke, Bulma, you truly are a genius. Bulma smiled. Have you begun to see me in a new light? In response, Wang Teng gravely stated, this is indeed remarkable. Traversing through time, manipulating time. However, this is a grave offense. Do you understand? Both Bulma and future Trunks were taken aback. Whis, standing in the background, nodded in agreement, clearly endorsing Wang Teng's words. In the future world, Black Goku was relentlessly searching the entire planet. What is going on? I've scoured this planet. Yet, he still could not sense Trunks' energy. Trunks, where are you? Enraged, Black Goku unleashed a torrent of energy blasts from his hands. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying explosions erupted throughout the dilapidated city. Instantly, the already ravaged city was engulfed in flames. Suddenly, Black Goku recalled that Trunks had vanished in an instant. In that fleeting moment, he had simply disappeared. Pointing his finger, he pondered, could it be the time ring? On Earth, Whis reiterated, although Lord Wang Teng has already mentioned it, I shall say it once more. Manipulating time and traversing between the past and future is a grave crime. Time must flow in one direction only. If it were to reverse and alter the past, even the act of plucking a single flower could profoundly impact future history, change cities, and bring about monumental shifts in civilization. Ultimately, it could even lead to the obliteration of a planet from the cosmos. Chapter 69, Vegeta, where has your pride gone? Upon hearing the seriousness of Whis' statement, Bulma cast another glance at Wang Teng and softly remarked, I understand this is a significant matter. However, Whis continued, thus, even the gods are strictly forbidden from tampering with time lightly. Wang Teng nodded, affirming, you are absolutely correct. Future Trunks murmured, gods? Little Trunks explained. These three hail from the realm of the gods. Future Trunks was taken aback. Suddenly, Beerus interjected, even if you were to face annihilation, you would have no grounds for complaint. Future Trunks was stunned. Annihilation? Bulma exclaimed, what kind of joke is this? The time machine is of my own design, yet it is not the present version of myself. Beerus chuckled, there is no distinction. Bulma's face immediately flushed with anger as she exclaimed, there is indeed a difference. To everyone's astonishment, Trunks fell to his knees before Whis. No, please wait a moment, esteemed deity. Whis gestured towards Beerus and King Kai, saying, these two are the true gods. I am merely a humble attendant. Bulma hurriedly approached and whispered, Trunks, they are not just deities, but the angel and the god of destruction. Trunks, in earnest, knelt on the ground and proclaimed, esteemed angel, esteemed god of destruction, my mother is not at fault. If punishment is to be meted out, let it fall upon me. Goku interjected, pleading, I beseech you, Lord King Kai, Lord Beerus, please show mercy. Whis gently inquired, what is your perspective on this, Lord King Kai? Upon hearing this, King Kai glanced at Trunks and softly remarked, in light of Trunks' filial piety, I shall overlook this transgression this time, but let it be known, there shall be no second chances. Hearing King Kai's words, Beerus hesitated, struggling to contain his retort. At that moment, Piccolo and Krillin were busy harvesting vegetables at Goku's home, sitting atop a crate, wiping their brows. Krillin quietly mused. This reminds me of our training under Master Roshi. Just then, Chi-Chi flew in with Goten. Hey, this is serious. Something big has happened. Piccolo froze. Is Gohan in trouble? Chi-Chi landed on another crate and shook her head. Goten exclaimed, "The time machine has arrived." Krillin gasped, "Are you referring to the time machine?" Piccolo murmured, "Oh, is it Trunks?" Chi-Chi quickly added, "It's quite lively at Capsule Corp. I heard Goku and Vegeta have gone there." Piccolo immediately realized that something must have gone awry in the future, exclaiming, "Something must have transpired there." Krillin suggested to Piccolo, "We should go take a look." Piccolo nodded in agreement, and the two ascended into the sky. "We'll be back shortly." A surge of white energy erupted from them as they vanished from sight. Goten also shot into the sky, calling out, "Wait for me." Chi-Chi, quick on her feet, jumped and caught Goten, saying, "No, you can't go. You need to stay home and study." Goten, with a pained expression, replied, "But this might be crucial for Earth." In response, Chi-Chi firmly stated, "The upcoming exam is far more important than Earth." At Capsule Corp, everyone sat opposite Trunks. King Kai inquired, "What has transpired in the future?" Vegeta speculated, "Could it be Majin Buu?" Trunks, with a serious expression, replied, "No." While Majin Buu's emergence was a fierce battle, I followed the Supreme Kai's orders and ultimately defeated Dabura and Babidi, preventing Majin Buu's arrival. However, a far more terrifying enemy subsequently emerged. Goku, intrigued, asked, "What kind of enemy?" Date once again rose to bow and apologized to Wukong, saying, "I sincerely apologize for my earlier actions. I should not have suddenly attacked Uncle Wukong." Wukong waved his hand dismissively, replying, "It's fine, don't dwell on it." Date raised his head and remarked, "I mistakenly believed that I could not return to the past, that he stood right before me." Wukong was taken aback, asking, "Are you referring to Vegeta?" With a grave expression, inquired, "What is the matter?" Date responded, "He claims to be Son Wukong." Vegeta's countenance changed instantly as he exclaimed, "What?" A bead of cold sweat trickled down Wukong's forehead as he pondered, "Is it me?" At this, Wang Teng's mind immediately conjured the image of the cold, black-clad Wukong. Confirming his suspicion, Whis and Beerus turned their attention towards Trunks. Vegeta pointed at Wukong and stated, "Are you saying the enemy, who bears a striking resemblance to this fellow, calls himself Son Wukong?" Date nodded affirmatively, "Indeed." Wukong's expression turned comical, astonished that such a thing could occur. Date continued, "We refer to the man in black as Black Wukong." Wukong, momentarily stunned, remarked, "That's outrageous. He seems even more stylish than I." Just then, Bulma approached, commenting, "That name is rather cliché." Date, looking exasperated, replied, "But it was named by the mother from the future." Bulma's face flushed with embarrassment as she laughed. "It is me, yet not quite." Date went on, "When that fellow appeared on Earth, he proclaimed that for the sake of justice, he would annihilate all Earthlings. He claimed to have already destroyed several planets and their inhabitants. Subsequently, after a year of battle, there were almost no survivors left on Earth. My mother. Before I came to this era." Upon hearing this, Bulma shouted, "Did I die?" Date, with a sorrowful expression, nodded. Vegeta, in anger, rebuked, "So you shamelessly fled to this era?" Date gasped, "Father." Wukong quickly intervened, "Let us not speak like that, Vegeta." However, Vegeta ignored him, pointing at Son Wukong and retorting, "You be quiet." The proud Saiyan had indeed turned his back on the enemy to escape to this place. In response to Vegeta's accusations, Date passionately protested, "That is not the case." Vegeta, indignant, shot back, "Do not make excuses." At that moment, Bulma presented her future notebook before Vegeta, stating, "Do not misunderstand, Vegeta. The answers are all written here. My future self left a message." Upon seeing Bulma, Vegeta immediately softened. Bulma opened the notebook for everyone, saying, "My future self wrote that in this era, we should replenish fuel and organize the machinery. Then, we can return to the future together." Vegeta, brimming with excitement, declared, "So I am to tidy up the future Kakarot." To which Wukong, looking helpless, replied, "That's not me. He just resembles me." Suddenly, Wang Teng stood up and said, "That sounds quite intriguing. I shall join in the fun." Vegeta was momentarily taken aback and anxiously exclaimed, "Lord Wang Teng, you must not intervene. Allow me to handle the defeat of Kakarot." At that moment, Bulma joyfully raised her fist, declaring, "Then it is settled. Let us soar into the future and exact my vengeance." The faces of the crowd lit up with smiles, clearly resolved to embark on this journey. During the time Bulma prepared the fuel, Wang Teng summoned Trunks to a clearing. "Trunks, let me witness your strength. If you're too weak, you cannot safeguard the future world." Gohan immediately chuckled with delight. "How splendid. Lord Wang Teng intends to train Trunks." A smile also appeared on Vegeta's face, evidently filled with anticipation. Goku, with a resigned smile, remarked, "I wish to spar with Lord Wang Teng as well." Wang Teng and Trunks stood across from each other in the clearing, exchanging determined gazes. "Make your move, Trunks." Trunks's eyes suddenly sharpened. "I understand now. Huh. A deep roar erupted from Trunks' throat, and golden energy flames instantly surged forth, an overwhelming power erupting from him. As Trunks shouted, his energy grew increasingly formidable, with lightning crackling amidst the golden flames. He pushed his energy to its zenith, transforming into a Super Saiyan 2. Chapter 70. The test. Observing Trunks' transformation into Super Saiyan 2, Wang Teng's expression remained unchanged. The transformation caused the very earth to tremble, with nearby cities experiencing fierce storms. Bulma gazed at the two in the sky, murmuring, "This is not good. Please do not take this too seriously." She then produced a remote control and pressed a button, causing a green beam of light to shoot from the roof of Capsule Corporation, enveloping the two in a protective green net. "Now you can unleash your full potential." Bulma smiled. "All right, proceed. Do not disappoint me." Des exclaimed. "Yes." Little Trunks encouraged. "Go for it, future me." Trunks charged toward Wang Teng, launching a flurry of rapid punches. Wang Teng closed his eyes, his body swaying from side to side. Remarkably, Trunks' astonishing speed failed to land a single blow on Wang Teng. The fierce gust of wind rushed downward, only to vanish without a trace upon contact with the protective shield. Little Trunks exclaimed in astonishment. "What? After so many attempts? Not a single hit." Trunks then unleashed another punch. With a swift motion, Wang Teng effortlessly blocked Trunks' fist and chuckled. "Is this all the power you possess, Trunks? No wonder you cannot protect the future world." Trunks retracted his fist, his face filled with despondency. "In confronting Black Goku, I found my attacks utterly ineffective. Am I truly this powerless?" Gazing at the despondent Trunks, Wang Teng spoke gently. "You are a Saiyan. Muster your spirit." With those words, a flicker of confidence returned to Trunks' face as he grasped the sword strapped to his back. "If that is the case, I shall unleash my full power." Wang Teng nodded in approval. Trunks drew his sword, and a fierce aura surged forth. He leapt high into the air, aiming a thrust at Wang Teng. The surrounding protective barrier buckled under the strain and shattered. Bulma's remote control sparked violently in her hand. Beerus chuckled as he observed the scene unfolding above. That boy has some skill. Yet, can he truly defeat that dark figure? Vegeta and Goku watched in astonishment as Wang Teng simply extended a finger to block Trunks' formidable strike. Trunks pressed down with all his might, but to no avail. A tempest of turmoil surged within him. He had poured all his strength into that attack, yet it was effortlessly halted by a mere finger. A smirk played on Wang Teng's lips as he exerted a slight pressure. Bang! Trunks was immediately sent flying. Whoosh! In an instant, Wang Teng appeared above Trunks once more, extending his finger with a gentle push. Trunks felt an overwhelming force bearing down upon him. "Ah!" He cried out in anguish as he plummeted downward. Boom! He crashed heavily into the ground. Wang Teng descended slowly from the air, observing as Trunks reverted to his ordinary self, struggling to rise from the deep crater. Turning away, Wang Teng's voice drifted back. "Gohan, it is now your responsibility to train Trunks. Take him to the hyperbolic time chamber." Whoosh! Wang Teng vanished from sight. Bulma and the others rushed over. Trunks. After a brief moment of rest, Trunks gradually stood upright. This divine being is truly formidable. His strength far surpasses that of the dark entity. Vegeta snorted dismissively, leaning against a nearby pillar. Gohan quickly helped Trunks to his feet. Tears welled in Trunks' eyes as he exclaimed, "Master Gohan." Gohan paused, then recalled that the future Trunks' strength was cultivated by his future self. He murmured, "Let me continue training Trunks, just as my future self did." At that moment, Krillin descended from the sky. "Long time no see, Trunks." Trunks responded excitedly, "Uncle Piccolo, Uncle Krillin." Krillin extended his right hand, greeting, "Hey, how have you been?" Piccolo, direct as ever, inquired, "Trunks, has something happened in the future?" Trunks' expression shifted immediately. Indeed, at that moment, a brilliant golden lightning flashed across the sky. Beerus and Whis gazed up in astonishment. Suddenly, a dark silhouette materialized in the air. Black Goku appeared before them, murmuring, "Where is this place?" Trunks exclaimed, "The Dark One." Black Goku looked down and said, "Trunks is actually here." Then he spotted Goku and chuckled, "Isn't that Son Goku?" Goku stepped forward and questioned, "Are you the Dark One?" The lightning behind Black Goku gradually dissipated, and he glanced at the ring adorning his hand, saying, "I see now. I have traversed time." Bulma, gazing at Black Goku in the sky, remarked in astonishment, "He looks exactly the same. But Lord Beerus just left." Krillin looked up and asked, "Who is that guy?" Trunks' face was already filled with rage. Suddenly, Whis interjected, "Lord Beerus, please look at that man's right hand." Beerus glanced at the ring on Black Goku's hand. Indeed, it was. Black Goku surveyed his surroundings, first noticing Vegeta, then the two individuals behind him, exclaiming, "Even the god of destruction Beerus is here." Trunks shouted, "Hey, How did you get here? A sinister smile spread across Black Goku's face as he replied, "It seems I followed the time-traveling path you created to arrive here. You must have summoned me to kill you, right?" Trunks seethed. "What?" He raised his hand, ready to strike. At that moment, Vegeta's voice rang out. "Stop. You cannot defeat him now." In the next instant, Goku soared into the sky. "I won't hold back." Goku positioned himself opposite Black Goku, smiling. "You truly are my exact double." Black Goku reciprocated the smile. "I have long admired your reputation, Son Goku." As the impending battle loomed in the air, Gohan hastily retrieved the communicator that Lord Beerus had given him, attempting to reach out. However, after a considerable wait, there was no response. In truth, Lord Beerus had suddenly had a revelation regarding the Ultra Instinct during the earlier battle and had returned to Gohan's home to enter seclusion. Once he emerged, he would undoubtedly see Gohan's message and rush over. Goku, still looking at Black Goku, said, "Though I do not know who you are. Let us set that aside for now. I have heard you are quite formidable. Allow me to test my skills." Everyone's eyes were fixed intently on the sky. Black Goku replied, "It is an honor. I, too, have been eager to spar with this body." Hearing this, Goku exclaimed in surprise, "Huh? What is going on?" Black Goku replied with a grin, "You need not know." In that instant, a golden energy sphere swiftly coalesced in Black Goku's palm. Whoosh! The golden energy sphere shot towards Son Goku at an incredible speed. Wukong's expression changed in shock as he swiftly crossed his arms over his chest. In an instant, the two forces collided. The golden energy sphere unleashed an astonishing pressure, forcing Wukong to retreat. A trail of dust and smoke formed in the air. Chapter 71, Wukong vs. Black Wukong. The golden energy sphere continued to push Wukong backward. The overwhelming sense of oppression rendered him unable to escape. Boom! Wukong was hurled directly into a massive mountain by the golden energy sphere. A thunderous explosion followed. Black Wukong swiftly darted towards the source of the explosion. Looking to the sky, Piccolo inquired, "Who is that guy?" In response, Bulma replied, "He is my enemy." Taken aback, Piccolo exclaimed, "An enemy?" The group then pursued the direction in which the foe had fled. Beerus murmured, "Son Wukong fighting against Son Wukong? This is becoming increasingly amusing. Yet, I did not anticipate that Lord Wang Teng would actually depart." Black Wukong halted beside the mountain, where the center of the explosion was now shrouded in dust and debris. As the haze dissipated, Wukong was seen painfully embedded in the mountainside. Soon after, he raised his head nonchalantly, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, and flew to confront Black Wukong. Wukong declared, "Your power must extend far beyond this level." It was astonishing that their earlier encounter was merely a test of each other's abilities. Black Wukong smirked. "What a delight to receive such an evaluation from you." Wukong smiled slightly. Then with a sudden burst of energy, the golden aura surged, and silver lightning crackled within the flames. A terrifying force erupted forth. Son Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Observing Wukong's transformation, Black Wukong murmured, "So, it's Super Saiyan." Wukong grinned and charged towards Black Wukong, exclaiming, "Now it's my turn." Undaunted by Wukong's rapid approach, Black Wukong met him head-on. Bang, bang, bang. The two engaged in fierce combat, their rapid punches colliding relentlessly. The sky echoed with sonic booms. Seizing an opening while Wukong was off guard, Black Wukong struck his thigh, causing Wukong to lose his balance. Recognizing the opportunity, Black Wukong launched a powerful punch. However, Wukong reacted swiftly, clamping his legs around Black Wukong's fist, and with both hands clenched, delivered a heavy blow to Black Wukong. Whoosh! Black Wukong plummeted downward. Wukong's hands glimmered with brilliant light. The prince's combat technique whistled through the air. Whoosh! 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 Countless energy spheres were unleashed in an instant. Just as Black Wukong regained his footing, the energy spheres arrived. Boom! 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 The resounding explosions echoed forth. Suddenly, flames soared into the sky, and thick smoke enveloped the area. A colossal pit emerged on the ground. Piccolo and the others gradually arrived at the battlefield, gazing at the smoke billowing from the pit. In the next moment, a jet of dark energy shot upward, dispersing the smoke instantly. Black Goku appeared unscathed in the center of the pit. Goku looked at the emerging Black Goku, a faint smile gracing his face. Below, Black Goku burst into laughter. Remarkable. Is this the power of the Super Saiyan Son Goku? Goku floated in the air, chuckling. You and I are truly alike. We both get excited when facing a formidable opponent. In the next instant, Black Goku unleashed a tremendous surge of energy, his dark aura soaring into the sky. Cloaked in a black-purple glow, his power surged significantly. Observing this, Son Goku's eyes brightened. His aura has indeed intensified. With the black-purple energy enveloping him, Black Goku ascended slowly. Allow me to witness the might of the strongest warrior from the fighting race. In the next moment, Black Goku charged rapidly towards Goku. Fierce punches relentlessly rained down upon Goku, who was left to defend passively. The sound of their fists colliding echoed through the air, creating ripples of energy. Black Goku's punches grew increasingly swift, and unexpectedly, Goku was struck hard in the abdomen. Following that, another kick landed on him, sending Goku flying away. Black Goku raised his right hand, and energy blasts began to rain down towards Goku. Swiftly, Goku adjusted his body, maneuvering through the air to evade the energy blasts. Boom, boom, boom. The blast exploded from the sky down to the ground. Goku quickly spun on the ground before launching himself back into the air. Krillin, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, remarked that Black Goku's energy is continuously rising. Din murmured, "What's wrong with Uncle Goku? Why isn't he using his full strength?" Vegeta added, "It's his bad habit to not go all out from the start." Din gasped, "Bad habit?" Black Goku and Goku clashed once more, their battle intensifying. A fierce wind surged downward from the point of their collision. Their fists collided, their knees met. Locked in a fierce stalemate. Surprisingly, they were evenly matched. Both withdrew their fists, slowly separating, gazing at each other from a distance. Goku smiled, "What are you testing?" In response, Black Goku retorted angrily, "I was just about to ask you the same." Hearing Black Goku's words, Goku said, "I'm eager to see your full power." Black Goku laughed, "Don't be in such a hurry. Let us take our time and enjoy this." Whis murmured, "This dark figure is indeed formidable." Hearing this, Beerus nodded and remarked, "He resembles Son Goku, yet he is not Son Goku. I sense a strange aura emanating from that dark figure." As Wukong hovered in the air, he declared, "It appears I must exert myself to compel you to unleash your full power. Come forth." With a sudden surge of energy, he charged towards Black Wukong, launching a relentless barrage of attacks, each punch growing increasingly rapid. Several blows landed forcefully upon Black Wukong's form. In an instant, Black Wukong seized Wukong's fist, and a dark aura erupted from him, flinging Wukong away with tremendous force. Wukong crashed heavily into a colossal mountain. Boom! The ground trembled violently, clouds of dust billowing forth. At that moment, Black Wukong unleashed a torrent of purple lightning from the sky, as white shockwaves radiated outward. He felt as though his very being was being torn back. Just then, Wukong surged forward, delivering a powerful kick that struck Black Wukong squarely. Black Wukong was sent hurtling backward, skidding for several meters before regaining his footing. Wukong approached slowly, while Black Wukong clutched his chest, howling in anguish. Suddenly, he lifted his head and laughed. "Wonderful. This pain will only make me stronger." Wukong, taken aback, remarked, "You truly make me uncomfortable." Black Wukong erupted with energy, a sinister aura rising dramatically, his power escalating once more. Krillin exclaimed, "That guy's strength has increased again." Ah! Black Wukong swiftly gathered a golden energy sphere in his right hand, significantly larger than before. Whoosh! As the sphere shot forth, astonishment filled the onlookers' gazes. In response to the approaching energy sphere, Wukong extended his hands and pushed against it. Ah! With a mighty roar, he enveloped himself in a dazzling golden aura, propelling the sphere skyward. However, as Wukong diverted his gaze from the golden sphere, Black Wukong was already at his side, delivering a swift, crushing kick. Ah! Wukong cried out in agony as he plummeted downward. Boom! He crashed into the ground, a thick cloud of dust instantly enveloping the space. An overwhelming shockwave rushed outward. Young Trunks shielded Bulma from the oncoming gusts of energy, while the time machine on the ground was toppled by the fierce winds. "The time machine!" exclaimed Big Trunks. Hearing this, Black Wukong's expression shifted dramatically. He glanced at Big Trunks and then turned his gaze toward the time machine below. "The time machine? Is that it?" Chapter 72, Black Wukong. "As long as I comprehend him, I can grow stronger." Finally, amidst Trunks' cries, Black Wukong discerned the time machine. Understanding how Trunks had returned to the past, he gazed at the time machine below, murmuring, "Is that what transported you here?" At that moment, a tremendous roar erupted as Wukong, enveloped in golden flames, shot forth from the deep pit. "You have become distracted." A powerful punch struck Black Goku squarely in the abdomen. Instantly, he was overwhelmed by an excruciating pain that radiated throughout his body, causing him to expel the contents of his stomach. Seizing the moment, Goku bellowed and launched a fierce counterattack. Observing this, Black Goku rapidly gathered his energy, and a dark aura surged forth. In response to the formidable punch from his opponent, he too thrust his fist forward. The two immense forces collided with a thunderous crash. A terrifying wave of energy immediately radiated outward. Both warriors poured their strength into their fists, their shouts resonating in the air, their fists locked in a stalemate, each exerting a terrifying force against the other. At that moment, the time ring on Black Goku's hand emitted a blinding light. A black hole materialized behind him, and in the next instant, he was drawn into its grasp. Goku, having absorbed the power of the Super Saiyan, murmured, "Hey, what's wrong with you?" Black Goku summoned all his strength, struggling against the overwhelming pull of the black hole, which caused his body to tremble in its presence. Astonished, Black Goku exclaimed, "This must be the distorted time and space attempting to revert to its original state." Just then, he glanced at the time machine, gritting his teeth as a surge of energy enveloped his hands, rapidly forming a golden energy sphere. The sphere shot forth, and an eerie smile crept across Black Goku's face. The onlookers gasped in alarm. "This is bad." In that instant, a figure burst onto the scene, Wang Teng. He gazed at the suddenly manifested energy sphere and extended his right hand, effortlessly deflecting it into the air. The sphere soared skyward. Boom. The sound of an astounding explosion echoed. At last, Black Goku could no longer withstand the force and was consumed by the black hole. The sky returned to its normal state. Looking at the newly arrived figure, Goku exclaimed joyfully, "Wonderful, it's Lord Wang Teng." Piccolo stared at the spot where Black Goku had vanished, stating, "He's gone. That guy has completely disappeared." Whis narrowed his eyes, observing, he did not vanish of his own accord. This is likely a reaction of the time ring to the temporal distortion caused by the time machine's traversal, pulling the dark entity into this era. However, the distortion, much like a wound striving to heal, attempts to restore itself. Consequently, the time ring forcibly pulled the dark entity back to its original timeline, as if time itself had reset. In the future world, Black Goku reappeared in the sky. He gazed around at the familiar surroundings, murmuring, "So, I have returned." Feeling the pain in his chest, a mad grin suddenly spread across his face. Yet, the overwhelming agony caused him to lose control of his body, and he slowly descended from the sky, crashing to the ground. Clutching his chest, he lay on the ground, wailing in despair, before murmuring, "Son Goku, this is the power of Super Saiyan Goku. I have successfully inscribed his combat style into my very being, which should render my strength impeccable." He gazed at the vanishing black hole in the sky. "I can never return to that era." Subsequently, Black Goku rose to his feet, slowly ascending into the air, his face contorted with rage. "Just a hair's breadth away. Who was that last figure that interrupted my plan to destroy the time machine? Soon, Trunks will return here once more. How infuriating." Earth. Trunks descended gently, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you so much, Master Deity." Wang Teng chuckled. It was merely a matter of convenience. He surveyed his surroundings and realized that Black Goku had vanished without a trace. "Am I too late? Did that scoundrel Black Goku escape?" Goku suddenly inquired. "Trunks, how did that fellow perform compared to your encounters in the future?" Reflecting on his future battles, Trunks recalled how he had been utterly powerless against Black Goku. In the future, he seemed even stronger. Goku exclaimed, "Not much, just a little?" At this, Trunks nodded. A smile immediately spread across Goku's face. Just then, Vegeta's voice resonated. "Then you can rest assured. Kakarot's true fighting prowess is far beyond this. By the way, I am the same." Trunks' face was filled with astonishment. At that moment, Piccolo suddenly remarked, "The dark figure's aura intensified while battling you." Upon hearing this, Goku replied earnestly, "Ah, it feels profoundly unfathomable." Wang Teng slowly approached. Whis and Beerus promptly bowed to him. He nodded gently and said, "Beerus, Whis, did you notice the ring that shimmered on the dark figure's finger as he vanished? That does not seem like something a mere human could possess." Trunks exclaimed, "What?" Upon hearing Wang Teng's inquiry, Whis respectfully responded, "Lord Wang Teng, that is known as the Time Ring, a ring only the Kaioshin can wield." Everyone gasped. "Time Ring?" Piccolo was astonished. "That dark figure is a Kaioshin?" Beerus pondered for a moment and replied, "Not quite. There is no Kaioshin who resembles Goku." Wang Teng cast a glance at Whis. Whis continued, "It is commonly believed that the Time Ring can only be used to travel to the future or return from the future to the present. It cannot be used to go back to an earlier past, and even in the realm of the gods, returning to the past is strictly forbidden." Goku scratched his head, looking perplexed. The future, the past, the present, all of this is confusing. Trunks asked, "So, if one possesses that ring, can they return to the future?" Wang Teng's calm voice replied, "Only the Kaioshin can utilize the time ring. Furthermore, moving against the flow of time yields severe consequences. It is inconceivable for humanity to be granted such liberties." Trunks murmured, "I am truly sorry." Goku, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "That dark figure possesses a time ring. Could he possibly return?" In response, Whis remarked, "Who can say? It appears that traversing time is not his intention." Goku, his eyes filled with disappointment, replied, "Then we must await Bulma's creation of fuel, so we can journey to the future and confront him." In the future realm, Black Goku incessantly reflected upon his battle with Goku. The memories of their clash were indelibly etched into his body and soul. His physique began to adapt to Son Goku's fighting style, and in an instant, a wave of energy erupted forth, obliterating a nearby building into mere rubble. Clenching his fists, Black Goku murmured, "These movements are in perfect harmony with my body. Is this what it means to be Son Goku?" Soon after, a more potent golden energy sphere emerged from his palm. Whoosh! The energy sphere was swiftly propelled. Boom! An astonishing explosion resonated throughout the city. In an instant, flames soared into the sky, and the already dilapidated city was further ravaged, reduced to ruins. Floating in the air, Black Goku whispered, "I yearn to understand Son Goku even more. By comprehending him, I can become stronger." Chapter 73, Journey to the 10th Universe with Matters Resolved. Trunks accompanied Gohan to train in the hyperbolic time chamber. Meanwhile, King Vegeta, Beerus, Whis, and Goku were en route to the 10th Universe. Along the way, Goku excitedly asked, "Whis, is that individual truly from the 10th Universe?" "I can hardly contain my anticipation." Whis smiled and replied, from analyzing his energy, "He bears a striking resemblance to the beings of the 10th Universe." King Vegeta interjected coolly, "Let us hasten our journey." Under Whis' guidance, the group swiftly made their way to the realm of the god of destruction of the 10th Universe. After traversing a considerable distance, Goku trembled with excitement, exclaiming, "Oh, I can hardly wait. Lord Vegeta, who is that Zamasu?" King Vegeta shook his head and said, "Whis." Upon hearing this, Whis immediately responded, "Yes, this individual, indeed. He previously served as the Kai of the 10th Universe and was recognized for his prodigious combat abilities, currently being groomed to become the next god of destruction." Goku gasped in astonishment. Is this truly the case? Observing Goku's exuberance, Whis chuckled, "Indeed, without a doubt." Witnessing Goku's eagerness, King Vegeta felt a pang of exasperation. He understood that in the original narrative, Goku's combative nature led him to defeat Zamasu, which subsequently unraveled a series of calamities. In the realm of the god of destruction of the 10th Universe, Zamasu poured a cup of tea for Gaosu. "Please enjoy this tea." Gaosu inhaled its aroma and remarked, "It carries a subtle sweetness, fragrant and captivating. I shall not hold back." After taking a sip, Gaosu smiled. The tea brewed by a pure-hearted individual is clear in color and utterly delightful. Zamasu immediately responded with courtesy, "Thank you for the compliment, Lord Guas. There is something I have pondered for quite some time. I have been contemplating whether humanity is truly worthy of protection. Thus far, I have witnessed countless human endeavors, prosperity, conflicts, and demise, perpetually recurring. In my view, it is an exceedingly foolish endeavor." Guas replied nonchalantly, "Such is humanity." Zamasu abruptly rose, visibly agitated. "Is an existence that mindlessly repeats such folly truly deserving of protection? Perhaps it would be better for us to end this erroneous cycle." In response, Guas stated, "The duties of the Kaioshin and the King of Worlds are to create, not to intervene directly. You should be aware of this." Upon hearing this, Zamasu remained fervent. "Are you suggesting that I should stand by and watch humanity err without taking action?" Guas cast a glance at Zamasu and said, "It is not about being indifferent. Your role is to safeguard and nurture them. That is our duty. Only one being is permitted to intervene, and that is the god of destruction." Zamasu's expression shifted dramatically. Guas's tone suddenly grew stern. "Zamasu, listen closely. Know your position and strive to understand humanity better." Zamasu closed his eyes, seemingly ignoring Guas's words. Guas raised his voice slightly. "Zamasu." Reluctantly, Zamasu replied, "Yes." At that moment, a radiant streak of light appeared. Wang Teng and his companions arrived in the realm of the Kaioshin. Guas looked up in astonishment. Upon recognizing Wang Teng and Beerus, Guas and Zamasu immediately knelt. "We pay our respects to the esteemed inspector." Wang Teng nodded and said, "Greetings." Guas then turned to Beerus and remarked, "I apologize for the lack of proper welcome, Lord Beerus." Beerus nodded solemnly. Meanwhile, Whis greeted them with a smile. "It has been a while." After the formalities, Guas raised his head respectfully. "Inspector, this is my disciple Zamasu." Zamasu promptly lifted his head, exclaiming, "It is a great honor to meet you, my lord." At that moment, Goku dashed forward to Zamasu's side. Zamasu looked at the suddenly appearing Goku in astonishment. "A human?" Goku, brimming with excitement, declared, "You must be the brilliant Kaioshin they speak of." A look of anger immediately crossed Zamasu's face. "How did a human come here?" Was whispered to Wang Teng. "It seems this is his first encounter with Goku." Wang Teng nodded and said, "Goku, be respectful. Make a proper introduction." Goku straightened up comically and said, "I am Son Goku. A pleasure to meet you." On this auspicious day, the journey here was nothing. Guas gazed at Goku in astonishment. Son Goku. Wang Teng's voice resonated gently. Kaioshin, please rise. Gavas and Zama's dared to rise, respectfully standing to one side. Zama's, bending slightly, cast a furtive glance at the human who had audaciously entered the sacred realm, harboring deep-seated disdain within. Observing the keen interest both individuals had in Goku, was softly remarked. He resides on the verdant planet 874 of the 4032nd sector in the 7th universe. Beerus interjected, indeed, he is a Saiyan living on the culinary paradise known as Earth. Zama's muttered, a Saiyan? Who is this fellow? How could he be in the company of an overseer and a destroyer? In the next moment, Goku began to rummage through Zama's belongings. You seem quite skilled in the King Kai's realm. Zama's face flushed with anger as he retorted, do not touch me recklessly, human. Just as he raised his right hand, Gavas seized it. Cease this at once, Zama's. You must not be disrespectful before the overseer. At Gavas's admonition, Zama's regained his composure and stood respectfully to one side. Gavas immediately knelt again, saying, my apprentice lacks decorum. I humbly beseech the overseer for leniency. Wang Teng silently regarded Zama's, and the entire realm of Kai seemed to fall into a hush. Gavas was drenched in sweat, while Zama's kept his head bowed low, lost in thought. After a moment, Wang Teng donned a smile. Rise, Kai. I shall not hold this against you. Gavas, visibly relieved, stood up respectfully once more. Then, Gavas's voice resonated with reverence. Your Excellency, what are your commands during your esteemed visit? At that instant, Goku, seemingly oblivious, approached Zama's. How about a friendly match? I traveled great distances just for this. Upon hearing this, Zama's face darkened with fury. You, as a mere human, dare. Wang Teng swiftly extended his right hand, yanking Goku back, sending him flying. Let us not waste time on trivialities. Goku was hurled to the ground with a thud. Ouch. Your Excellency, please do not strike suddenly. He complained as he scrambled to his feet. Wang Teng replied coolly. Whis inclined his head slightly, replying yes. To be candid, someone has arrived on Earth in the 7th universe, wearing a time ring. Zama's murmured, a time ring? Whis continued, moreover, this individual is not a Kai. Shock washed over Gavas's face. How is that possible? Beerus intoned gravely, and what's more, this person's visage is strikingly similar to that of the one behind me. He gestured towards Goku. Gavas cast a surprised glance at Goku. Beerus pressed on. So, what clues do we have? Gavas, scratching his head, remarked, this matter is indeed perplexing. Upon hearing the response, Wang Teng spoke softly. Are the time rings still available here? Gavas respectfully replied, rest assured, esteemed inspector, I shall safeguard them with utmost diligence. Chapter 74. Training of Gohan. Hearing Gavas's assurance, Wang Teng smiled. Then let us see them. Gavas immediately gestured for him to follow, and his voice rang out respectfully. Please. Esteemed inspector, step into the temple. Wang Teng nodded in acknowledgement. Under the guidance of Gavas and Zama's, Wang Teng soon arrived at a grand edifice marked prominently with the character for boundary. Upon entering, he took a seat within the temple, awaiting Gavas to retrieve the time rings. Weiss remarked softly, Lord Wang Teng, it seems that Zama's is unaware of the existence of the time rings. Wang Teng nodded and replied, indeed, let us observe further. Before long, Gavas's voice echoed from afar. I apologize for the wait, my lord. He approached with a box in hand, Zama's trailing behind him. Gavas placed the box on the table, then opened it to reveal 5 rings, 1 white and 4 green. Please. My lord, behold them all. Wang Teng glanced at the rings and softly said, Beerus, Weiss, come take a look. The two advanced immediately. They are genuine. No doubt about it. They murmured. Upon hearing their affirmations, Gavas breathed a sigh of relief and smiled respectfully. Then I am at ease. However, he continued, yet, why would esteemed beings from the 7th universe come to our 10th universe? Weiss, with a glint in his eye, replied, we are also set to visit other universes. Gavas wiped the cold sweat from his brow and said, ah, I see. Nonetheless, it is an immense honor for me that you have come. Subsequently, Wang Teng departed the realm of the 10th universe with his companions. On the way back, he inquired, Weiss, have you discerned anything? To which Weiss softly responded, are you referring to that Zama's? Beerus and Goku appeared bewildered, completely unaware of any issues concerning Zama's. Wang Teng nodded and remarked that Zama's, as the apprentice Kaioshin of the 10th universe, carries an air of hostility, seemingly harboring great prejudice against humanity. At this juncture, Weiss stroked his chin thoughtfully for several moments. Are you suggesting that the dark figure is connected to Zama's? Observing Weiss's keen intellect, Wang Teng replied with a smile, precisely. Zama's is undoubtedly linked to the dark figure. Beerus. Startled, Beerus quickly responded, what are your instructions, my lord? Wang Teng's gaze sharpened significantly. Go and eliminate Zama's. Upon hearing this, shock spread across Beerus's face. Yet upon meeting Wang Teng's steely gaze, he understood that there was no room for negotiation on this matter. Thus, he bowed respectfully and affirmed, yes. In Wang Teng's eyes sparkled an indescribable brilliance, and he thought to himself, the three Zamasu from different timelines must not meet, or matters will become exceedingly complicated. He resolved to have Beerus eliminate the Zamasu from the main timeline, while the Zamasu from the timeline where Goku had perished had transformed into Black Goku. The next target was the Zamasu from the future timeline. With this thought, Wang Teng gazed up at the starry sky, his eyes sharp and focused. Earth. The hyperbolic time chamber. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of tremendous explosions reverberated, and a figure was sent hurtling downwards, crashing heavily onto the ground. Gohan's silhouette slowly descended from the air. Trunks, are you all right? Gohan inquired, noticing Trunks had suddenly halted his movements. Trunks shook his head and replied, I'm fine. Master Gohan, you may unleash your strength. Ha, ha, ha. The next moment, an astonishing power surged from Trunks, golden energy flames rising fervently around him. Subsequently, Trunks launched a frenzied assault on Gohan, his attacks raining down like a tempest. In the face of Trunks' rapid onslaught, Gohan remained unfazed, calmly defending himself. Trunks was astonished to discover that his strikes were either evaded by Gohan or effortlessly blocked, proving utterly ineffective. Trunks swiftly distanced himself from Gohan, energy surging in his hands as a golden energy sphere materialized. Whoosh! The golden sphere shot towards Gohan. Observing the ever-enlarging golden energy sphere before him, Gohan bellowed, Ayahawk! The golden flames surged instantly, a terrifying aura emanating like a tsunami crashing upon the shore. Gohan clenched his fists tightly and struck down upon the energy sphere, sending it flying away. Boom! A tremendous explosion echoed through the air, flames engulfing the sky. Thick black smoke billowing forth. Son Gohan shouted, Trunks, unleash your full power. Trunks nodded, reaching for the sword on his back, a fierce aura erupting forth. Here it comes. He raised his sword and swiftly lunged towards Son Gohan. Gohan's expression shifted dramatically as he extended his hand to catch the sharp sword. However, the relentless pressure emanating from the blade was indeed alarming. Although Trunks currently possessed only the power of Super Saiyan 2, the strength he wielded with the sword subtly surpassed that level. Trunks unleashed a torrent of energy, a deep growl emanating from his throat, golden flames erupting instantaneously, causing the entire hyperbolic time chamber to tremble. Gohan instantly felt the sword in his grasp radiating a fierce aura. Observing this, Gohan smirked, unleashing his own energy, his golden hair lengthening as he transformed into Super Saiyan 3 in an instant. Trunks was astonished to find that Gohan's transformation rendered his sword completely immobile. His lips trembled as he exclaimed, Is this the transformation that transcends the Super Saiyan? How remarkable! As Son Gohan withdrew his hands, Dot felt a sudden lightness in his grasp, nearly causing him to stumble. During the fierce battle between his father and Black Goku, it became evident that the adversary could grow stronger amidst the conflict. But if this was the extent of such power, just as the thought crossed his mind, a deep roar from Gohan resounded. Instantly, an astonishing aura erupted, the golden flames intensifying with ferocity. His energy surged at an astonishing rate. Impossible! To think it could still escalate to this degree. How terrifying! Dot murmured in shock, unconsciously retreating several paces. With Gohan's relentless shouts. A crimson warrior materialized before Dot's eyes. With black hair edged in red, clad in red fur, and a red tail swaying freely, the terrifying aura evoked dread. Gohan's voice resonated softly, This is the Super Saiyan level 4. Gazing upon Gohan, whose energy had grown to an unfathomable magnitude, Trunks felt his mouth tremble. Super Saiyan level 4. This is utterly terrifying. Observing Trunks' astonishment, Gohan chuckled, This is nothing compared to Lord King Tien's Super Saiyan level 5, which is truly earth-shattering. Hearing Gohan's words, Trunks felt as if he were a frog at the bottom of a well, having believed that Super Saiyan 2 was the pinnacle of their transformations. Little did he know that what lay before him today shattered his understanding. Are you saying that that divine being can transform into something even more powerful than Master Gohan? Trunks gasped in disbelief. Have my father and Uncle Goku also become this formidable? In response, Gohan pondered briefly before saying, Father and Uncle Vegeta have forged their own path, breaking through the limits of Super Saiyan and attaining the godly realm of Super Saiyan, which they refer to as Super Saiyan Blue. Super Saiyan Blue, Trunks stammered, feeling utterly overwhelmed by the plethora of unfamiliar realms now before him. Chapter 75, The King's Letter. Gazing at Gohan's astonishing power, Trunks exclaimed, Master Gohan, why haven't my father and Uncle Goku pursued the path of Super Saiyan 4? Upon hearing this, Gohan reflected for a moment and replied, Perhaps it is due to the circumstances they faced. Trunks murmured, Circumstances? Gohan then recounted in detail the arrival of Beerus on Earth. It was because Beerus sought the Super Saiyan God and to protect the planet. Goku and the others had inquired with the dragon about the transformation method for the Super Saiyan God. Subsequently, Goku and Vegeta built upon that foundation to achieve Super Saiyan Blue. Trunks nodded thoughtfully. Originally, it was like this. Master Gohan, please subject me to the most rigorous training. Upon hearing this, Gohan gazed into Trunks' determined eyes and nodded affirmatively, saying, let us commence. Thus, Gohan's intense training regimen for Trunks began. On Earth, at the Capsule Corporation. The destructive Zamasu had returned to the Capsule Corporation alongside Beerus, where they sat at a table awaiting a delectable dinner. Meanwhile, Whis floated nearby, practicing his Ultra Instinct. Suddenly, his communicator beeped. Slowly opening his eyes, Whis activated the device, and soon the projection of the Omni King appeared in midair. Upon seeing the unexpected projection, Whis bowed slightly. Your Majesty, how have you been lately? At the mention of the Omni King, Beerus' demeanor shifted drastically. He stood up rigidly, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He quickly bowed at a 90-degree angle, stammering, on this auspicious day, the journey has been long. Just as Beerus struggled to articulate his words, Whis appeared beside him. My apologies, Your Majesty, I trust you are well? The Omni King's childlike voice echoed. Ah, little Whis, it has been a while. I have a matter to discuss with you. Beerus, keeping his gaze low, dared not utter a single word. Whis smiled. What can I assist you with, Your Majesty? The Omni King then stated directly, I wish to meet Son Goku. Upon hearing this, a look of astonishment crossed Whis' face. Behind him, Beerus and Whis widened their eyes in shock, letting out a gasp. Shortly thereafter, Whis ended the call with the Omni King. Beerus, please locate Son Goku, Whis said calmly. Beerus, still sweating profusely, nodded in response. Before long, Goku materialized at the Capsule Corporation. Noticing Beerus, who was still drenched in sweat while seated, Goku inquired, What do you need, Lord Beerus? I have matters to attend to in little time. In a low tone, Beerus replied, Lord Whis will inform you. Goku, filled with questions, approached Whis, who had just opened his eyes. The Omni King wishes to see you. Goku exclaimed in surprise, You mean the Omni King? Whis nodded affirmatively, Indeed. The Omni King has summoned you to the palace. Hearing this, Goku's expression grew serious. Is it about the Tournament of Power? Whis shook his head. I cannot say. At this juncture, Goku uttered a shocking statement. Could we postpone it for another time? The fuel for the time machine is nearly ready. Beerus could no longer contain himself and bellowed, Fool. The Omni King commanded an immediate departure, insisting that they must set off without delay. Goku, taken aback, chuckled, Lord Beerus. Please do not be upset. We shall leave at once. By the way, is Lord Wang Teng far away? Wang Teng glanced at Goku and replied, If we fly, it may take 2 days. Goku, astonished, exclaimed, 2 days? But we have no time to waste traveling such a distance. Upon hearing this, Wang Teng felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Beerus, I entrust this task to you. Take Son Goku to meet the Omni King. I shall continue my training. Hearing this, Beerus was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Wang Teng would pass this challenging responsibility to him at such a critical moment. Honorable Inspector, are you not coming? Wang Teng replied with a smile. Do you not understand my meaning? Beads of sweat began to form on Beerus's brow as he responded. Understood. I shall leave this matter to the little god. Upon hearing this, Wang Teng closed his eyes, and a mysterious pearlescent energy began to emanate from him. Observing this nonchalant demeanor, Beerus cast a wary glance at Goku, feeling a twinge of discontent. He couldn't fathom what the Omni King saw in such a fool. Suddenly, Whis interjected, By the way, Goku is also friends with the King of Worlds, correct? Goku nodded and replied, Indeed. Whis smiled. If you accompany the King of Worlds, you could reach the Omni King in an instant. Goku, astonished, asked, In an instant? Is that true? At this, Beerus quickly remarked, Excellent idea. Traveling with that fellow would indeed be reassuring. Whis, you should accompany Goku. Whis was momentarily taken aback. What about Lord Beerus? Lord Wang Teng has permitted you to join as well. Beerus glanced at Wang Teng, who appeared unperturbed, and then turned his attention back. I shall not go. I suddenly realized there are matters I must attend to. Upon hearing that Beerus would not accompany them, Goku reconfirmed. Are you really not going? Beerus, irritated, seized Goku by the collar and said sternly, Listen carefully. Do not cause any trouble while you are there. The fate of the entire universe hinges on your demeanor. If you anger the Omni King, you, I, and this world shall be obliterated. Remember this. Goku chuckled. Lord Beerus, your expression is quite amusing. At this, Beerus regained his authoritative demeanor and tossed Goku aside. You simply do not comprehend. He then cast another glance at Wang Teng, pondering that if Goku truly did provoke the Omni King, they might have to rely on the inspector's plea for mercy. Goku, scratching his head and smiling, said, I told you, it's all right. I'll be quick about it, so don't worry. I'll return shortly. Meanwhile, Bulma was diligently crafting fuel, making some progress, which elicited cheers from the three Slavs who had been summoned to assist her. Beerus scrutinized Goku's martial arts attire and remarked, Is this what you intend to wear to meet the Omni King? Goku was taken aback. Is there a problem with it? Beerus calmly stated, Hurry up and change into formal attire. Upon hearing this, Goku replied, It's too much trouble. I might as well not go at all. Beerus was left speechless. Was immediately interjected, I will apologize on his behalf, citing that he was in a rush this time. Beerus had no choice but to acquiesce. Hey. The matter of the Dark People and the Time Machine must remain confidential. If the Grand Zeno hears about it, he will undoubtedly be furious. You understand the consequences that would follow. Upon receiving Beerus's warning, Goku recognized the gravity of the situation and nodded in agreement. Beerus turned to Whis and said, There is one more thing, Whis. Ensure that the Supreme Kai remains unharmed. I leave that to you. Whis smiled and replied, I am well aware. Goku was taken aback. How could Lord Beerus be concerned about others? At this, Whis chuckled heartily. Ho ho ho. The Supreme Kai and the God of Destruction are intertwined. If one perishes, so shall the other. Hearing Whis's words, Goku exclaimed, Is that true? So, to defeat Lord Beerus, one merely needs to overcome the Supreme Kai? Wait, that sounds rather dull. Beerus's face darkened with anger. Whis. How could you carelessly divulge such vital information? Chapter 76. Meeting the Grand Zeno, Whis looked at the irate Beerus and said, My apologies for the rudeness. However, it was merely to inform Goku, so there is no need for concern. Goku laughed and scratched his nose. Yes, you can rest assured. I am the most tight-lipped person. Beerus gazed at the unreliable Goku, his heart filled with anxiety. Whis instantly appeared beside Goku, placing his hand on his shoulder. Then let us be off. Whoosh. The two vanished from sight. In the realm of the seventh universe, the Supreme Kaishin exclaimed, What? You intend to visit the Grand Zeno's palace? Goku pleaded, Yes, I would like to trouble you to take us there. Whis added, We appreciate your assistance. Upon hearing their request, Supreme Kai Shin replied, That poses no problem. Just then, the old Supreme Kai, standing behind Shin, interjected, But you are not even a god. Goku scratched his head in confusion. I find that puzzling too. Meanwhile, the distant Jebbet looked utterly stunned. Even I have never been to the Grand Zeno's palace. The old Supreme Kai glanced at him and remarked, Of course. I have only been there 3 times myself. Jebbet was left utterly bewildered. Is that so? The old Supreme Kai scrutinized Goku and said, I implore you to mind your demeanor. Goku helplessly responded, Why does everyone say that? Do I seem impolite? The old Supreme Kai retorted bluntly, Indeed, you do. Goku chuckled lightly. Don't joke around. Observing Goku's expression, the old Supreme Kai sighed, It appears my words have fallen on deaf ears. At that moment, the Supreme Kaishin spoke directly, Let us be on our way. He stepped between Whis and Goku, placing his hands on their backs. In an instant, the three vanished from their location. The next moment, they found themselves at the entrance of the Omni King's palace. Goku exclaimed in astonishment, Wow, is this the home of the Omni King? Just then, the Grand Minister awaited not far away. With a smile, the Grand Minister said, My apologies for not welcoming you properly, given your long journey. Supreme Kai Shin and Whis immediately bowed and replied, We hope you are well. The Grand Minister chuckled, You must be the renowned Sun Wukong. Goku swiftly extended his right hand, saying, Hi. Supreme Kai Shin promptly nudged Goku with his left arm. Sensing the piercing gaze of Supreme Kai, Goku straightened up immediately. Yes, that is indeed my name. Then, Whis interjected, Due to our hurried departure, please excuse his casual attire. Hearing this, the Grand Minister smiled and said, No need to be concerned. To you, this attire is surely formal enough. Goku casually replied, Yes indeed. He then flashed a grin. How do you know all this? Supreme Kai Shin quickly stepped on Goku's foot, casting him another warning glance. At that moment, the Grand Minister said with a smile, Please, follow me. The three followed the Grand Minister toward the Omni King's palace. Along the way, Goku murmured, That person looks ordinary, but he might be incredibly strong. Whis responded, You are quite perceptive. The Grand Minister ranks among the top 5 in terms of combat power throughout the universe. He is quite renowned. Goku exclaimed in awe, How impressive. Whis immediately placed a finger to his lips. Chill. Do not be disrespectful. Refrain from speaking of any desire for a duel. Goku looked at Whis and said, But I am quite interested. To this, Whis replied, I can only tell you that even I cannot compare to him, not even with a single finger. Goku grew even more excited. Such prowess. This trip is truly worthwhile. Whoosh. The group vanished once more. When they reappeared, they found themselves before the Omni King. The Omni King sat upon his throne, flanked by 2 attendants. The Grand Minister promptly knelt on one knee. Sun Wukong approached to pay his respects to the Omni King. The sweet, childlike voice of the Omni King echoed, "Ah, Sun Wukong, you have come." In the next moment, the Omni King soared down from his throne. He approached Goku and exclaimed, "I am so glad you could come." Supreme Kai-Shin immediately knelt on the ground, facing the Omni King. Goku extended his right hand once more, saying, "Hi." Supreme Kai-Shin cast a glance at Goku. Goku had no choice but to withdraw his hand, smiling. "Shunti, I say hello? What do you need me for?" The Omni King's body began to levitate slowly. He grasped Goku's hand with his small fingers, eagerly expressing, "I truly wish to make a friend." The Omni King circled around Goku, exclaiming, "I have developed feelings for you and wish to call you my friend." Goku was taken aback, asking, "Is there a problem?" The Omni King's expression faltered, and Goku furrowed his brow, inquiring, "What should friends do together?" The Omni King cheerfully replied, "Let us play together." Goku softly responded, "Is that all you summoned me for?" The Omni King maintained his cheerful demeanor, prompting Goku to ponder, "Is that not acceptable?" The Universe King Shin, kneeling, was drenched in sweat, exclaiming, "This cannot be allowed." Goku felt overwhelmed with gratitude at the prospect of becoming the Omni King's friend. The Omni King glanced at Universe King Shin and commanded, "Do not speak." Upon hearing this, Universe King Shin lowered his head, trembling with apprehension. The Omni King turned back to Goku, asking, "What do you wish to say, Son Goku?" Goku replied, "Just call me Goku." The Omni King chuckled, "Goku? What shall I call you?" Goku scratched his head, contemplating, Let me think. How about Aquan?" The expressions of the guards behind the Omni King sharpened, while the Grand Minister's eyes sparkled with amusement. Whis stared wide-eyed, and Universe King Shin felt the chill of impending doom. To everyone's surprise, the Omni King laughed, "Aquan? I like it. What shall we play?" Goku joined his hands in a gesture of apology, stating, "I'm a bit busy at the moment. Can I play with you once I finish my tasks?" Just then, the Omni King's guard swooped in, admonishing, "Speak respectfully." The Omni King turned sharply, his tone serious, "Careful, do you wish to vanish?" The guards broke into a cold sweat, muttering, "We wouldn't dare." Turning back to Goku, the Omni King asked, "Will you be able to play with me after your tasks?" Goku readily replied, "Absolutely. I can introduce you to even better friends." The Omni King exclaimed with delight, "Really?" Goku reassured him, "Leave it to me." Hearing this promise, the Omni King smiled. "Then it's settled. Let us repeat what we did last time." Goku was momentarily puzzled. "What do you mean?" The Omni King then took hold of Goku's hand. Goku suddenly recalled, laughing, "Oh, that." He grasped the Omni King's hand, swinging it up and down. The Omni King laughed joyfully. "Yes, this is it. So much fun. No one else can do this." Goku, astonished, replied, "Really? It's so simple." The Omni King continued, "I want to learn more about such activities." Goku looked around, observing, "It seems a bit dull here. You should come to Earth sometime." The Omni King promptly handed Goku the button to summon him, exclaiming, "Fantastic. This is for you." Wukong was taken aback, inquiring, "What is this?" The Omni King chuckled, "Simply press this button, and I shall arrive immediately." Without hesitation, Wukong pressed the button. However, the Omni King grimaced, "Pressing it now is futile, for I am right here." Promptly, Wukong stowed the button away. Observing Wukong's actions, the Omni King cheerfully remarked, "Do remember to introduce me to your friends." Chapter 77. Arrival in the Future World. Wukong promptly extended his right hand, exclaiming, "All right then, farewell." Their hands clasped warmly. The Omni King smiled. "Until next time, Wukong." Wukong then turned and called out, "Hey, Supreme Kai, let us head back." The Supreme Kai was utterly exhausted, sprawled on the ground. "Is it over?" Wukong effortlessly lifted him. "It's done, it's done." The Supreme Kai sighed in relief. Wukong placed him upon his shoulder and turned to the Omni King. "Goodbye, Aquan." The Omni King waved his tiny hand, yes. The Grand Minister then led several individuals away from the Omni King's palace. Upon returning to the palace gates, Wukong gently set down the fatigued Supreme Kai and inquired, "Are you all right, Supreme Kai?" The Supreme Kai murmured, "Sigh." The Grand Minister commented softly, "Your friend is truly intriguing." To this, Whis responded, "Indeed." The Grand Minister looked up at Whis, expressing, "I too look forward to meeting him again." Whis smiled. "He will be pleased to know." The two exchanged slight bows as the Grand Minister's farewell echoed, "No need to see me off." As Whis approached, the Supreme Kai quickly recited an incantation. KK. The three vanished from sight. Seventh Universe Supreme Kai Realm. The old Supreme Kai sighed in relief. "It's good to return safely." The Supreme Kai, with a gentle tone, remarked, "By the way, Wukong, you promised the Omni King you would bring friends to meet him. Who do you wish to bring?" Wukong, with a smile, scratched his head, I haven't decided yet. Do you have any recommendations? The Supreme Kai's expression shifted dramatically, filled with shock. At that moment, Whis' voice resonated. Really now? Have you not confirmed anyone yet? Wukong frowned. If I don't mention it, will he allow me to return? The Supreme Kai's face reflected concern. If the Omni King discovers that you spoke casually, it would spell disaster. Wukong laughed. I shall ponder it further. With a whoosh, Wukong and Whis returned to the Capsule Corporation. Upon seeing the two, Beerus exclaimed excitedly, "You're back?" Looking at Beerus, Wukong reassured, "Don't be so fearful. Aquan is quite amiable." Beerus's eyes widened dramatically, and he twitched slightly. Aquan. Upon hearing this name, he felt utterly overwhelmed. As Wang Teng remained in a state of cultivation, utterly oblivious to the world around him. It seemed he had already grasped the outcome of this expedition to the Hall of Kings. Half a day later, Wukong, Vegeta, Wang Teng, and Trunks boarded the time machine. Under the watchful gaze of the others, the machine ascended slowly into the sky. Wang Teng chose to leave Gohan on Earth to safeguard the integrity of this timeline. As the time machine gradually lifted off, Bulma gazed after them, contemplating. Lord Wang Teng, Vegeta, Son Goku, Trunks, I entrust you all with this mission. In the next instant, the time machine vanished from sight. Whoosh. The group found themselves in an unfamiliar timeline. Upon landing, they leapt out of the machine. Trunks pressed a button on the time machine, which immediately transformed into a multifunctional capsule. Wang Teng surveyed the surroundings and could only utter one word. Desolation. Goku exclaimed in disbelief. Everything has been destroyed. Is this truly the future? Then, Trunks recalled something and swiftly dashed ahead, prompting Wang Teng and the others to follow suit. Trunks picked up a hat, and Vegeta inquired, "What is this?" Trunks looked around, anxiety etched across his face. "When I left, Ma was lying right here. But now, there is nothing." At that moment, Wang Teng's voice echoed softly, "Goku, Vegeta, you two stay and confront the Dark Ones. I will handle Zamasu in the future world. Make sure you don't perish." As soon as he finished speaking, Vegeta roared, "Stop underestimating us. Your concern should be the Dark Ones." Hearing this, Wang Teng smiled and vanished from sight. Goku gazed at the ruins of the future world and quietly asked, "Will Trunks join the battle as well?" Trunks nodded affirmatively. Just then, Vegeta's voice rang out. "He*s just an apprentice. I can handle this alone." Goku turned to Vegeta, insisting, "No, that won't do. Trunks can sit this one out, but you must share the burden with me." Vegeta resolutely replied, "No way, this time it's my turn." Yet Goku remained undeterred. "Let us decide by rock, paper, scissors." Vegeta coldly retorted, "Not happening." The two began to bicker, leaving Trunks rooted to the spot. Astonished that the formidable Dark Ones were merely regarded as slightly stronger adversaries by his uncle and father. The sounds of their playful contest echoed as they began to play rock, paper, scissors, resulting in Goku's defeat to Vegeta. Vegeta chuckled, "How could I lose to such underhanded tactics?" Just then, Trunks interjected, "Dad, let me join as well. This is my home, it is our world, and I wish to defend it with my own hands." Vegeta, however, firmly stated no. In the event that circumstances take a turn for the worse, swiftly return to the past or seek out Wang Teng. Do you understand? Beside him, Wukong chuckled. I never expected that fellow would utter such words now. It seems he has grown. After the trio prepared themselves, Wukong clenched his fist and declared, "All right, let us embark. We cannot allow ourselves to be outdone by Lord Wang Teng." Whoosh! A white wave of energy surged from the three of them, and in an instant, they vanished from the spot. Standing atop a high building, Black Wukong surveyed the desolate future world before him. The sight was indeed sorrowful, yet he perceived that the earth had liberated itself from the pestilence of humanity. Its future would undoubtedly bloom with resplendent brilliance. The construction of the Peach Blossom Spring world was within reach. Foolish humans, prepare yourselves for judgment. At that moment, a golden energy sphere soared into the sky, instantly painting the heavens in a hue of gold. Black Wukong was momentarily taken aback by the sudden emergence of this golden radiance. Not far away, Vegeta maintained his battle stance. Wukong remarked, "Now he will be aware of our location." Indeed, in the next moment, golden lightning flashed across the clouds, and dense fog enveloped the area. Vegeta gazed into the sky with a grin. Finally, it has arrived. As the mist dissipated, Black Wukong's figure appeared in midair. Upon seeing the newcomer, Trunks clenched his fists in fury, exclaiming, "Dark One." Black Wukong was taken aback, surprised by their swift arrival. Vegeta erupted with rage, his blue divine aura suddenly surging forth, unleashing an astonishing energy. Confidently, he proclaimed, "Let me tell you one thing. You will ultimately perish at the hands of the Super Saiyan Blue." Trunks gazed in astonishment at Vegeta, who had transformed so suddenly. He thought to himself, this must be the Super Saiyan Blue that Master Gohan spoke of. Indeed, It is the realm of the divine. For I can hardly sense this energy at all. Then, he turned his gaze towards Black Wukong. Even upon witnessing the Super Saiyan blue, Black Wukong remained unfazed, as if he had encountered it before. To everyone's astonishment, Black Wukong began to applaud. Quite impressive. Is this what it means for a warrior race to embody divine energy? In the next instant, Black Wukong appeared directly before Vegeta, lifting his chin with a finger. You've practiced for quite a while, haven't you? But at the end of the day, you are still merely human. Whoosh. Vegeta was taken aback, quickly retreating to create distance between them. The super blue Vegeta gritted his teeth and muttered, "Damn it, I fell right into his trap. Compared to my battle with Kakarot, his energy has intensified. Yet, in the presence of Super Saiyan Blue, it is all meaningless." Vegeta charged fiercely towards Black Goku, his fists flying with astonishing speed. Black Goku's eyes widened in shock. Vegeta's velocity was simply too swift for him to evade. He crossed his arms to shield his body, yet Vegeta's relentless punches struck him with tremendous force. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Black Goku was propelled backwards, crashing through several towering buildings. Whoosh. In an instant, Vegeta appeared before the retreating Black Goku, unleashing another barrage of ferocious attacks. Ya. Boom. Black Goku was utterly defenseless, enduring a relentless beating. Goku, arms crossed and brow furrowed, remarked, "Seeing someone who resembles me getting pummeled evokes a rather complex emotion. I finally comprehend how Vegeta felt during the events on planet Xeno." Trunks looked at Goku and said, "Uncle Goku. But ultimately, he is still human. From the sound of it, his true nature is divine? Could it be Zamasu?" Goku pondered. It does seem to align with that. Lord Xeno had indeed mentioned such matters. Yow. Vegeta delivered a powerful kick that landed squarely on Black Goku. Whoosh. Before he could hit the ground, Vegeta reappeared behind him, delivering another ferocious punch. Boom. Black Goku was embedded into the stone wall. Vegeta's rage escalated, his divine blue aura surging once more. Ya. He launched into another swift onslaught against Black Goku. The stone wall behind Black Goku shattered under the impact. However, under Vegeta's tempestuous barrage, Black Goku displayed not a hint of pain. Instead, he wore a sinister grin. This eerie smile startled Vegeta, prompting him to leap back. A chill crept down Vegeta's spine. Just moments ago, Black Goku had approached him like a zombie, grinning as he dusted himself off. In the next instant, Black Goku struck with astonishing speed. Before Vegeta could react, a heavy kick landed on his abdomen, causing a searing pain to ripple through his body and forcing the contents of his stomach to erupt forth. Whoosh. Vegeta was sent hurtling backwards, but he gritted his teeth and forcefully stomped the ground. Boom. Dust and debris erupted as he barely managed to halt his backward flight. Trunks exclaimed in shock, "Dad." At that moment, Black Goku reappeared directly opposite Vegeta. Vegeta glared furiously. Black Goku spoke slowly. "The human body can be honed to such an extent. As a reward, I shall show you something marvelous." Vegeta paused in confusion. What? In the next instant, Black Goku erupted with fury. An astonishing aura surged forth, causing the surrounding debris to be flung into the air. Golden lightning continuously struck from the sky. The entire future world began to tremble violently. A vibrant pink aura soared skyward. Vegeta exclaimed, "What is happening?" Trunks' eyes widened in disbelief. The dark figure had changed color. Black Goku's hair transformed into a vivid pink, enveloped in a divine aura of the same hue. Goku, Vegeta, and Trunks exchanged complex glances. The transformed Black Goku spread his arms wide and declared, "How do you like this color?" "Beautiful, isn't it? Name it as you wish. I shall call it pink." "Thus, it is Super Saiyan pink." Trunks gasped. Super Saiyan pink. In the next moment, a burst of laughter echoed as Black Goku slowly ascended. "I have finally harnessed the full power of Son Goku." "Goku, you should be pleased. You have reached your most exquisite pinnacle through me." Goku gazed into the sky, bewildered by the incomprehensible words. Black Goku, with a clenched fist and a proud expression, proclaimed, "You are merely human. How could you possibly grasp the noble essence of my words? My ambition, my beauty. Yes, everything about my existence embodies the pinnacle of solitude." Goku furrowed his brow, muttering, "That guy is truly repulsive." Just then, Vegeta bellowed, "Dark One, who are you speaking to? Your opponent should be me." Upon hearing this, Black Goku replied nonchalantly, "Do you not understand? Your time on stage has ended." Vegeta clenched his fists tightly. "What did you say?" Black Goku's calm voice resonated once more. "It is time for you to exit this stage." His words ignited a fierce rage within Vegeta. Vegeta exploded with energy, charging swiftly towards Black Goku. Whoosh. His rapid punch was deftly evaded by Black Goku's sidestep. Black Goku coldly remarked, "You truly are unaware of your own limitations." As soon as the words left his mouth, Black Goku launched a swift punch towards Vegeta. Bam! Vegeta, without even turning his body, raised his palm to block Black Goku's strike. Black Goku's eyes widened in shock. Damn it! The pink aura surged once more, and Vegeta felt his fist suddenly grow heavy. Taking a deep breath, Vegeta unleashed a powerful punch. His fist landed heavily on Black Goku's face, and in the next moment, Vegeta launched a flurry of rapid attacks against Black Goku. Countless heavy punches struck Black Goku's body, sending him reeling backward. Vegeta's fist gathered terrifying power. I will shatter you. Die. Gazing upon the beleaguered Black Goku, Vegeta raised his fist and struck. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A smirk spread across Black Goku's face as a rosy-hued energy sword materialized in his right hand. Before Vegeta could react, the radiant blade pierced through his body. Vegeta's eyes widened in shock. What has transpired? Goku and Trunks' eyes were equally wide in astonishment. A calm voice from Black Goku echoed. The role I assigned you as a mere setup must be revised. You are but an appetizer, Vegeta. A rather flavorful one at that. Vegeta muttered, You scoundrel. No sooner had he spoken than Black Goku withdrew the rosy sword from Vegeta's body, causing a torrent of blood to erupt from his mouth. And the azure aura surrounding him vanished in an instant. Vegeta plummeted downward. Thud. Dust billowed from the ground as he fell. In a moment of vulnerability, Vegeta fell victim to Black Goku's stealthy strike, suffering a bitter defeat. Had he transformed into Super Saiyan Deep Blue from the outset, the outcome might have been drastically different. Trunks, witnessing his father's descent, cried out, Father. Black Goku's laughter resonated from above. Thanks to the appetizer, my power has increased. Now, I shall feast upon the main course and ascend to an even higher realm. Trunks seethed with rage. How despicable. Goku stepped forward resolutely. Stand back. Trunks murmured, Uncle Goku. Chapter 79. Wang Teng. So, you are here. Goku advanced, letting out a fierce roar, and transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, a divine azure aura erupting around him. Trunks gasped in astonishment. This is Uncle Goku's Super Saiyan Blue. He has unleashed his full power from the very beginning. Goku's calm voice reached Trunks. Take care of your father. He then soared into the air. In the next moment, Super Saiyan Blue Goku stood face to face with Black Goku. You once said pain would make you stronger. This is what you meant. Hearing Goku's words, Black Goku pointed his rosy sword at him. Currently, I exist in a realm beyond human reach. You must yearn to taste this power as well. Goku smiled. Indeed, perhaps. Subsequently, he unleashed a barrage of energy blasts towards Black Goku. As the projectiles rushed forward, Black Goku swung his rosy sword. Boom, boom, boom. A series of astounding explosions erupted in the sky, enveloping the battlefield in thick black smoke. As the smoke began to clear, Goku had already appeared before Black Goku, his swift fist hurtling towards him. Black Goku swiftly raised his rosy sword to parry. Bang! The two collided with tremendous force. An astonishing power instantly radiated outward, accompanied by gusts of wind that relentlessly swept downwards. The sky echoed with the sounds of fierce collisions, as hues of pink and blue darted about like two meteors, occasionally clashing in an indecisive struggle. Trunks swiftly reached Vegeta's side, yet his gaze remained fixed on the tumult above, exclaiming in shock, A tie. A faint voice from Vegeta responded, No, it's not. At that moment, Black Goku swiftly wielded his pink energy sword, catching Goku off guard, and his shirt was instantly shredded at the chest. Goku glanced at the torn fabric, and Black Goku seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful kick that sent him crashing to the ground with a thunderous impact, enveloped in a cloud of dust. Black Goku gradually descended onto a dilapidated rooftop. Struggling to rise, Goku looked up at Black Goku and remarked, So strong. Immediately, Black Goku erupted with energy, a pink aura ascending as he concentrated his power into his hands. A pink energy sphere rapidly formed within his grasp. What on earth? Goku marveled at Black Goku's stance. Kamehameha? Just then, a voice resonated from the sky, declaring, You shall not be permitted to act with such impudence any longer. Upon hearing this, Black Goku dissipated the energy sphere in his hands. A brilliant golden light flashed, and Zamasu appeared in midair. Goku gasped, Zamasu? How did he end up here? Where's Lord Zeno? Vegeta, too, struggled to turn his head, roaring, Where has that scoundrel Zeno run off to? Zamasu landed beside Black Goku, and the two shared a knowing smile as they gazed down at Goku. Zamasu spoke, We had an agreement. I shall be the one to eliminate Goku. Goku and the others fixed their eyes intently on the duo. Regaining his composure, Goku stood tall and said, Zamasu, I did not expect to see you here. Zamasu replied with a grin, surprised, Are you? We are partners, after all. My presence here is quite natural. Goku felt a surge of confusion within. pondering the whereabouts of Zeno. Logically, with Zeno's strength, dealing with Zamasu should have been a trivial task. His expression grew serious as he continued to observe the two. Regardless of the situation, they remained adversaries. Vegeta sat up, muttering, "That scoundrel Zamasu." Suddenly, a wave of excruciating pain surged through him, causing him to collapse once more. Trunks, alarmed, shouted, "Father." After a moment of checking for a pulse, he sighed in relief. Vegeta was still alive, merely unconscious. Zamasu chuckled. "Before long, the world I envision shall soon come to fruition, a world of justice." Upon hearing this, Wukong roared, "What are you saying?" Meanwhile, Zamasu was still engrossed in his own words, proclaiming, "In that righteous world, humanity has no need to exist." Wukong thundered back, "I will not allow you to succeed." The sacred blue aura surged forth. In the air, Zamasu instantly summoned a purple lightsaber in his right hand, lunging towards Wukong. Wukong extended his fist, ready to counter the impending attack. At that moment, a figure appeared in an instant. With no warning, a kick landed squarely on Zamasu's abdomen, sending him hurtling backward. Boom, boom, boom. His body crashed through several towering buildings. Gazing at the newcomer, Wukong exclaimed, "Lord Wang Teng." A look of joy immediately spread across Trunks' face as well. Wang Teng regarded the ominous black Wukong standing atop the rooftop, glancing at the fallen Vegeta, and spoke in a calm voice, "There is no one in the Kaioshin realm. So, you have fled here, Zamasu." He then flipped his hand, revealing a Senzu bean. "Trunks, catch." He tossed the Senzu bean over. Trunks caught it. Yet his eyes remained fixed on the sky. Wang Teng's voice echoed once more, "Trunks, that is a Senzu bean. Quickly administer it to Vegeta." Fortunately, upon arriving on Earth, he had made a trip to Korin Tower, where he had acquired a substantial supply of Senzu beans. The next moment, whoosh, Zamasu shot into the sky, appearing next to Black Wukong in an instant. He gazed at the suddenly materialized Wang Teng, softly inquiring, "Are you a god? Why do you assist humans?" In response, Wang Teng chuckled, "I operate solely on my whims. I will aid whomever I please. Do you have any say in it?" Upon hearing Wang Teng's unabashed words, Zamasu's gaze sharpened menacingly. "Then you shall die?" Zamasu launched himself at Wang Teng once more, yet to Wang Teng. His assault appeared as sluggish as a tortoise, for the time reversal had already commenced. Boom! Wang Teng delivered a kick squarely to Zamasu's nose, causing blood to stream down. Zamasu felt on the brink of madness. "Hey, partner, let us attack together." Upon hearing this, Black Wukong nodded. In the next instant, both charged towards Wang Teng simultaneously. Bang, bang, bang. The air was filled with the sounds of intense combat. Circles of white sonic booms erupted, sending gusts of wind swirling downward. Boom! The three quickly separated. At this moment, both Black Wukong and Zamasu wore expressions of shock, for in the recent battle, their combined assault had yielded no advantage whatsoever. Trunks' eyes were glued to the sky, murmuring, "Is this the power of the divine? It is truly astonishing." At that moment, Wukong exclaimed, "Trunks, quickly administer the Senzu bean to Vegeta." Trunks suddenly realized that he had become so engrossed in the aerial battle that he had completely forgotten to rescue his father. What a dire oversight. He swiftly placed the Senzu bean into Vegeta's mouth. Gulp. After swallowing the bean, Vegeta's eyes gradually opened. He rose to his feet, stretched his body, and gazed skyward, murmuring, "Since Wang Teng has arrived, it seems I shall not have the opportunity to make my move." How infuriating. Trunks, observing the rejuvenated Vegeta, exclaimed with delight, "That's wonderful, Dad." Vegeta merely snorted in response, offering no further words. Chapter 80. The tragic Zamasu. Wang Teng, Zamasu, and Black Wukong faced each other from a distance. In the next instant, Zamasu and Black Wukong exchanged a glance and charged forward once more. As the two advanced with remarkable speed, Wang Teng immediately met them head-on, and the trio engaged in battle anew. Zamasu and Black Wukong relentlessly wielded their energy swords against Wang Teng, but each strike was met by his steadfast fists. Bang, bang, bang. The astonishing energy shockwaves radiated outward. Then, with a cunning angle, Wang Teng unleashed a formidable punch, sending Zamasu hurtling backward. With a scream, Zamasu plummeted downward. Meanwhile, Black Wukong gritted his teeth, charging once more at Wang Teng. Just then, Black Wukong felt a sudden flash before his eyes. Whoosh! Wukong appeared right in front of him. "Your opponent is me." Upon seeing the sudden emergence of Wukong, Black Wukong was filled with rage and brandished his pink energy sword, lunging forward. Unfazed, Wukong met the incoming strike with equal fervor, and in an instant, the two were locked in combat. Wang Teng's gaze lingered on the duo for only a few seconds before shifting back to Zamasu below. He noticed that Zamasu had regained his footing and was slowly emerging from the deep pit. In that moment, a brilliant light emanated from Wang Teng's hand, Under Zamasu's astonished gaze, several energy blasts were launched. Whoosh, whoosh, boom. In an instant, the energy blasts detonated upon reaching the ground. Zamasu scrambled to evade the onslaught of blasts from above, utterly beleaguered. The sounds of explosions reverberated incessantly, shrouding the entire scene in clouds of dust and smoke. As time passed, the haze gradually began to clear. Just as Zamasu burst forth from the smoke, Wang Teng was already standing before him. Boom. An energy blast struck him squarely in the abdomen, sending him flying off like a fallen kite. Boom. An explosion echoed. Zamasu was buried beneath the rubble. Vegeta, witnessing Wukong join the fray, clenched his teeth in frustration. How despicable, Kakarot. At that moment, Trunks exclaimed, "Father, let us join forces to defeat the dark foe." Upon hearing this, Vegeta immediately roared, "Silence! How dare you utter such words? Where has your pride gone? Where is the pride of the Saiyans?" Faced with Vegeta's fury, Trunks fell silent and turned his gaze toward the battle unfolding in the sky. A thunderous roar erupted from Zamasu's throat, and in the next instant, he soared upward from the ruins. He hovered in the air, his teeth clenched in frustration. How infuriating to be attacked from my blind spot. Observing Zamasu's resurgence, Wang Teng smirked and remarked, "Quite resilient, I must say. But will you be able to rise again next time? Do not disappoint me." Whoosh. As soon as the words left his lips, Wang Teng vanished from sight, reappearing right before Zamasu. With a powerful kick, he struck Zamasu's abdomen with such swiftness that Zamasu could not react in time. Whoosh. Boom. Zamasu crashed heavily into a dilapidated building, sending dust and debris swirling throughout the structure. Wang Teng hovered in the air, casting his gaze upon the fierce clash between Goku and Black Goku, where both combatants were evenly matched. Goku plummeted from the sky, only to have Black Goku sent flying moments later, suggesting a stalemate in their fierce encounter. Just then, a faint voice whispered in Wang Teng's ear, "Where are you looking?" As he turned, he found a ki blast hurtling towards him at close range. With no time to evade, Wang Teng swiftly extended his right hand. Boom. The formidable ki blast was immediately deflected. Wang Teng chuckled, a mere parlor trick. Before he could launch a counterattack, several more ki blasts surged toward him. Sensing the imminent threat, he swiftly maneuvered through the air, effortlessly evading all the incoming blasts with the enhancement of time reversal. Terrifying explosions resonated across the sky, dense smoke enveloping the entire area. Whoosh. In the next heartbeat, Wang Teng appeared behind Zamasu, delivering a rapid sweeping kick. Zamasu's eyes narrowed, and he vanished in an instant, causing Wang Teng's fierce kick to strike nothing but air. At that moment, Zamasu conjured a ki blast in his hand, directing it towards Wang Teng's abdomen. Whoosh. In a critical situation, Wang Teng activated instant transmission, his figure appearing right before Zamasu, delivering a powerful uppercut that struck Zamasu squarely on the chin. Zamasu was immediately propelled skyward. Wang Teng rapidly unleashed his energy, a white aura surging forth as his hands radiated with blinding light. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless ki blasts erupted from Wang Teng's palms. The sky was filled with the deafening sounds of explosions, thick black smoke enveloping the heavens. As the explosion gradually subsided, Wang Teng chuckled, "Hey, Zamasu, could you take this a bit more seriously? It's rather dull." In the next moment, Zamasu erupted from the haze of smoke. Staring at the emerging figure, Trunks gasped in astonishment. His wounds were healing at an astonishing pace. Witnessing such a remarkable sight, Wang Teng remained unfazed, merely observing Zamasu. His calm voice rang out, "It appears you have obtained immortality through the Super Dragon." Upon hearing Wang Teng's words, Zamasu's eyes widened in disbelief. "How could you possibly know? It's impossible. Who are you? You are clearly a deity, yet you choose to aid humanity. Wisdom is the greatest gift bestowed upon humanity by the divine. Yet humans misuse it. Does such a race still deserve assistance?" Wang Teng's voice, cool and composed, addressed Zamasu, whose expression grew increasingly frenzied. "How utterly disgraceful! A deity consumed by obsession and desire can no longer be called a god. Today, I shall cleanse the divine realm." At these words, Zamasu erupted into maniacal laughter. "Aha, what do you understand? Only immortality embodies the essence of a god. With such a flawless body, what gives you the right to claim you can kill me?" Wang Teng and Zamasu locked eyes, both aware of the disparity in their strength. Zamasu realized that despite his immortality, he stood no chance against Wang Teng in a prolonged battle. Just then, a piercing cry echoed from afar, drawing their gazes. Goku was rushing toward them. "Run, Lord Wang Teng." Nearby, Black Goku was gathering a terrifying amount of energy in his hands. The Kamehameha, a radiant pink light, illuminated the entire battlefield. As the dreadful shockwave surged forth, Zamasu smirked before vanishing from sight, only to reappear behind Wang Teng, seizing his arms with fervor. "Attack now." Upon hearing this, Black Goku hastened the accumulation of his energy wave. Goku, racing forward, aimed a punch at Zamasu. However, before Goku's attack could land, Wang Teng had already collided his head forcefully against Zamasu's. Goku was taken aback, halting midair. Zamasu immediately felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. At that moment, Black Goku's Kamehameha was finally complete. "Here it comes," Zamasu shouted, as the pink shockwave surged toward them with blinding speed. Panic crossed Goku's face as he urged, "Run." Lord Wang Teng. Before his words could fully escape, he dashed toward Wang Teng, who remained unfazed, extending his right hand to grasp the slightly dazed Zamasu, positioning him in front of himself as a shield. "Wukong, retreat to my rear." Upon hearing these words, Sun Wukong instantly activated his teleportation, materializing behind Wang Teng. Boom. The terrifying Kamehameha wave engulfed the three of them. In an instant, flames soared into the sky, and thick black smoke billowed upward. A smile immediately graced Black Wukong's face. At last, they were vanquished. Yet in the next moment, Wang Teng emerged from the smoke, holding Zamasu aloft. The expression on Black Wukong's face instantly shifted to one of disbelief. "What?" Observing Black Wukong's expressive countenance, Wang Teng chuckled. "So you intended to eliminate your partner, huh? However, it seems he possesses an immortality that thwarts your desires. Here, take him back. Do as you wish." With that, Wang Teng hurled Zamasu toward Black Wukong. Zamasu traced an arc through the air, descending toward Black Wukong. Just then, whoosh, boom. A ki blast was swiftly unleashed by Wang Teng, detonating upon Zamasu's form. Suddenly, Black Wukong's vision was shrouded in thick smoke. Chapter 81. The fusion of Zamasu. Black Wukong gazed in astonishment at the sky, witnessing Zamasu hurtling out of the smoke. He landed heavily on the ground. Wukong exclaimed in delight, "We won. Lord Wang Teng has defeated Zamasu." However, Trunks wore an expression of grave concern, devoid of any joy at victory. In the next moment, Zamasu slowly rose to his feet, his wounds astonishingly healing at an incredible rate. Gazing at Zamasu's rapid recovery, Wukong gasped, "What is happening?" In response, Wang Teng chuckled, "Just an immortal body, nothing more." Upon hearing this, Wukong was taken aback. "An immortal body? That is utterly unfair." Zamasu intoned solemnly, "To eradicate you humans, this power is necessary." He then ascended swiftly, hovering beside Black Wukong. "Our opponent is formidable. Let us combine our efforts." Upon hearing Zamasu's words, Black Wukong nodded. In the next instant, both Black Wukong and Zamasu raised their palms. A crimson ki blast manifested in Black Wukong's palm, while a violet ki blast appeared in Zamasu's. In an instant, the two blasts fused into one. Wukong gazed at the sky, exclaiming, "This is bad." Black Wukong and Zamasu held aloft a colossal pink ki blast, which grew ever larger with each passing moment. Zamasu's confidence had returned, and he smirked. "Let us see how you defend against this. As a god, mingling with humans, perish." Yet, Wang Teng's expression remained unchanged. As Black Wukong and Zamasu let out a resounding roar, the massive ki blast hurtled downward. Witnessing the rapidly approaching behemoth of energy, Wang Teng immediately erupted with power. Aya! The golden aura surged instantaneously, a formidable energy erupting forth, causing the entire future world to tremble. In a mere moment, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. With the Kamehameha technique, Wang Teng's hands shimmered with a radiant white-blue luminescence, focusing on the pink energy sphere that loomed perilously close. He hastened the concentration of his power. With a powerful shout, the white-blue shockwave collided with the colossal energy sphere. The terrifying force caused the entire city to shake violently. Countless fragments of debris were propelled into the air, painting the sky in a striking dichotomy of peach pink and white blue. Goku and his companions gazed upward with astonished expressions. In the next instant, a deafening explosion echoed through the air. Flames and black smoke enveloped the sky. The battlefield quaked with intensity. Wang Teng swiftly retreated to stand beside Goku. Meanwhile, Zamasu and Black Goku were engulfed by the inferno above. As time passed, Zamasu waved his right hand, effortlessly dispersing the thick cloud of smoke. The silhouettes of Black Goku and Zamasu re-emerged in the sky, both gasping for breath. Zamasu remarked slowly, "It seems we have completely misjudged our opponent. The enemy is far more formidable than we anticipated. Even we, if we let our guard down, may find our aspirations withering like dew." Black Goku's expression was equally grave. "There is no choice. We must resort to that technique." At these words, Zamasu nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Black Goku broke into a grin. "It's time to show this unexpected intruder our true power." Zamasu added, "The moment has indeed arrived." Goku stared in shock at the unfolding scene. What are they planning? Observing the two in the sky, Wang Teng chuckled. They are likely preparing to fuse. Upon hearing the term fuse, Goku and Vegeta exchanged incredulous glances, their astonishment beyond measure. Fusion had always been their ultimate strategy against formidable foes, and they never imagined their adversaries possessed such a technique. Goku shouted, "Vegeta, we should," but Vegeta interjected, his expression darkening with anger, gritting his teeth as he roared, "Kakarot. Give up. I will not fuse with you." Goku was taken aback, calling out, "Vegeta." But Vegeta turned away, refusing to acknowledge him. Zamasu laughed, "Foolish beings. Kneel before our brilliance." As his words fell, he removed the earring from his left ear and donned it on his right, the earring instantly radiating a dazzling light. Black Goku's earring on his left ear also gleamed with brilliance. In the next moment, the two were drawn together, colliding and spiraling in the air. The light intensified, and their forms became increasingly indistinct. Then, the entire sky transformed into a brilliant expanse of white. In the astonished gaze of the onlookers, two individuals merged into one. A new warrior, radiant with golden light, emerged in the heavens. The golden figure extended its arm, and a gentle voice resonated. "My form embodies justice. My form embodies the world. Bow in reverence." This sublime and exquisite, immortal embodiment of the mightiest deity, Zamasu. As the golden radiance dissipated, the fused Zamasu appeared in the sky, enveloped in a cocoon of white, divine light. At that moment, the amalgamated Zamasu exuded an aura of unfathomable mystery. Trunks gazed upwards, cursing, "That scoundrel! How can such formidable power exist?" Goku murmured, "The Dark One has actually fused with Zamasu." Wang Teng raised his head to behold the figure aloft. Feeling a tinge of astonishment, he had not anticipated that their fusion would result in such a remarkable surge of strength. Yet, this only fueled his fighting spirit. In the sky, Zamasu spread his arms wide, basking in the holy, white aura, and intoned slowly, "I can sense two powers intertwining within this singular form." Subsequently, the fused Zamasu unleashed an even more astonishing energy, transforming the sky into a canvas of white, as fierce winds spiraled downwards. Wang Teng braced himself against the relentless gusts. Goku shouted in fury, "That bastard's aura is intensifying once more." As the white light faded, a divine halo appeared behind the fused Zamasu. Wang Teng murmured, "A halo?" The laughter of the fused Zamasu echoed from above. "Behold this infinitely enhanced physique and immortal form. This power suffuses my entire being, a sensation of sheer delight. Undoubtedly, this is justice." As the fused Zamasu ascended, two peach-colored bolts of lightning shot forth from the halo behind him. Wang Teng shattered one bolt with a single punch, while the other struck the ground directly. Boom! A thick cloud of dust enveloped the battlefield. Vegeta and Goku shielded their bodies with their arms. Trunks muttered, "Such an impressive aura." Wang Teng stepped forward. "You have completed your transformation. Now, it is my turn." The fused Zamasu cast a glance at Wang Teng, and a calm voice replied, "Ignorance." In the next instant, a deep roar erupted from Wang Teng's throat. Golden flames surged upward, causing the entire future world to tremble. Countless stones circled around Wang Teng, his power escalating with each passing moment. The golden radiance intensified. With Wang Teng's ferocious cry, his hair elongated and turned white. White fur sprouted across his body, and his tail transformed into a snowy hue, swaying freely. The golden aura intensified, and Wang Teng's power surged to its pinnacle. He transformed into Super Saiyan 5. In that moment, Trunks felt parched and overwhelmed. Chapter 82. The Fierce Battle. Gazing at the transformed Wang Teng, the merged Zama's expression turned icy. "Foolish wretch, behold the might of divine light." Suddenly, a deep crimson radiance surged forth from behind him. Judgment Blade. Red blades of light pierced the ground in an instant. Wang Teng, aware of the formidable nature of this attack, promptly crossed his arms defensively over his chest. The crimson blades emitted a blinding brilliance, casting the entire space into a sea of red. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted. Goku and his companions were hurled away. The blast radius continued to expand. The thunderous roar echoed, and a fierce gust of wind swiftly spread into the distance. Dust and debris filled the air, gradually dissipating with the passage of time. Trunks lifted his gaze and murmured, "I never imagined Zama's power would be so formidable." Wang Teng slowly lowered his arms, surveying the devastation wrought by Zama's, and muttered, "Is this the so-called power of divine light?" Meanwhile, Zama's hovered in the air, a smile adorning his face. "You must acknowledge that this light embodies justice. I, Zama's, am the wisdom of the universe, the law of the cosmos. I am also the power of the universe. Wherever the light shines, you shall vanish. Once I rid myself of you, this obstacle, an unprecedented ideal world shall unfold." Wang Teng replied sternly, "You speak nonsense. Have you inflated your ego too much?" In the next moment, Wang Teng charged towards the merged Zamas. As he approached, Zama's unleashed pink lightning from the divine halo behind him. Zap, zap, zap. Faced with the rapidly approaching lightning, Wang Teng moved with incredible speed, deftly evading Zama's attacks by changing directions mid-air. At that moment, a brilliant light surged in Wang Teng's hand as an astonishing energy sphere was launched forth. Boom! An explosion resonated in the air, enveloping the sky in thick smoke. Below, Goku exclaimed, "Did it hit?" As the smoke gradually cleared, the merged Zamas appeared unscathed in the air. Wang Teng looked up and chuckled, "Quite resilient, aren't you?" Just then, Zama's calm voice echoed, "It seems you still cannot comprehend the disparity. Allow me to demonstrate what true power entails." Suddenly, an overwhelming aura erupted from Zamas, and a purple monstrosity materialized behind him. Goku murmured, "What is that?" Zamas replied solemnly, "The essence of this new era takes root on this planet. Absolute thunder." Suddenly, the purple monstrosity behind the fused Zamas unleashed a lightning strike at an even swifter pace. Observing the rapidly approaching bolt, Wang Teng accelerated to his utmost limit, swiftly maneuvering through the air. In the blink of an eye, he materialized behind Zamas, delivering a powerful punch with unrestrained ferocity. Zamas could scarcely fathom that anyone could evade such a rapid and lethal attack. He swiftly spun around, but Wang Teng's fist was far too swift. The terrifying blow connected directly with Zamas' body. With a whoosh, Zamas was sent hurtling backward. Boom! In the next instant, his form crashed heavily into the ground, creating a deep crater and sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. With a thunderous shout, Wang Teng unleashed a surge of energy, launching several energy blasts into the fray. Boom, boom, boom. The battlefield reverberated with the terrifying sound of explosions, engulfing the area where Zamas had landed in flames and smoke. The entire future world trembled under the cacophony of destruction. Goku and his companions fixed their eyes intently on the epicenter of the explosion. "Have we vanquished him?" Trunks murmured. Hearing this, Goku shook his head, declaring, "This foe is not so easily defeated." Vegeta clenched his teeth in anger, exclaiming, "This monster." As the thick smoke gradually dispersed, the fused Zamas emerged slowly from the depths of the crater. Wang Teng, gazing at the reappearing Zamas, remarked with a grin, "It seems things are getting interesting." Zamas' voice, calm yet ominous, echoed, "You are a sinner. How dare you lay hands on me, the great god? You shall face punishment." In the next moment, countless red energy blasts erupted from Zamas' form. Wang Teng's body was enveloped in a golden aura as he charged towards Zamas, deftly swiping his right hand to unleash a powerful energy wave. Boom! The air crackled with an astonishing explosion as Wang Teng surged through the flames, delivering a devastating punch towards Zamas. Zamas, facing the oncoming Wang Teng, coolly remarked, "Foolish." He extended his left hand, and with a resounding smack, their fists collided, the golden and red energies clashing violently. A fierce shockwave radiated outward, threatening the surroundings. At that moment, Zamas roared, "You will pay for your reckless actions." His right hand glowed ominously as a terrifying shockwave erupted forth. Just then, Wang Teng vanished in an instant. Boom! The dreadful shockwave detonated in midair. Wang Teng swiftly distanced himself from the fused Zamas. "That was close. This guy attacks quite quickly." Zamas, gazing coldly at Wang Teng now standing a short distance away, remarked, "You are impressively resilient. However, the extent of my power is beyond your imagination." Before Zamas' form, a golden energy sphere swiftly coalesced within the luminous halo. An overwhelming and terrifying aura emanated from the sphere, evoking deep emotions. "Behold, my magnificent power. The sacred reverse scale." The colossal golden sphere was instantly hurled towards Zamas. Observing the ominous energy sphere rushing towards him, Wang Teng's fury ignited. "Ah, such formidable strength, I acknowledge you. Allow me to demonstrate my technique." The Turtle School's Kamehameha. A brilliant azure and white radiance materialized in Wang Teng's hands, unleashing an astonishing momentum. Here it comes. The white-blue shockwave was swiftly unleashed. The two incredible forces collided with tremendous impact. Boom! A deafening roar echoed. Fierce winds surged downward. The battlefield was engulfed in thick clouds of dust. The golden sphere and the azure shockwave engaged in a relentless struggle. The entire future world trembled as if struck by an earthquake. Goku exclaimed, "Trunks, get down." Goku and the others immediately dropped to the ground, their eyes fixed on the sky. The two formidable forces clashed violently. Both Wang Teng and the fused Zamas wore grave expressions, continuously channeling their energy. Each elevated their power to its zenith. Just then, Zamas' golden sphere began to falter in the clash, slowly being pushed back. Zamas, with a cold demeanor and clenched teeth, felt his body being forced to retreat. As the tide of battle began to shift, Wang Teng chuckled, "You have lost." In response, Zamas bellowed, "You wretched fool. You know nothing of divine power." I am the greatest deity. How could I possibly be defeated? Huh. Suddenly, the white halo behind Zama's radiated a blinding brilliance. The golden sphere regained its strength, halting its retreat, and resumed its contest against the oncoming white-blue shockwave. Goku gazed at the sky, his expression grave. Go, Master Wang Teng.